Shanghai was blanketed in snow. Su Yuyu, dressed in an old cotton-padded coat, struggled against waves of dizziness as she walked back and forth in the snow. When she saw a black Maybach slowly approaching, she rushed forward. The driver, startled, slammed on the brakes, rolled down the window, and was about to yell, but seeing the familiar face, he turned to the man in the back seat and said, "Young master, it's Miss Su Yuyu." Su Yuyu ran over and knocked on the window. "Brother, the doctor said I need surgery immediately, but I really don't have a single penny left." She urgently handed the payment slip to Gu Fengchuan, but he didn't take it. Instead, he stared at her with a deep, unfathomable gaze. "Su Yuyu, you have nothing to do with the Gu family anymore." Su Yuyu's heart tightened. "Big brother, I donated bone marrow to you and gave Gu Shuiying a kidney. Now I'm riddled with ailments and complications. If I don't get treatment, I'll die." Gu Fengchuan's eyes were colder than a blizzard. "No one begged you to donate. Your health deteriorated because of all the bad things you did. Ying suffered so much because of you. Even if you die, it's your just desserts." Su Yuyu looked at him in disbelief. When they asked her to donate, they hadn't said that. They told her that as long as she donated bone marrow and a kidney, they would truly be family. Gu Fengchuan's car window slowly rolled up, and the car drove into the Gu family villa. Su Yuyu tried to chase after them but stumbled and fell, sprawling in the snow. She felt the cold seeping into her bones. After a long while, she managed to get up and staggered towards the Gu family villa. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." The song reached Su Yuyu's ears, and she belatedly realized that today was also her birthday. She saw the villa brightly decorated, gifts piled high by the French windows, and the entire Gu family surrounding Gu Shuiying, smiling as they watched her unwrap her presents. Su Yuyu wanted to leave, but she couldn't move her feet. She had nowhere to go. She was dying, and her family was celebrating the birthday of her enemy. "Young Master Gu, I saw the beggar you mentioned. I'll get rid of him right now." After hanging up the phone, the patrolling security guard brandished his riot baton and struck Su Yuyu. "This is a villa area. If you want to die, get lost." After being thrown out of the villa area by the security guard, Su Yuyu barely opened her eyes. A vast expanse of snow blanketed her face, and there wasn't a single pedestrian on the road. Every part of her body ached, a metallic taste rose in her throat, and large mouthfuls of blood splattered onto the snow. Everything went black, and she lost consciousness. Beep beep beep. Su Yuyu was woken up by the alarm clock. She picked up her worn-out second-hand phone, glanced at the time, and froze. 5 years ago. She had been reborn? Reborn before recognizing her family, she only had 20 yuan to her name, and didn't even know how she would pay next month's rent. This body was full of vitality, unlike her previous life where she was out of breath after walking a few steps due to donating bone marrow and losing a kidney, and was riddled with ailments. Tears streamed down her face. After experiencing so much trouble, she felt that nothing was more important than a healthy body. Su Yuyu was originally the daughter of the wealthy Gu family, but she was unexpectedly switched at birth and ended up in an orphanage. In her previous life, she was taken back by the Gu family on the eve of her birth. After returning to the family, Su Yuyu sacrificed almost everything for the Gu family out of blood ties. However, due to the framing of the fake heiress Gu Shuiying, everyone thought she was after the Gu family's money, ultimately leading to her death in the snow. Ding! Detected that the host is filled with hatred, meeting the system binding conditions. The bargain hunting system has been activated. Our goal is to find bargains. Make money. Become the richest person. Hearing the sudden voice and seeing the light screen in front of her, Su Yuyu wondered if this was a gift from heaven, seeing how miserable her previous life had been. Host, the first bargain hunting mission has been activated. Please follow the instructions to complete the first mission. There is no penalty for failure, and a random reward will be given upon success. Without hesitation, Su Yuyu followed the system's instructions and went outside. She crossed the overpass and walked about a kilometer to a high-end residential area, where she then witnessed the gossip. "Yao Yao, I like you." But the pretty girl being confessed to clearly didn't like him. She took the flowers he offered and immediately threw them into a roadside trash can. "I've told you so many times, I hate you, stop bothering me." The girl turned and went into the residential area without looking back. The man tried to chase after her, but was stopped by the security guard. After the man left dejectedly, Su Yuyu's system pointer moved, pointing directly to the bouquet of flowers. Su Yuyu perked up. She was quite accepting of picking up trash. During her years in the orphanage, she had often searched for mineral water bottles and trash cans. It was just returning to her old ways. Su Yuyu calmly picked up the bouquet from the trash can. It was mainly roses, complemented by baby's breath, and interspersed with a bunch of rolled-up pieces of paper. The gift card tucked inside the wrapping paper read, Song Yao, I love you. Your birthday is December 21st, and mine is May 1st. I bought 9 lottery tickets using our birthday numbers, representing everlasting happiness. Please accept my pursuit. Su Yuyu was nauseated by this cheesy message. She then realized the rolled-up papers were lottery tickets, revealing a string of numbers, 1993, 5119, 9912, 21. Su Yuyu was speechless, thinking to herself that this guy was so stingy in pursuing his goddess. 9 lottery tickets only cost 18 yuan, who living in this upscale neighborhood would be short of 18 yuan and a bouquet of roses? He even put his own birthday before hers, subtly trying to outdo her. No wonder she disliked him. She didn't even want the tickets and just threw them away. Following the system prompts, Su Yuyu pulled the lottery tickets off and threw the bouquet of roses back into the trash can. At 9 o'clock that night, Su Yuyu lay in her rented room, watching the prize announcement webpage refresh, her breathing becoming rapid. This strange number actually won the lottery, the first prize. 880,000. Su Yuyu had 9 lottery tickets, which meant 792 million. Su Yuyu immediately calculated that after paying 20% personal income tax, she would receive over 6 million. Forgive Su Yuyu for being an orphan, the Gu family had been stingy with her. She'd never seen so much money in both her lives combined. Excited, she couldn't sleep a wink the next morning, waking up with dark circles under her eyes. After buying a wig, she rushed to the lottery center, successfully claiming her winnings. Looking at the over 6 million yuan in her account, she still felt like she was in a dream. Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed your first lucky draw mission and received a super reward, a property in Thompson Riviera. Su Yuyu. With a super mansion, who would live in an urban village? Su Yuyu quickly returned to her rented room to pack her luggage. Gu Fengchuan frowned as he entered this dilapidated urban village. Given his status, he probably would never have set foot in such a place if he didn't have business to attend to. Thinking of his crying Gu Shuiying at home gave him a headache. Finally reaching Su Yuyu's room, Gu Fengchuan knocked. 1 knock, 2 knocks, but no one answered. Gu Fengchuan didn't give up. Hearing voices inside, he continued knocking patiently. Su Yuyu naturally knew who was outside. She hummed a song as she packed. She didn't have much stuff, a single suitcase would suffice. After cleaning the entire rented room, she grabbed a broom, opened the door, and started slapping the person outside across the face. You drunkard, you're harassing me again when you're drunk. I'll beat you to death. Su Yuyu said casually, but her blows were unusually vicious. Gu Fengchuan knocked on the door for a long time, but unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, a broom came flying at him. Su Yuyu used all her strength, and all the blows were aimed at Gu Fengchuan's face. In her past life, Gu Fengchuan had leukemia, and she was the one who was a match and saved him. Gu Fengchuan also helped her when her health deteriorated. He had taken her bone marrow, but in the end, he repaid kindness with enmity, even having security guards chase her away and beat her. Su Yuyu remembered this grudge very well. What's wrong with you? Gu Fengchuan, being a grown man, managed to the broom away after taking several blows to his face. Su Yuyu looked at the several bloodstains on his handsome face with a smug expression, but feigned innocence. Oh, so you're not that drunkard upstairs. I thought some jerk was harassing me again. Gu Fengchuan felt like he'd been insulted, frowning at Su Yuyu. Do I look like a drunkard? Have you ever seen a drunkard in a suit? Su Yuyu sized him up. Who are you? I don't know you. Why are you knocking on my door? Wearing a suit in this heat, you're either an idiot or an insurance salesman. I don't buy insurance, so get out of here. Su Yuyu snatched the broom and slammed the door shut, almost hitting Gu Fengchuan's nose. Gu Fengchuan knocked on the door again and called out, Su Yuyu, I have something very important to tell you. I'm not an insurance salesman. I know you, you're from an orphanage. Su Yuyu, behind the door, rolled her eyes upon hearing this. After a moment, she opened the door and swung the broom at Gu Fengchuan's face again. You came here to laugh at me. I'm an orphan whose father, mother, and entire family died. I'll teach you to laugh at me. I'll beat you to death. Several more marks appeared on Gu Fengchuan's face before he snatched the broom away. Why are you acting crazy again? I have serious business to discuss with you. Su Yuyu turned to walk back inside. Afraid she would close the door again, Gu Fengchuan reached out to stop it. Su Yuyu had been waiting for this moment, slamming the door shut. Ah! Gu Fengchuan screamed, clutching his finger caught in the door, a far cry from his usual aloof and domineering CEO demeanor. Su Yuyu looked at him suspiciously. I didn't invite you in. Why are you pulling on my door? What are you doing trespassing? What are you doing following me in? Let me tell you, don't try to extort me. Even if I call the police, I'm not afraid of you. Gu Fengchuan's fingers were already bruised. His meeting with Su Yuyu was even more unpleasant than he had imagined. Afraid that Su Yuyu would cause some trouble again, he endured the pain and said, "You might be the daughter of the Gu family. I'm your older brother. My name is Gu Fengchuan, and our father's name is Gu Jianming. You can search his name online." He thought Su Yuyu would check, but unexpectedly, Su Yuyu quickly grabbed another broom from the house and smashed it heavily against Gu Fengchuan's face again. "If you can't sell insurance, you've turned to fraud. I'll beat you to death, you liar." This time, Gu Fengchuan didn't hesitate and ran downstairs as if a ghost was chasing him. 10 minutes later, Gu Fengchuan came again, this time with the landlord. "Xiao Su, open the door, it's your aunt." The landlord knocked on the door. After Su Yuyu opened the door, she looked at Gu Fengchuan with a wary expression. The landlady said, "Little Su, Aunt searched online, and this young man is indeed the general manager of the Gu Group. You and someone were switched at birth in the hospital back then. You're lucky, you're about to become a rich young lady." Su Yuyu was skeptical and asked, "How rich?" A hint of disdain flashed in Gu Fengchuan's eyes, thinking to himself that children from orphanages really only care about money. "Dad's assets exceed 50 billion, our Gu family is a wealthy family in Shanghai. After you return to the Gu family, you won't have to live in places like this anymore," Gu Fengchuan said proudly. Su Yuyu looked at him with even more disdain. "A wealthy family seeking a relative? 50 billion in assets? I know to bring 2 apples when I visit my neighbor, and you come empty-handed?" Landlady Aunt nodded and said, "Little Gu, that's not right of you. When visiting someone's home, you can't be rude. Your family is so rich, how can you be so stingy? You should at least write a check for your sister as a gift." After saying this, Aunt winked at Su Yuyu. Gu Fengchuan listened to their back-and-forth banter, but he resisted the urge to write a check on the spot. He said, "We need to do a paternity test first." Su Yuyu immediately said to Aunt, "See, he's faking it, he doesn't have any money." Aunt nodded vigorously and said, "He's putting on a brave face." Gu Fengchuan knew this was a provocation, but he couldn't resist. Su Yuyu looked 9/10 like his grandmother in her youthful photos. In fact, the Gu family had already accepted her identity. The paternity test was just a formality. Gu Fengchuan took out his checkbook and wrote the numbers with extra force, as if each stroke was written on Su Yuyu's face. "You just want money, don't you?" Gu Fengchuan threw the check at Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu glanced at it after taking it, then clicked her tongue twice. 500 billion in assets, and this is it? A million? Are you trying to fob me off with a beggar? I thought you were much richer." Gu Fengchuan's eyes turned cold, thinking to himself that Su Yuyu was indeed greedy for wealth and status. He asked, "How much do you want?" 100 billion, let's see how strong you are, Su Yuyu said with a smile. Gu Fengchuan's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he said, "You're really crazy. You have 500 billion, but you won't even give me a fifth of it. You call this recognizing family? It seems you don't have much affection for me either," Su Yuyu said matter-of-factly. Gu Fengchuan said, "I can't give you that much money. A lot of the Gu family's money is in assets, not cash." Su Yuyu said, "Then give me 10 villas in the city center, assets equivalent to 10 billion, I'm not picky." Gu Fengchuan's fist hardened, and he said, "Most of the family's assets are in mom and dad's names, but after you come home, you won't have to work so hard now. My parents and I will protect you." Su Yuyu was furious when she heard this. In her past life, she believed his nonsense, thinking that returning to a wealthy family meant having a home. But she went in walking and came out lying down. She crumpled the check and threw it at Gu Fengchuan. "You can't even come up with a house, and you're only giving me a little money. I don't even know if this check can be cashed. You call this a wealthy family reunion? Get out of here." Gu Fengchuan couldn't help but say, "How can you speak so rudely and hit people? You're not acting like a girl at all." Su Yuyu grabbed the broom and started hitting him again. "I'm just an orphan who lost my father, mother, and brother. Go ahead and hit me if you dare. Get lost." Gu Fengchuan fled again. "Little Su, it's a family reunion with a wealthy family, are you really not going back? That's a family with assets of 50 billion. Aunt asked softly. Su Yuyu shook her head and said, "Why go back? He's so stingy, I can't be bothered with him." Aunt sighed and said, "It's better not to go back, he doesn't act like a proper brother." Su Yuyu immediately asked, "Aunt, you're so knowledgeable, tell me why you think that way?" Aunt said, "Since it's a family reunion, the whole family should come. Just one brother came, it doesn't feel like enough." Su Yuyu gave a thumbs up. "Aunt, your judgment is amazing." Aunt was pleased by her words, but still observed Su Yuyu's expression and asked, "Little Su, aren't you upset?" "What's there to be upset about? I was an orphan before, and I'll continue to be an orphan, Su Yu said. Ant nodded. If you don't want to acknowledge your relatives, that's fine. But if they offer you money, don't be foolish and refuse it like you did today. I've been through this before. You know, never go against money. Su Yu nodded vigorously and said, Ant, don't worry, money is what I love most right now. Seeing that she understood, Ant was relieved and asked, Little Su, are you really moving out? Although Su Yu lived in an urban village, Ant's rent was cheap, so she never had trouble finding tenants. When Su Yu said she wanted to terminate the lease, Ant readily returned her deposit. Su Yu was always easygoing and clean, the kind of tenant landlords liked best. Seeing that she was leaving, Ant was quite reluctant to let her go. Su Yu said, I have a better place to go. Ant didn't ask any further questions, taking the keys Su Yu handed her. Ant will take you downstairs. After leaving the urban village, Su Yu put Gu Fengchuan's visit out of her mind. Now that she had money, she simply took a taxi. Destination, Thompson Riviera. Su Yu had heard of Thompson Riviera in her previous life, but she never expected to get this luxury apartment in Shanghai just by completing a task. Would every time she found a bargain, the reward be this valuable? Because this is the first task, considering that the host doesn't own any property, the reward is so generous. The system explained. Su Yu immediately asked, what about in the future? Confidential. Is the house registered in my name? Su Yu asked in her mind. Don't worry, host. The system has already used relevant means to legally register this house in your name. The property certificate is in the house, and it's fully furnished and ready to move in. The system was never stingy. The apartment it gave Su Yu was a 1,200 square meter penthouse in Thompson Riviera, worth over 400 million yuan. In her previous life, Gu Shuiying's fiancé had gifted her a 600 square meter apartment in Thompson Riviera, worth around 200 million yuan, which garnered much envious attention. Arriving at their destination, Su Yu felt a pang of fear looking at the gleaming golden characters of Thompson Riviera at the entrance. She steeled herself and mustered her courage to go inside. Contrary to the novel's stereotypical arrogant security guard, the guard simply stopped Su Yu and politely inquired if she had an appointment. I'm the owner of the apartment on the XTH floor of Building X. My name is Su Yu. You can check it, Su Yu said. The security guard quickly checked the situation and his attitude immediately became more friendly. He said, you haven't come to the property management office to check in since you bought this apartment, so the access control can't recognize you. Do you have time to get facial recognition done now? Su Yu followed the property management staff to get facial recognition done and received an elevator card. After finishing all this, Su Yu arrived at her building with the help of the property management shuttle bus. After getting off the elevator, she immediately saw the super luxurious entrance door. Just as she was wondering how to get in, the system spoke up. Host, your facial fingerprint has been entered into the door's recognition system. Su Yu stood in front of the entrance door, and with a beep, the door quietly opened. She took a deep breath and went inside. This Su Yu passed through the foyer and around the partitio. And saw a huge floor-to-ceiling window with an unobstructed view of the Huangpu River. Is this the king of the building? Su Yu sank into the soft sofa in the living room, the tension finally easing. The second bargain hunting mission has begun. Please follow the instructions to the target location. Su Yu's spirits lifted, money was coming. She had thought she'd have to take a taxi and was even prepared to hire a car, but the system notification showed she hadn't even left Thompson Riviera. Su Yu followed the instructions, wandering aimlessly around the neighborhood. When she saw the instruction to stop, she thought, just as I expected. Tell me the truth, are you a bargain hunting system or a garbage collecting system? Su Yu asked. What is garbage? Garbage is treasure misplaced. The garbage cans in Thompson Riviera were exceptionally well made and beautiful, seemingly specially designed to blend harmoniously with the neighborhood's environment. But even the most beautiful garbage can is still a garbage can. Su Yu pinched her nose, about to approach, when she heard a dog bark. A dirty, yellow puppy poked its head out from behind the garbage can, its wet eyes looking incredibly pitiful. The system's instructions then shifted, pointing towards the puppy. Was the target a living creature? Su Yu had many doubts, but she still slowly approached the puppy, her expression softening. She loved dogs, the stray dogs near the orphanage used to adore her. Unfortunately, life was hard back then, the orphanage director was struggling to support them, and had no resources to care for dogs. This dog was small, about the size of a corgi, but without the corgi's prominent chubby rear end, more like a mixed breed. Although it wasn't a valuable breed, Su Yuyu decided to keep it under the dog's alluring gaze. Surprisingly, the puppy didn't resist her approach. Su Yuyu finally managed to pet its head, perhaps because it had been astray for so long. The puppy's fur was stiff and prickly. "Good puppy, come home with me, okay?" Su Yuyu asked softly. The puppy whimpered softly. "You said yes. That's great. I'll take you to buy dog food right now," Su Yuyu said happily. Su Yuyu held the puppy in her arms and went to the nearest pet hospital. She gave it a bath, got it vaccinated, and bought a full set of dog kennel, toys, and dog food as recommended by the hospital. She also entrusted the hospital to handle the dog license. Pet hospitals in the city center are naturally incredibly expensive, but Su Yuyu had over 6 million yuan in her bank account, and she was willing to spend that money on her dog. "My darling, let's go home." Su Yuyu led the dog back into the residential complex. Her face was now registered in the gate's recognition system, and this time the security guard didn't stop her. However, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "How come Miss Su is so rich? She always walks in and out, never drives." Su Yuyu happily walked into the complex with the dog, unaware that the gate barrier was slowly rising behind her, and a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was driving in. "Mr. Liu, we've already contacted people from Yunsheng Holdings, and I believe it won't be long before we reach a cooperation agreement with them," Assistant Liu diligently reported his work progress. Lu Jingyao nodded casually, his gaze drifting outside as if searching for something, before suddenly his eyes stopped. "Stop the car." Assistant Liu followed Lu Jingyao's gaze and saw Su Yuyu walking a small yellow dog. The girl was dressed plainly and didn't look like a resident. She seemed more like someone hired to walk the dog. "Mr. Liu, do you think the dog looks like the lost Ah Huang?" "But Ah Huang was lost in Suzhou, far from Shanghai," Assistant Liu said. Even so, Lu Jingyao still wanted to confirm. He opened the car door to get out when his phone rang. "Okay, I understand. I'm on my way." After hanging up, Lu Jingyao instructed the driver, back to the company. Assistant Lu's heart tightened. It seemed he wouldn't be getting a day off and would have to work overtime again. Lu Jingyao glanced at Su Yuyu's retreating figure and said to his assistant, "Check on that girl later." Assistant Lu realized Lu Jingyao was referring to Su Yuyu. Although he didn't think the dog was Ah Huang, he didn't dare refuse his boss's order. Su Yuyu was unaware of what was happening behind her. She was currently stroking the dog's soft fur, which had become soft after its bath, feeling completely content. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the bargain hunting mission and received the reward, dog language proficiency." A sudden inspiration seemed to flash through Su Yuyu's mind, and then she heard Guai Guai's barking become exceptionally clear. "Woof woof! My teeth are itchy." Su Yuyu tentatively offered Guai Guai a chew toy. Guai Guai took it in its mouth, its face instantly filled with satisfaction. Su Yuyu marveled at the magic of the mission reward. "The bargain hunting mission has been activated. Please follow the instructions to the target location." Su Yuyu tightened her grip on the dog's leash, her eyes lighting up again. She followed the system's instructions out of the residential area, which led her along a road that seemed to stretch endlessly. It seemed this distance was considerable. Su Yuyu hailed a private car on a ride-hailing platform, specifically choosing a female driver. 5 minutes later, a car arrived at the entrance of Thompson Riviera. Upon seeing Su Yuyu waiting by the roadside, Su Fang got out and said with a troubled expression, "Miss, it's not good for dogs to get in the car. Pets aren't like people, they don't have self-control. If the dog pees in the car, it won't be easy to pick up the next customer." Su Yuyu initially wanted to take the dog back, but then, the dog suddenly barked, "Woof woof. Is my human going to abandon me?" Su Yuyu's heart softened, and she turned to Su Fang, saying, "I'll take your car for today. I'll pay an extra 500 yuan for cleaning." Su Fang's eyes lit up. Interior cleaning in the city cost 200 yuan per session, but she always drove to the suburbs to do it, where it only cost 100 yuan. A day's car rental would cost 800 yuan, meaning she could earn over 1,000 yuan on this one job. Su Fang immediately performed a Sichuan opera face-changing act, turning around and opening the back door. "Boss, please get in. And please get in, dog princess." "Su Yuyu. Where are you going, boss?" Su Fang asked with a smile. "Drive slowly, I need to think about it," Su Yuyu said. Su Fang hadn't been in the business long, but she'd already encountered quite a few strange customers. Someone like Su Yuyu, without a destination in mind, was perfectly normal to her. "Turn left at this intersection." Su Yuyu was thankful the system's instructions were faster than a certain map app, otherwise, she feared the car would have had to keep making U-turns. Half an hour later, Su Fang asked, "Boss, the car can't get through that alley ahead. Should we turn around?" Su Yuyu followed the system's instructions and entered the alley. She shook her head and said, "Find a place to park and wait for me outside." There happened to be a parking lot by the roadside, but Su Fang gasped when she saw the parking fee. "I'll pay for the parking." Su Yuyu had 6 million in her pocket and didn't care about the 30 yuan parking fee per hour. Su Fang's brows relaxed again. It was a rather narrow alley, with walls on both sides completely blackened, as if it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. After walking to the end of the alley, the system instructed her to turn a corner and enter a house where there were sounds coming from inside. The house was on the first floor, and the door was open, revealing the scene inside. It seemed that a group of people were cleaning out old furniture, preparing for renovations. Several old women were sitting in the alley, also peering into the house. Poor Chen Hai, he died before he even got married. Who would have thought this house would end up in his uncle's hands? Chen Hai and his uncle had a terrible relationship. When Chen Hai's parents died, his uncle tried to take the house, and Chen Hai chased him away with a kitchen knife. Chen Hai loved staying up all night. Sometimes I'd get up at 2 a.m. and see his lights still on. Young people shouldn't stay up so late, you'll just die suddenly, and all your money will go to your enemies. Su Yuyu, after listening to a bellyful of gossip, went inside. The construction workers glanced at her and went to move the old furniture, but a middle-aged man in his 40s with a pointed face looked at Su Yuyu suspiciously. "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Su Yuyu replied calmly, "My friend used to live here." The system notification stopped on a box of old magazines nearby. Su Yuyu planned to find an excuse to buy them later. But unexpectedly, the middle-aged man's expression instantly turned wary. "Are you Chen Hai's girlfriend?" Su Yuyu didn't answer. He was Chen Hai's uncle, Chen Chunsheng. His eyes were fixed on Su Yuyu's stomach, as if he wanted to bore a hole through it. He said urgently, "Chen Hai is dead. According to inheritance law, I am his heir. It's only right that I inherit his property. Even if you're pregnant, you can't prove it's Chen Hai's child." Su Yuyu could tell he was in a hurry, afraid someone would fight him for the inheritance. Chen Chunsheng was indeed anxious. He didn't know if Chen Hai's girlfriend was pregnant, but his future daughter-in-law was. She had said that if they lived with her parents after marriage, she would have an abortion. Chen Chunsheng was counting on Chen Hai's house as their marital home and was afraid Su Yuyu, pregnant, would sue him. Su Yuyu said, "I want to see where he lived before he died." Chen Chunsheng said impatiently, "The house has been torn down and renovated. What's there to see? You're not welcome in my house." As he spoke, Chen Chunsheng actually stepped forward to shove Su Yuyu. He thought to himself that even if Su Yuyu was really pregnant, he was confident that he could push her into a miscarriage if he used all his strength. Su Yuyu didn't expect him to act so suddenly, but Guigui was even faster than him. Guigui ran up to Chen Chunsheng and barked loudly. Su Yuyu understood. The barking meant it wanted to bite Chen Chunsheng to death. "You stinky puppy, get away. Control your dog, or you'll pay for it." Chen Chunsheng yelled in fear. After watching Chen Chunsheng's ridiculous behavior, Su Yuyu slowly said, "Guigui, come back." Guigui gave Chen Chunsheng a few threatening growls before returning to Su Yuyu's side. Chen Chunsheng questioned, "What exactly do you want?" "Let me tell you, my nephew has already been cremated. Even if you're pregnant, it won't help. I want some things to keep as a memento." "These magazines are ones he used to read," Su Yuyu said. Chen Chunsheng just wanted to get Su Yuyu away as quickly as possible, so he grabbed a magazine and handed it to her. Go. Su Yuyu said, "Give me this whole box." "What do you need so many for? How am I supposed to sell the scrap metal if you take them?" Chen Chunsheng was reluctant. "I'll give you 5 yuan. Su Yuyu instinctively disliked Chen Chunsheng and didn't want to give him more money. Chen Chunsheng didn't haggle either. 5 yuan it is. After giving the money, Su Yuyu came out carrying a box of magazines. Luckily, she was strong, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to carry so many magazines. To make the act complete, she didn't throw away a single magazine, carrying all these things into the parking lot. Chen Chunsheng, who had been following behind her, breathed a sigh of relief seeing that she wasn't tired at all. Pregnant women shouldn't lift heavy objects, as it could affect the fetus. Chen Chunsheng finally confirmed that Su Yuyu was most likely not pregnant. Back to Thompson Riviera. Su Yuyu instructed Su Feng, then lowered her head to flip through the magazines. Most of them were computers and networks, and Su Yuyu guessed that Chen Hai might be a programmer or something similar. She picked up almost every magazine until she reached the bottom one, at which point the system's instructions stopped changing. Su Yuyu just couldn't understand what kind of big surprise could be hidden in an ordinary magazine. Su Yuyu had been flipping through the magazine the whole way, but it was full of technical jargon she couldn't understand. It wasn't until she was almost off the bus that she noticed two lines of characters hidden in a very inconspicuous place within the book. The characters were written vertically. Both lines consisted of numbers and letters. The first line wasn't long, but the second line stretched almost from the top of the page to the bottom, barely completing its length. Aside from that, the magazine was nothing special, just an ordinary programmer's book. Su Yuyu still didn't understand what it was, but as they got off the bus, Su Fong asked, "Boss, let me help you carry these magazines into the elevator." Su Fong rarely encountered such a generous boss as Su Yuyu, and thought that being proactive would make it easier for Su Yuyu to think of her if she needed anything in the future. Su Fong was very tactful. After helping carry the things into the elevator, she immediately came out, showing no intention of following her upstairs. After returning home, Su Yuyu repeatedly flipped through the magazine, still unable to understand the meaning of those two lines of characters. She even tried searching online, but found nothing useful. "Look at what's written on that page." The system suddenly alerted Su Yuyu, who looked at the magazine page containing the characters. On the logic behind Bitcoin's appreciation, Su Yuyu abruptly woke up Bitcoin. This string of characters might be related to Bitcoin. With a direction in mind, searching became much easier. Su Yuyu quickly learned that the shorter line of characters was the public key, and the longer one was the private key. Su Yuyu scratched her head, trying to see how many coins she had in her account, but a problem arose: she didn't have a computer. "Host, your life after winning the lottery is too frugal." Hearing the system's comment, Su Yuyu smiled awkwardly and quickly ordered a top-of-the-line laptop delivered today. In less than an hour, the brand-new laptop arrived. Su Yuyu rubbed her hands together, followed the online tutorial, logged onto the website, and as soon as she entered the public key, she gasped. 601 bitcoins. She remembered the price she had seen when checking Bitcoin earlier, $60,000 per Bitcoin. Su Yuyu immediately did the calculations. Today, the exchange rate between the US dollar and the Chinese yuan was as high as 7:1, meaning 1 Bitcoin was equal to 420,000 Bitcoins, which was 250 million. Looking at the string of zeros on her phone's calculator, Su Yuyu's heart raced so fast she felt like she was about to collapse. Although the price might rise in the future, it's recommended that you sell as soon as possible. Everything Su Yuyu possessed was given to her by the system, so naturally she wouldn't refuse. However, the influx of a large amount of Bitcoin into the market immediately caused market fluctuations. Su Yuyu didn't go out that day, and only after seeing the final deposit of over 200 million did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, just 2 days after receiving the money, her phone pushed a news notification: new national regulations strictly control cross-border transfers, abnormal card usage will face bank freezing. Su Yuyu felt a wave of fear. Any later, and her large sum of money would have been in serious trouble. Congratulations, host, you have completed the bargain hunting task and received the reward, 10 whitening pills. Please strictly follow the instructions. Su Yuyu used her phone as a mirror, seeing her slightly sallow complexion due to staying up late for the past 2 days. She had always envied Gu Shuiying's fair skin. She remembered that in her past life, Gu Shuiying's face cream was always custom-made, costing hundreds of thousands of yuan per bottle, achieving her fair complexion through sheer wealth. Growing up in an orphanage, she had endured years of hardship, resulting in mediocre skin care. At a Gu family banquet, she had been mistaken for the family's nanny by other wealthy individuals and ridiculed. Her biological mother, Madame Gu, was only concerned with embarrassing Su Yuyu and showed no intention of giving her daughter the same treatment as the fake heiress. After taking one pill, Su Yuyu woke up and looked at herself in the mirror again and again. Now, her skin was as white as snow, and she seemed to glow. The whitening pill produced by the system was incredibly effective. Not only did Su Yuyu's face become whiter, but her entire body's skin became flawless. As the saying goes, fair skin covers a multitude of flaws. Now, even if Su Yuyu wore those old clothes, she would still look stylish. Host, you should reward yourself. These past few days, without any bargain hunting missions, Su Yuyu hadn't left the house. She had all her meals delivered by the private club in her neighborhood. Now that the money was safely in her pocket, she looked at her empty wardrobe and worn-out phone, excitedly grabbed her old canvas bag, and headed out. There was an IFC mall near her neighborhood, but Su Yuyu didn't call a taxi. Instead, she walked there on her dog's leash. Before leaving, she put a muzzle on Guai Guai. Guai Guai was quite unwilling, constantly trying to hide. Su Yuyu patted its head. Guai Guai, if you don't want to wear this, it's inconvenient for me to take you out. Otherwise, I'll ask someone to accompany you for a walk around the neighborhood. Hearing this, Guai Guai immediately lowered its head in compliance, and Su Yuyu successfully put the muzzle on it. The distance of a few hundred meters took Su Yuyu and her dog a leisurely 10 minutes to walk. Just as they reached the mall entrance, Su Yuyu saw a huge LV billboard and went inside. The saleswoman, who had been smiling, immediately stopped smiling when she saw Su Yuyu's pretty face, but her obviously cheap clothes made her smile vanish. Su Yuyu immediately spotted a black bag displayed prominently, which looked high quality, and said, "I'd like to look at this one." The long-faced saleswoman casually replied, "This is a sample, you can't touch it." Su Yuyu frowned slightly. "Isn't a sample for trying on?" The saleswoman rolled her eyes. "That's python skin, it costs over 70,000 yuan. Su Yuyu, are you afraid I'll get it dirty?" The saleswoman looked Su Yuyu up and down. "You can't afford to pay for it if you get it dirty. If you're so bored, go browse Samir, we're all very busy." Su Yuyu was furious, but after a moment, her eyes darted around, and she said, "Then I don't need to try it on, just put it on and pay by card." The saleswoman looked suspicious. Su Yuyu took out her card and said, "Let's pay first. This one, and this one. I want them all." Su Yuyu pointed to almost all the bags in the store in one breath, and the saleswoman led her to the checkout with some skepticism. After the card was successfully swiped, the long-faced saleswoman's eyes lit up instantly, and her attitude completely reversed. "Miss Su, I'll wrap it up for you right now." She had taken Su Yuyu to the checkout for this order, and her commission would go to her. She called over other saleswomen in the store to help with the packaging. But Su Yuyu said, "I want you to wrap it, Rig. HT here." The long-faced saleswoman was taken aback, but quickly realized this was probably Su Yuyu's retaliation for her earlier dismissive attitude. Although she was very unhappy, she smiled and held back, thinking about her commission. Luxury goods packaging is always tedious, and Su Yuyu patiently waited for her to finish wrapping all the bags. Seeing that she was a big customer, the other saleswomen were very attentive, coaxing Su Yuyu to sit down and offering her fruit and desserts. "Miss Su, we also have a home delivery service. Just leave your address, and someone will deliver it to you," the long-faced saleswoman said, pointing to a pile of already packaged goods. Su Yuyu refused the other party's request to add her on WeChat, and said with a smile, "I don't want such an expensive bag after your dirty hands have touched it." The long-faced saleswoman's smile cracked. A moment later, she widened her eyes and demanded, "Did you deliberately mess with me?" Su Yuyu stood up. "What, can't take a joke?" The long-faced saleswoman, thinking about how she had been busy for at least an hour, felt her anger flare up. She took 2 steps forward, ready to fight, but was quickly stopped by other saleswomen nearby. "Calm down, do you want to lose your job?" a colleague advised. The long-faced saleswoman was panting heavily. After processing the refund, Su Yuyu entered the Dior store across the street under the watchful eyes of the other saleswomen. In her previous life, Su Yuyu had heard that some saleswomen deliberately acted rudely to stimulate sales, but Su Yuyu wasn't and wouldn't shop in a store that looked down on her. The Dior saleswomen, on the other hand, were very friendly. Su Yuyu already had a need to buy something, and she wasn't short of money, so she didn't hesitate to buy whatever she liked. This, and this one, I don't want them. Wrap up everything else." Su Yuyu could finally go on a shopping spree like in the movies. She bought so much that after swiping her card and leaving an address, she left. The long-faced saleswoman, who had been watching the scene across the street, saw Su Yuyu come out empty-handed and ran to ask the Dior saleswoman, "Didn't that Miss Su buy anything in your store either?" The Dior saleswoman quickly replied, "Miss Su almost emptied the store. Who would have thought she'd spend millions wearing cheap clothes?" The long-faced saleswoman was so angry her nose, which she just had done, was crooked. She even felt like Su Yuyu was targeting her. But what she didn't expect was what happened next. The store manager suddenly frowned and approached her. "This customer came into our store first, did you serve her?" The long-faced saleswoman's eyes darted around as she said, "Manager, we have many high-spending customers coming and going in our mall every day, we don't need her." The manager's voice suddenly rose. "Do you know that she almost bought out this entire floor? She spent over 10 million in such a short time. Which store on this floor doesn't make a million? Except us. This is all you're doing." The LV saleswomen were under pressure to achieve a 3 million sales target every month. Su Yuyu had previously spent 3 million, which could have directly helped the long-faced saleswoman meet her monthly quota. But unfortunately, Su Yuyu returned the goods. The long-faced saleswoman was now biting her lower lip tightly, completely consumed by regret. Su Yuyu didn't care what the saleswoman thought, she wandered aimlessly through the mall. The bargain hunting mission has been activated. Please follow the instructions to the target location. Su Yuyu followed the directions into a Hermes store. She couldn't quite understand what kind of amazing deal she could find, since even a feather duster cost 3,000 yuan. Kneel down and put these shoes on for me. As soon as Su Yu entered, she heard a familiar voice. Looking in the direction of the voice, she unexpectedly saw a familiar face from her past life, Shiniren. The reason she was familiar was because Shiniren was Gu Shuiying's longtime follower, the kind who had been with her since childhood. At Gu Shuiying's mere glance, Shiniren would immediately act. In her past life, Gu Shuiying didn't personally handle the framing of Su Yu, she always went through Shiniren. Even when Gu's brothers investigated Shiniren, they would secretly erase the clues to avoid implicating Gu Shuiying. Shiniren, in her past life, relied on Gu Shuiying and ultimately married one of Gu Shuiying's devoted followers, becoming a wealthy socialite. Are you deaf? I'm making you kneel down and serve me. If I don't buy anything, how will you meet your sales targets? I'm doing this all for your own good, Shiniren said arrogantly. Su Yu saw the person she was harassing. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to be an intern wearing Hermes, but just one glance at their face made Su Yu hold her breath. The person was tall and thin, with a somewhat flustered and haggard appearance. Their head was slightly lowered, their curled eyelashes trembling slightly, their hands hanging at their sides. They looked like a crane weathered by wind and rain, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. Su Yu recognized the intern, Song Jibai, the top male star who had once shone like a meteor in the entertainment industry in his past life, only to ultimately commit suicide by jumping off a building due to severe mental health issues. The system's instructions now fell directly on Song Jibai. Shiniren's humiliation continued. If you don't want to work here anymore, I'll complain to the manager and have you fired. Song Jibai stood there, his lips tightly pressed together, his cold, jade-like face filled with suppressed resentment. Shiniren, on the other hand, wore a malicious smile, seemingly quite satisfied to see Song Jibai's helplessness. Seeing that Song Jibai's eyes were reddening, Su Yu spoke up, "Could you show me this scarf?" Lost in his own thoughts, Song Jibai suddenly heard a clear female voice. Looking up, he saw Su Yu's gentle gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why the girl was helping him out, but he still seized the opportunity and took 2 steps towards Su Yu. "Okay, please wait a moment, sir." Shiniren, who was determined to humiliate Song Jibai, was displeased. After looking Su Yu up and down and seeing her cheap clothes, she said unhappily to Zhang Hong, another saleswoman next to her, "Xiao Zhang, how come just anyone can come into your store?" Zhang Hong was Song Jibai's superior. The news that a big customer had come to the mall today had already spread among the major luxury stores. She had also seen Su Yu's photo in the group chat, so she didn't dare to respond to this. Instead, she said to Shiniren, "Miss Shin, would you like to try on these shoes? Xiao Song is busy, how about I personally serve you?" Zhang Hong half squatted down, intending to help Shiniren put on the shoes. Although Song Jibai was a new intern in the store, the young man was good-looking, and everyone was willing to take care of him. She had wanted to help him out earlier, but hadn't found an opportunity. But Shiniren avoided Zhang Hong's service. "Where's your manager? Your staff abandoned their customers, I'm going to file a complaint." She then looked at Su Yu defiantly, seemingly determined to make things difficult for Song Jibai. Song Jibai's face was full of embarrassment. Su Yu didn't understand what grudge existed between the two, but even without the system task, she had to help them out. She said eloquently, "I've only ever seen people bags, I never thought they'd even a prostitute. If you're so good at snatching, why don't you go eggs from old folks?" Shiniren, who considered herself a socialite, was furious when Su Yu compared her to old folks who loved to take advantage. Her face turned red with anger, and she retorted, "You've got your eye on this pretty boy? Dressed in cheap clothes, trying to look rich, can you even afford a scarf with a month's salary?" Su Yu, now with a full wallet, felt confident enough to argue with Shiniren and asked Song Jibai, "How do you clear the store? I don't like shopping with people who are poor and demanding." Before Song Jibai could speak, Zhang Hong interjected, "The clearance sale is a special offer for VIC customers. Anyone with annual spending exceeding 10 million can become a VIC customer." Su Yu raised an eyebrow. This seemed much easier than she had anticipated. Shiniren, thinking she was scared, said, You want to be a VIC customer? You're bragging like crazy, aren't you afraid of hurting your back?" Su Yu ignored her incessant chatter, directly taking out her card and handing it to Song Jibai. "Go get me the goods, buy 10 million worth." Shiniren stared wide-eyed at Su Yu in disbelief. In her eyes, Su Yu's cheap clothes were no different from a beggar's, yet she confidently claimed she'd have 10 million. Zhang Hong's eyes lit up. She knew Su Yu's wealth, spending tens of millions in half a day, another 10 million was nothing to her. Song Jibai was still a little lost, but Zhang Hong gave him a push and whispered, "A big client is here, what are you doing? Listen to me, hurry up and get the goods." Song Jibai hesitated and glanced at his superior, saying, "She doesn't look wealthy." Zhang Hong thought to herself, "Sure enough, those who aren't ruthless can't make big money." She said, "I received word that this lady is a hidden tycoon. Spending 10 million is as easy for her as spending 1,000. At worst, you can pick out the valuable items to match her order." Song Jibai finally felt relieved. Several clerks worked together and quickly filled out the multi-million-dollar order. The items weren't particularly outrageous. They included furniture, jewelry, clothing, several bags, and even a Birkin bag, not a Himalayan, but still a rare leather that's hard to find. Su Yuyu only glanced at the order slip before readily swiping her card and signing. Upon seeing this, Shiniran's first reaction was, "Didn't you say you didn't have a black and gold Birkin in stock? Why did you give it to her?" Zhang Hong smiled awkwardly and said, "Miss Shin, I'm sorry, this bag just arrived. Miss Su wanted it, so we gave it to her first according to priority." Shiniran said, "I arrived before her, so I should get it first." Zhang Hong shifted the blame, "Miss Shin, Miss Su's accumulated spending is higher than yours. If she doesn't want this bag, we can sell it to you." Hermès is notorious among luxury brands for its purchase-based system. To buy a slightly better bag, you have to purchase at least twice as many other items besides the bag. This has caused numerous incidents in the past, but the rule has never changed. Wealthy people with a passion for bags continue to flock to it, making it a two-way street of exploitation. Shiniran, no longer caring about humiliating Song Jibai, looked at Su Yuyu beside her. Su Yuyu retorted sarcastically, "You've been buying for so long and haven't even spent tens of millions? What are you pretending to be if you don't have the money?" To be honest, Shiniran's spending at Hermes wasn't low either, amounting to several million this year, making her a VIP. But it certainly couldn't compare to Su Yuyu spending 10 million to become a VIP. Shiniran's anger was fleeting. Although her family was wealthy, they had more children than Gujia. Her father was always philanthropic, bringing home all his illegitimate children. Coming home was like entering a children's playground. With more children, her allowance naturally decreased, making it impossible for her to indulge in the carefree shopping sprees of other wealthy heiresses. "Clear the room, I want to take my time choosing," Su Yuyu said. Zhang Hong's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Su Yuyu to continue buying after spending over 10 million. All the saleswomen and sales assistants sprang into action, politely ushering other customers out. Shiniran was naturally among those turned away. She glared resentfully at Su Yuyu, but couldn't bring herself to say anything harsh. In her view, she could humiliate Song Jibai when others didn't know his identity, but she couldn't afford to argue with Su Yuyu, who was clearly also wealthy, because such behavior was undignified. Zhang Hong initially wanted to serve Su Yuyu, but Su Yuyu waved her hand, saying, "I want to talk to him alone." Looking at Song Jibai's devastatingly handsome face, Zhang Hong seemed to understand something, but didn't press the matter. Soon, only Su Yuyu and Song Jibai remained in the VIP room reserved for VIC customers. After experiencing this series of changes, Song Jibai had surprisingly reverted to the panicked and restrained state he had shown at their first meeting, and even now, his eyes were filled with disillusionment as he looked at Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu glanced at him, puzzled, and asked directly, "It's a pity you're staying in a shop like this. Why don't you work for me? I'm willing to offer a higher salary." Song Jibai forced a smile, but moved slightly away from Su Yuyu. "Miss Su, I'm quite content working here, and I don't plan to change jobs for now." Su Yuyu frowned. "How much do you earn here a month?" Thinking of her now full wallet, and looking at Song Jibai's breathtaking face, Su Yuyu realized that in her past life, he had become a top star without any backing. If she were willing to invest now, wouldn't she become famous even faster? Su Yuyu was still fantasizing about the wonderful life of making money effortlessly after investing in a top star, but she didn't expect a flash of hatred to appear in Song Jibai's eyes. "Miss Su, I don't earn much here, but it's all clean money," Song Jibai said coldly. "Su Yuyu, huh? When did her money become dirty?" Seeing the humiliated expression on Song Jibai's handsome face, Su Yuyu suddenly realized that Song Jibai had misunderstood her intention to sexually harass him. "You misunderstood, what I meant was..." Before Su Yuyu could finish speaking, Song Jibai's phone vibrated. He wanted to hang up, but seeing the number on the screen, he answered anyway. "I'll be right there." The anxiety on Song Jibai's face after hanging up was genuine. He glanced at Su Yuyu and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Su, I can't continue serving you." He then went to ask Zhang Hong for leave. Su Yuyu watched helplessly as her big spender slipped away, leaving only a group of sales assistants eagerly serving her. One of the handsome sales assistants even made some suggestive remarks. But Su Yuyu had no interest in paying him any attention. Her mind was completely focused on her. Escaped big spender. She left Zhang Hong to serve her and casually bought over 1 million yuan worth of goods. All these orders would be attributed to Zhang Hong, and the way Zhang Hong looked at Su Yuyu at this moment could drown a person. This time, Su Yuyu was smarter and went straight to the point with Zhang Hong. I'm planning to open an entertainment company and promote artists. I've taken a liking to Song Jibai, but he seems to misunderstand and thinks I have ulterior motives. He seems to be having some difficulties. Can you tell me about it? She could tell that Zhang Hong treated Song Jibai well. Even though she knew that doing so might offend her, a major client, Zhang Hong still approved Song Jibai's leave despite the pressure. Hearing this, Zhang Hong didn't hide anything from Song Jibai anymore. As usual, Su Yuyu left an address for them to deliver the goods to her door, and left the mall empty-handed. She then called her chauffeur, Su Feng. Boss, where are you going this time? Su Yuyu, holding her baby, said her destination, Huaxin Hospital in Shanghai. Su Feng drove steadily, at a moderate pace, and didn't ask many questions after getting in the car. She was a very tactful person. Su Yuyu, sitting in the back, looked at the pendant hanging in front of her with a photo of her 2 children and asked, "You have children?" Su Feng didn't turn around, still focused on the road, and said, 2 daughters, one 5 years old and the other 8. Are they studying in Shanghai? Su Yuyu asked. Boss, the cost of living in Shanghai is too high, so they all stay in their hometowns. Su Yuyu continued to ask, I rarely see female drivers. Is the income high for ride-hailing drivers? Su Feng didn't mind Su Yuyu's curiosity and said, I haven't been in this line of work for long. On good days, I can earn 20,000 yuan a month, and on bad days, I barely make over 10,000. Su Yuyu said, driving must be hard work. What does your husband do? Su Feng hesitated for a moment and said, I was originally staying in my hometown to take care of the children. My husband was driving a ride-hailing car in Shanghai. He died from fatigue driving. I don't have any other skills, so to support the children, I had to take over his car and continue driving. Su Yuyu frowned slightly and asked, then who takes care of your children? I give my mother 3,000 yuan a month. She helps me take care of the 2 children in our hometown. Su Yuyu had gathered almost all the information she wanted to know. She didn't have a driver's license and might need to pick up passengers on many occasions. Having a full-time driver would be much more convenient. If you're willing, you can be my driver from now on, and I'll pay you 30,000 yuan a month. Hearing this, Su Feng's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't dare tremble even slightly as she gripped the steering wheel. Boss, you're not joking, I'll take it seriously. As they spoke, they arrived at Huaxin Hospital, and Su Feng considerately drove into the hospital. Su Yuyu got out of the car and said, I'm not joking. 30,000 yuan a month, plus 3 months' salary as a year-end bonus. Once I start my own company, I'll also pay your social security. Think it over and give me an answer within 3 days. Su Feng didn't hesitate at all and got out of the car. I'm willing. I'll give you an answer right now. Earning 450,000 yuan a year as a driver was a dream come true for Su Feng. After a few more years, she could even buy a small house in Shanghai, and her 2 daughters could get residency there. She even felt guilty for earning so much money just driving. Now, following Su Yuyu around like a bodyguard, she felt completely at ease. Su Yuyu didn't mind having someone with her. The system instructed her to enter Huaxin Hospital as expected. Without needing to ask anyone else, she followed the instructions and soon heard Song Jibai's voice. She stopped, and Su Feng immediately stood behind her. Doctor, isn't medication enough? Is surgery absolutely necessary? Song Jibai's voice was filled with anxiety. Doctor shook his head and said earnestly, Xiao Song, your mother's condition is such that surgery is necessary. She might survive this time, but the next time is uncertain. If surgery is required, currently only Dr. Lu Xingqiao in the country can perform this procedure. His operating room has a long waiting list, so you need to make a decision soon. Song Jibai's voice was muffled. I understand, thank you, doctor. Su Yuyu heard footsteps leave before she turned the corner and appeared before Song Jibai. Song Jibai suddenly saw a figure and hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. When he looked up and saw that it was Su Yuyu, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Miss Su, I've already taken leave. Su Yuyu went straight to the point. I will offer you a high-paying job. I have no other intentions towards you, I just think you're very suitable for this job. As long as you agree, your current predicament will be easily resolved. Song Jibai, however, only felt annoyed. He ignored Su Yuyu and walked straight towards the ICU at the end of the corridor, stopping outside the glass room. Su Yuyu followed him, looking in his direction at the middle-aged woman lying inside, her body covered in tubes and her face deathly pale. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Song Jibai, but lying there, she seemed to radiate a sense of brokenness. You care a lot about your mother, Su Yu said. Without turning his head, Song Jibai said, you're not the first person to say this to me, but my mother is an unyielding person. She'd rather die than have her son sell his integrity to save her life. Su Yu recalled how, after Song Jibai's death in her previous life, outsiders only then learned that he came from a single-parent family and that his mental state had been poor ever since his mother's death. She guessed that his suicide was related to his mother's death. I want to start an entertainment company and hire you as an artist. I think with your face, you can definitely make a lot of money for me. Song Jibai sneered and said, that sounds nice, but who knows what dirty thoughts you're hiding? Su Yu sighed and said, have you experienced a lot of bad things? Is that why you're so wary? Song Jibai pursed his lips, clearly convinced by Su Yu's words. Su Yu didn't try to persuade him further and turned to leave with Su Fong. To the Government Affairs Center, Su Yu said. Su Fong didn't ask any further questions. After arriving at the Government Service Center, Su Yu easily found an agency to handle the registration and obtained a brand new business license in the shortest possible time. Shanghai Yu Entertainment Film and Television Co., Limited. Su Yu then rushed to get an official seal and drafted an agency contract. Song Jibai didn't expect Su Yu to return. Consider the medical expenses alone. Pay me back when you have the money. I've already stamped this contract, you can take a look. Su Yu handed over the contract. Song Jibai took it. The first part of the contract was about medical expenses. Su Yu offered to help pay the medical expenses in exchange for Song Jibai signing a 5-year agency contract, with priority renewal rights upon expiration. What stunned Song Jibai was the bottom line: if Party A forces Party B to provide services, this contract will be terminated unconditionally, and Party B will not need to repay the medical expenses paid by Party A in the early stages. Seeing this, Song Jibai, based solely on this clause, thought he would be willing to sign even if Su Yu offered an exploitative contract. However, he hadn't expected Su Yu's agency contract to be a variable one. If the revenue generated for the company within a year was less than 10 million, the company would take a 70% cut. Between 10 million and 30 million, the company would take a 60% cut. If it exceeded 100 million, the company's cut would be fixed at 30%. To make a star famous, a management company will invest a huge amount of resources. Su Yu's commission rate seems high at first glance, but it's considered a fair price in the industry. After all, many newcomers' contracts are 10/90ths, with the company getting 90% and the artist only getting 10%. Of course, Su Yu won't lose out, because Song Jibai has a natural audience appeal. He can do anything in front of the camera and countless fans will flock to him. Even though Song Jibai is dead in his previous life, his fans still remember him and commemorate him every year. An idol like him is hard to find in the entertainment industry. But right now, Song Jibai, preoccupied with his mother, is clearly unaware of his enormous potential. After a quick glance at the contract, he resolutely signed his name. Happy to work with you, my big star, Su Yu said with a smile. Song Jibai didn't care if he became famous. He only wanted the money to schedule his mother's surgery. The good news was that Su Yu kept her word and transferred 10 million yuan to him on the spot, relieving him of his worries about medical expenses. The bad news was that Lu Xingchao, the only doctor capable of performing this surgery, was extremely difficult to book. Patients across the country, like Song Jibai's mother, were desperately trying to schedule his surgery. The last available slot was booked for at least 6 months, but Song's mother needed surgery within 2 months at the latest. Song Jibai looked at his mother's pale face and paced anxiously. I'll try to think of a way, Su Yu said. Su Yu was counting on Song Jibai to work for her for the rest of her life, so of course she would do everything in her power to save his mother. Congratulations, host, you have completed the picking up a bargain task and received the reward, 3 top-tier tailor-made film and television scripts. Su Yu was overjoyed at the long-awaited reward. It was like a godsend. In her past life, Song Jibai became an internet sensation after a random video of him went viral, catching the eye of a major entertainment company and ultimately debuting through a talent show. His popularity far surpassed other contestants during the show, and within 6 months, he had become a top star. Su Yu, though wealthy, couldn't compete with the well-established entertainment companies, nor did she have the resources for talent shows. Now, her reward simply required inputting Song Jibai's name to instantly generate top-tier scripts perfectly suited to the actor. The system rewarded her with 3 scripts, a short drama script, a television drama script, and a film script. Su Yu first read the short drama script, and even as a layman, she felt its suitability for Song Jibai was ridiculously high. Just then, the person Su Yu had previously contacted replied, "Here's the script, Filming starts in 3 days and will be completed within a month. I've hired a mentor for you, and you'll receive intensive training these next few days. Su Yuyu handed the script to Song Jibai outside the hospital room. After receiving it, Song Jibai didn't rush to read the script but instead inquired about the doctor. Dr. Lu Xingchao's surgery appointment is unavailable. Su Yuyu shook her head. The light in Song Jibai's eyes gradually dimmed. But Su Yuyu continued, this surgery isn't only for him. But I've asked many people, and they all say that only he can perform it in China, Song Jibai said. He's the only one in China, but there are other doctors abroad, Su Yuyu said. Song Jibai's eyes instantly lit up like stars. He realized he had been blinded by a single leaf, completely overlooking this point. Su Yuyu had spent a fortune hiring top medical intermediaries to obtain this information. I've already booked your mother with a top medical team abroad. The surgery is at the end of next month. You and your mother must get your passports and visas as soon as possible. Visas are difficult to obtain, so try to sound pitiful to the interviewer. That will make it easier to get one, Su Yuyu said. Song Jibai nodded vigorously. He gripped the script in his hand tightly. I have never acted before, but I'll learn diligently. Su Yuyu nodded casually. The scavenging mission has been activated. Please follow the instructions to the target location. Although the handsome man before her was breathtakingly beautiful, Su Yuyu was more concerned with money. After a casual greeting to Song Jibai, she hurriedly left with Su Feng. Host, you should also get a passport, you might need it in the future. Su Yuyu's mind raced. The system rarely provided her with useless information, so she replied earnestly, okay, don't worry, I'll remember that. Su Feng was now Su Yuyu's personal driver. She felt like she was back in the last situation, driving aimlessly through the city and ending up buying a bunch of magazines in a back alley. This time, however, after driving for half a day, they didn't go into the alley but instead entered the university town. Su Feng stopped the car and immediately followed behind Su Yuyu, acting as her assistant. It was Monday, and during class time, so the streets of the university town weren't crowded. Following the system's instructions, Su Yuyu entered a small, unassuming restaurant. The restaurant was empty, the tables were filthy, and the floor was black, clearly having not been cleaned in a long time. A young man in his early 20s sat with his back to Su Yuyu, his gaze fixed on the television hanging above him even though he knew a customer had entered. Breakfast sold out, lunch isn't ready yet, we don't accept students working part-time, the man said without turning his head. Su Yuyu looked up at the television screen. It was playing an old movie, Cinema Paradiso. Su Yuyu also noticed the business license and food business permit hanging in the shop, indicating that the person in charge was named Ouyang Ouyang. This name, almost like a joke, was unforgettable. Su Yuyu finally understood why the system's lucky draw pointer had pointed to him. In her previous life, Ouyang Ouyang was unknown until the age of 25, just a small eatery owner with terrible cooking skills. After 25, he unexpectedly became famous for his short videos, received investment, and gradually transitioned into film and television directing. A director without any formal training had achieved unprecedented success through self-study. In his past life, Su Yuyu's second brother, Gu Shuangbai, was a popular actor for several years. It was thanks to Ouyang Ouyang's work that he turned his fortunes around despite everyone's skepticism, eventually transforming into a respected actor. At this moment, Ouyang Ouyang was completely absorbed in the movie. He didn't even notice that Su Yuyu hadn't left. An hour later, when the movie ended, he reluctantly turned off the TV, a thoughtful expression on his face. He started scribbling on a piece of paper until his phone alarm went off. Time to start preparing the food again, Ouyang Ouyang muttered. He turned around and was startled to see Su Yuyu sitting not far behind him. Perhaps out of concern for his livelihood, Ouyang Ouyang patiently asked, "What would the guests like to eat?" Su Yuyu shook her head and said, "I didn't come to see you for food." Ouyang Ouyang was surprised. "You come to a restaurant not to eat? Then what is it for? It can't be for me, can it?" Su Yuyu nodded. Ouyang Ouyang instantly became alert. He was quite self-aware. He was of average appearance, while Su Yuyu was exceptionally beautiful. He simply couldn't believe that Su Yuyu had taken a liking to him. More than a windfall, he felt this was a scam. "I own a shop, but I don't have any money," Ouyang Ouyang said. Su Yuyu didn't beat around the bush and said, "I'd like to ask you to help me make a short film." Ouyang Ouyang's heart skipped a beat. Although he harbored a dream of becoming a director, he had never told anyone for various reasons. He didn't know how Su Yuyu had found out about it. His first reaction was anger. He felt he had been played by Su Yuyu. "A chef as a director? I don't have time for your jokes." Ouyang Ouyang's face flushed crimson, his expression a mixture of shame and anger at having his secret exposed. Su Yuyu stared directly at him. You opened a shop near the Shanghai Film Academy, constantly auditing their open classes, and secretly studying film knowledge in private. What, is your dream something shameful? Ouyang clenched his fists. He never thought his dream was shameful, the truly shameful one was him. A junior high school graduate, without formal training, he had worked the lowest paying jobs, saving up for years to barely afford this shop, which was about to go bankrupt due to poor management. For someone from the bottom of society like him to secretly harbor a director's dream was truly laughable. Su Yuyu slowly took out a script and placed it on the table. If you want to remain ashamed forever, then consider me a mistake, Su Yuyu said, getting up to leave. Ouyang, finding courage from somewhere, said, I'll give it a try. Su Yuyu sat down again and pushed the script towards him. Ouyang resisted the urge to read the script and instead asked Su Yuyu, how did you find out about me? Su Yuyu remained calm and replied, your every move has been observed by someone with ulterior motives. You don't believe in yourself, but someone wants to give you a chance. Ouyang's heart skipped a beat, and several faces flashed through his mind. They were all film school teachers. After auditing their classes, he would pretend to be a college student and ask them questions. Could it be that they recommended him to Su Yuyu? His heart suddenly felt like it was stuffed with a damp cotton ball. I want to shoot a short drama. The pacing needs to be fast, vertical screen, and each episode should be under 10 minutes, Su Yuyu stated her requirements. Ouyang thought of the short videos that had gone viral online in the past 2 years and said, I'm afraid the mainstream won't accept that. Su Yuyu glanced at him and said, why do I need the mainstream to accept me? I want to make money. Ouyang dreamed of becoming a director. Of course, he had his own ambitions. Su Yuyu also offered him a rosy picture, saying, if you perform well, we'll film a TV series next, and then a movie. Ouyang didn't have a better option at the moment, and he agreed without even asking about the salary. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him, as he doubted anyone else would offer him such a job. I'll close the shop now and have a meeting with the other crew members, Ouyang volunteered. Su Yuyu said, right now, it's just you and the male lead in the crew. If you have someone you trust, you can have them interviewed now. Ouyang thought to himself that this was too hasty, but he quickly thought of someone. I know a few college students who can be the cinematographer and producer, and I also have someone in mind for the production assistant. Ouyang had audited classes at the Film Academy for 3 years and had made many good friends there. Su Yuyu nodded and said, you can make the arrangements and come up with an equipment list as soon as possible so I can arrange for someone to purchase it. Ouyang was taken aback. Our company doesn't even have any equipment? We've only been registered for 3 days, and we haven't even rented an office yet, Su Yuyu said with a nonchalant air. Ouyang. If he hadn't been holding the script, he would have suspected he'd stumbled into some kind of pyramid scheme. While he was contacting people, Su Yuyu handed over a simple employment agreement. Sign it like this for now, Su Yuyu said, handing it over. The first thing Ouyang saw was the director's salary, 100,000 yuan. Short dramas usually finish filming within 10 days, and new directors are always paid dirt cheaply. Some even get 10,000 yuan for 80 episodes. 100,000 yuan might not even be enough for Su Yuyu to buy a handbag, but it was different for Ouyang. He knew the market rate, and his gaze towards Su Yuyu was like that of a living Buddha. Su Yuyu didn't linger, saying, assemble the team within 3 days, the sooner the better. After she left, Ouyang immediately hung a closed sign outside the shop and picked up the script to study it carefully. The more he read, the more he thought the script was brilliant. It had almost all the elements of a short drama. If the production was well done, it would definitely be a hit. Several male college students pushed open the door and came in. Yifan asked, Ouyang, are you serious? A film crew asked me to be their cameraman? You'd better really hook up with a tycoon, otherwise who would give us money to practice on? Chang Shirlei nodded repeatedly. Ouyang handed them the employment contract. Don't say I didn't think of you guys. A rich woman came to the shop, dressed in gold and silver, with a driver by her side, clearly not short of money. Let's shoot a short drama together, and pull off a big one. The men took the contract and looked at it again and again, their eyes gleaming. Ouyang, you really hooked up with a real rich woman. Our fortunes depend on you, they teased. Although Ouyang always thought of his own people, he was clearly sensible. After getting Su Yuyu's consent, he set a salary for his men, and after signing the contract, he let them see the script. Su Yuyu originally wanted to stay and meet the cameraman, but the system displayed 2 notifications in succession. Congratulations, host, you have completed the picking up a bargain task and received the reward, a complete set of short drama shooting equipment. Su Yuyu's eyes lit up. A system-generated product was guaranteed to be top-notch. saving her the trouble of sourcing anything. Another notification appeared, indicating a new bargain hunting task had been assigned. Su Yuyu sat in the passenger seat of Su Feng's car, directing her to navigate the winding city streets. Finally, they stopped at a place where cars couldn't go any further, an antique street. Wait outside. When you have time, look at the car models. The higher the safety rating, the better. I can't keep using your car, Su Yuyu instructed Su Feng. She was still using Su Feng's car. There was no reason for her to hire a driver and then have Su Feng drive herself. As soon as Su Yuyu entered the antique street, she immediately attracted the attention of the stall owners. Young and unfamiliar. Such a face was almost synonymous with easy to fool. The stall owners, with their sharp eyes, noticed Su Yuyu's designer clothes and the expensive bag she was carrying. Young lady, what are you looking to buy here? Everything on my stall is guaranteed authentic. You can buy it and keep it as a family heirloom, the triangularite stall owner said with a smile. But this was immediately retorted by the horse-faced stall owner beside her. Everything is guaranteed authentic? Are you trying to fool a fool? Little girl, ignore him and come to my stall. Yesterday, a young man bought a yuan Shirkai silver dollar from me and made 50,000 yuan in profit. Seeing the two of them actually bickering, Su Yuyu genuinely believed they were both just trying to scam people. People with real good stuff don't worry about not being able to sell. Although they were indeed trying to fool people, Su Yuyu still went to the triangularite stall and pretended to examine a cricket jar. Little girl, you have a good eye. You spotted the shop's prized possession at a glance. This cricket jar was used by the 15th prince of the Qing dynasty, the triangularite man said. Su Yuyu glanced at him and said, the prince's mansion of the Qing dynasty, the 15th prince, he's probably the same age as me, isn't he? The man with the triangular eyes smiled awkwardly and said, oh dear, I've met an expert. Su Yuyu casually picked up a bowl-shaped cup from a nearby stall. It was about the size of a wine cup and didn't look like an antique at all, mainly because it was so new. This cup is quite beautiful, how much? Su Yuyu asked. The man with the triangular eyes immediately became smug and said, Miss, you've picked out the treasure of my stall. This is the famous Changhua Dotsai cup, which sold for 280 million at auction last time. I'll take a loss and sell it to you for 1 million. Su Yuyu looked at him with a half-smile. The man with the triangular yes awkwardly touched his nose and said, of course, if you like it, I'll take a loss and sell it to you for 100 yuan, just to make friends. Su Yuyu took out her phone, opened an orange app, took a picture of the Dotsai cup, and a link popped up. The exact same cup was only selling for 30 yuan online. The man with the triangular eyes lowered his voice and said, beautiful lady, if you really want it, I'll sell it to you 40 yuan. I have to make a few yuan, and you'll save time waiting for the delivery, right? Su Yuyu nodded indifferently and bought the Dotsai cup. The system notification was still pointing to the stall, now pointing to the empty space after the Dotsai cup was sold. Su Yuyu glanced at it. Under the empty space was a newspaper from last week, which didn't look valuable. The system's notification kept flashing, and the flashing speed became more and more rapid. Su Yuyu had dealt with the system many times, and she could vaguely perceive some patterns. The reason for this was probably that she arrived too quickly. The opportunity to snag a bargain hadn't arrived yet. She continued to browse aimlessly at the triangular-eyed man's stall, buying anything she found attractive. The triangular-eyed man was overjoyed. Although Su Yuyu had a sharp eye and had bought a bunch of fakes at low prices, he could still make a small profit. At least he'd made some business, better than nothing. Beautiful lady, I see you're an expert. I actually have a treasure hidden at home that I wouldn't sell to anyone else. It's rare to find someone I click with, the triangular-eyed man said. Su Yuyu raised her eyes, glanced at him casually, and said, oh, I'm not interested. The triangular-eyed man's plan to rip off a wealthy customer had failed once again. He glanced dejectedly at the bag Su Yuyu had casually tossed aside. He was in the antique business, and the most important thing was having a discerning eye. He could tell at a glance that the bag Su Yuyu was carrying was valuable, but unfortunately, he couldn't make money off such a wealthy woman. As the two were talking, they suddenly smelled a pungent odor of smoke. A young man in his early 20s with blonde hair approached, mysteriously pulling something out of his pocket. Boss, I have something good to sell you. The man with triangular eyes didn't take it seriously. Su Yuyu, however, stared intently at the blonde-haired man. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression strangely excited, and he reeked of smoke. He looked completely abnormal. The system's pointer was now focused on the blonde-haired man, or more precisely, on the item he had pulled out. The man with triangular eyes took the item, glanced at it, and then sneered. I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it's just a fake Dotsai cup. Kid, did you lose your mind gambling and now you're trying to scam me? the man with triangular eyes said unhappily. The blonde-haired man insisted, "This is a real treasure, it's worth a lot of money." The man with triangular eyes said to Su Yu, "Beautiful lady, look, this is exactly the same as the one you bought." Su Yu glanced at it, her heart churning, but she feigned nonchalance. "Good things come in pairs. I bought the first one for 40 yuan, so sell this one to me too." Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired boy shook his head vigorously, his eyes darting around. "No way. This is my family heirloom. It has to sell for at least 40,000. Su Yu and the triangular-eyed boy laughed together. The triangular-eyed boy hadn't even examined the treasure closely, instead saying, "You little brat, do you think I don't know what treasures your family has? Your gambling-addicted father has already gambled away the family fortune. Besides, your family has been poor for 3 generations, where would you get such a treasure?" The blonde-haired boy stubbornly insisted, "This is different, I dug it up from underground." "Where did you dig it up? You actually dared to rob a tomb? You usually only dare to do petty theft, but now you dare to go for something big?" The triangular-eyed boy's face was full of disdain. The blonde-haired boy, his thoughts exposed, insisted, "This is a treasure." After all, he had gone to great lengths to steal it, and the person who had stolen it had carefully hidden it. He instinctively felt it was valuable. The man with the triangular eyes said impatiently, "If you think it's valuable, then take it to Boguzai and see if the big boss there will buy it." Boguzai was the largest antique shop on the antique street, and it did indeed have many genuine treasures, though the prices were also very high. The blonde-haired boy certainly didn't dare go to such a high-class place, otherwise he wouldn't have come to the man with the triangular eyes. The man with the triangular eyes continued, "Kid, if I hadn't watched you grow up, I wouldn't have pointed you in this direction. You might get 40 yuan selling it to this pretty girl, but if you try to sell it to someone else, they might not even be willing to give you 10 yuan. The blonde-haired boy hadn't made up his mind yet. Su Yu casually took out the replica Dotsai cup she had just bought. The blonde-haired boy glanced at it. At first glance, it was almost identical to his own. Su Yu said again, "Forget it, since he doesn't want to sell, I'm too lazy to buy it. I was hoping for a pair." Since arriving at the stall with the triangular-eyed man, Su Yu had acted like a shrewd and wealthy person. She bought things as she pleased, and now that she wanted to buy a pair, the triangular-eyed man didn't suspect a thing. Seeing that the only customer was about to leave, the blonde-haired man couldn't resist. "Okay, I'll sell it to you, but 40 won't do, it has to be 100. Su Yu glanced at him sideways and said, "I'm rich, not stupid. I was thinking that meeting was fate. If you really want to play this game, I'll just buy another one from Taobao." She looked at the triangular-eyed man with genuine suspicion. "You two aren't deliberately setting up a scheme just to earn a few dozen yuan from me?" Hearing this, the triangular-eyed man immediately cried out in injustice, "Beautiful lady, if I had that ability, couldn't I scam people for thousands or tens of thousands? Why go through all this trouble just to earn a few dozen yuan? I'm exhausted." The blonde-haired man was helpless, he was indeed short of money. He said helplessly, 40 it is, I guess I'm just unlucky." Hearing what the blonde-haired guy said, Su Yu's heart immediately calmed down. She didn't know how he had gotten the Dotsai cup, but no matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem to come from a particularly legitimate source. Ding, 40 yuan received via WeChat. With that sound, the blonde-haired guy confirmed the money had arrived, then left dejectedly, muttering things like, "What bad luck, next time I'll be more careful." Su Yu casually put both Dotsai cups into her bag, feigning boredom, and then got up to leave. Seeing his VIP customer about to leave, the man with the triangular eyes became anxious. "Beautiful lady, take a look at other things, I have quite a few good items here." Su Yu shook her head and said, "I can't take any more, I'll come back next time." She left with slightly hurried steps. The man with the triangular eyes looked at her retreating figure with suspicion. Why did she run off in such a hurry? Anyone who didn't know better would think she'd found some amazing bargain. The shop owner at the next stall said, "Maybe she really did find some treasure at your stall, and she's afraid you'll realize it." Upon hearing this, both of them laughed. After all, although they had stalls on the antique street, they all shared a consensus. Their stalls didn't actually have any antiques. The treasures on their stalls were almost all modern products, practically worthless. They'd only fool anyone they could get their hands on. After Su Yu got back to the car, she immediately urged Su Fong to drive away. Although Su Fong found Su Yu's actions as if someone was chasing her strange, she remained silent to avoid upsetting her boss. The car smoothly returned to the main road. Su Yu glanced back to make sure no one was following her before she breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, are we going back to Thompson Riviera now?" Su Fong asked. Su Yu had just agreed when her phone vibrated. It was a message from Ouyang. informing her that the team was assembled and filming could begin tomorrow if she was in a hurry. Su Yuyu figured no photographer wouldn't be familiar with her equipment, so she told Su Fong, after we get back to Thompson Riviera, deliver some things to the university town, then you can go home. Su Fong's eyes lit up. She found working alongside Su Yuyu incredibly comfortable. Before, as a rideshare driver, she sometimes had to drive nonstop all day to earn money. Although Su Yuyu was a bit eccentric, she wasn't meddlesome. Sometimes Su Fong wouldn't even need to work a day, and if she did need to drive, she wouldn't be made to drive all day, making it much easier than before. Thank you, boss, Su Fong said. Su Yuyu waited until they returned to Thompson Riviera before taking out the filming equipment rewarded by the system. The equipment was packed in several large cardboard boxes, and Su Fong had to carry them several times before finally loading them into the car. Once she was alone in the house, Su Yuyu took out the 2 Dotsi cups from her bag. These 2 cups look very similar. At first glance, they even seem identical. However, upon closer inspection, the differences become apparent. The cup with the little blonde hair has a smooth and glossy surface, and the rocks, peonies, and chicks painted on its body are all elegant and charming, with the chicks appearing particularly lively. In contrast, the design on the cup that the man with the triangular eyes sold to Su Yuyu seemed particularly dull. Su Yuyu turned on her computer and began searching for Dotsi cup. She quickly found the valuable Dotsi cup that the man with the triangular eyes had mentioned, which sold for a staggering 280 million at an auction in 2015. Looking at the photo of the cup, identical to the one in her hand, Su Yuyu's breathing quickened. Congratulations, host, you have completed the bargain hunting task and received a reward, 1 auction invitation. Su Yuyu saw this reward and a question mark slowly appeared above her head. She had clearly completed the task, so why was the reward not giving her money, but making her spend it? Su Yuyu felt she shouldn't be too rigid in her thinking. After receiving the auction invitation, she carefully examined the organizer. It was an auction held by a top-tier auction house, and after having someone check, she realized that anyone who received this invitation must be of considerable status in Shanghai. She then looked at the Dotsi cup beside her. The last time a Dotsi cup fetched a sky-high price was at an auction. She always believed that the system wouldn't do things without a reason, and she felt there must be some connection between the two. Su Yuyu quickly found a private number on the invitation and dialed it. The person on the other end seemed to be a middle-aged man with a very pleasant voice, who asked gently, "Dear madam, how can I help you?" Su Yuyu said, "I have a private collection item to auction." The other party politely asked for the invitation number. After Su Yuyu answered, she clearly felt that the other party's attitude became even more respectful. "Okay, a team of experts will come to assess the value of your collection at 10 a.m. tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Su Yuyu suddenly felt a little relieved. Although she had acquired such a priceless treasure, she didn't have much experience dealing with antiques and was afraid of becoming like that young punk who unknowingly sold it at a low price. Unbeknownst to her, the auction house manager was also very excited. "Is it a lady?" "Really?" the manager asked the middle-aged man who had answered the phone earlier. The man nodded. "She sounds very young." The auction house manager said, "No matter how young she is, we can't be negligent in her case." "Is the expert team arranged for tomorrow? We must invite the top team, understand?" "Don't worry, we know what we're doing." The middle-aged man's eyes were full of excitement as he said this. The next morning, around 9 a.m., Su Yuyu received a call saying that the expert team had arrived at Thompson Riviera. After Su Yuyu unlocked the door, the team quickly entered. Before her, a group of appraisal experts examined the Dotsi cup for a long time before exchanging glances. "It is indeed a Changhua Dotsi cup. This will definitely be the highlight of this auction," one expert exclaimed excitedly. At the same time, Su Yuyu received a certificate stamped with the appraisal agency's seal, and the auction house signed an auction consignment agreement with her on the spot. The starting price for this Dotsi cup was 200 million yuan. After all, a Dotsi cup of similar quality could fetch 280 million yuan 9 years ago, and its value had only increased after a long period of inflation. Su Yuyu noticed that the auction house's commission rate on the consignment agreement was 5%. She had checked the auction house's commission rates beforehand. Because national regulations stipulate a cap on auction commissions, a maximum of 5%, this top auction house unsurprisingly charged the maximum. "Is this number a mistake?" Su Yuyu asked. A middle-aged man in a black suit said respectfully, "Miss Su, rest assured, this number is correct, because you are indeed our auction house's most distinguished guest." Su Yuyu looked at him with suspicion. She recognized him as the person she had spoken to earlier. "I've never dealt with you before," Su Yuyu said. The middle-aged man explained, all the invitations we send out for our auction have a number. Those who receive this invitation are our most distinguished guests and will enjoy the lowest commission rate. Su Yuyu glanced down at her invitation. The number was 000. Normally, these numbers start from 1, so this number seemed a bit strange. However, upon reflection, since her invitation was issued by the system, it wasn't surprising that it was a little unusual. Okay, I understand, Su Yuyu said. Even though Su Yuyu acted like an ordinary girl, the middle-aged man never showed the slightest disdain. On the contrary, he remained exceptionally respectful. When the team left, they skillfully used a small safe to take the Dotsai Cup away. Although Su Yuyu found the little chicks on the Dotsai Cup quite cute, she wouldn't give up hundreds of millions for a cup she liked. Soon, news of the Changhua Dotsai Cup reappearing at auction caused a stir among Shanghai's wealthy circles, and invitations to the auction became incredibly difficult to obtain. Not only Shanghai's tycoons wanted to see the Dotsai Cup, but also those from the capital and Hong Kong, and even wealthy individuals from abroad wanted to acquire it. Su Yuyu, however, was now focusing all her energy on the short drama she was filming. Song Jibai was a very trustworthy person. He had promised Su Yuyu he would film it well, and he kept his word. Before filming began, the crew held a meeting. Ouyang had initially worried that the male lead wouldn't fit the script, but the moment she saw Song Jibai, all her worries vanished. Boss, where did you find this actor? He's practically ripped from the script. There's no one more suitable. Ouyang exclaimed excitedly. The focus of this short drama isn't the female lead, but the male lead, a broken, pitiful male lead who evokes sympathy. That's basically half the battle won. Su Yuyu's lips curled into a smile. This script was tailor-made for Song Jibai, so there's no one more suitable in the world. The actress who was about to play the female lead, whose originally pretty face paled in comparison to Song Jibai's captivating features, seemed rather ordinary. Let's hurry up and film, aiming for it to be online next month, Su Yuyu said. Short dramas are quick to film and even faster to release. Short dramas are still in their early stages, and the review process is fast and lenient. If filming goes smoothly this month, it's indeed possible to release it on video websites next month. Ouyang rubbed his hands, his face full of excitement. He could hardly believe his first work was about to be released so quickly. The entire filming process went exceptionally smoothly from the start. Although the entire team was made up of newcomers, everyone was determined to make a good production. 2 weeks later, the short drama was successfully filmed, and Ouyang immediately led her team into the intense editing work. Su Yuyu, now dressed in a haute couture gown, got into her new car with Su Feng's help, a custom-made bulletproof Rolls-Royce Phantom. Su Yuyu hadn't originally planned to get the car so quickly, but the original owner's business went bankrupt and he couldn't afford it, allowing her to snag a bargain without any systematic guidance. Su Feng drove as steadily as ever, the smooth ride making Su Yuyu feel comfortable even reading in the car. Although Su Feng was a female driver, she wasn't dressed casually as usual, but had specially changed into a black suit. Sister Su, you really didn't need to change, Su Yuyu said. Su Feng replied, Boss, today's auction is attended by celebrities from all walks of life. I can't let you be outshone by others. Hearing this, Su Yuyu smiled. She finally understood why there were so many bookworms in the workplace, because the boss liked them. She was very satisfied with Su Feng's thoughtful attitude. After an hour's drive, the car stopped. Su Feng said, Boss, we've arrived, and immediately got out, went around to the back door, opened it, and bent down to let Su Yuyu out. Looking at Su Feng's serious demeanor, Su Yuyu almost thought this was some kind of young lady arrives drama. The auction was being held at a luxurious estate. Her car immediately attracted the attention of the group still exchanging pleasantries at the entrance. In Shanghai, a Rolls-Royce Phantom wasn't exactly a rare sight, but hers was clearly different. Soon, sharp-eyed observers recognized it as bulletproof, with a near top-of-the-line safety rating. Frankly, China is arguably the safest country in the world, bar none. In this country with its strict gun control, most people wouldn't buy a bulletproof car. The fact that this car was here clearly indicated the owner was wealthy. Under everyone's gaze, a delicate, snow-white hand emerged from the open car door. Then, Su Yuyu's face appeared before them. She was already exceptionally beautiful, and after taking whitening pills, her slightly dark complexion had improved, making up for any remaining flaws. The group at the auction entrance exchanged glances, their eyes filled with unfamiliarity. Whose young lady is this? I've never seen her before, Shen Yifan said, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Su Yuyu. His female companion laughed and said, Who knows if she's a rich heiress or some tycoon's kept canary? Shen Yifan glanced at her and said, Your outfit is really awful, you don't deserve to come in with me. His companion's face flushed red. She was wearing a light pink designer gown, and just moments before, Shen Yifan had complimented her on how beautiful she looked. She immediately realized her mistake and tried to say something. Shen Yifan's eyes, however, were icy cold. Whether she's a rich heiress or a kept canary, at least the people behind her gave her a separate invitation. She doesn't need to rely on others' invitations, so she's not someone you can just gossip about. His companion turned pale. Heaven knows how much effort she had put into getting into this auction. Because of the auction house's advertising, the auction had attracted almost all of the country's top billionaires. If she had put in a little effort, she might have found an even richer patron. Now, all of that was ruined. She wanted to resent Shen Yifan, but she didn't dare. She could only secretly glare at Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu didn't care about such trivial details. She led Su Fong to the entrance, where Su Fong showed her the invitation. "Distinguished guest, this is your seat number." The staff member in charge of distributing the seats held up a small gold card with both hands. Su Yuyu took the card, glanced at the seat number, and raised an eyebrow. "First row, right in the middle, presumably the best view." To Su Yuyu's slight surprise, the gold card was made of pure gold and seemed to weigh several grams. Su Yuyu couldn't help but marvel at the auction house's wealth. Although the card was distributed, a staff member still guided Su Yuyu to her seat. As for Su Fong, she was attending the auction as Su Yuyu's companion. She could have sat with Su Yuyu, but she requested to sit in the back row. Su Yuyu nodded casually. However, before she even reached her seat, a young man suddenly appeared beside her. He was decent looking, but his expression and actions were overly greasy, making Su Yuyu feel disgusted. "Hello, my name is Shen Yifan, and my father is Shen Feng." Shen Yifan approached Su Yuyu, flashing what he thought was a handsome smile. Su Yuyu nearly vomited from disgust at his behavior. Shen Yifan was Shen Yiren's half-brother, and in his past life, he had tried to seduce Su Yuyu. She had ignored him then and wouldn't care now. Undeterred by her indifference, Shen Yifan relentlessly pursued her. "I've seen many beautiful ladies, but your beauty is truly striking. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Shen Yifan asked. Su Yuyu felt like a fly was buzzing incessantly in her ear, and quickened her pace. But as she sped up, the fly sped up too. Although Shen Yifan didn't know Su Yuyu's true identity, he still wanted to take a gamble. If Su Yuyu was indeed the daughter of some rarely seen powerful figure, then he had won the bet. The Shen family has many children, so the competition is fierce. If he could find a good marriage, even if he lost the inheritance battle later, he could still maintain his wealthy lifestyle with his wife's dowry. "Is this your first time attending this auction?" "I've been here several times, always representing my father." "You should have heard of my father, he's quite famous in Shanghai." Su Yuyu's fist hardened. She wished she could punch him in the mouth to stop his buzzing. "What's your relationship?" Someone interrupted Shen Yifan's entanglement. Su Yuyu glanced sideways. It was Gu Fengchuan. She recalled that the last time she saw this older brother of hers was about 20 days ago. "How did you end up entangled with Shen Yifan?" Gu Fengchuan frowned, staring at Su Yuyu as if questioning why she didn't know how to be chaste. Looking at him like this, Su Yuyu felt as if she had returned to her past life. Yes, Shen Yifan is a notorious in the industry, known for his womanizing ways. Getting close to him will naturally not bring you any good reputation. But Gu Fengchuan didn't even ask a question, and just like in his previous life, he directly condemned Su Yuyu. And a voice that Su Yuyu hated even more rang out behind Gu Fengchuan. "Big brother, although sister is walking with Shen Yifan, they may not have anything going on. It's definitely just an invitation, not the kind of relationship that others are thinking. Don't misunderstand sister." Su Yuyu couldn't help but turn around, looking in the direction of the voice. It was Gu Shuiying. She looked a little younger than the person Su Yuyu remembered, and even her methods seemed much more naive. Su Yuyu almost exhausted all her strength, her fingers nearly drawing blood from her palms, before she managed to restrain herself from rushing towards Gu Shuiying's face and biting off a piece of flesh. "Big brother, did Shuiying say something wrong?" "Sister's eyes look so scary," Gu Shuiying said weakly. The moment she said that, Su Yuyu immediately concealed the hatred in her eyes. Gu Fengchuan turned around and saw only a calm Su Yuyu. He felt strange, but still patted Gu Shuiying's hand and said, "It's okay, Mom and Dad said you're a daughter of the Gu family, so you don't need to be afraid of anything." Hearing this, Su Yuyu felt nauseous, feeling that she really didn't need to waste her life with these people. She turned to continue walking inside. But the brother and sister blocked her way again. "Where have you been all these days? Your landlord won't say where you moved to, and I sent people to investigate but couldn't find you." Gu Fengchuan said this with a hint of wariness, as if afraid Su Yuyu would hit someone again. Su Yuyu glanced at him. Where else could I have gone? Of course, I was hiding from you. Gu Fengchuan looked around and said, your mom and dad miss you very much. Don't be willful. Why should a girl like you suffer so much out there? There are people at home who will take care of you. Su Yuyu couldn't help but roll her eyes at this. The Gu family's care was really too good. At most, she would lack money outside, but back at the Gu family, even her life wouldn't be enough for these people to torment. I'm doing very well outside, don't bother me. Su Yuyu said. Gu Fengchuan, I don't believe it. Children born in orphanages, even though they went to university, have such a bad job market now. This argument had already attracted the attention of others. They were already very curious about Su Yuyu's background, and upon hearing the words orphanage, they couldn't help but look at her strangely. Su Yuyu stopped in her tracks. Gu Fengchuan had always said things that might embarrass her. But in her past life, Gu Fengchuan had never told any outsiders that Gu Shuiying wasn't the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Even when Gu Shuiying occasionally had a pimple, he would carefully protect her reputation. Su Yuyu sighed inwardly. It turned out that from the beginning, Gu Fengchuan had treated her like dirt, easily trampled upon. I'm from an orphanage, so why are you clinging to me? What's our relationship? Su Yuyu raised her voice slightly. What's our relationship? You're from my Gu family. Before Gu Fengchuan could finish speaking, Gu Shuiying suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Brother, my head hurts a little, Gu Shuiying said. Gu Fengchuan immediately focused all his attention on his fake sister, Gu Shuiying. Shuiying, are you in a lot of pain? Gu Fengchuan considerately helped his fake sister sit down and asked the staff to get some warm water. After settling Gu Shuiying in, Gu Fengchuan turned around to talk to Su Yuyu, but she had already disappeared, seemingly having entered the auction hall. Big brother, I'm so scared. What if people find out I'm not the Gu family's biological daughter? Will they laugh at me? Gu Shuiying said softly. Gu Fengchuan quickly patted her hand and said, don't worry, you'll always be the Gu family's eldest daughter. No one outside will know about this. At worst, we can tell people you're twins, and that Su Yuyu got lost when she was little and was only found now. Hearing this, Gu Shuiying's eyes darkened, and she said, Big brother, I don't look like her at all. Will people suspect me? I always feel like now that she's back, you don't seem to care about me anymore. Gu Fengchuan couldn't bear to see his sister's aggrieved look. Thinking of how Gu Shuiying had always been pampered by the Gu family since she was little, and now she seemed so insecure, he felt even more heartbroken. Don't worry, you'll always be your brother's most important little sister. Gu Shuiying lowered her head. But I don't look like you, brother. Gu Fengchuan quickly said, no, we look exactly alike. You can tell we're siblings at a glance when we go out. As Gu Fengchuan said this, a slight discomfort flashed through his heart for some reason, but he quickly suppressed it. I wish I were mom and dad's biological daughter. It's just a pity that I'll only be an adopted daughter from now on. I really want to switch places with Su Yuyu. I really love mom, dad, and my brother so much, Gu Shuiying said. Upon hearing this, Gu Fengchuan immediately said, you are the Gu family's biological daughter. At worst, we can tell others that Su Yuyu is an adopted daughter. She doesn't understand the rules of high society, and she's rude and prone to hitting people. We'll consider whether to acknowledge her or not once she's behaved. Gu Shuiying hadn't expected Gu Fengchuan to pick up on her suggestion so easily. She suppressed her joy and said, is that really okay? I'm afraid my sister will be heartbroken. With her heartless attitude, does she look like she'd be heartbroken? She hasn't even bothered to let us know she's safe for so many days. All she does is fool around outside all day. Gu Fengchuan's face was full of anger as he brought it up. Gu Shuiying feigned concern, saying, my sister is prettier than me, no wonder she had connections to get the invitation. Gu Fengchuan's expression darkened further. She's a poor girl from an orphanage, who knows how she got in? Who knows if she used underhanded methods? Gu Fengchuan's resolve hardened. He couldn't let his parents immediately acknowledge this daughter. What if she was involved with another man? It would bring shame to the Gu family. Gu Shuiying, having hinted enough, stood up and said, brother, I rested for a while, and my headache is gone. Let's go in quickly. Seeing his sister's improved complexion, Gu Fengchuan breathed a sigh of relief and led her into the auction hall. Perhaps thinking that Su Yuyu could only be the Gu family's adopted daughter, Gu Shuiying's mood improved, and she couldn't help but say, I wonder if Mr. Lu came this time. Gu Fengchuan said with a hint of jealousy, you're only thinking about Mr. Lu. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have brought you. Gu Shuiying immediately coaxed him, big brother, you know that Mr. Lu helped me before. I just wanted to apologize to him in person, that's all. Gu Fengchuan couldn't possibly be angry with Gu Shuiying, but as soon as the two entered the auction hall, they immediately saw Su Yu sitting in the middle of the first row. That seat used to be Mr. Lu's reserved seat. Didn't you know that, sister? Otherwise, why would you be sitting there? Gu Shuiying said with a frown. Hearing this, Gu Fengchuan felt his blood rush to his face. He felt utterly humiliated. He remembered taking care of his frail, fake sister, first getting her to a seat in the second row before storming to the first row. What are you doing sitting here? The first row is for the auction's top guests. Don't wait for them to kick you out. Gu Fengchuan tried to pull Su Yu up from her chair. Su Yu looked at him like he was an idiot. This is the seat I was given. Liar. This seat has always been Mr. Lu's reserved seat. Get out of the way. If people find out about your relationship with the Gu family, won't we all lose face because of you? Gu Fengchuan looked at Su Yu as if she were something dirty. Su Yu was utterly disgusted. She waved her hand dismissively. A staff member in a suit immediately approached. Miss Su, is there anything you need? Su Yu said, this person is blocking my view and keeps bothering me. The staff member immediately stepped between the two and smiled at Gu Fengchuan, saying, Mr. Gu, everyone here is of high status. Even if you want to pursue a beautiful lady, you can't do anything that's unbecoming. Gu Fengchuan was furious upon hearing this. He was Su Yu's brother. How could this staff member look at him like he was a toad? Even if they weren't siblings, how could he possibly pursue this liar? Everyone has their own place, aren't you going to do something about her? Gu Fengchuan said, pulling the staff member aside. The staff member looked puzzled and said, I'm serving Miss Su right now, I'm not ignoring her. Gu Fengchuan said, she's taking Mr. Lu's place. What if Mr. Lu gets angry when he arrives? The staff member smiled awkwardly and said, this is Miss Su's place, and Mr. Lu's place is over here. The staff member pointed to the seat next to Su Yu. Gu Fengchuan's gaze sharpened. If Su Yu's seat offered the best view in the entire venue, then the seat the auction house had arranged for Mr. Lu was the second best. How can Su Yu's seat be better than Mr. Lu's? Gu Fengchuan asked, utterly bewildered. The staff member simply smiled and said, Mr. Gu, our auction house has its own rules. I've explained everything to you. The auction is about to begin, so why don't you return to your seat? Gu Fengchuan, feeling dizzy, returned to the second row. Gu Shuiying, seeing Su Yu still sitting in the best seat, couldn't help but feel anxious. Big brother, why is sister still sitting there? Don't the auction house staff care? Gu Fengchuan said, they said that's Su Yu's seat. Gu Shuiying's pupils dilated in shock. But something even more surprising happened. Lu Jingyao, accompanied by a staff member, walked in. He had just reached the first row and saw that his reserved seat was already occupied, his eyes showing a moment of hesitation. But the staff member quickly directed him to the seat next to him. Lu Jingyao hesitated for about 3 seconds before slowly sitting down. He glanced down at the small gold card to confirm that this was his seat. After he sat down, Su Yu glanced at him. This man was simply too dazzling. Both were extremely handsome, but Song Jibai possessed a fragile, broken quality that evoked pity or a desire to cruelly torment him like the moon high in the sky, someone to either keep at a distance or yearn to grasp. Lu Jingyao, on the other hand, was like the sun high in the sky, naturally the focus of everyone's attention. Anyone standing before him seemed to feel inferior. Meeting Su Yu's gaze, Lu Jingyao nodded slightly. Lu Jingyao had seen Su Yu's information, but she was much fairer than in her photos. The last time he saw her was in the apartment complex, walking a small yellow dog. Assistant Lu was very efficient and quickly discovered that Su Yu was a new resident of Thompson Riviera. Although young, she seemed wealthy, having bought the penthouse in full. Lu Jingyao had been wanting to take a closer look at Su Yu's dog, but He had been too busy with work lately to arrange a meeting. Now that they'd met at the auction, Lu Jingyao extended his hand, saying, Hello, Lu Jingyao. Su Yu hesitated for a moment before taking his hand, saying, Su Yu. Su Yu inwardly sighed. This man clearly wasn't short of money. Otherwise, she could have recruited him to her entertainment company and formed a sun and moon duo with Song Jibai. Their hands clasped briefly before separating. Lu Jingyao felt the smoothness of her palm for a fleeting moment, but ultimately suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, maintaining a nonchalant expression. Lu Jingyao wasn't a talkative person, so he naturally delegated some social tasks. At this moment, his assistant, Lu, asked, I haven't seen Miss Su before. Is this your first time attending an auction? Su Yu didn't think much of it. Some things couldn't be faked or hidden. She nodded. Seeing his boss's expression, Assistant Lu continued to probe for information. Miss Su, are you here for this auction because you have any items in mind? The first row of the auction was reserved for VIPs, with 2 seats on round sofas, each seating at least 4 people. Su Yuyu's seat was occupied by herself. On the small table in front of her were brochures listing all the items for the auction, including the Dotsai cup she had submitted, placed on the last page. I'm here to broaden my horizons, Su Yuyu said. Assistant Lu's eyes betrayed suspicion. After all, Su Yuyu's seat was better than her boss's, indicating considerable wealth. What are you here to bid on? Is it the Dotsai cup? Su Yuyu asked with a smile. Assistant Lu shook his head. Mr. Lu hasn't decided yet. Su Yuyu thought to herself, these assistants of important figures are all shrewd. This was clearly an excuse, indicating the other party was unwilling to reveal their target. Sitting in the back row, Gu Shuiying watched Su Yuyu shake hands with Lu Jingyao in the group chat happily, her eyes practically spitting fire. She had tried so hard to get closer to Mr. Lu, but had failed time and time again. Who would have thought that Su Yuyu could chat and laugh with him so easily? She glanced back at Gu Fengchuan, who was still in shock, seemingly unable to understand how Su Yuyu had managed to secure that position. Gu Shuiying's heart stirred. She desperately wanted to be closer to Lu Jingyao, so she proactively said to Gu Fengchuan, Big brother, the seat next to my sister is still empty. Why don't we squeeze in? The view from the front is much better. Hearing this, Gu Fengchuan couldn't help but be tempted. Su Yuyu was sitting right next to Lu Jingyao, and countless people in Shanghai wanted to get close to Mr. Lu, including the Gu family. Gu Fengchuan also happened to have a project recently and hoped to bring Mr. Lu into it. The siblings reached an agreement in the shortest time, although Gu Shuiying, used to hiding behind her brother, lagged slightly behind. Gu Fengchuan walked right up to Su Yuyu without realizing there was anything wrong with his actions. Yuyu, it's a rare opportunity, we can sit together and build a relationship, Gu Fengchuan offered a flimsy excuse. He then plopped down next to Su Yuyu, in the seat closest to Mr. Lu. Su Yuyu looked at him, her face practically contorted with doubt. We're family, you'll eventually have to go back to the Gu family. Gu Fengchuan offered his excuse. Gu Shuiying chimed in, Sister, I'll do my best to help you integrate into the Gu family. Gu Shuiying also sat down. Su Yuyu was just a step slow to react, she wasn't truly stupid. Seeing the two talking to themselves, she didn't try to connect with them after sitting down, but instead stared intently at Lu Jingyao next door. I say, aren't you two being a bit too self-important? Su Yuyu frowned. Gu Fengchuan turned around and casually said, Yuyu, you're a child of the Gu family. You should know to prioritize the bigger picture. Gu Shuiying also said, Sister, I know you still hold a grudge against me, but saying certain things in public might make us a laughingstock. Sister, calm down. Perhaps because she had lived a second life, Su Yuyu wasn't as easily provoked by Gu Shuiying as she had been in her previous life. She smiled at the brother and sister and said, It seems you two are really quite self-important. Under the siblings' questioning gazes, Su Yuyu still chose to call for backup. She raised her voice slightly and said to the staff, These two aren't my companions, yet they're taking my seats. Aren't you going to do anything about it? The staff acted quickly and immediately came forward. Mr. Gu, Miss Gu, your seats are in the back row. Your taking other people's seats makes things very difficult for us. Gu Fengchuan pointed at Su Yuyu and said, She's my sister. We're family, we don't distinguish between each other. Su Yuyu sneered, You're Serna. Me is Gu, mine is Su. How can we be family? The staff member's eyes swept over the three of them before still gesturing for the Gu siblings to proceed. Gu Shuiying glanced awkwardly at Lu Jingyao beside her and lowered her voice, saying, Sister, brother has an important project to discuss with Mr. Lu. Now is really not the time for you to be willful. Gu Fengchuan also stared intently at Su Yuyu, confident that she would prioritize the bigger picture. Unexpectedly, Su Yuyu's voice rose again, The Gu family? The Gu family, a wealthy family in Shanghai? Just because your family is a so-called wealthy family, and you don't have a seat in the front row, you come here to steal someone else's seat? Have you no shame? The argument in the first row had already attracted the attention of those behind, but now, with Su Yuyu's voice so loud, the entire room fell silent instantly, everyone looking at the Gu siblings with strange eyes. Gu Shuiying blushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Gu Fengchuan stared wide-eyed at Su Yuyu in disbelief. Are you crazy? Gu Fengchuan demanded, unable to believe that his adopted sister would actually show no respect whatsoever. Su Yuyu rolled her eyes, You think you're right to steal someone's seat? A staff member, seeing the tense situation, was genuinely afraid the two would start fighting, and quickly pulled Gu Fengchuan back, lowering their voice to say, Mr. Gu, everyone here is someone of status. If this escalates, it won't do the Gu family any good. Gu Fengchuan's initial attempt to gain an advantage was completely thwarted. While he was furious, his doubts only deepened. According to his investigation, Su Yuyu grew up in an orphanage and was introverted and shy. A girl like that, in such a situation, would normally suffer in silence and wouldn't dare to make a scene. Su Yuyu was so different from what he had imagined. Gu Shuiying had never imagined she would be so humiliated. She only regretted that she was wearing a formal dress and couldn't cover her face with her sleeves. She slunk back to her seat. Although she had lost the opportunity to chat with Mr. Lu, she still treated Su Yuyu like a lion fiercely protecting its territory, treating her as her rival and sparing no effort to prevent Su Yuyu from returning to the Gu family. Is my sister angry with me? Even if she is angry with me, she shouldn't embarrass my brother like this in public. Gu Shuiying pretended to stand up for Gu Fengchuan. Gu Fengchuan snorted coldly and said, "That brat who grew up in an orphanage doesn't know anything about manners or upbringing. Compared to you, she's far inferior." Gu Shuiying breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her brother's disparaging remarks about Su Yuyu, but her gaze remained fixed on the front row. Lu Jingyao, having witnessed the Gu family's embarrassment, couldn't help but glance at Su Yuyu a few more times. What's her relationship with the Gu family? Lu Jingyao asked his assistant, Lu, who was standing beside him. Assistant Lu seemed helpless at this moment, but still put on a guilty look, as if reflecting on his incompetence. "Mr. Lu, all I know is that this Miss Su suddenly appeared, born in an orphanage, recently won the lottery, and the Thompson Riviera apartment suddenly ended up in her name. The source of the money is clean, but it's unclear." Lu Jingyao didn't blame Assistant Lu, but simply glanced at Su Yuyu a few more times. After swatting away the fly, Su Yuyu continued to flip through the auction brochure in front of her. Soon, the auctioneer entered, signaling the start of the auction. The staff waiting in the wings finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yuyu's location had been prone to problems, and they were worried something might go wrong and negatively impact other guests' impressions of the auction. The first item up for auction was a pink diamond necklace, with a starting bid of 2 million yuan. Su Yuyu glanced at it. It was indeed dazzling. However, she didn't like wearing heavy things around her neck, so she wasn't interested in the auction. Not only her, but Lu Jingyao, sitting beside her, was clearly not there for the necklace either. Su Yuyu had been waiting for the necklace to be sold, but unexpectedly heard a familiar voice. She turned around and saw Gu Fengchuan making a bid. "Since you like it, then your older brother will buy it and give it to you," Gu Fengchuan said with a smile to Gu Shuiying beside him. The Gu siblings had just made a fool of themselves before the auction even started, and Gu Fengchuan was desperate to do something to salvage the family's reputation. This first item up for auction was clearly a stage to showcase their wealth. The pink diamond necklace, originally priced at 2 million, had already reached 3 million after several rounds of relatively mild bidding. Without hesitation, Gu Fengchuan raised his paddle and sigh. 5 million. The auctioneer's eyes lit up. The auction house had only estimated its final price at 4 million, so this was far beyond their expectations. But what the auctioneer didn't expect was yet to come. As Gu Fengchuan entered, Su Yuyu, who had been silent in the first row, suddenly raised her paddle. 6 million. Gu Fengchuan immediately looked at Su Yuyu. His anger hadn't subsided, and he still felt she was ungrateful. Gu Shuiying, standing nearby, was secretly hoping Su Yuyu would clash with Gu Fengchuan, wishing their relationship would deteriorate further. "Such a beautiful necklace, since you like it, why don't you let her have it?" "But can you really afford so much money?" Gu Shuiying said deliberately. Gu Fengchuan sneered, "She's an orphan, it's a miracle she even got in here. Where would she get so much money?" Gu Fengchuan was certain Su Yuyu was poor, and without blinking, he announced a new price to the auctioneer, 7 million. Su Yuyu didn't actually like the pink diamond necklace, but if she had the chance to annoy the Gu siblings, she absolutely couldn't miss it. 8 million. After saying this, she turned back to look at the Gu siblings, giving them a provocative look. Gu Fengchuan was completely enraged. 9 million. At this point, the only sounds in the auction were their bidding. After all, although the pink diamond necklace was beautiful, it was already far overpriced. Just as Gu Fengchuan was confident he could secure the item at that price, Su Yuyu casually announced, 10 million. Gu Fengchuan frowned, staring at Su Yuyu, and raised his voice, "You bid but can't pay. Not only will you have to make up the difference, but you'll also have to pay your deposit and even commission. That's not a small amount. Think it over before you bid. This isn't a place for child's play." Su Yuyu's voice was equally sharp. "What? 10 million? The Gu family is broke?" Even though Gu Fengchuan knew his younger sister was using reverse psychology, in this situation, and with the Gu family's reputation at stake, he had no choice but to continue bidding. 11 million. Su Yuyu didn't hesitate. 12 million. The siblings went back and forth, quickly raising the price of the pink diamond necklace to 15 million. The auctioneer was beaming with joy. The higher the bid, the more commission he would receive. 16 million. If you can offer a higher price, I won't bid anymore, Gu Fengchuan said coldly. Su Yuyu felt the premium was already too high, and seeing that Gu Fengchuan didn't seem to be faking it, she rationally chose to stop. Gu Fengchuan had thought he could reliably get the necklace. Unexpectedly, another surprise occurred. 17 million. The bidder wasn't Su Yuyu, but Lu Jingyao, who was also sitting in the first row. Lu Jingyao's sudden entry caused whispers throughout the auction hall. Gu Fengchuan, sitting in the second row, faced a dilemma under the gaze of those around him. Continuing to bid would make him seem like but stopping would make Lu Jingyao think the Gu family's wealth was limited, potentially affecting future collaborations. Big brother, this is a good opportunity. Has Mr. Lu noticed you? Gu Shuiying asked in a low voice. Gu Shuiying naturally didn't think Lu Jingyao was artificially inflating the price. She assumed he was sending some kind of signal. Gu Fengchuan, blinded by his long-standing affection for Gu Shuiying, easily believed her. 18 million. Gu Fengchuan bid again. Lu Jingyao remained calm, 19 million. Gu Fengchuan gritted his teeth, 20 million. Lu Jingyao didn't continue bidding, nor did he look back at the Gu siblings. Instead, he glanced at Su Yuyu again. Su Yuyu felt a strange unease. For a moment, she almost thought Lu Jingyao was doing all this to help her. She quickly banished this wild idea. After all, they had only met once, how could things have come to this? She wouldn't think she was some kind of supernatural being just because her face had turned pale. 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million 3 times. Let's congratulate Mr. Number 15. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, it marked the end of the 2 million starting price for the pink diamond necklace, which was ultimately sold to the Gu Fengchuan for 10 times the price. Gu Fengchuan had successfully demonstrated the Gu family's wealth, but his smile quickly faded. He overheard someone mocking, the Gu family is still rich, after all, even a typical spendthrift wouldn't do something like this. Gu Fengchuan thought about how he could have easily secured the item for 4 million, but because Su Yuyu recklessly inflated the price, he ended up spending so much more. His dislike for his younger sister intensified. Su Yuyu didn't care what Gu Fengchuan thought, a system task suddenly appeared before her. The bargain hunting task has been activated. Please seize the apport. Unity. The system's golden pointer was now pointing to the auction stage. The first item was being auctioned off with great fanfare, but the next 2 or 3 items were much less exciting, selling after only 2 or 3 rounds of bidding. Now, the auctioneer was introducing the 5th item, a yellow jade auspicious beast pendant, with a starting price of 3 million. According to expert appraisal, this should be a Ming Dynasty artifact. The qilin is one of the auspicious beasts in traditional Chinese culture, symbolizing good fortune, authority, and nobility. In ancient times, only high-ranking officials and nobles could wear this pendant. As the auctioneer introduced the pendant, people began to raise their paddles to bid. For antiques, their value comes from 2 aspects, the rarity of similar antiques and their original owner. The more prestigious the owner of an antique in the past, the higher its price will be. Since everyone present was wealthy, quite a few people were interested in this jade pendant, and the price was quickly driven up to 8 million. 8 million for the first time, 8 million for the second time. Su Yuyu raised her paddle before the auctioneer's gavel fell, 10 million. Su Yuyu raised the bid by 2 million in one go, hoping to end the competition early. But an unexpected event occurred. Gu Fengchuan, sitting in the back row, finally seized the opportunity to retaliate, raising his paddle and bidding, 11 million. Su Yuyu glanced back at Gu Fengchuan, quickly receiving a provocative look from him. Instead of immediately bidding, she waited a while. 11 million once, 12 million twice. With the auctioneer's words, Gu Fengchuan became anxious. After all, buying this yellow jade pendant wasn't part of his plan. Although the Gu family wasn't short of money, buying it at such a premium was clearly a loss. Fortunately, before the auctioneer's gavel fell, Su Yuyu raised her paddle again. This time, however, she hesitated slightly, 12 million. Upon receiving the bid, the auctioneer immediately looked at Gu Fengchuan, seemingly eager for him to bid another high price. But Gu Fengchuan only wanted to make Su Yuyu spend more money unnecessarily, he wasn't really trying to take the item from her. Now that Su Yuyu was hesitant, Gu Fengchuan was afraid she wouldn't bid anymore. 12 million once, 12 million twice, 12 million 3 times. Congratulations to bidder number 0, the auctioneer announced loudly. Seeing the dust settle, Su Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't actually know the jade pendant's purpose, but since the system wanted her to buy it, it must have a significant use. Lu Jingyao, sitting beside her, hadn't bid several times, quietly observing. Su Yuyu couldn't help but wonder why he was there. Was it for her Dotcai cup? She thought Lu Jingyao looked exceptionally wealthy, so she was sure he'd bid a high price. Sitting in the back row, Gu Shuiying's gaze was fixed on Su Yuyu and Lu Jingyao. A sudden thought struck her. Was Su Yuyu also interested in Mr. Lu? Was it not enough that she was competing with her for a wealthy family member? Was Su Yuyu also going to steal her beloved? This jade bracelet is quite beautiful, little sister, would you like it? Gu Fengchuan suddenly asked, pointing to the latest item brought up for auction. Just then, Gu Shuiying saw Su Yuyu lean forward slightly, seemingly trying to get a better look at the jade bracelet, and mistakenly assumed Su Yuyu was also interested in it. This bracelet is so beautiful, I like it a lot too. But you've already bought me a pink diamond necklace, brother. Why don't we buy this jade bracelet and give it to Sister Yuyu? She seems to really like it, Gu Shuiying said. Gu Fengchuan frowned. Didn't she just buy a jade pendant? She doesn't seem to care much about our Gu family. Why go looking for trouble? On the contrary, your wrist is bare today, you really need this pair of jade bracelets. The jade bracelet was a vibrant green with excellent translucency. Many people were interested in it, and after several rounds of bidding, the price had reached 10 million. 11 million, Gu Fengchuan raised his paddle. The auctioneer's eyes lit up when he saw him. As long as Gu Fengchuan bid, the price could be raised at least 2 more rounds. Sure enough, Su Yuyu also bid, 12 million. Su Yuyu glanced back at Gu Fengchuan, as if to say that she was determined to get this item. Gu Fengchuan hesitated for a moment. Because of the previous 2 auctions, he wasn't sure if Su Yuyu was deliberately raising the price or if she really wanted it. But seeing Su Yuyu's bad luck taking hold, he still raised his paddle, 13 million. Su Yuyu didn't hesitate, 14 million. Gu Fengchuan also raised his paddle, 15 million. However, this time, Su Yuyu didn't bid again. After all, she didn't really want the jade bracelet. T.S. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, Gu Fengchuan couldn't help but grit his teeth, knowing he had been tricked by Su Yuyu again. Since you don't really want them, why do you have to raise the price? Is it just to make you waste your money, brother? Gu Shuiying pretended to be worried. Gu Fengchuan now loathed Su Yuyu to the extreme, and said viciously, she has bad intentions. I will tell mom and dad everything she did today. Gu Shuiying's lips curled up. She hoped Su Yuyu would do more annoying things so she would never have to return to the Gu family. The auction items were sold one after another, and Su Yuyu didn't continue to raise the price recklessly, but participated in the auction purely as a spectator. Soon, the last item for auction arrived, the Dotcai cup offered by Su Yuyu. This is a Dotcai chicken crest cup produced during the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty. It was a favorite of the Chenghua emperor, and I'm sure most of the bidders here have heard of its fame. Our experts have authenticated it. The auctioneer smoothly introduced the item. Many people in the room watched the high-definition video on the large screen and the Dotcai cup in the auctioneer's hand, which seemed to gleam with the light of history. 250 million. With a starting bid of 200 million, Lu Jingyao immediately raised the price of the Dotcai cup by a quarter. Whispers immediately arose in the room. Su Yuyu could even clearly hear someone in the chair behind her saying, Mr. Lu seems determined to get this Dotcai cup, maybe we shouldn't compete with him. But most of the voices were determined to acquire the item. 260 million. 270 million. 300 million. Soon, the price of the Dotcai cup exceeded the previous auction price. Su Yuyu watched nervously as the bids rose. Lu Jingyao keenly noticed her unusual behavior and gave his assistant, Lu, a wink. Lu leaned closer to Su Yuyu and whispered, Miss Su hasn't made a move yet. You seem uninterested in this item? Su Yuyu was hoping she wouldn't be too interested, since the higher the price, the more money she'd get. My family is poor, I can't afford it, Su Yuyu replied casually. Lu couldn't help but laugh, and even Lu Jingyao's lips curled into a slight smile. Miss Su is joking. But to be honest, most people here are here for this Dotcai cup, Lu said. Su Yuyu was excited. The Dotcai cup seemed to be doing even better than she'd expected. She hesitated for a moment, then said, Then I wish your boss can win this item. I won't compete with him. 320 million. The voice that suddenly made the bid was instantly familiar to Su Yuyu. It was her older brother. Gu Fengchuan was somewhat disappointed. He'd bid, but Su Yuyu hadn't turned around to look. He thought that if she knew how wealthy the Gu family was, she would definitely regret her dismissive attitude. Gu Fengchuan's moment of glory didn't last long. Lu Jingyao, standing beside Su Yuyu, calmly raised his paddle, 400 million. He raised the bid by 80 million in one go, eliciting a half-minute silence from the auction hall. The auctioneer hesitated, finally speaking, 400 million once. 420 million. The next person to raise his paddle was Gu Fengchuan. This time, to bid on the Dotcai cup, His father had given him a starting price of 500 million before he left home. The Gu family had a very important use for this Dotsai cup. As Gu Fengchuan made another bid, those who had been hesitant seemed to be reminded and began to bid again. 450 million. 500 million. The price gradually approached Gu Fengchuan's reserve price. But the bidding continued. Su Yuyu was so happy she almost fainted. She wished these people would bid even more fiercely. Lu Jingyao raised his paddle again, 600 million. The entire room fell silent. His move of directly raising the price by 100 million completely extinguished the competitive spirit of the people present. Lu Jingyao was a well-known cash king in Shanghai. Unlike other wealthy people who might have tight cash flow, the Lu family was never short of money. 600 million once, 600 million twice, 600 million three times. Let's congratulate bidder number one, the auctioneer announced loudly. Su Yuyu couldn't help but start calculating her earnings. After this transaction, deducting commissions and taxes, she would have more than 500 million in hand. The auction ended, and the others gradually left, while the successful bidders went to pay their fees and collect their auction results under the guidance of the staff. Mr. Lu really likes the Dotsai cup? Su Yuyu asked with a smile. Lu Jingyao had a gut feeling that this Dotsai cup and Su Yuyu were inextricably linked. Miss Su, you've surprised me. I originally thought you would be my toughest competitor in bidding for this Dotsai cup, Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu gently shook her head. My appreciation for art is limited, and I really don't understand why you were willing to spend such a high price to buy a cup. Lu Jingyao said, antiques bear the marks of time, the luster bestowed by the years, which cannot be seen in modern products. Su Yuyu had also played with that Dotsai cup for a long time, but she could only see that it was more vivid and lively than a replica, but she couldn't see anything more. At this moment, she only felt that the money of these rich people was like it was printed on a printing press. 600 million yuan was something they could take away as easily as paper. Gu Fengchuan quickened his pace to catch up with the two men and said to Lu Jingyao, if I had known Mr. Lu was determined to get the Dotsai cup, I shouldn't have bid against you. Gu Fengchuan was being polite. Of course, he hadn't been polite at all during the bidding war at the auction. He was just trying to curry favor with Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao simply said, in the auction, everyone relies on their own abilities. He didn't want to say anything more and instead quickened his pace. Gu Fengchuan couldn't possibly miss this avoidance. He turned to Su Yuyu and questioned, did you say bad things about me to Mr. Lu? Su Yuyu felt like a huge accusation had been dumped on her. She looked him up and down and said, do I need to say bad things about you? You're already quite unpleasant looking. Gu Fengchuan was so angry his nose almost twisted. Su Yuyu secretly stuck out a foot. Caught off guard, Gu Fengchuan stumbled forward. If someone hadn't caught him in time, he probably would have fallen. Su Yuyu! Gu Fengchuan shouted angrily. Su Yuyu didn't think her behavior was childish at all. Instead, she turned around and gave him a funny face. Su Yuyu, don't be so smug now. I won't help you if you can't pay up later. Gu Fengchuan said. Gu Fengchuan really didn't believe Su Yuyu could come up with 12 million to buy the yellow jade pendant. The more he thought about it, the more he realized Gu Shuiying's words made sense. Su Yuyu must have assumed he would pay for it. However, when it came time to pay, Su Yuyu casually pulled out her bank card, and the transaction was completed in seconds. Gu Fengchuan's eyes widened, his mind racing with disbelief. An orphan like you, where did you get so much money? Did you do something shameful? Gu Fengchuan hadn't finished speaking when slap. Su Yuyu slapped him hard across the face. Watch your mouth. Don't make everything you see dirty. Gu Fengchuan stared at Su Yuyu in disbelief. He could attribute the earlier scene in the rented apartment to Su Yuyu overreacting, but now he was certain she wanted to hit him. You dare hit me? You ill-mannered orphan! Su Yuyu slapped him again. Yes, I am an orphan with no parents or brothers. Su Yuyu shouted. Whispers rippled through the crowd, but Su Yuyu paid no heed. She watched as Gu Fengchuan's face flushed red, then paled, then turned green, his expression shifting like a palette of colors. If you've got the guts, say it out loud. Why don't you say it? Why don't I have any manners? Su Yuyu said. Gu Fengchuan was speechless. Having slapped him twice, Su Yuyu wasn't afraid he'd call the police. After all, this would only bring more shame to the Gu family if word got out, and she wasn't afraid of a few days of detention. After paying the money, Gu Fengchuan slunk away, glaring fiercely at Su Yuyu as he left. Goodbye, Miss Su. Lu Jingyao nodded goodbye to Su Yuyu after receiving the Dotsai cup, offering no comment on the conflict between her and Gu Fengchuan. Wonderful! This is the first time I've seen Gu Fengchuan suffer such a loss. I've been fed up with him for a long time. He's always putting on airs, like everyone owes him something, a young man in a pink suit said, approaching Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu recognized the man. His name was Ai Hui. He was quite famous in the industry in her past life, not because of his family background or abilities, but because he was a complete troublemaker. Regardless of whether it benefited him or not, he always wanted to meddle. Su Yuyu cautiously took a step back. Thank you for the compliment. Little sister, I haven't seen you before. Which family's daughter are you? Ai Hui asked with a smile. Su Yuyu didn't want to have much interaction with him and said directly, I'm not a daughter of any family, I'm a kept woman. Su Yuyu thought that hearing this would deter Ai Hui from approaching her, but she didn't expect Ai Hui to go a step further. How much does your sugar daddy pay you each month? I'll pay double. You don't need to sleep with me, just play around with me. I love watching these pretentious people in the industry get so worked up over you. Su Yuyu raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected him to be so prone to tantrums. She shook her head and said, I will never forget my sugar daddy. Ai Hui looked at Su Yuyu with regret. Little sister, relationships cost money, you're so young. But this did indeed dispel his idea of continuing to pester Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu waited until all the bidders had left before collecting her money. Soon, a payment notification appeared on her mobile banking app. Card ending in 4759, June 10, 11:46 a.m. Mobile banking income, 552000, 000 RMB, balance, 686888, 117 renminbi. Looking at these numbers, Su Yuyu felt nothing could provide her with greater security. Su Yuyu had just returned home with Fo Miying's bank account and the yellow jade unicorn pendant when a system notification popped up before her eyes. Congratulations, host, you have completed the system task and received the reward, Master Level English Proficiency. Su Yuyu raised an eyebrow at the reward. The system wouldn't give useless rewards for no reason. Could it be that her next task was abroad? That's why it helped her overcome the language barrier in advance. Fo Miying's bank account also brought about a huge change for Su Yuyu. The first person to notice the change in Su Yuyu's behavior was Ouyang. Su Yuyu was already very generous with her payments before, but now she was even more generous. The short drama was released on a video website, which usually didn't do much promotion, but Su Yuyu suddenly transferred 5 million to him specifically for advertising. Ouyang was even a little overwhelmed with the money. He couldn't spend it all. He even considered returning the money to Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu, now possessing a fortune, considered 5 million as insignificant as 500. She glared and said, you can't even handle this much? Do you think you can make TV dramas and movies in the future? Ouyang, clutching her money bag, shrank back and left. Before long, the day arrived for Song Jibai to take his mother abroad. Doctor, who had been in charge of Song's mother's condition, offered a small suggestion upon learning of their trip. The patient's condition is unstable. If you can travel abroad on a private jet, it would be best to hire several professional medical staff to accompany her. Doctor spoke to Song Jibai, who felt his mother's ability to receive treatment abroad was entirely due to Su Yuyu's help and didn't dare ask for more. He hadn't originally planned to mention it, intending to accompany her himself and be more attentive. However, Su Fong, who was delivering food to the hospital, overheard this and immediately told Su Yuyu. Sister Su, thank you so much for this. You did a great job, I must thank you. Hearing Su Yuyu's words, Su Fong looked embarrassed. Boss, I just happened to overhear this. Knowing you value Mr. Song so much, I thought I'd say something. Hope you don't find me annoying. Su Yuyu's salary was high, and Su Fong was doing her best to please her boss. Since Su Yuyu had already signed Song Jibai, she knew better than anyone his earning power. Now, while he was still relatively weak, she naturally wanted to do everything perfectly, hoping he would be grateful and perhaps even work for her for life. On the eve of their departure, the system suddenly displayed a new mission notification. The bargain hunting mission has begun. Please arrive at the designated location as soon as possible. This time, the system's notification was rather abstract. Although the system's instructions were very clear, the location it pointed to was a spot on the globe in the study. Exactly, it was Song Jibai's destination, New York, USA. Su Yuyu was thankful that she and Song Jibai's group had obtained their passports and US visas almost simultaneously, otherwise, she would probably still be frantically searching for a place back home. However, out of caution, Su Yuyu spun the globe twice more, and the system indicator still steadily pointed to New York City on the map. She even smashed the globe open, just in case there was treasure hidden inside, but unfortunately, she had no choice but to go abroad this time. Su Yuyu hadn't previously mentioned accompanying Song Jibai on his trip abroad. Her sudden appearance at the airport immediately put Song Jibai on alert, his entire body tense. Su Yu inwardly cursed. She had already done enough by going with him, but in a foreign land, Song Jibai's little brain would likely start overthinking things. Song's mother, on the other hand, looked at Su Yu with gratitude. A woman with a scholarly air, she appeared extremely haggard, perhaps due to illness. Miss Su, you've already done so much for our family. There was really no need for you to come with us abroad, Song's mother said. Su Yu glanced at Song Jibai beside her and said, I also have to go abroad for some business, and our destinations coincide. Hearing this, Song Jibai wasn't relieved. Song's mother, however, seemed unaware of the immense attraction her son's strikingly beautiful face held for others, and she never looked at Su Yu with suspicion. At this moment, she patted Song Jibai's hand and said, Miss Su has business to attend to in New York. If you need any help, just ask Jibai. Don't be shy with him. Su Yu nodded casually. To avoid making Song Jibai feel like he was going to war, she didn't stay with them the whole time but went to the adjacent media room. Following the doctor's advice, Su Yu found a way to rent a private jet and brought several medical staff and specially hired bodyguards. She had initially asked an agent about the price of a private jet. However, after receiving the quote, she quickly abandoned the idea of buying a private jet. In fact, this trip wasn't cheap either, costing over $1 million for a one-way flight. The flight would last nearly 15 hours. Song Jibai was extremely wary for the first 2 hours after boarding. But as time passed, Su Yu hardly appeared in front of them, and gradually, his wariness lessened. Su Yu was very comfortable in the media room. The plane had in-flight Wi-Fi, and the media room had a vast library of movies and TV shows, so she wasn't bored at all. She even had her meals brought in by the staff. When the plane landed, Su Yu still felt like she hadn't had enough. Song's mother disembarked with the help of medical personnel, and a professional ambulance was already waiting for her outside the airport. Su Yu explained, this flight was too long, and I was worried about something happening, so I booked an ambulance in advance. Thankfully, Auntie isn't feeling too bad. Jibai, please don't blame me for spending extra money. Su Yu said this because every expense spent on Song's mother would be deducted from Song Jibai's account in the future. Song Jibai shook his head, wanting to say a few words of thanks, but ultimately didn't. Song's mother, unaware of her son's slight hesitation, held Su Yu's hand and thanked her repeatedly. Before going abroad, Su Yu had already contacted local medical staff in the United States. Of course, the 2 staff members who could speak fluent Mandarin would charge a hefty price. I have to take care of my business, so I won't stay with you. Su Yu waved briskly to the mother and son, then turned and got into another car that had come to pick them up. What Su Yu didn't know was that after the Song mother and son got into the ambulance, Song's mother suddenly stopped smiling and asked her son, Jibai, you seem quite wary of Miss Su? Hearing this, Song Jibai's smile vanished. Mom, I remember you telling me, unsolicited kindness is often malicious, Song Jibai said. His mother gently shook her head, Miss Su isn't that kind of person. Her eyes are very pure. Song Jibai was taken aback. His mother continued, are you lying to me? You didn't sign a management contract? Song Jibai quickly shook his head, Mom, a contract is in black and white, it can't be faked. It's just that I'm uneasy. His mother shook her head again, saying, what's done is done. Miss Su isn't a bad person. You used to think Dad wasn't a bad person. Song Jibai blurted out. A look of sadness immediately appeared on his mother's face. Song Jibai quickly grabbed her hand, Mom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought him up. Song's mother grasped her son's hand in return, don't let your past mistakes make you afraid to trust others. Miss Su is truly a good person. Don't let your past failures hurt those who are genuinely good to you. Song Jibai's heart skipped a beat. He recalled how he had been deliberately avoiding Su Yu lately, always on guard whenever they met. Was Su Yu heartbroken because of this? Su Yu didn't go directly back to the hotel in her car, but instead urged the driver to drive through the streets of New York City. 2 bodyguards were also in the car with her, both were muscular and had menacing appearances. This country was known for its freedom, and news of shootings had been frequent since the Lunar New Year. Su Yu wanted to make money, but she cared more about her life. Miss Su, where are you going? The driver asked in a strangely accented Mandarin. Su Yu frowned slightly, but didn't reveal her fluent English. Instead, she replied in Mandarin, just strolling around. The driver frowned, his Chinese wasn't very good, and he always struggled to understand Su Yu's instructions, even getting lost a few times. After driving through the city for nearly an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, Chinatown. Su Yu hadn't expected the system's directions to lead here. The driver, however, looked enlightened. Miss Su, you should have told me you wanted to come here. But I didn't expect you to know New York City so well. You found it without navigation, you're practically a walking map. Su Y. Oyo's smile froze. She had no idea how to get to Chinatown, she was just following the system's instructions. The driver stayed behind, while Su Yuyu, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, entered Chinatown and walked along the long street to its end. Beautiful lady, it's lunchtime. You can come to my place for dinner, it's authentic Chinese food. The owner of a restaurant at the end of Chinatown street lit up when he saw them. Su Yuyu glanced at the empty restaurant behind the other person, and the visibly dirty dining environment. She was unwilling to go in. But the system's instructions, unequivocally, pointed her to this hole-in-the-wall restaurant. She walked in with 2 bodyguards, completely unaware of their inner turmoil. After all, Su Yuyu hadn't even bothered to adjust to the time difference after getting off the plane before rushing to this restaurant, making them wonder just how good the food was that she'd been in such a hurry to fly here. The restaurant owner was also surprised that Su Yuyu had actually come in. He continued to greet her in heavily accented Mandarin. Beautiful lady, you've come to the right place. My restaurant serves authentic Minnan cuisine, you simply can't find it anywhere else in New York. All the Minnan students in New York love to eat here. Su Yuyu glanced around. This restaurant, which could seat more than 10 people, had only 3 customers during peak hours. She couldn't be more skeptical of the owner's words. Boss, one of each of your signature dishes, please, Su Yuyu said extravagantly. Her 2 bodyguards had come all this way with her, she couldn't let them go hungry. The restaurant owner's eyes lit up. Beautiful lady, don't worry, I guarantee you'll never forget it after you try it. Su Yuyu nodded casually. Although the restaurant wasn't particularly large, besides the owner, there was also a chef. Beautiful lady, are you here to study or for tourism? The owner asked with a smile. Su Yuyu hesitated for a moment, then said, for tourism. The owner immediately became excited. Since you're for tourism, have you hired a tour guide? Let me tell you, there's a saying circulating among overseas Chinese, when fellow countrymen meet, they'll rip you off without hesitation. You'd better keep your eyes open and don't get fooled by your own people. Hearing this, Su Yuyu couldn't help but wonder if the man was introducing himself. Sure enough, the shopkeeper continued, I've been in America for over 10 years, I'm like a local. If you want a tour guide, I can recommend a really good one. Su Yuyu didn't want him to continue the topic, so she gave an awkward smile and casually made up a story. I've already hired a tour guide, it's my cousin who's studying in America. Hearing this, the shopkeeper looked regretful and asked, have you booked a place to stay? I know a fellow countryman who runs a hotel. Su Yuyu immediately said, I'll stay at Anman. The shopkeeper's mouth gaped slightly. The cheapest room at Anman Hotel cost $2,000 a night. Only then did he seriously examine Su Yuyu, feeling that she radiated wealth. He glanced at the menu he had just given to the kitchen and silently added a few more dishes. Miss Su, did you just get off the plane? The shopkeeper asked dryly. Su Yuyu nodded. The shopkeeper was immediately puzzled. He and his 2 bodyguards shared the same question. With countless luxury hotels and upscale restaurants throughout New York, why would Su Yuyu be here? Su Yuyu deliberately feigned ignorance. I had arranged to meet someone in Chinatown, but after waiting for quite a while, no one showed up. I wandered around a bit, and you were the only one who invited me in. I thought since we're from the same hometown, I'd come in and sit down. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper couldn't help but show a hint of delight on his face. At this moment, he had a basic understanding of Su Yuyu, young, rich, and shy. If you don't fleece someone like that, they'll regret it in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, the shop owner couldn't think of a reason to rip off Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu quietly watched the shop owner's changing expressions. She felt the time was right, and her gaze fell on the altar in the corner of the restaurant. Is that statue Guan Yu? Su Yuyu asked. The shop owner didn't think much of it and nodded. Su Yuyu continued, I don't know why, but seeing a ceramic statue of Guan Yu in a foreign land always feels especially comforting, and it calms my heart. The shop owner suddenly perked up. This Guan Yu statue was passed down to me by my grandfather. It traveled across the ocean from my hometown, and it's very effective. The shop owner, without batting an eye, was clearly trying to get a high price. In fact, the Guan Yu statue had been there since he took over the shop. It was left by the previous owner. Because Chinese people seem to have a unique affection for Gu. And you, the owner hadn't dared to dispose of the statue and kept it on the altar. Su Yuyu looked at him with surprise and said, aren't you from Fujian? Why did you bring a Guan Yu statue instead of Mazu? The shop owner had a heavy Fujian accent, his background was undeniable. Hearing Su Yuyu's question, a hint of guilt flashed across his face, but he quickly replied, there's no way around it, my family passed down a Guan Yu statue, not a Mazu one. Su Yuyu seemed to believe him and quickly added, you, a Fujianese, brought a Guan Yu statue, while I, a Yunqing native, forgot about it. Guan Yu's ancestral home was Yunqing, Shaanxi. Hearing Su Yuyu's words, the shop owner's eyes lit up. Beautiful lady, if you really want it, I can part with it. Business hadn't been great since he took over the shop, and it was rare to encounter a big spender, so naturally he wanted to make as much money as possible. Besides, he'd gotten the Guangong statue for free, so he wouldn't cherish it. Su Yuyu's face showed interest. After hesitating for a moment, she said, in that case, I'm willing to offer $200. The shop owner's eyes darted around, but he still shook his head. This is something I brought all the way from China. It's been passed down in my family for generations. It might even be some kind of antique. Su Yuyu asked, then how much do you want? The shop owner held up one finger. $1,000? Su Yuyu asked. Knowing that asking for an exorbitant price is bad, the shop owner loudly proclaimed, $1 million. This is, after all, a family heirloom. If I sell it too cheaply, my ancestors might come to me in their dreams and curse me. Su Yuyu immediately said, forget it, I'll go look at other shops after I finish eating. The shop owner became anxious. Miss, don't worry, the price is negotiable. Su Yuyu seemed to have truly given up on the deal, and instead said, let's eat first, I'm really hungry. Why hasn't a single dish arrived yet? The shop owner rarely encountered a willing to buy from his shop, especially something he'd gotten for free, so naturally he wasn't willing to let her go so easily. Don't worry, miss, I'll go to the kitchen and urge them. A short while later, the shop owner came out with 2 dishes. Su Yuyu took a bite with her chopsticks, her face almost scrunching up in disgust. She finally understood why this shop was doing so poorly. Besides the terrible location, the food was also seriously lacking. She'd been living too well lately and really didn't want to deprive herself. Her 2 bodyguards, both veterans, weren't picky eaters at all. Even the most unpalatable food, they could eat bite after bite on an empty stomach. Seeing Su Yuyu's unwillingness to touch her chopsticks, the shopkeeper became even more certain that she was wealthy. After all, she wasn't a rich heiress and wouldn't be so pampered. Beautiful lady, if you think 1 million is too much, then I'll give you a discount, 500,000, the shopkeeper offered. Su Yuyu frowned. Even at half price, it's not worth it. I think $10,000 is too expensive. The shopkeeper, who had been waiting for Su Yuyu to casually quote a price, immediately said, 10,000 it is. Let's do the deal now. The 2 bodyguards who had been engrossed in their meal looked up in surprise upon hearing this. They were responsible for protecting Su Yuyu's safety during this trip abroad, and they were unsure whether to intervene since their client had been scammed. Su Yuyu had initially established herself as someone who couldn't bring herself to refuse, and upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. The shopkeeper continued to add fuel to the fire. Beautiful lady, you're clearly not short of money. You wouldn't come here to mess with me for no reason, would you? If you really want to buy this Guangong statue, this meal is on me. Consider it making friends. Su Yuyu's eyes darted around, but finally, as if she had made up her mind, okay, we're from the same hometown, consider it supporting your business. The shopkeeper's meal only cost a few $dozen, and he suddenly made tens of thousands of US dollars. His face was beaming with joy. After finishing her meal, Su Yuyu had spent most of her cash. She was still hungry when she came out, but she was clutching a Guan Yu statue tightly in her arms. Only after hurriedly getting into the waiting car at the street corner did she have time to examine the statue. The statue was predominantly bluish-green, with an elongated oval head, wearing a wide robe and cloud-patterned boots, exuding an imposing aura. However, because it hadn't been properly worshipped, a layer of dust had settled on it. Su Yuyu carefully wiped the dust away, making the statue suddenly appear brighter. Boss, is this very valuable? The bodyguard suddenly asked. Su Yuyu was about to answer. But then, as if remembering something, she shook her head. It's not about its value, but having this Guan Yu statue by my side makes me feel at ease. She ultimately used the same words to dismiss the bodyguard. Hearing this, the bodyguard only sighed inwardly at the extravagance of the wealthy and didn't ask any further questions. Congratulations, host, for completing the bargain hunting mission. Reward, basic porcelain appraisal skill. Su Yuyu felt a warmth spread through her body, and then something seemed to have entered her mind. She looked down at the Guangong statue before her and instantly gleaned a great deal of information. She realized that this Guangong statue was made of Longquan Celadon, specifically from the Song dynasty, the golden age of Longquan Celadon. Longquan Celadon originated in the Wei and Jin dynasties, developed during the Tang dynasty, reached its peak in the Song dynasty, and declined in the Ming dynasty. Few Song dynasty Longquan Celadon pieces exist today. This piece is a rare gem. More importantly, this Guangong statue has an extraordinary provenance. Su Yuyu glanced at the base of the Guanggong statue, where 6 small characters were written in iron red ink, Chen De's gift to Fang Zhou. Before receiving the system reward, Su Yuyu had no idea what these characters meant, but now she understood them perfectly. It was as if her mind had suddenly acquired a wealth of historical knowledge. The word reward wasn't something anyone could use, only the emperor could authorize artisans to inscribe it on porcelain. Qiande was a reign title used by Emperor Taizu of Song, and during Emperor Taizu's reign, a man lived in Fangzhou, Chai Zongxuan. Emperor Taizu of Song seized power in the Chenxiao Mutiny, donning the yellow robe and taking the throne from the young Emperor Chai Zongxuan. However, after ascending the throne, Emperor Taizu did not kill Chai Zongxuan but instead infected him as the Prince of Zhang and settled Chai Zongxuan and his mother in Fangzhou. Knowing this history, the statue of Guan Yu seems to carry a more cautionary meaning. Su Yuyu felt sympathy for the young emperor of the Chai family who had lost his throne, but on the other hand, she couldn't help but feel ecstatic. She'd struck it rich again. The car drove smoothly into the Anman Hotel. Su Yuyu, remembering the tasteless meal she just had in Chinatown, was eager to have a gourmet chef prepare a better meal for her. Holding the Guanggong statue, she entered the hotel lobby, told the receptionist her needs, and before even entering the elevator, her eyes met a familiar face. "Miss Su!" Assistant Lu exclaimed excitedly. Meeting an acquaintance in a foreign land always brings joy. Su Yuyu glanced at Lu Jingyao beside Assistant Lu. "Are you here on business?" Lu Jingyao maintained his cold, domineering CEO demeanor, remaining silent. Assistant Lu, however, chattered on. "Yes, Mr. Lu and I just arrived yesterday, we hadn't seen Miss Su before." "I arrived today," Su Yuyu replied. Lu Jingyao coughed lightly, interrupting Assistant Lu's impending words. Assistant Lu quickly said goodbye to Su Yuyu. "Miss Su, we have to go now. We hope you have a pleasant trip abroad." Su Yuyu waved to him, not taking the little incident to heart. After taking the elevator, Su Yuyu went into the hotel room she had booked in advance, carefully wrapped the Guanggong statue in her clothes, and put it in the safe before finally letting out a sigh of relief. After the long flight, she was indeed exhausted. She had just taken a shower when the hotel had already served her exquisite dishes. After eating, Su Yuyu slept for 10 hours straight. When she woke up, she saw a message from Song Jibai. Song's mother had just gone into the operating room. Su Yuyu ordered a meal first, then thought of how Song Jibai and his mother had depended on each other for many years, and he was probably worried about his mother's safety in the operating room. "I'm really destined to be a workaholic. Song Jibai, you better start making money for me soon." Su Yuyu muttered to herself before telling the driver to drive off. The destination was, of course, not New York First People's Hospital, but New York Presbyterian Hospital. When she arrived at the hospital, it was still morning. Outside the operating room, Song Jibai sat alone, looking utterly helpless, like a rose swaying in a storm. "Why are you all alone here?" Su Yuyu asked. Song Jibai looked up at the sound of her voice, his eyes lighting up when he saw Su Yuyu. He shook his head. "I'm not used to being with strangers." Su Yuyu, seeing his distraught state, reluctantly sat down beside him and comforted him. "It's okay, this is the best medical team, your mother will definitely be alright." Even though Song Jibai knew Su Yuyu was right, he couldn't help but worry about his mother, his lifelong companion, being in the operating room. "I fly. She's always been so strong. I never thought she would fall. She would get sick." Song Jibai stammered. Su Yuyu had long noticed the extraordinary bond between Song Jibai and his mother. She actually envied Song Jibai. Even in a single-parent family, at least his mother loved him wholeheartedly. She also knew that Song Jibai, at this point, probably didn't need a respondent. Su Yuyu perfectly played the role of a patient listener. As Song Jibai recounted his story, a vivid picture of the boy's growth gradually emerged before her eyes. She was a very strong-willed person. She always worked exceptionally hard and never made a mistake in decades. No matter what bad things happened to her outside, she would never take it out on me. Song Jibai choked up again as he spoke. After a long while, Su Yuyu said with envy in her eyes, "You have a wonderful mother." Song Jibai nodded vigorously. "She always taught me to be honest and upright. She was very capable at work and had countless opportunities for promotion, but she didn't resort to underhanded tactics like others. So, she's still just an ordinary employee. She also always taught me to be honest and upright and not to do anything crooked." Hearing this, Su Yuyu couldn't help but wonder if Song Jibai's death in her previous life, besides the unbearable pain after his mother's passing, was also due to the things he encountered in the entertainment industry that he couldn't face? After all, the man in front of Su Yuyu had eyes as clear as glass, so clean and simple that one could see right through him. Such a pure and intelligent person, once tainted by worldly dust, might easily become fixated on trivial matters. Su Yuyu put on a woman's glove in front of Song Jibai before taking his hand. Don't worry, good people are always blessed. Your mother will definitely have a successful surgery. Perhaps because Su Yuyu's action of putting on the glove seemed so bright and efficient, Song Jibai actually let her hold his hand. Usually, in luxury stores, female customers would take advantage of him, which he found extremely uncomfortable. But now, he didn't feel any aversion towards Su Yuyu at all. In fact, he nodded vigorously at her reassurance. Time passed slowly. 3 hours had passed since Su Yuyu arrived, and the operating room doors finally opened. Su Yuyu and Song Jibai both immediately stood up. The doctor nodded to the two of them, looking exhausted, and said, "The surgery was very successful, but she still needs to be observed for 24 hours. The doctor spoke too quickly, but Song Jibai still vaguely heard the word successful, though he looked at Su Yuyu with pleading eyes. Su Yuyu thanked the doctor on his behalf, then smiled at Song Jibai and said, "The doctor said the surgery was very successful. I told you your mother would be alright." Song Jibai was overjoyed and couldn't help but hug Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu's hands hung at her sides, and even though she smelled the pleasant ebony scent on Song Jibai, she didn't hug him back. Song Jibai was happy for a while before realizing what he had done, blushing and taking a step back. "I'm sorry. I'm just too happy." He was always on guard against Su Yuyu taking advantage of him, but he never expected that the most intimate moment would be when he took the initiative. Su Yuyu patted the handsome young man's shoulder with her gloved hand. "The doctor said you need to be observed for another 24 hours, so you can't let your guard down." After confirming that Song's mother was alright, Su Yuyu didn't stay at the hospital any longer, but instead took a car back to the hotel. Having finally managed to travel abroad, she wanted to enjoy herself. She hadn't known how long the scavenging mission would take, but now that it was complete and the surgery successful, she could treat herself. As soon as she entered the hotel, she saw Assistant Lu in the lobby, looking as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Upon seeing Su Yuyu, Assistant Lu quickly approached. "Miss Su, I'm so glad to see you. I need your help with something urgent." Su Yuyu immediately took a step back. Her eagerness to avoid him made Assistant Lu's face show a hurt expression. "What kind of help do you need? Tell me first," Su Yuyu said. "Our CEO Lu is attending a banquet tonight and needs a female companion." Upon hearing this, Su Yuyu frowned. She didn't dislike Lu Jingyao. He was dealt a winning hand from the start, good family background, handsome, and successful at a young age. However, she found it strange that she hadn't met Lu Jingyao in her past life. At the auction, Gu Shuiying had practically glued her eyes to him. Given Su Yuyu's status in the Lu family in her past life, the Gu family would certainly not have allowed her to associate with Lu Jingyao, but it didn't make sense that she had never heard of him. She recalled that Gu Shuiying's husband in her past life also had the surname Lu, and was supposedly from a branch of the Lu family. Because the young master of the main family died unexpectedly, he was fortunate enough to be adopted by the main branch and inherit the Lu family's vast wealth. Su Yuyu couldn't help but wonder if Lu Jingyao was the unlucky guy who died young. Thinking about this, she became even more hesitant to contact him, fearing that if he encountered something in America, she, being so close, would also be implicated. "Assistant Lu, if you don't have a female companion, you don't have to. I believe no one will dare blame Mr. Lu for it," Su Yuyu said with a smile. Assistant Lu looked at Su Yuyu in disbelief. With his boss's face, he found it hard to imagine a girl rejecting him. "Miss Su, we really have a compelling reason. If Mr. Lu doesn't have a female companion at tonight's banquet, he'll be in big trouble," Assistant Lu said with a bitter face. Su Yuyu smiled and shook her head, saying, "Why don't you go find a female international student at a nearby university?" Assistant Lu was still anxious and agitated. "Miss Su, I've already tried, but people think I'm joking. I even got called old-fashioned, saying that even domineering CEO novels don't write like that anymore." Su Yuyu couldn't help but laugh, inwardly marveling at how sharp the tongues of international students could be. "Then let your Mr. Lu pretend to be sick and just not go," Su Yuyu said. Assistant Lu shook his head. "The organizers invited him 3 times, and my husband agreed a long time ago. There are still some details of the cooperation that need to be confirmed at the banquet." Su Yuyu frowned slightly. "What kind of cooperation can't be explained in the meeting room? Why do you have to go to the banquet?" A hint of embarrassment flashed in Assistant Lu's eyes. "Trade secrets." Su Yuyu raised an eyebrow. "Since it's a trade secret, then you can't take me with you." Assistant Lu looked troubled. Seeing that Su Yuyu was unmoved, he could only lower his voice and say, "The daughter of the partner is deeply in love with Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu has repeatedly refused, but she keeps pestering him. Mr. Lu doesn't want to deal with her, but the cooperation hasn't been finalized yet." Su Yuyu immediately understood, but she didn't have any relationship with Lu Jingyao. Even if she understood, she didn't want to put herself in danger. Agree to him. The system's sudden notification made Su Yuyu's eyes narrow. Are there any opportunities to snag a bargain at this banquet? Su Yuyu asked the system in her mind. The system quickly gave her a positive reply, informing Su Yuyu that the banquet was of a very high level and ordinary people couldn't get in. Assistant Lu continued to plead, but Su Yuyu didn't delay any longer, saying, I didn't bring an evening gown, and I'm afraid I can't find a professional makeup team right away. Hearing this, Assistant Lu was immediately delighted, displaying his professionalism as a senior assistant. Miss Su, don't worry, we've already prepared everything in advance, we just need someone. Assistant Lu quickly led Su Yuyu to a high-end private studio next to the hotel, where a makeup artist with a Chinese face was already waiting. Halfway through the makeup, several high-end brands sent over evening gowns, and Su Yuyu casually picked a thin-strapped burgundy gown. Combined with the stylist's specially styled, loosely tousled hair, she looked radiant, as if she could walk the red carpet any second now. Assistant Lu came over with a jewelry box, urging her on, and when he saw Su Yuyu emerge, he couldn't help but gasp, she's so beautiful. We can go now, Su Yuyu said. Assistant Lu opened the jewelry box, revealing a sparkling blue gemstone under the flashing lights. It was a sapphire necklace, the main stone of which was so striking it could be summed up in one word, enormous. After Su Yuyu put the necklace on with the help of the stylist, she felt as if her neck was being pulled down. This is so heavy, Su Yuyu couldn't help but say. Assistant Lu rubbed his nose, you have to wear this necklace tonight. Mr. Lu said it's a gift to thank you for saving the day. Hearing this, Su Yuyu immediately felt energized. Jewelry of this caliber must cost tens of millions. She remembered that Gu Shuiying had a similar one in her past life, which she usually kept in a safe and only wore on important occasions. Your Mr. Lu is too kind. I didn't help for the necklace, it's purely because I'm a helpful person. Su Yuyu smiled brightly. Assistant Lu's lips twitched. If Su Yuyu's smile hadn't been so obvious, he might have actually believed her. Su Yuyu even suspected that this necklace might be her lucky find for tonight, but she had already put it on, so why hadn't the system given any notification? Lu Jingyao sat in the car with his eyes closed, resting, when he suddenly heard a gasp beside him. Miss Su. Lu Jingyao heard the driver's surprised voice. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. People were coming and going behind Su Yuyu, but everyone's eyes were focused on her. In the crowd, she was like a bright moon, her beauty radiant. A sudden displeasure arose in Lu Jingyao's heart, as if his treasure was being coveted by others, but he quickly shook his head. He and Su Yuyu had no relationship whatsoever, so he shouldn't have this inexplicable possessiveness. Seeing Su Yuyu's hand unconsciously stroking the sapphire necklace, Lu Jingyao felt a pang of disappointment. Jewelry is a gift for a beautiful woman, but he would rather see her treat it as an ordinary object. He watched Su Yuyu's slightly mercenary actions and felt it was a pity that her beautiful face, as lovely as the bright moon, had become so vulgar. Assistant Lu, like a lowly serving an ancient empress, diligently opened the car door for Su Yuyu, helping her into the car. After getting in, Su Yuyu wanted to greet Lu Jingyao, but she didn't know what she had done to offend him. He was sitting several meters away, with several dividing lines between them. Assistant Lu felt a chill in the air and could only urge the driver, let's go. The banquet venue was a private estate, and at the entrance, people were strictly checking invitations. This private banquet limited the number of guests, attendants, and accompanying persons for each invitation. Su Yuyu even saw the inspectors count the number of people in their group. It was something that could be counted at a glance, yet they insisted on counting on their fingers, which reinforced Su Yuyu's stereotype that Americans were bad at math. The car passed through the check smoothly and drove into the estate. Su Yuyu quickly understood the meaning of Assistant Lu's words, because as soon as the car stopped in front of the main banquet hall, a young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a black high-slit dress, ran over, lifting her skirt. Lu, you're finally here. As soon as Lu Jingyao got out of the car, the young woman tried to throw herself into his arms. Su Yuyu thought to herself that she was quite lucky, but the next second Lu Jingyao suddenly moved aside, then quickly walked around to the other side of the car and opened Su Yuyu's door. Facing Lu Jingyao's outstretched hand and the scrutinizing gaze of the blonde girl not far away, Su Yuyu silently chanted, just playing along in her mind, but still covered her hand with his. Lu, is she your girlfriend? The blonde girl asked persistently. She's my lover, Su Yuyu, Lu Jingyao replied in English. Su Yuyu coughed violently, startled. Lu Jingyao gave Su Yuyu a warning look. Su Yuyu could only comfort herself that it was all for money, then proactively took her fake boyfriend's arm, deliberately putting on a loving act. The blonde girl glared at Su Yuyu, then walked up to her and said, so what if you're Lu's lover now? You're not married. Even if you were, it wouldn't be a big deal. Su Yuyu, utterly shocked. She didn't know whether to marvel at the foreigner's audacity in provoking the real girlfriend in front of her, or at their low moral standards. Lu Jingyao inadvertently revealed a hint of disgust, but quickly concealed it. Miss Cyril, we Chinese have always been exceptionally loyal to our partners. I will not betray my lover for you, Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu played along, feigning emotion, as if she truly were Lu Jingyao's lover. Cyril, clearly oblivious to the charade, saw the two gazing at each other with such affection that her eyes practically blazed with fury. An uninformed observer might have mistaken her for the legitimate wife. What is her family background? Is she even comparable to mine? My father said that if you are willing to marry me, the entire Cyril family's future belongs to our children. Cyril stamped her foot. Su Yuyu raised an eyebrow, surprised that this was a wealthy heiress with a substantial dowry. While an ordinary man would be overjoyed by such words, Lu Jingyao frowned deeply. I don't need to take advantage of women. Cyril opened her mouth to explain, but Lu Jingyao's gaze was already unfriendly. Suddenly, a man in his 60s from Europe or America walked out from behind her. Although he was wearing a well-tailored suit, his fierce aura was still very obvious. Anna, don't be rude to the guests, the old man said. His gaze swept over Lu Jingyao, then landed on Su Yuyu beside him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he asked with a smile, this mysterious oriental beauty must be Lu's friend? Lu Jingyao nodded slightly and introduced Su Yuyu. This is Mr. Hillel, Miss Hillel's father, Mr. Frank Hillel. The old man smiled and said, you can just call me Frank. According to your Chinese way of saying it, you two are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Please come in, there are already many people waiting to greet you. Frank personally led Lu Jingyao and Su Yuyu to the banquet hall, appearing to be a kind and approachable person. However, Su Yuyu always felt that he was more like a smiling tiger. She didn't like the way he looked at her and never dared to completely let her guard down. Lu Jingyao pretended to be extremely intimate with Su Yuyu in public, but as soon as there were fewer eyes around, he immediately distanced himself from her. Su Yuyu, having lived two lives, only sought to live this one to the fullest, so she didn't hold back and directly asked, Mr. Lu, am I some kind of filthy thing? You seem to be avoiding me like the plague. Lu Jingyao frowned slightly and said directly, Miss Su, I just hope that neither of us will have any unnecessary misunderstandings. Su Yuyu almost laughed in anger upon hearing this, turning to stare at him with a surprised look. Mr. Lu, what could I possibly misunderstand? Do you mean I should misunderstand that you're actually a charming Casanova, instead of a pathetic wretch who can't find a female companion and has to ask strangers for help? Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyao's face flushed red and then turned pale, as if he had been exposed to a dievat. Although he had asked for a female companion to appease Shirue, it was also a fact that Assistant Lu had been frantically searching for someone. Su Yuyu continued, I'm only willing to play along with this charade because of the expensive jewelry. Mr. Lu, please don't take it seriously. The initial goodwill Lu Jingyao had felt towards Su Yuyu because of her appearance vanished completely after hearing her words. He practically gritted his teeth as he said, don't worry, I can distinguish between falsehood and reality. Su Yuyu felt incredibly pleased to see him so embarrassed. If she had encountered this situation in her past life, she would have angrily smashed the necklace in his face. But now she had a change of heart, she shouldn't go against money. Although Lu Jingyao was a bit mentally unstable, Su Yuyu currently had 600 million in her bank account, 500 million of which came from Lu Jingyao. In effect, he was Su Yuyu's biggest sugar daddy. She didn't care about the few harsh words he uttered on the spot. In a lounge next to the banquet hall, Cyril grabbed his father's sleeve. Dad, don't you admire Lu too? You've always wanted to open up the Chinese market, and Lu's family might be a great help to you. Why didn't you support me just now? Frank said, no matter how good your dream plan is, it can't stop people from liking you. Anna Shireel stomped her foot in anger upon hearing this. Dad, I don't care. I've never wanted anything since I was little. I want Lu, even if it's not for your business. I must have this man. Frank looked at his only child with doting eyes and said with a smile, all right, how could our little princess not get what she wants? He recalled Su Yuyu's beautiful face, as white as jade, and his heart suddenly burned with passion. Lu, this is the first time I've seen you with a female companion. A sudden voice broke the awkward atmosphere between Lu Jingyao and Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu glanced at the newcomer. He was a young man with a full head of black curly hair, wearing a burgundy shirt with the top buttons undone. His deep blue eyes were like a vast ocean, almost drowning anyone who looked at him. Lu Jingyao suddenly approached Su Yuyu, smiling as he said, this is my girlfriend, Miss Su, and this is Mr. Anthony. Su Yuyu nodded to him. Anthony, with his naturally charming eyes, glanced back and forth between the two, deliberately asking, Lu, won't you join this beautiful lady for a dance? Before Lu Jingyao could speak, Su Yuyu cut to the chase, I can't dance. Anthony added with a hint of reproach, Lu, that's not right of you. Dancing with a beautiful woman is one of life's greatest pleasures, how could you possibly miss out? Lu Jingyao's lips twitched. For the Chinese, there was no formal dance culture, so he had no romantic notions about dancing with a woman. Su Yuyu didn't want to force herself into someone else's culture, so she held her wineglass and said, compared to dancing, I prefer appreciating the artwork here. Anthony raised an eyebrow, Miss Su seems quite knowledgeable about art? Su Yuyu casually replied, I just work in that field, I'm not an expert. The banquet hall also displayed numerous artworks, the more expensive ones all encased in glass cases, a deliberate choice by Frank to flaunt his wealth. At this moment, many people were dancing gracefully on the dance floor, while others were admiring the artworks. Su Yuyu's words weren't entirely far-fetched. Anthony gestured for her to enter and said, Frank just bought a piece of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain from Sotheby's last month, spending tens of millions. Miss Su, you're in for a treat. Su Yuyu glanced at the system's indica. Tore in the virtual space, it was still flashing, indicating that her chance to snag a bargain hadn't yet appeared. Hearing Anthony's words, she also wanted to see the splendor of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Lu Jingyao watched Anthony fawning over Su Yuyu, secretly suppressing his displeasure, and silently stood protectively beside her. Frank was a show-off. Having just acquired the collection, it was still in its most exciting phase for him, and it was currently displayed in the very center of the banquet hall. Through a layer of glass, Su Yuyu saw a large blue and white porcelain jar about 30 centimeters tall. She looked closer, the jar had figures painted on it. The Gaguzi descending the mountain jar, Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao glanced at her in surprise, seemingly not expecting Su Yuyu to recognize the significance so quickly. But when Anthony heard this, a look of confusion appeared on his handsome face. Miss Su, what did you say? Su Yuyu then realized that she had just spoken in Chinese, so she explained it again in English. But the name Gaguzi was naturally very unfamiliar to foreigners. Gaguzi was a remarkable figure from over 2,000 years ago, possessing profound knowledge, exceptional wisdom, and mastery of the art of diplomacy. Hearing this explanation, Anthony's face showed envy and jealousy. Your country's history is like a thick book. It seems that every page you open contains many powerful figures. Su Yuyu straightened her back slightly and said proudly, there were many such figures in his era, he wasn't the most dazzling jewel of that time. Anthony then asked, just now, Miss Su seemed to frown. Is there something wrong with this blue and white porcelain? Su Yuyu inwardly marveled at the system's magic. Although the reward was only a basic porcelain appraisal skill, she had discovered the flaw in this porcelain in such a short time. Su Yuyu, unsuspecting of Anthony, directly said, Frank might have been cheated by the auction house. Lu Jingyao suddenly nudged her arm gently. Su Yuyu turned to look at him with surprise. Lu Jingyao leaned close to Su Yuyu's ear and whispered, the auction house is a murky place. Frank might know whether this thing is real or fake. Even if he was fooled by the auction house, he probably wouldn't be happy to be exposed by you in public. Anthony, who didn't understand Chinese, raised his voice slightly and pressed, Miss Su, do you think this porcelain vase is fake? A number of customers who had gathered to admire the art all turned their attention to Su Yuyu upon hearing this. Su Yuyu's mind worked quickly. Anthony, you misheard. I said Mr. Frank's lavish spending this time is admirable. A hint of disappointment flashed in Anthony's eyes. He wanted to get Su Yuyu to say more, but she was already wary of him and didn't speak easily. Lu Jingyao casually made an excuse and pulled Su Yuyu and Anthony apart. Once they were in a secluded corner, Su Yuyu grabbed his arm. Anthony, were you doing this on purpose? Su Yuyu asked. Lu Jingyao's gaze fell on the hand Su Yuyu was using to grip his arm. Su Yuyu immediately pulled her hand back. Anthony appears to be but he's a master at setting traps, able to glean information subtly, Lu Jingyao explained. Su Yuyu frowned. Aren't they all said to be rich and foolish? How come they're all so cunning? Lu Jingyao casually said, Anthony is Jewish. Su Yuyu immediately understood. Jews are known for their intelligence and cunning, no wonder they were so difficult to deal with. Lu Jingyao suddenly turned around, pinning Su Yuyu against the wall, creating a wall slam effect. Su Yuyu frowned, her first instinct being to push him away, but Lu Jingyao's eyes narrowed, and she hesitated. After about half a minute, Lu Jingyao finally stood up. Su Yuyu didn't feel any romantic tension, instead, her face was cold. Explain. Sirius just came by, Lu Jingyao pointed to the glass window on the side of the wall. From Lu Jingyao's angle, he could see the person behind him through the reflection in the glass window. Even though Su Yu knew this was part of the act, she was still very unhappy. Next time you do something that could cause misunderstandings, Mr. Lu, remember to give me a heads up beforehand, otherwise I won't be so polite. Lu Jingyao. He looked at Su Yu's fierce expression and her right leg, which was moving around, and frowned, asking, "Are you planning to kick me?" Su Yu didn't answer, but gave him a meaningful look. Lu Jingyao wanted to say something more, but Su Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and then, completely disregarding that she was wearing 10-centimeter high heels, she was about to run towards the door. Su Yu? Lu Jingyao called her name and chased after her. Su Yu ignored him. She only saw the system indicator, which had been flashing incessantly, suddenly stop flashing and instead turn to point towards the banquet hall entrance. As she moved, the system indicator also changed, clearly indicating that this time, the snatching opportunity was another living thing. What are you looking for? Lu Jingyao seemed to have seen through Su Yu's intentions. He didn't stop her but followed behind her. Su Yu found this tale a bit annoying and retorted directly, "Aren't you supposed to be discussing business with the Shirue family? Why are you following me? You don't really think I'm your girlfriend, do you?" Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao didn't know what was wrong with him. His gaze kept unconsciously following Su Yu. Looking at Su Yu's flawless white face, he thought to himself with frustration, "Am I no different from everyone else? Am I just attracted to beauty?" Seeing him suddenly standing there in a daze, Su Yu immediately took the opportunity to shake him off and, like a nimble fish, darted into the guests dressed in haute couture. Following the system's prompts, Su Yu quickly arrived at a corner of the banquet hall. This place was even more secluded than where Lu Jingyao had cornered her against the wall earlier, and two men were standing there. One of the men had a youthful face, looking no more than 20 years old, and wore a wrinkled black suit, completely out of place with his surroundings. The other man, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, appeared much more successful, holding a glass of light-colored champagne and looking impatient. Su Yu leaned closer and finally heard their conversation. "I don't know how you got in, but if you keep bothering me, I'll call security. Someone of your caliber doesn't deserve to be here," the middle-aged man said, his eyes scanning the boy's clothes. The boy looked embarrassed and shrank back, but continued to plead, "We're really serious about making this game, we just need some funding to get started. I have no interest in your game. I've seen far too many people like you, thinking you're young and talented, the next Bill Gates, but in reality, you're only fit to be a waiter." The middle-aged man interrupted him. The young man's face flushed red, but he didn't dare to lose his temper and seemed to want to continue his sales pitch. The middle-aged man, however, had lost his patience. "Security." Hearing this, the young man seemed ready to run away. Su Yu felt her opportunity had arrived. She quickly stepped forward. "Young sir, could you tell me about the game you're making?" The middle-aged man, hearing the sudden voice, immediately looked at Su Yu. High society had its own set of standards for judging people. Su Yu was indeed a new face in their circle, even more so, a Chinese face. But the middle-aged man dared not underestimate her in the slightest. The necklace around Su Yu's neck was enough to prove her identity. "This beautiful oriental lady, are you interested in this little mouse that slipped in?" the middle-aged man asked, narrowing his eyes. Su Yu gently swirled the red wine in her glass, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Sir, there's no need to rush to judgment. You should trust the security at Cyril Manor, they won't let anyone in so easily." The middle-aged man sneered. He didn't insist on calling security, but he was eager to get rid of the boy's entanglement. Before leaving, he warned Su Yu, "For the sake of your wallet, you'd better stay away from these rats." Su Yu nodded slightly. "I think I know what I'm doing." The middle-aged man snorted and turned away. Once everyone else was in the corner, the boy approached Su Yu and said, "Madam, thank you for getting me out of that situation. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble." Su Yu shook her head. "Even if I hadn't helped you, you could have gotten away on your own." An embarrassed look appeared on the boy's face. Su Yu looked at him in surprise and asked, "Did you really sneak in?" The Cyril family clearly checked the invitations of every guest and strictly verified the number of people. How could this be? The boy scratched the back of his head. "I'm a kitchen helper. I changed my clothes and ran to the front when the head chef wasn't looking." Su Yu looked at him with newfound respect and asked again, "You just told me like that? Aren't you afraid I'll report you?" The boy looked at Su Yu with his beautiful, emerald-like eyes. "Beautiful lady, you're so kind, you certainly wouldn't do that, right?" Su Yu indeed wouldn't do that. She was still waiting to pick up some bargains from the boy, and said with a smile, "I think your God will reward every smart person." The boy looked delighted. He wanted to talk to Su Yu a little more, but he didn't want to miss this good opportunity to attract investment. "Beautiful lady, I have to go find the next investor." I hope we'll have a chance to meet again. Su Yu said, instead of waiting for the next meeting, why not try to please investor in front of you first? The boy's eyes widened suddenly. He hadn't expected Su Yu to seem interested in his game, nor had he expected her to be so wealthy. Unlike the middle-aged man before him, he hadn't expected Su Yu to be just a companion to some distinguished guest. Young sir, judging by appearances isn't wise, Su Yu said. The boy nodded blankly, then took a large gulp of his drink before mustering his courage. Let me introduce myself. My name is Peter Locke. My friends and I are working on a game, a small map 5v5 battle game. Su Yu didn't know much about games, but she was incredibly surprised. She had heard of Peter Locke. He was the creator of the globally popular game Peak Battle from her previous life. I plan to name this game Peak Battle, but of course, you can change the name if you don't like it, Peter Locke said cautiously. His attitude was extremely humble, as if he was afraid of saying something wrong and losing Su Yu's interest. Su Yu hurriedly said, no need to change it. This name is great. I like it very much, please don't change it. Peter smiled and said, give me $5 million, and I'm confident I can finish this game this year. Su Yu frowned slightly. Peter immediately replied, if you think 5 million is too much, 4 million is fine, or even less, as long as the game is made. Su Yu didn't care about that small amount of money. At this moment, her greedy thoughts were raging wildly. She couldn't wait to get a larger share of the game. $20 million. I'll give you higher salaries than game designers in the industry. I want this game to belong entirely to me. As soon as Su Yu finished speaking, a flicker of joy crossed Peter's face, but within 2 seconds, he shook his head as if he had thought of something. I can invest less money, but I hope to retain a portion of the shares held by myself and my friends, Peter said. Su Yu frowned slightly. The young man before her seemed so youthful and inexperienced, she couldn't understand how he had changed so quickly. How many shares do you want to retain? Su Yu asked. Peter replied decisively, at least 50%. Su Yu's heart sank. This was clearly beyond her expectations. That's not how you do business. The sudden voice startled Su Yu, causing her to turn around immediately. Lu Jingyao had appeared behind her at some point, and she had no idea how much of the conversation he had overheard. Mr. Lu, eavesdropping is not gentlemanly behavior, Su Yu said coldly. Peter didn't understand Chinese, he could only see the two Chinese faces opening and closing their mouths. Lu Jingyao walked over and stood beside Su Yu, saying, Miss Su, you love to show off. You speak openly, so I'm listening openly. Your intentions are too obvious, even a fool could sense something's wrong. Su Yu bit her lip. She wasn't smart enough, otherwise, she wouldn't have been tormented by Gu Shuiying her whole life. But even so, hearing Lu Jingyao speak like this, she couldn't suppress her anger. Suddenly, Su Yu saw a strange look in Lu Jingyao's eyes. Was it pity? Don't use too much force, Lu Jingyao said. Before Su Yu could even be surprised, she tasted rust in her mouth. Unconsciously, she had bitten her lip until it bled, revealing a trace of crimson. Lu Jingyao handed her a clean white handkerchief. Su Yu took it and wiped the blood from her lips, vaguely smelling a faint, elegant woody fragrance. Lu Jingyao sighed softly, his previous aggression gone. He said, when doing business, you can't lay your mind on the table from the start. You should first negotiate a lower price. For example, invest $3 million to get half the shares. When he runs out of money, invest another $2 million to get more shares. Grab as much as you can, and you'll get at least 90% of the shares. 90% is enough. If these founders don't get any shares, they won't be motivated. Lu Jingyao felt that Su Yu's mistake this time was that she underestimated Peter's youth and didn't try to hide her true intentions. Her overly aggressive approach made Peter realize he possessed a huge fortune, and the balance of power shifted. Lu Jingyao stopped being sarcastic, and Su Yu listened patiently to him. The business genius's casual remark immediately gave Su Yu a sense of enlightenment. She couldn't help but think to herself, no wonder Lu Jingyao was so rich at such a young age. These tactics revealed his ruthlessness. So what do you think I should do now? Su Yu asked. If I were you, I would ignore him for 3 days. Su Yu said to Peter without any hesitation, there are too many people at the banquet, and some things are difficult to discuss. I will contact you again in a few days. Peter had faced countless setbacks in securing investment, and hearing this made him panic. He'd experienced too many instances. Here people would say they'd consider it and then disappear without a trace. Miss Su, you can take a look at our game information first. Peter unbuttoned his suit jacket, pulling out a stack of crumpled documents. Su Yu didn't immediately take them, but smiled reservedly. I haven't officially invested in your project yet, so it's not appropriate to access your confidential information rashly. Peter panicked even more. Miss Sue, is it because of the shareholding? We can continue talking. As long as we can make this game, my friends, and my shares can be further diluted. Su Yu subtly sensed the pleasure of being in control. The more panicked Peter became, the more composed she felt. She suppressed the urge to agree on the spot, instead smiling at Peter. Don't worry, I'll contact you. Peter still wanted to persist. Lu Jingyao, standing nearby, suddenly said, it's not gentlemanly to keep pestering a lady like this. Peter could only sigh and retreat. Lu Jingyao led Su Yu a few steps deeper into the banquet hall. After making sure no one was around, he said, I thought you were only interested in art. I didn't expect you to be so keen on investing in games. Su Yu replied, I've always done things on a whim. If I like something, I'm willing to spend any amount of money. Lu Jingyao remained non-committal, casually saying, investing abroad has different rules than investing domestically. Holding on to shares isn't easy. Su Yu keenly sensed the implication in his words and immediately pressed, could someone be trying to steal my shares? Lu Jingyao glanced at her and said, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. It's fine if this project goes quiet, but once it starts to take off, I'm afraid ferocious beasts will swarm in. Su Yu immediately followed up, then, Mr. Lu, you must also have investments abroad. How can you avoid these ferocious beasts? Su Yu understood the enormous business opportunity hidden within Peter better than anyone else. She was unwilling to give up such a large piece of the pie. An equal exchange, Lu Jingyao said. Su Yu was taken aback. The other party explained, you seem to know a lot about porcelain. Accompany me to an internal appraisal meeting tomorrow. I'll help you solve your investment problems, and I can also lend you my professional team. They'll try to secure the best possible deal for you with that poor young man. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Lu Jingyao exuded the aura of a successful person. Just standing there, he seemed incredibly reliable. If she could really get his team's help, the matter would be a sure thing. However, Su Yu still had a worry. Won't you also try to interfere? Steal my shares? Lu Jingyao chuckled and said, although I'm a shrewd businessman, I wouldn't be so dishonest as to disregard even this basic rule. Su Yu was skeptical. You seem to have a pretty clear understanding of yourself. Lu Jingyao not only didn't find the title shrewd businessman offensive, but he even looked proud. As they were talking, a waiter carrying 2 glasses of champagne walked up to them. Su Yu put down her empty glass and picked up a new one. Just as she was about to drink, Lu Jingyao reminded her again, if I were you, I wouldn't drink. Su Yu was taken aback. Only then did she notice that although Lu Jingyao was holding a glass of red wine, he hadn't taken a single sip. Could there be something wrong with the wine at the banquet? But so many people have drunk it, and no one seems to be in trouble, Su Yu said. You know the organizers have ill intentions towards you, yet you still trust the food they prepared. I can only say, you're really naive. Seeing Lu Jingyao revert to his sarcastic demeanor, Su Yu was angry, but she didn't want to risk her life. There's so much delicious food in the banquet hall, can you really resist eating a single bite? Su Yu asked. Lu Jingyao looked at her strangely, as if to say, is self-control really that difficult? Although Lu Jingyao didn't say it aloud, Su Yu read it in his eyes and said awkwardly, if I don't want to eat, I won't. I can just go hungry. Lu Jingyao was so wary because he had been ambushed at banquets many times in the past 2 years, even being drugged. If he hadn't been taken to the hospital in time, he might already have a son and a daughter. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Zeruier watched as Su Yu picked up the champagne from the tray but didn't put it in her mouth for a long time. She was extremely anxious. While talking to Su Yu, Lu Jingyao subtly tilted his wine glass towards the potted plant beside him, spilling a little wine with effortless grace, as natural as eating or drinking. Su Yu watched him, inwardly admiring his experience. However, when it was her turn, her movements became much clumsy. Lu Jingyao raised an eyebrow and moved slightly, barely concealing Su Yu's large movement. Don't be too obvious, Lu Jingyao reminded her. Su Yu smiled awkwardly. But something even more unexpected happened. Sirius's father, Frank, suddenly walked over and raised his glass to them. To your love, Frank said with a smile, then downed his glass in one gulp. Su Yu was now caught in a dilemma. She clearly didn't know how to handle the situation. But Lu Jingyao remained calm and said with a smile, Frank, I really love your artwork. I know so many foreign friends, and your taste is top-notch. Frank chuckled in agreement, but he wasn't so easily fooled. He asked, don't you like the wine I prepared for today's banquet? Lu Jingyao still didn't drink, saying, how could I? It's just that my wife can't hold her liquor anymore. Su Yu immediately adopted a weak and submissive demeanor. Frank smiled and said, in your Chinese parlance, this is called showing tenderness to a beautiful woman. Just when Su Yu thought this mess was over, Frank spoke again. I've heard that in China there's a saying that if you want to help someone avoid drinking, you have to drink their wine too. Is that true? Su Yu could sense the tense atmosphere, but she shared Lu Jingyao's sentiment. The more he urged them to drink, the less they wanted to. Before Lu Jingyao could speak, Su Yu said directly, there is no such claim, Mr. Frank. There are far too many rumors about China. You may have misheard. Really? But the person who told me this is a professor from a well-known Chinese university. I thought he represented authority. Frank still didn't give up. Su Yu cursed him as an old fox in her heart, but she really didn't know how to respond. Lu Jingyao smiled and said, there's a saying in China, a man who is afraid of his wife will become rich and powerful. If you don't listen to your wife, you'll ruin the feng shui and might even lose your life. I can't help it, I'm just a coward. Naturally, I do whatever she says. Su Yu was stunned. How could Lu Jingyao say such cheesy things without batting an eye? Frank was also clearly stunned. After all, what powerful man would so openly admit to being afraid of his wife in front of another man? He didn't continue urging her to drink, but instead sneered, saying, if you listen to women so much, then I hope you continue to be rich and powerful. After Frank left, Su Yu immediately asked, has your business deal been finalized? Aren't you afraid he'll break the contract after offending him like that? Lu Jingyao shook his head and said, it's useless to be tolerant with these foreigners. The more you back down, the more they'll take advantage. The more assertive you are, the less willing they are to let go. Su Yu felt like she had learned another lesson, but after a moment, she realized something was wrong. If that's the case, then why do you insist on having a female companion? A hint of helplessness flashed in Lu Jingyao's eyes upon hearing this. I overestimated Miss Cyril's thick skin. It was rare for Su Yu to see Lu Jingyao not miscalculating. The banquet seemed extremely long to both of them. Miss Cyril came over several times to offer a toast, but Su Yu and Lu Jingyao worked together seamlessly to deflect them all. Finally, the banquet ended, and the two got into the car for the return trip, their eyes filled with relief. I'm starving after a whole night, I'm going to have a big meal when we get back to the hotel, Su Yu said casually. Lu Jingyao looked at her adorable expression as she clutched her stomach and complained, a smile flashing in his eyes, but it disappeared without a trace when Su Yu looked closer. Su Yu dragged her tired body back to her room. Before she could even call room service, there was a knock on the door. Miss Su, this is the meal Mr. Lu ordered for you. Su Yu's eyes widened at the sight of the overflowing food on the cart. Once the food was in her mouth, savoring the taste, she briefly put aside her dislike for Lu Jingyao. Oh well, this sharp-tongued man does have some redeeming qualities, Su Yu remarked. Suddenly, her phone chimed. Lu Jingyao sent a message, don't eat too much before bed, it's bad for your health. Su Yu's mouth was still full of food. When she saw this message, she was so angry that her eyes widened. What did Lu Jingyao mean by this? Did he think she was greedy? After sending the message, Lu Jingyao, who was staying in the presidential suite, waited for a long time but did not see Su Yu's reply. His lips were pursed into a straight line. Mr. Lu, I need to ask for leave. My father has suddenly fallen ill and been hospitalized. I want to go back to China immediately to be with him. Assistant Lu was so anxious that he didn't notice Lu Jingyao's extremely grim expression after he finished speaking. Assistant Lu was worried that he wouldn't be able to get his leave approved, but Lu Jingyao waved his hand with a dar. K-face, go back first. Are there any flights? If not, I'll have someone arrange a private jet for you. Assistant Lu was touched. The president was clearly in a bad mood, yet he was still being so considerate. The next flight is in 2 hours. I'll head to the airport now, Assistant Lu said. Lu Jingyao nodded. A flight in 2 hours was even faster than arranging a private jet. Remember to book first class for yourself. Don't skimp on long-haul travel, the company will reimburse you. Assistant Lu was almost moved to tears. It would have been normal for him not to be reimbursed for his airfare after such a last-minute leave request, but Lu Jingyao had immediately booked first class. After giving him this sweet treat, Lu Jingyao said, after you return to China, you still need to have people continue investigating Su Yu. I have a feeling she's not ordinary. Su Yu was completely unaware that she was being targeted again. She was awakened by a knock on the door. Waking up in the hotel bed, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. She hastily threw on a piece of clothing over her pajamas and ran to open the door. Seeing the familiar face outside, she paused for a moment before remembering Lu Jingyao's purpose for coming. I'll brush my teeth and wash my face right away, wait for me for 15 minutes, Su Yu said. Lu Jingyao frowned slightly. You opened the door too quickly. Su Yuyu? Lu Jingyao continued, in a foreign country, a young woman like you should be a little wary. You can't just open the door to anyone, you should at least ask first. Su Yuyu, this is the Anman Hotel. This isn't China, where guns are free. Even a high-end hotel isn't safer than in China, Lu Jingyao said, frowning. Su Yuyu found his cold, nagging manner annoying and simply closed the door. I have to get ready to go. Lu Jingyao almost got a cold shoulder. When Su Yuyu changed into a casual dress and went out again with a light handbag, Lu Jingyao was still standing outside with a dark expression. Su Yuyu secretly observed his expression and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that his nose didn't seem to have been hit by the door. Mr. Lu, could you have your driver buy me some food on the way? Su Yuyu asked. Lu Jingyao glanced at her but didn't speak. Su Yuyu touched her nose. Mr. Lu, are you angry? Lu Jingyao glanced down at Su Yuyu's shoes. Good, they were sneakers. He seemed to have no more worries and strode towards the hotel exit. Su Yuyu quickly followed. However, it was quite awkward. When they arrived at Lu Jingyao's car, the driver hadn't gotten in yet. After waiting for about 2 minutes, the driver rushed over with the packed food. Mr. Lu, Miss Su, I'm sorry I'm late. Lu Jingyao nodded casually and got into the car. Su Yuyu was a step too late, and the driver stopped her, handing her the packaged food. Miss Su, the master instructed me to prepare breakfast for you. If you don't like it, I'll see if I can buy you something else on the way, the driver said respectfully. Su Yuyu took it, and her initial dissatisfaction with Lu Jingyao disturbing her sleep dissipated for a moment. However, after she got in the car, Lu Jingyao remained a considerable distance away, frowning and looking out the window the entire way. His intention to ignore her was crystal clear. The Yanmen Hotel's breakfast was famous, and the driver had prepared the hotel's signature dishes for Su Yuyu. Even after Su Yuyu finished the entire breakfast, Lu Jingyao didn't spare her a single glance. Su Yuyu, full and satisfied, had the energy to play with the cat and asked, "Are you angry?" Lu Jingyao turned to look at her upon hearing her voice. Although Su Yuyu could still tell he seemed a little angry, at least his expression was no longer showing any emotion. "I'm not angry. This isn't worth getting angry about," Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu immediately seized the opportunity. "It's good that you're not angry. I knew President Lu was always magnanimous and wouldn't hold it against me for almost being late because I overslept." Lu Jingyao's lips twitched, but his upbringing prevented him from uttering a single word of reproach. Su Yuyu glanced around the car again, suddenly noticing something amiss. "Where's Assistant Lu? Isn't he with you today?" Lu Jingyao replied, "He had an emergency at home and returned to China last night." Su Yuyu nodded. No wonder the atmosphere in the car felt so oppressive. Assistant Lu was missing, a welcome relief. "Where are Mr. Lu's bodyguards? Are they in another car?" Su Yuyu asked again. Su Yuyu had also brought several bodyguards with her, but since she was traveling with Lu Jingyao today, she trusted his security team and didn't bother. "They're in the car behind," Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu relaxed. "Then, Mr. Lu, what items are on display at this internal appraisal meeting? Which one do you want most?" Lu Jingyao felt like she was a sparrow constantly chirping in his ear. "You'll know when you get there." After saying this, Lu Jingyao closed his eyes, pretending to rest. Seeing that he didn't want to talk much, Su Yuyu felt incredibly bored and took out her phone to message Song Jibai. After Song's mother's successful surgery, she was out of the post-operative danger period and was currently recuperating at the Presbyterian Hospital. Song Jibai kept asking Su Yuyu when she would return to China. He and his mother owed her a huge favor, and Song Jibai was eager to return to work for her. Su Yuyu hadn't resolved the Peter matter yet, so she couldn't return to China so quickly. She could only tell Song Jibai that she would stay in the United States for a while longer and that he shouldn't be too anxious, waiting until his mother recovered. At this moment, in the hospital, Song's mother propped herself up in bed and asked her son, "What did Miss Su say?" "Mom, she hopes you can stay in the hospital a little longer, saying that she hasn't finished taking care of things abroad," Song Jibai said. "Did she say what she was busy with abroad?" asked Song's mother. Song Jibai shook his head. He had asked before, but Su Yuyu hadn't said anything. Hearing this, Song's mother sighed. "Miss Su is truly the kindest young girl I've ever met." A look of doubt appeared on Song Jibai's face. Song's mother explained, "The reason she hasn't returned to China isn't because she hasn't finished her business, but because I've held her back." Su Yuyu had occasionally come to the hospital for treatment these past few days, but each time she seemed relaxed and unhurried, without a trace of fatigue or busyness on her face, which was why Song's mother had this guess. Song's mother patted her son's hand. "Miss Su has been very kind to us, we should repay her well in the future." Song Jibai nodded vigorously. Over this long period, Su Yuyu had proven that she had no ill intentions. Song Jibai wished he could disappear into the ground when he thought about how he had viewed her in the past. Su Yuyu was unaware of the deep gratitude the Song family was towards her. After nearly an hour's drive, the car stopped, and before her was a scene resembling a museum. A museum selling its collection? Su Yuyu asked curiously. Lu Jingyao explained, this is a private museum. Because the owner's own business went bankrupt, he couldn't keep the collection either. Su Yuyu quickly spotted several familiar faces in the crowd, the wealthy and influential figures who had attended the party the previous night. Clearly, even though the museum owner was bankrupt, his collection was still incredibly valuable, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Following Lu Jingyao's gaze, Su Yuyu saw a large crowd gathered around the item he wanted. Her eyes narrowed instantly. Mr. Lu, are you eyeing their prized possession? Lu Jingyao led Su Yuyu to a crowded area. Shirue noticed them immediately, a dark glint in her eyes before she feigned innocence. Lu, you also like this peach-shaped vase? Just like my father's taste. Lu Jingyao nodded casually. Shirue didn't seem to care about his deliberate avoidance, and continued to laugh heartily. If you're willing to marry me, my father might give this vase to his son-in-law. Lu Jingyao glanced at Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu hadn't expected this couple's game to continue, and could only helplessly say, if your father can afford it, why can't I? Shirue looked Su Yuyu up and down. Miss Su, this seems to be your first time abroad, your visa is very clean. Su Yuyu immediately sensed the power of the Shirue family, they could even access her entry records. Because of Su Yuyu's clean entry record, Shirue assumed she was poor. Lu Jingyao suddenly put his hand on Su Yuyu's shoulder. Miss Shirue, you don't know that there are many ancient families in China. They don't like to go abroad, but that doesn't mean they lack power. Shirue seemed to realize something upon hearing this, and stopped mocking Su Yuyu, a hint of apprehension appearing in her eyes. Su Yuyu, seeing the change in her expression, felt bewildered and whispered to Lu Jingyao, what kind of impressive persona have you created for me? Lu Jingyao casually replied, when you're abroad, your identity is what you give yourself. Hearing this, Su Yuyu felt that this cold-faced CEO seemed frighteningly quick-witted. Young lady from an ancient family, don't waste your energy arguing with people. Take a closer look at this collection, Lu Jingyao said. After accepting this persona, Su Yuyu straightened her posture even more, becoming even more like a young lady. The peach-shaped vase that Cyril mentioned is actually called the Yongzheng Famille Rose olive-shaped vase. Shaped like an olive, it's a very pale pink, decorated with a peach tree branch bearing 8 peaches and bats, symbolizing both fortune and longevity. Su Yuyu was immediately captivated by it. She examined it slowly, taking a full half hour, taking numerous photos with the professional camera provided by Lu Jingyao. Finally, after a clear look, she turned back and nodded slightly to Lu Jingyao. Once Lu Jingyao confirmed the vase's authenticity, he joined the bidding. With nothing else to do, Su Yuyu wandered around the private museum. While the prized possession attracted most collectors, there were many other items in the collection. The bargain hunting mission has begun. Please arrive at the location as soon as possible. Due to the incomplete previous bargain hunting mission, the reward for completing this mission is temporarily suspended. Su Yuyu read the system notification carefully, confirming that it said suspended rather than not issued. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Following the system's instructions, she walked to a corner of the museum, where a piece of art was displayed openly without even a glass case. Of course, this was because this piece was simply impossible for an ordinary person to move. A stone statue. This statue only had one head, and judging from its shape, it depicted an ancient official wearing a crown. This item seemed rather obscure, there were no staff around, and Su Yuyu searched for a while before finally finding one and expressing her intention to buy the stone statue. Are you sure you want to buy it? The staff member asked repeatedly. Su Yuyu nodded 3 times in a row. She wasn't blind, and naturally could see the look of disbelief in the staff member's eyes. This item isn't up for auction, it'll be sold at the listed price, the staff member said. The listed price was $10,000. According to the explanatory plaque, it was an antique, approximately 200 years old. But both the buyer and seller seemed to know that the explanatory plaque was just for show. An hour later, Lu Jingyao emerged from the auction hall, accompanied by a white man in a suit with gray hair. Mr. Lu, please come with me to retrieve your spoils, the white man said with a smile. Lu Jingyao nodded, then glanced at Su Yuyu, who immediately ran over and followed him to retrieve the item. Your car can take my goods with you later, Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao nodded. Mr. Lu, it's rare to see a Chinese person as generous as you. You can take the item with just one look, the white man said with a smile. Lu Jingyao looked at the pink bottle, which was tightly wrapped in a protective box, but did not take it immediately. Su Yu knew she would be useful again. She put on a pair of white gloves that she seemed to have produced from somewhere and carefully examined the item. The white man smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, don't worry. Our family has been in the antique business for over 100 years, and our reputation is internationally renowned." He seemed particularly proud of his family's reputation. But the next second, Su Yu spoke up, "It's fake." Lu Jingyao's gaze at the white man was like a sharp sword. "I need an explanation." The white man remained completely calm. "Mr. Lu, did your people make a mistake in their appraisal? Besides, in the antique business, it's always about skill. Since you participated in the auction, it's too late to back out now." Su Yu opened the professional camera around her neck. "This bottle is not the same one that was exhibited earlier. The base of the bottle is indeed a Yongzheng porcelain base, an old object, but the bottle body was made by a master craftsman, almost to the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing. There are only slight differences in the details, and I've taken pictures of them all." Su Yu enlarged the photos on the camera to ensure that everyone present could clearly see the differences in the details. If they hadn't been prepared in advance, they would have suffered a loss now. Lu Jingyao said directly, "Mr. Denard, it seems that your Denard family's century-old reputation is no different from a shoe-shining rag." Upon hearing this, Denard's pale face flushed red and then turned green, but he quickly realized who was capable of doing this. "Mr. Lu, I would never joke with my family's century-old reputation. I don't know what misunderstanding this is. Since it's definitely not the same bottle as before, I'm willing to give you a full refund," Denard said through gritted teeth. Lu Jingyao, however, wasn't so easily fooled. "Just a refund?" Denard's eyes were bloodshot, but the facts were undeniable, and many people were watching. He could only swallow his anger. "I will pay 20% of the purchase price as compensation for this breach of contract." Lu Jingyao sighed. "I genuinely wanted to accept this collectible, but unfortunately, Mr. Denard seems more interested in protecting this thief who switched the goods." Denard fell silent. The other buyers who had been watching this exorbitantly priced Tian now started making a fuss. "Denard, I bought a painting from you. I want it re-authenticated. You might have switched it. I bought a porcelain bowl from you 2 years ago, and it doesn't look real at all. You must have switched it too." Image for reference only. Denard hadn't expected such a chain reaction. He'd been hoping the museum's collection would sell today to cover losses in other businesses. Now, more and more people were surrounding him, demanding refunds and compensation, claiming they'd lost money on his business. Su Yu watched the spectacle with wide eyes, even feeling anxious for Denard, thinking he'd probably have to pay a hefty sum. But then, the usually mild-mannered Denard suddenly turned menacing. "Want a refund? You'll have to step over my dead body." The others, who had been making a ruckus, immediately fell silent. Su Yu wanted to watch the show a little longer, but Lu Jingyao, who had just received his refund and compensation, pulled her away. Even after they were shoved into the car, Su Yu complained, "If we wait any longer, they'll start fighting. Aren't you even interested in this good show?" Lu Jingyao's lips twitched, and he casually pointed to a shop at the intersection. Su Yu looked over. The shop sold guns. "Lu Jingyao, let me remind you, guns are free here, so don't rush to watch every little spectacle." Su Yu immediately felt guilty. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, "Mr. Denard's words carry so much weight? Why didn't those people dare bother him when he said he wouldn't refund or exchange it?" Su Yu thought that if this happened in China, the argument would drag on for days. Lu Jingyao said, "The Denard family used to be involved in organized crime." Su Yu suddenly understood and asked softly, "Ordered people can go bankrupt in business?" Lu Jingyao said, "There's no such thing as a guaranteed profit in this world." He suddenly took out his checkbook and started writing checks. Su Yu curiously leaned over to look, then her eyes widened at the amount, 100 million. "You're really generous. Who's going to give this money to?" The next second, Lu Jingyao deftly tore off the check and handed it to Su Yu. "Su Yu, huh? Brother, why are you suddenly throwing money around like this?" Lu Jingyao explained, "I need to keep a portion of the compensation from the Denard family to pay taxes, so this is all I can give you." Su Yu, realizing the compensation was only 1/5 of the total price, was momentarily speechless. She didn't know whether to be surprised that even compensation was subject to tax, and such a high tax rate, or to admire Lu Jingyao. Though he always had a cold face, he was kind. He was truly generous. "This I wasn't much of a help actually. It's fine if you don't give me anything," Su Yu said politely. Lu Jingyao didn't expose her feigned politeness, instead saying, "This is what you deserve. If I hadn't taken you on this trip, I would have lost so much money for nothing. Take it, I never mistreat those who have helped me." Su Yuyu's hand was already almost touching the check, but after his persuasion, she immediately took it. This was 100 million. 100 million she earned through her own abilities. 100 million she earned independently without any system-provided tips. As the car entered the Anman Hotel, Su Yuyu shamelessly asked Lu Jingyao for help again. I'd like to ask your people to deliver the stone carving to my room. As the driver opened the trunk, a speechless expression gradually appeared on Lu Jingyao's face. The museum staff said it's an antique, Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao pointed to the hat part of the stone carving, where there was a very conspicuous straight line. That's a mark from an electric cutting disc. Don't tell me you can't see it. Following Lu Jingyao's pointing finger, Su Yuyu finally noticed the obvious cutting line. She had been in such a hurry to find a bargain that she hadn't looked closely at all, and now she could only give an awkward smile. How much did you spend? Not expensive, $10,000. Consider it a waste, Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao reminded her again, such a heavy stone carving, if you bring it back to China, it will cost you a lot of money. How do you plan to transport it back, by sea or by air? Su Yuyu answered without hesitation, by air, of course. Air freight is expensive, and Lu Jingyao's brows furrowed. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, you really like stone carvings? Su Yuyu couldn't tell the truth. This stone carving was something the system had asked her to buy. Even if it wasn't an antique, she didn't feel comfortable shipping it by sea. She would only feel at ease if it flew back to China with her. I love it so much. Su Yuyu exclaimed. Lu Jingyao didn't say anything more. After having his people deliver it to Su Yuyu's room, Su Yuyu didn't say him for the next 2 days. Even the game project that Su Yuyu wanted to invest in was approached by Lu Jingyao's investment team, who took her to talk to Peter. Su Yuyu spent $10 million while guaranteeing not to interfere with the game content, and ultimately obtained 70% of the shares in this newly established game company. The head of the investment team advised Su Yuyu at the time, Miss Su, you are optimistic about this project, but sometimes more shares are not necessarily better. After all, the core of this project is in their hands. Appropriate concessions will allow them to do their job better. After hearing him talk about Lu Jingyao's past successful investment cases, Su Yuyu finally completely dispelled her doubts. Although she felt it was a pity to only get 70% of the shares, she understood that she couldn't earn all the money. Congratulations, host, for completing 2 bargain hunting tasks in a short period of time. Reward, Beginner Martial Arts Mastery. Su Yuyu's eyes lit up at the system notification. Although the reward was labeled beginner, the system's beginner always corresponded to advanced in the real world. After all, the beginner porcelain appraisal she received last time had given her the same appraisal level as a professional appraiser. A surge of heat coursed through her, and she casually waved her hand, her movements seemingly much more agile. Su Yuyu felt incredibly powerful now. Having completed 2 bargain hunting tasks in a row, the system stopped refreshing the tasks, and Su Yuyu finally had time to properly explore New York. After 2 days of intense shopping, Su Yuyu had spent a lot of money, but the more satisfied she became materially, the emptier she felt inside. She used to envy Gu Shuiying's extravagant spending, but now that her own desires were fully satisfied, she found the feeling rather underwhelming. Looking at the system, which hadn't moved for 2 days, she felt itchy and asked the hotel butler, are there any auctions in New York recently? The hotel butler's job was to serve guests to the best of his ability, and hearing this, he felt embarrassed. Miss Su, there is indeed an auction coming up soon, but the invitations are very difficult to obtain. Seeing that even the butler couldn't get an invitation, Su Yuyu asked, are they all high-barrier events? Aren't there any low-barrier ones? No private auctions either? Su Yuyu found bargain hunting incredibly addictive. If she didn't hunt for bargains for a day, she felt like ants were crawling all over her. She desperately wanted to find something. After thinking for a moment, the hotel butler said, Miss Su, if you're interested, you can participate in a warehouse auction. Su Yuyu quickly learned about warehouse auctions. While called warehouse auctions, they were essentially online marketplaces, with participants called treasure hunters. What was being auctioned weren't collectibles, but rather expired and obsolete warehouses. These warehouses might contain antiques, gold and silver jewelry, or they might be entirely junk. After all, the truly valuable items had likely already been looted by the warehouse management company. Su Yuyu soon found out about the next warehouse auction, which was this afternoon in Upper New York Harbor, with 7 warehouses up for auction. The largest warehouse was about 20 cubic meters, roughly the size of an average person's garage. Looking at the pictures, Su Yuyu saw the warehouses crammed full of random, haphazard items. She felt she might end up empty-handed, but still wanted to join the fun. Miss Sue, for these warehouse auctions, you'd better bring a local with you, the housekeeper advised. Su Yuyu immediately understood. After all, this was a free country, even the high-end private museum sales a few days ago had almost gone wrong. The warehouse auction she was going to today was likely to be even more brutal. Su Yuyu not only brought her 2 original bodyguards, but she also hired a local bodyguard for a day. Seeing the bulging, gun-like bulge at his waist, Su Yuyu felt a significant increase in her sense of security. The warehouse auction was located near the port. Thanks to the booming private warehouse industry in recent years, many people rented warehouses but were in arrears due to financial reasons. Warehouse management companies would auction off the items inside the warehouses on a per-warehouse basis. When Su Yuyu arrived, more than 20 Taobao buyers had already gathered. Su Yuyu wasn't the only Chinese face, she also spotted a young Chinese man in the crowd, who looked to be in his early 20s. When the time came, a warehouse management company employee arrived. Without any pleasantries, he directly stated the rules of the warehouse auction. Each warehouse can only be observed for 3 minutes, no touching allowed, and each bid must be at least $20. After speaking, the employee led the group to the nearest warehouse. After opening the roller shutter door, the employee took out a timer. More than 20 people crowded at the door, peering inside. Su Yuyu, squeezed into the crowd, realized she had miscalculated. Unlike her, who was empty-handed, everyone else had brought tools, small searchlights, magnifying glasses, flashlights, so much so that Su Yuyu's eyes were almost blinded by their glare. Why didn't you bring anything? Hearing the broken Mandarin, Su Yuyu turned to look at the speaker, who happened to be the young man with the Chinese face she had seen earlier. I decided to come here at the last minute, so I didn't prepare anything, Su Yuyu explained. The young man pulled out a worn-out flashlight. Want one? I'll sell it to you for $5. Su Yuyu knew that someone who suddenly struck up a conversation couldn't be that kind, so she shook her head. No thanks, I'm just here to join in the fun. The young man looked regretful. He was eager to see the situation in the warehouse and didn't continue chatting with Su Yuyu. Perhaps because of Su Yuyu's Chinese appearance, the 2 white men beside her didn't deliberately avoid her when they spoke. I got inside information. Apparently, there's a box containing porcelain. Porcelain doesn't necessarily mean antiques. If it's a complete set, as long as there's no obvious damage, even if it's not an antique, you can at least break even. So you've decided to bid? Let's try it out. If it's within this number, I'll take it. Su Yuyu wanted to see what number they were gesturing with, but when she turned around, she was met with a fierce glare. Su Yuyu already knew there was nothing new under the sun. Although it appeared to be a blind box-like auction, some people in this business had ways of getting inside information. She had no tools and could only visually assess the situation. The warehouse was crammed full, with many cardboard boxes stacked together, many sealed with tape, making it even harder to see what was inside. The auction begins now. The starting price is $100, and each bid must be at least $20. The staff member had barely finished speaking when someone immediately placed a bid. It was the same young Chinese man who had spoken to Su Yuyu earlier, $120. Soon, someone else bid, $140. Su Yuyu watched the price soar, reaching $300. Looking at the enthusiastic atmosphere, she mentally asked the system, is there a bargain here? Why is everyone so determined to get it? System, just some junk, not worth much. Su Yuyu keenly sensed the system's implication. Tongbao, if it's not worth much, is it worth a little? Don't call me that, it's cheesy. But it still replied to Su Yuyu, around $6,000. Hearing this, Su Yuyu instantly joined the auction, $400. The room fell silent, everyone looking at her strangely. Her bid of $100 at a time was seen as breaking the rules. Yellow-skinned pig, go back to your country, you're not welcome here. The speaker was a young white man with freckles standing next to Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu's bodyguards tried to step forward to deal with the man, but Su Yuyu stopped them, frowning as she said to the freckled man, apologize to me for your inappropriate words and actions. Hearing this, the freckled man pointed at Su Yuyu and laughed, you yellow-skinned pigs throwing a tantrum, really thinks this is. Su Yuyu reached out and grabbed his outstretched finger, then pulled him up, tripping him, and the freckled man fell flat on his face. Apologize. Su Yuyu said fiercely. The freckled man was immediately shocked by her stance. Tom, how can you be so useless, you can't even beat a little girl, someone nearby mocked him. Tom, however, had a hint of fear in his eyes, she knows Chinese kung fu. After all, only he knew how strong Su Yuyu had been when she pulled him. Su Yuyu made a gesture as if she was about to kick him again. The freckled man finally gave in, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Only then did Su Yuyu stop arguing with him. Seeing that the dispute had subsided, the staff member asked, $400, is there anyone who can offer a higher price than this lady? $420. The person who made the bid this time was standing next to the freckled man. Su Yuyu remembered that the two of them seemed to be in cahoots, and this person was indeed looking at Su Yuyu with a provocative gaze. Su Yuyu was now worth billions. How could she care about such a small amount of money? She immediately shouted, 500. Although she only offered $500, she made it sound like she was bidding $5 million. The $500 was a perfect bid. After Su Yuyu made her offer, no one else followed suit. The others present looked at Su Yuyu with disdain. $500, hard to earn back, the Chinese guy muttered to himself. Su Yuyu casually replied, then consider it a purchase for fun. The Chinese guy was speechless. The warehouse management company staff led a group of people to the next warehouse to be auctioned. Su Yuyu followed, but this time, she didn't bid again until all the warehouses were auctioned off. During this time, she received several phone calls from Lu Jingyao's subordinates, saying that Lu Jingyao had been missing for a night. Of course, Su Yuyu didn't know Lu Jingyao's whereabouts, she hadn't seen him for several days. After the auction, she and several other Taobao buyers went to pay and get the warehouse keys. She could finally see what treasures were hidden in the warehouse she had won. Boss, are you taking all this junk? The car won't be able to fit it all, the bodyguard said. Su Yuyu shook her head, let me see what's valuable inside. The two bodyguards Su Yuyu had brought from China diligently took down the cardboard boxes from the high shelf and even helped search them for anything valuable. Meanwhile, the local bodyguard Su Yuyu had hired had his hands in his pockets. Miss, my job is to protect you, not to pick up trash. Su Yuyu didn't mind, and simply said to the two bodyguards from China in Chinese, thank you for your help, I'll give each of you an extra 500 yuan. Hearing this, the two bodyguards from China worked even harder. A box of children's toys, most of them broken. This box of mine is full of broken pots and pans from the kitchen, not worth much. The two bodyguards felt a little guilty, after all, they had taken more money from their boss but hadn't found much of value. Su Yuyu didn't mind, saying, it's okay, we're just here to have fun. After searching through 7 or 8 boxes, they finally found something. Boss, this might be valuable, the bodyguard shouted excitedly. Su Yuyu strode over, that box must be the porcelain the two white men had mentioned. Su Yuyu was an expert in porcelain appraisal, with just one glance, she knew this so-called porcelain set was just ordinary tableware. Even among tableware, it wasn't particularly valuable. After rummaging through several more boxes, the bodyguard, his expression excited, shouted, Boss, shipment. Big shipment. From a dusty cardboard box in the corner of the warehouse, the bodyguard carefully pulled out a bottle of liquor. Boss, 30-year-old Mutai. This liquor is valuable even in China, in this foreign territory, it's definitely worth even more. The bodyguard's hand trembled as he touched the dusty liquor box. Su Yuyu asked, how much is this liquor? The official price in China is 12,000 yuan a bottle, but you have to fight for it. Usually, you buy it at a premium, at least 14,000 yuan a bottle. Su Yuyu knew nothing about liquor and asked again, is this real? I've heard there are a lot of fake liquors on the market. The bodyguard nodded, it's real, no doubt about it. Another bodyguard said, Boss, he's a connoisseur of alcohol, he wouldn't be mistaken. The bodyguard, a connoisseur of liquor, examined the box closely. After noticing the production date, he said, this was produced in 2016, it's even more valuable. This kind of aged liquor sells for at least 16,000 a bottle, and if you're really aggressive, you can sell it for 20,000. Su Yuyu glanced at the box, there were 3 bottles of the same liquor. If she sold them, it would indeed be 6,000 US dollars. Oh, you really got lucky. Such a large shipment. I'll take a loss, 3,000 US dollars. The Chinese guy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, offering to buy Su Yuyu's liquor. Su Yuyu wasn't unaware of its value, she shook her head vigorously, 10,000 US dollars, otherwise, forget it. She felt she was already asking for the moon, but unexpectedly, the Chinese guy readily agreed, okay, 10,000 it is. No backing down now. Su Yuyu. Miscalculation. She was at a disadvantage because she didn't know the market price of Mutai overseas. You can still make a profit at this price? Su Yuyu asked. The Chinese guy smiled and said, a bottle sells for $4,680 at the California Airport duty-free shop. I'm sure I can make a profit at that price. Having already said it, Su Yuyu didn't intend to back out. The Chinese guy continued, but I'm not making much of a profit either. If I were to resell this wine, after taxes, I'd only make a few $100s at most. If you sell it to me, it saves you the trouble of finding a buyer. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, how about it? Su Yu shook her head. Forget about dinner, I haven't lost money on this deal anyway. She invested $500 in auctioning the warehouse and earned back $10,000. If she were a professional warehouse auctioneer, she'd probably be celebrating with champagne. The Chinese guy, abandoning his previous shrewdness, offered, "Do you still want anything else in this warehouse? If not, I'll pay $50 and take it all, saving you the trouble of dealing with the trash, how about it?" Su Yu had already turned the warehouse upside down. There wasn't much of value. She didn't want to return to the hotel with a pile of junk, so she nodded. After receiving the money, Su Yu, accompanied by 3 bodyguards, returned to the hotel by car. The car stopped shortly after leaving the warehouse management company. "The car seems to have broken down," the driver said. The car stopped in a narrow alley. Before the driver could even get out to assess the situation, a group of people surrounded them. "Made a good profit?" "We're a bit short on cash," the freckled man said, leading a group of men. Su Yu glanced over and recognized all the dozen or so people taobao sellers she had bid with before. She immediately understood that the car had stopped. They were likely sabotaging her. "You want to rob me?" Su Yu asked. The freckled man smiled. "Just need some money to spend, don't make it sound so serious. Give us the $10,000 you got from selling alcohol today, and we'll let you go." "Do you target every taobao seller who makes money like this?" Su Yu asked. The freckled man sneered. "You ask too many questions. Pay up now, or we'll kill you." Su Yu immediately shouted, "Attack!" The driver cowered inside the car, too afraid to get out, but the other 3 bodyguards had already run out. The locally hired bodyguards immediately drew their guns as a warning. "They're armed." The dozen or so people who had surrounded them scattered in terror. A dozen people splitting $10,000, a few hundred each? "What are you risking your lives for a few $100s?" Su Yu mocked. The freckled man turned pale. Su Yu didn't let him go, grabbing him and kicking him several times. "You're such a troublemaker. What are you barking about all day long?" The freckled man hurriedly begged for mercy. "Beautiful lady, I was wrong, I'll never do it again." Su Yu wanted to kick him a couple more times, but suddenly she felt a chill down her spine, a sense of crisis rising in her heart. The next second, she swayed to the side, then rolled to the ground, hiding behind the nearest trash can. But the freckled man, who was very close to her, was doomed. Su Yu dodged, but he had nowhere to avoid it, and a hole appeared on his forehead. Su Yu had no time to be afraid. The gunman hiding in the shadows didn't stop. Several bullets hit the trash can next to her. She didn't know who was shooting at her from the shadows, but they definitely wanted her dead. To fire more shots before the police arrived, they even used a silencer. Su Yu carefully recalled that in all her days in New York City, she had only truly offended 2 people. One was Cyril, because of Lu Jingyao, the other was Denel, because she had ruined Denel's porcelain scam. The scavenging mission has been activated. Please arrive at the designated location as soon as possible. Su Yu? System, we still have to scavenge at this hour? Su Yu asked. Scavenging target, 1 life. No special reward upon completion. Su Yu immediately changed her expression. "System, I knew you were the best system in the world." As the shooting continued, Su Yu acted almost entirely according to the system's instructions. The shooter, hiding nearby, frowned deeply. "You're telling me you're going to kill an ordinary person?" His companion, sweating profusely, added, "Just a young Chinese girl, who would have thought she'd be so agile." "Does she know Chinese kung fu?" "I can only do my best. Besides, even if she wasn't shot, you still have to pay the remaining balance," the shooter said coldly. In their eyes, Su Yu moved as nimbly as a monkey, almost always a step ahead of the bullets. She didn't even have a scratch, but the taobao shoppers who had attacked her were in trouble. Under the barrage of bullets, many were wounded and lay on the ground groaning. "Help me! Help me! I don't want to die." The bullets finally stopped. Su Yu didn't know the shooter's magazine was empty. She remained hidden in a corner, too afraid to come out. A long time passed before the ambulance arrived, and the gunfire ceased. Su Yu wasn't injured, but one of her 3 bodyguards, a local one, was shot in the shoulder. The wounded man was taken to the hospital, while the others were all taken to the police station. Although Su Yu's local bodyguard carried a gun, he didn't fire a single shot. She herself remained evasive throughout, so he was released after giving his statement. "Are shootings common?" Su Yu asked her local driver. The driver shook his head. "Not particularly often, about once a month." Su Yu fell silent. Once a month was considered infrequent? The driver then adopted an EXP. Arian's demeanor and said, Miss Sue, I won't be driving you tomorrow. You must have offended someone, bullets are constantly chasing you. After today's incident, Su Yu dared not stay any longer. She considered buying a plane ticket home immediately, instead of staying to wait for a bargain. Bargain hunting mission activated. Please reach the target location as soon as possible, the destination is nearby, you can choose to walk. Su Yu looked at the system notification that had just appeared and paused. It seemed like only an hour or two had passed since the last bargain hunting mission. Oh, last time I snagged a bargain and almost lost my life, so it's alright now. Although she couldn't wait to return to China, she couldn't resist the temptation when she saw the refreshed quest. After leaving the police station, she and 2 bodyguards followed the system's instructions, navigating the streets of New York City. She was gambling that after the recent assassination attempt, the mastermind wouldn't launch a second one anytime soon. She thought the system's prediction of a nearby destination was true, but instead, she walked 5 kilometers in one go. Ultimately, the system's instructions led to a dead end. The 2 bodyguards following behind her didn't understand Su Yu's actions, but they didn't ask any questions. Su Yu hesitated as she walked to the end of the street, where a stinking garbage can stood. Going through the garbage again? Su Yu asked the system. The system pointer plunged straight into the garbage can. Su Yu felt her garbage scavenger persona was becoming increasingly prominent. But this time, she had 2 people with her, so she said directly, add another $500 to empty this garbage can. The 2 bodyguards had done plenty of hard work, and compared to other employers, Su Yu was relatively easy to deal with. They stepped forward without changing their expressions, lifted the garbage can, and emptied it. The sound of the heavy object hitting the ground reached the 3 of them. The top layer of the trash can was full of kitchen waste and some expired, spoiled food, while at the bottom was a heavy sack. It looked completely full, and bloodstains had seeped through the sack. One of the bodyguards reached out and touched it, his expression immediately changing. It's a person. Could it be a corpse? Su Yu was so frightened that she took 2 steps back. She suppressed the urge to run away and had the bodyguard open the sack. The first thing she saw was short black hair. Judging from the exposed skin, it seemed to be a Chinese man. The bodyguard turned the man's face over and was immediately filled with surprise. Miss Su, this is Mr. Liu, he's still breathing. Su Yu looked at Lu Jingyao, now covered in blood, eyes closed, half dead, half hidden in the sack, and found it hard to connect this man with the dazzling man from just a few days ago. What was this? A golden sun transformed into a gray rat in a trash can? Su Yu was terrified. Was he murdered and his body dumped? He was thrown in a trash can, his phone and GPS tracker are gone, no wonder his men can't find him anywhere. The bodyguard sighed, it's too dangerous abroad, Miss Su. If you're staying in the US for the next few days, you should hire more local bodyguards when you go out. After accompanying the ambulance to the hospital, Su Yu explained the situation to Lu Jingyao's subordinates and then left. When she left the hospital, Lu Jingyao was still asleep, lying in the intensive care unit with many tubes inserted. Congratulations, host, you have completed the scavenging mission. The specific reward will be issued by the mission target. Su Yu didn't argue with the system after seeing this notification. Lu Jingyao was rich, she had saved his life, so she would definitely get some benefits. Back to China. Back to China immediately. Su Yu booked a flight as soon as she arrived at the hotel. The next flight was in 3 hours, and Su Yu just wanted to return to China that very night. After so many days of rest, Song's mother had recovered to a fairly good state, and the Song family mother and son chose to return to China with her. Because Song's mother's health was still relatively good, Su Yu didn't spend a fortune on a private jet for the return trip. Instead, she bought first-class tickets for all her entourage. However, as soon as she boarded the plane, before she could even lie down, the system notification sounded in her ear again. The bargain hunting mission has been activated. Please arrive at the target location as soon as possible. A couple of days ago, Su Yu had been looking forward to starting the bargain hunting mission, but the past few days had been too tumultuous. Looking at the constantly refreshing system missions, she was exhausted. Can I rest for a while and get some sleep? Su Yu asked. But her response was a continuous flash of red light from the system. The bargain hunting mission has been activated. Please arrive at the target location as soon as possible. This line kept flashing across Su Yu's screen, implying that it wouldn't stop until she took action. The first-class cabin of the plane Su Yu was on had 8 seats. The domestic caregiver who was originally taking care of Song's mother had returned home a few days earlier, so her group occupied 5 seats. The other 3 seats were occupied by a young girl of about 18 or 19, a man in his mid-20s, and a middle-aged woman with glasses and a scholarly air. Following the system's instructions, Su Yu didn't enter any other cabins but went straight to the young girl's seat. Su Yu froze, because she stood there so conspicuously. The system's instructions focused on a can of cola in the young girl's hand. "Ma'am, if you have any needs, please let us know. Please don't disturb the other passengers," a flight attendant said politely as she approached. Su Yu hesitated. How should she tell the flight attendant that she wanted the cola in the young girl's hand? The young girl looked nervous, her eyes filled with guilt as she looked at Su Yu, her hands tightly gripping the can of cola. The flight attendant gave the young girl a reassuring look and then intended to continue negotiating with Su Yu. "Ma'am, the plane is about to take off. Please return to your seat, okay?" the flight attendant said tentatively. Su Yu's gaze remained fixed on the young girl's can of cola. She still didn't know why the system had taken notice of this can, but she had decided to find a way to get it and take a look. "I remember we can't bring liquids on the plane. Is this can of cola allowed?" Su Yu questioned the flight attendant. The flight attendant was taken aback and turned to the young girl. "Ma'am, how did you get this can of cola on the plane?" The young girl's eyes were flustered. She lowered her head slightly, avoiding eye contact with the flight attendant, and said, "I got it from your food cart." The flight attendant looked puzzled. "But we don't have canned cola on our plane." The young girl's mouth gaped open slightly, unsure of what to say. The more Su Yu looked at this person, the more suspicious she felt. It was hot on the plane, and the girl's forehead was covered in sweat, but a silk scarf was tightly wrapped around her neck, completely covering it. Su Yu snatched the can of cola, reaching down to touch the top and feeling something slippery. "Is this wax?" After wiping the slippery substance aside, Su Yu noticed a small hole in the can, and then smelled a strong odor of gasoline. "She brought gasoline on the plane!" Su Yu shouted, immediately pushing the young girl down into her seat, immobilizing her. Su Yu immediately understood. The girl had drilled a hole in the cola can, filled it with gasoline, and sealed the hole with wax. To outsiders, it looked like a can of cola, and security wasn't so strict, allowing her to smuggle it onto the plane. Everyone in first class paled. The flight attendant immediately called over several colleagues, intending to take the young girl off the plane and hand her over to the police. The young girl kept shouting something, her face showing a defiant attitude. Su Yu couldn't understand a word she was speaking. She had no idea what country she was from. During the struggle with the flight attendant, the young girl's scarf fell off her neck. Su Yu got a clear look at the other person's neck. Above the collarbone was a black tattoo of 3 skulls linked together. It looked incredibly sinister at first glance. After the young girl was escorted off the plane, the flight attendants rushed to other cabins to reassure passengers, causing the flight to be delayed by a full half-hour. Su Yu was filled with lingering fear. If the plane had waited until takeoff, and the can of gasoline the young girl was carrying had exploded mid-air, the entire flight would likely have been in grave danger. During the rest of the flight attendants repeatedly thanked Su Yu, and she received special care. If she yawned, someone would cover her with a blanket. If she coughed, someone would immediately bring her hot water. "Miss Su, how did you notice that person was suspicious?" The person asking Su Yu wasn't a flight attendant, but a young man whose seat was near the young girl. Su Yu had already prepared her explanation. She said, "I just thought it was strange that Coke could be brought on the plane, so I wanted to ask what was going on. I just didn't expect this person to have such poor mental fortitude, giving himself away so quickly." Su Yu sized up the young man in front of her, becoming increasingly alarmed. Just sitting there, he exuded a terrifying pressure. This pressure didn't diminish Su Yu's amazement at his appearance. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, sword-like eyebrows, and bright eyes, his striking features were incredibly memorable. Su Yu glanced at him several times because of his looks. The more she looked, the stranger he seemed. It wasn't that she felt any dislike towards him, but rather that his aura felt strangely familiar. Su Yu racked her brains but couldn't figure it out until her gaze fell on her bodyguard. Then it dawned on her, the man's demeanor was that of someone who had served in the military. His eyes were sharp, and his every move carried an imposing presence. He was like a sword about to be drawn. Shin Juan was also sizing up Su Yu. A series of labels quickly surfaced in his mind. Around 20 years old, with an exceptionally agile figure, seemingly a martial arts expert, leading a group of followers at such a young age, and although traveling in first class, she must have suddenly become wealthy. The middle-aged woman sitting next to Shin Juan, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly said, "Juan, staring at a lady like that is frightening." Shin Juan quickly looked away and whispered to Su Yu, "Sorry." Su Yu didn't hold it against him at all, instead asking, "Were you in the military?" Shin Juan wasn't surprised by her question and casually replied, I served a few years. Su Yuyu's eyes immediately lit up, so you're discharged now? Do you have a job? What do you do? Shin Juan didn't know what Su Yuyu was so excited about, so he gave her the fabricated identity he had prepared beforehand. I work at a relative's company. Su Yuyu asked again, how much do you make a month? Shin Juan elaborated on his background in detail, 25,000 a month after taxes. He thought that was about it, but unexpectedly, Su Yuyu slapped her thigh forcefully on the spot. With your looks, why not become a star? What kind of job are you doing? I own an entertainment company and I'm currently recruiting. If you join my company, I guarantee I'll create a TV series tailored just for you, and I'll make you famous within 3 years. Shin Juan. The middle-aged woman next to him chuckled, Juan, I told you long ago, you're too eye-catching. Talent scouts will definitely come looking for you. Shin Juan had carried out many dangerous missions, and he wasn't afraid of anything, but Su Yuyu's bright eyes and the look that seemed to want to devour him were really frightening him. Sorry, I have no intention of becoming a celebrity, Shin Juan said. Su Yuyu, however, wasn't going to let him off the hook. Instead, she immediately did some calculations for him. You make 25,000 a month now? It seems like a lot, but money doesn't last long. Renting a slightly nicer apartment in Shanghai will cost at least 5,000 a month. A young man like you is still growing, so you definitely need to eat well, right? Food expenses start at 5,000 a month. Buying clothes will cost 2,000 to 3,000. After you start working, you need to take care of your parents, which will cost another 2,000 a month. Then there's dating a girlfriend, giving her gifts and creating little romantic moments, which will cost another 5,000 to 10,000. So, you're in danger. You won't be able to save a single penny of 25,000 a month. Housing prices in Shanghai are so expensive. How can you buy a house if you can't save money? Even if your family helps you with the down payment, you still have to pay the mortgage yourself. How much pressure is 700 to 800 a month? Hearing her do the math, even though he wasn't working for a relative's company, Shin Juan couldn't help but feel nervous. Su Yuyu changed the subject. Being a celebrity is different. Haven't you seen what people online are saying? Top-tier artists can earn 2 million a day, enough to buy a nice house in Shanghai in 10 days. Once you become a top star, you'll be making money just by breathing. You can take a picture and a bunch of people will buy it. Don't worry, although my entertainment company is newly opened, I'm not the kind of unscrupulous boss. The contract I'll give you will definitely be the most favorable. Shin Juan was actually tempted for a moment, but then his professional instincts kicked in, and he couldn't help but ask, have you ever been involved in pyramid schemes? Su Yuyu didn't think much of it, assuming he was hesitant, and immediately shoved her business card into Shin Juan's hand. If you don't believe me, come visit our company. I'll show you the dramas we produce. Afraid that Shin Juan wouldn't believe her, she pointed to Song Jibai beside her. That's our company's current #1 star. Isn't he incredibly handsome? He's only been signed with us for a little over a month, and he's already starred in a short drama. Don't worry, we don't hide talent, we really give you the roles we want. Having gone through the ordeal of seeking medical treatment abroad, Song Jibai was filled with gratitude towards Su Yuyu. Seeing her trying to recruit people, even though he was usually socially awkward, he still volunteered to vouch for her. You can completely trust our boss. When I accompanied my mother abroad for medical treatment, she didn't even blink an eye, spending tens of millions. If she can't be trusted in the entertainment industry, then no one can be trusted. Shin Juan wasn't short of money, but he was still shocked to hear the figure. Because Song Jibai was preoccupied with working for Su Yuyu to pay off his debts, he kept all the receipts and handed them to Shin Juan. Medical resources abroad are always expensive. Not counting the money spent on medical intermediaries and charter flights, the treatment for Song's mother alone cost $3 million. After reviewing the bill, Shin Juan's attitude towards Su Yuyu became more serious. Miss Su, I appreciate your high regard for me, but I really have no intention of pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. Shin Juan believed that someone who invests heavily in others will be respected no matter what profession they choose. Seeing his resolute attitude, Su Yuyu looked regretful and said, it's such a waste that someone as handsome as you doesn't act in movies and TV dramas. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. I've always kept this opportunity for you. Shin Juan nodded and carefully slipped Su Yuyu's business card into his wallet. The middle-aged woman beside him teased, Juan, if you became a big star, making hundreds of millions a year, wouldn't you be tempted by so much money? Shin Juan looked helpless. Auntie, please don't tease me. I'm socially awkward and don't want to enter the entertainment industry. The middle-aged woman stopped talking and picked up a copy of Nature magazine to read. Su Yuyu glanced at her in surprise at this action. As one of the top academic journals, Nature was not only expensive but also difficult to obtain, and its reading threshold was exceptionally high. Su Yuyu couldn't help but wonder about the middle-aged woman's identity. Her probing gaze didn't linger for long. The middle-aged woman suddenly folded the magazine and casually complained, "What kind of stuff is this magazine your cousin asked me to bring? It's all in English, it hurts my eyes, I can't understand a thing." Shinjuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly chimed in, "Auntie, if you're tired, take a nap." The middle-aged woman covered her face with the magazine, as if she genuinely couldn't understand it. The rest of the trip was uneventful. The only noteworthy event was when, just before the plane was about to land, Su Yuyu saw the system's reward displayed before her eyes. "Congratulations, host, for completing the scavenging mission and receiving the reward, a private jet. Mission reward is stored at Shanghai Airport, please claim it as soon as possible." Su Yuyu barely managed to suppress the urge to bite her lip and not scream. The reward for preventing a plane crash was a private jet. After the plane landed, accompanied by airport staff, Su Yuyu saw her new treasure, a Gulfstream G700. There are only 20 of this model of private jet in the world. Su Yuyu, being a pragmatic person, quickly searched for the price, starting bid of $90 million. However, her joy didn't last long, as she was about to incur a hefty sum, $5 million in annual management fees and $20 million in operating costs. Looking at this astronomical bill, Su Yuyu wished she could auction off the plane on the spot. "Miss Su, do you intend to publicly operate this plane?" "Many people prefer chartering planes for travel these days," a staff member asked with a smile. Su Yuyu could indeed recoup some money through public operation. She had previously chartered someone else's private jet for a trip abroad, spending over $1 million on a single trip. It was actually quite lucrative. But after careful consideration, she shook her head. Su Yuyu thought about how her status was different now. With the bargain hunting system at her disposal, she would only become wealthier in the future. She didn't like others touching her things and was willing to pay for her fastidiousness. Su Yuyu had just returned to Thompson Riviera in the car that picked her up, and before she could even lie down in bed to adjust to the time difference, her phone rang. "It's a hit. Boss, our short drama is a hit." Ouyang's excited voice exploded through the phone. Su Yuyu silently moved her phone further away, and only after the other person finished yelling did she calmly ask, "How popular is it?" The short drama was launched on the video platform 5 days ago, and its daily revenue exceeded 1 million in 3 days. Today it's even more incredible, exceeding 10 million. The platform boss was alarmed and said that if it can continue to be popular, our short drama will be the platform's drama king this year. Upon hearing that the daily revenue was in the tens of millions, Su Yuyu immediately praised, "You've all done a great job. I'm not surprised at all by such achievements." On the other end of the phone, Ouyang's ears turned slightly red at his boss's praise. Unfortunately, he wasn't good at socializing and could only awkwardly say, "Thank you for your trust, boss." Su Yuyu was now learning how to be a good boss. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Ouyang, I've always believed in your abilities, and you should believe in yourself too." Ouyang nodded frantically on the other end of the phone, then realized Su Yuyu couldn't see him and immediately said, "Don't worry, boss. Since you're willing to give me this opportunity, I'll never doubt myself again." Su Yuyu then asked, "With a daily revenue of tens of millions, how much do we get?" There are many cooperation models between short dramas and platforms. They used a full production and investment model, meaning Su Yuyu was responsible for the script and production, and after the drama aired on the video platform, she would receive about 6% to 10% of the revenue. Ouyang said, "Boss, I compared several platforms and chose the one with the highest rebate, which is 10%. Su Yuyu paid 2 million yuan when she invested in this short drama, but the production cost was low, so even though Ouyang spent a lot, she only spent 500,000 yuan. Ouyang and Song Jibai's salaries were calculated separately, each receiving 100,000 yuan. So the total cost of this short drama was only 700,000 yuan, and it has already broken even and even made a profit. Ask your brothers if they're willing to sign long-term contracts with the company. Right now, you're the only director, like a lone commander. You guys have a good relationship, so you can definitely build a team. That would make things easier in the future," Su Yuyu said. Ouyang was even more moved by this. The boss wasn't afraid of him forming cliques at all and was even willing to let him bring his own people along. He really wished he could work for Su Yuyu for life. They're willing. The job market has been tough these past 2 years, and they've already found jobs before even graduating from university, putting them ahead of others. They're all willing to work for the boss. Ouyang said. Su Yuyu wasn't sure if the team Ouyang was leading now was the same one from her previous life, but the core figure was actually Ouyang. As long as she kept him happy, a steady stream of money would flow into her future. Okay, I'll give you a big bonus after the platform settles the accounts, Su Yuyu promised. Ouyang was overjoyed at the prospect of money. Su Yuyu then asked, "How's your review of the TV drama script going? If it's almost ready, we can start preparing for the project." Aside from keeping an eye on the short drama's release, Ouyang had spent almost all his time studying the TV drama script Su Yuyu had given him before she went abroad. "Boss, is Brother Song still the lead actor?" Ouyang asked. Su Yuyu frowned slightly. She didn't like the current trend in the entertainment industry, where young, popular actors were fawned over, and everyone had to be called teacher or brother/sister. "The director is the core of the crew, and Song Jibai also has to listen to you. You can just call him Xiao Song," Su Yuyu said. Feeling valued by her boss, Ouyang felt incredibly comfortable. He had initially worried that Song Jibai, being the boss's mistress, would eventually take advantage of him, but hearing this, he finally relaxed. At least Su Yuyu valued the director more. After hanging up, Su Yuyu called Song Jibai, told him about the short drama's success, and praised him profusely. "The short drama's success is inseparable from Ouyang's control and your brilliant performance. I told you you could definitely play this role well, and you didn't disappoint me. Filming for the TV series is about to start, and I'll arrange an acting coach for you tomorrow. I guarantee you'll become an overnight sensation." After making this promise, Su Yuyu put away her phone and lay down on the bed. Before drifting off to sleep, she vaguely thought, being a boss is really hard work. After sleeping for 10 hours, Su Yuyu's jet lag completely reversed, and she felt fully recharged. Since the system hadn't refreshed the picking up bargains task, she put all the unrewarded bargains at home together. "Behave yourself, sit up straight," Su Yuyu said to the little dog, Guai Guai. Guai Guai glanced at her, then, as if in defiance, slowly lay down on the ground. Su Yuyu was furious and immediately picked Guai Guai up, giving its glossy fur a good scrubbing. Guai Guai barked helplessly at Su Yuyu, "Woof woof. You bad human. You've messed up my fur." Su Yuyu tilted her head and asked, "Guai Guai, are you particularly valuable? Was your previous owner a billionaire?" This was the only reason Su Yuyu could think of, otherwise, she didn't understand why an ordinary little mongrel could be considered a lucky find by the system. Su Yuyu had actually asked Guai Guai many times, but the dog's brain was only so big, and Guai Guai couldn't say who its previous owner was at all. In fact, because it had been with Su Yuyu for so long, it had become very dependent on her and rarely mentioned its old owner. "Woof woof, are you going to take me back?" Su Yuyu shook her head. "Even if you're the richest person in the world, I can't take you back. You're my dog now, right?" The puppy barked once, then obediently raised its head, letting Su Yuyu scratch its neck. Su Yuyu hugged the puppy and looked at the other two items. One was a stone carving that had been shipped back from the United States at great expense, and the other was the jade pendant she had obtained at the auction. Su Yuyu thought and thought, but still couldn't figure it out. She simply chose to use her cheat code. "Is Tong Bao here? Is Tong Bao here? I'm here. Good Bao, give me a hint," Su Yuyu said shamelessly. After a long time, the system finally spoke again. "Wear the jade pendant close to your body, and unlock the stone carving." Su Yuyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Unlock the stone. She felt that her brain was too rigid. How could she not have thought of unlocking the stone? Su Yuyu originally wanted to go out and find a stone-cutting machine, but then she thought that the system was never stingy when it made a move. Money is tempting, and if she really found some top-quality jade, she might not be able to keep it on her own. The two bodyguards who had accompanied her on her trip abroad were both veterans. Even during a gunfight in the US, they were still trying to protect her, so she trusted them. She made a call immediately without any hesitation. "If you're willing, after leaving the company, you'll only be responsible for protecting me. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, how about it?" Su Yuyu asked. Previously, Su Yuyu had hired the two through a security company. Rather than letting the security company take a cut, she decided to give the money directly to the bodyguards. On the other end of the phone, Su Yuyu only heard a heavy thud, like someone falling from a chair. A moment later, a voice came through. "Boss, I'm submitting my resignation now, and I'll try to start today." Keeping their word, the two bodyguards arrived at Su Yuyu's house an hour and a half later. Each carrying one side, they quickly loaded the stone sculpture onto the cart. Su Fong was already waiting downstairs. After Su Yuyu got in, the car smoothly arrived at its destination. Even though the other three people in the car knew Su Yuyu preferred quiet and proper etiquette, she still felt that 4 people in one car was too cramped. Can you drive? Su Yuyu asked. Bodyguard Zhang Jun immediately replied, Boss, I've been driving for 10 years. Hearing this, Su Fang tensed up. She was terrified of losing her job, but now that she was driving, she didn't dare look back at her boss. Su Yuyu didn't keep Su Fang worrying for long, and directly said to Zhang Jun, since you can drive, go pick out a car later. You too can drive behind me. Zhang Jun's eyes lit up. Although he knew his boss thought the car was too crowded, the freedom of driving himself was incomparable to being a passenger. Although Su Fang kept her job, the sense of crisis in her heart hadn't subsided. She needed this job more than anyone else. The more useful she was to the boss, the greater her chances of keeping her job. After the car arrived at its destination, the bodyguard got out first, taking over Su Fang's previous work. Su Fang, quick-witted, pulled out a parasol from the side. A lot of raw jade stones and a stone-cutting machine were piled up in front of the Jade Museum. A group of people were watching the stones being cut when someone suddenly shouted, "A fat sheep has arrived." Everyone immediately turned to look. The first thing they saw was the car, silently giving it a price tag in their minds. Then, seeing the 2 bodyguards in black suits, they raised the level of the fat sheep even higher. Finally, a female driver holding a parasol appeared, and Su Yuyu's value instantly rose to hundreds of millions in their eyes. Su Yuyu was escorted to the entrance of the Jade Museum by 3 people. Beautiful lady, want to gamble on stones? Just 1 cut can double your value, the boss said with a smile. Su Yuyu glanced at him and said, it's probably a bit difficult for a single cut to double my value. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Su Yuyu to say something like that. What was the difference between that and admitting he was extremely wealthy? Ignoring his scrutiny, Su Yuyu asked directly, Sir, how much does it cost to cut the stone? The shopkeeper replied, stones bought from me are free to cut. If it's a stone brought from elsewhere, it depends on the size of the stone. Su Yuyu glanced back at her 2 bodyguards, who immediately unloaded the stone carving from the car. The shopkeeper looked at it and said, stones used for carvings are rarely found to yield green jade due to their material. Are you sure you want to cut this perfectly good stone carving? Su Yuyu nodded, Sir, please assess it and charge whatever you deem appropriate. The shopkeeper shook his head, since it's our first meeting, let's consider it making friends. I'll cut it for you for free. The shopkeeper's main source of income was gambling on stones, not cutting them. Su Yuyu was quite wealthy, and he wanted to make a good sale. But Su Yuyu said, I won't feel at ease if I don't take the money. I don't know what's going on with a friend like this. The shopkeeper chuckled and said helplessly, you're too kind, beautiful lady. I'll just take 200 yuan then. After paying 200 yuan, Su Yuyu had her bodyguard carry the stone carving to the vicinity of the machine. Just as the staff at the jade shop were about to make a move, the owner waved his hand, I'll cut it myself. Su Yuyu didn't care who did it. Beautiful lady, draw a line first, the owner said, handing Su Yuyu a pen. Su Yuyu didn't know much about this kind of thing and simply said, you decide. The owner figured Su Yuyu was probably an amateur, but he didn't dare underestimate her. There seemed to be a fixed ritual involved in cutting stone. After shouting when the machine starts, gold abounds, the owner started the stone cutting machine. He used a relatively delicate method, slowly polishing along the edges of the stone. After 1 round, he couldn't see any other color, only inclusions. Boss, this stone doesn't look valuable at all. Don't bother with this polishing, just cut it in half with 1 stroke, a spectator shouted. The jade shop owner hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Su Yuyu beside him. Su Yuyu shook her head, just keep polishing it like this. The shopkeeper, helpless, could only continue polishing the stone carving. This meticulous work took too long, and many onlookers had already grown bored and moved on to watching other machines cut stones. Su Yuyu's stone was no longer attracting much attention. 20 minutes later, a curious person came to take another look, and seeing that it was still being polished with water, shook his head, Boss, this beauty is an amateur. Why are you following suit? Are you really willing to mess around with her? The shopkeeper was now in a dilemma. He had thought Su Yuyu was someone important and wanted to befriend her, which was why he personally served her. He was now secretly regretting his decision, and his work had become somewhat lax. He hadn't carefully examined the stone carving's progress. Stop! Su Yuyu suddenly shouted. The shopkeeper looked at her in confusion. Su Yuyu said, it's showing green. The shopkeeper casually replied, Beauty, this stone is for carving, it's difficult to find green. He had barely finished speaking when he looked down and was immediately stunned. Under the stone cutting machine, a small patch of vibrant green was revealed. The shop owner, in disbelief, wiped away the stone fragments, and then all he could see was that patch of green. It was an incredibly bright and full green, perfectly uniform in color, without any color difference or blemishes. One glance was enough to captivate anyone. Having been in the jade industry for many years, the owner naturally recognized it, imperial green. His voice trembled, but it reached everyone present. Within 3 seconds, everyone crowded around. It really is imperial green. I never thought I'd see imperial green cut in my lifetime. And such a large piece of stone, it'll probably yield several kilograms. We're rich. Where did you buy this stone? From which pile of rough stones? I want to buy it too. The surrounding people were buzzing with excitement, their eyes red with desire, wishing they could rush forward and the stone into their arms. But Su Yuyu, the owner of the stone, remained remarkably calm. Shop owner, continue cutting. The shop owner didn't act immediately. Instead, he said, beautiful lady, if you want to sell, I'm willing to pay 50 million to buy it. Jade gambling is actually a two-stage gamble. The first is betting on whether your stone will yield any green jade. The second is betting on how much green jade will be found in the half-cut stone. A more conservative person might sell the stone after seeing the green jade, thus losing all control over the amount of jade found later. Su Yuyu spent about 300,000 renminbi to send this stone carving back to China. Turning 300,000 into 50 million might deter some people. But Su Yuyu didn't. Instead, she confidently said, continue cutting. Miss Su, don't be impulsive. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can discuss it further, the jade shop owner said. Su Yuyu looked at him with a half smile and said, I'm not afraid of showing my inexperience. Actually, this is my first time opening a stone. The owner immediately pressed his advantage. Since you're a novice, you should know when to stop. Su Yuyu shook her head. Precisely because I'm a novice, the more an experienced person tells me to do something, the less I should do it. The jade shop owner's face immediately turned green. He was the experienced person, and Su Yuyu was pointing fingers at him. After a long pause, he finally said dryly, I'm doing this for your own good, afraid you'll lose money if you fail. Su Yuyu said, it's okay, it's only a few dollars, I can afford to lose. A group of people gambling on jade were watching them. Seeing the deal fall through, the audience immediately became anxious. Boss, if they won't sell, don't dawdle. Hurry up and cut it open, we're all waiting to see. The jade hall was already teeming with gamblers, and news spread quickly. Seeing a large piece appear, word spread like wildfire, and many people rushed over, some even starting a live stream. Our viewers in the live stream are all waiting, hurry up, hurry up. The number of viewers increased, and so did the number of buyers. Young lady, Boss Chin is trying to fool you, but I'm different. Sell this stone to me, I'll offer 70 million. The speaker was a newcomer, a jade business owner. Su Yuyu glanced at him, he was bald, a large gold necklace around his neck, his head completely bald. Su Yuyu shook her head, I'm not selling now. Since it's a gamble on jade, I'm going to gamble to the end. The bald man gave her a thumbs up, girl, you're a shrewd one. You'll definitely make a fortune. Su Yuyu loved hearing that and nodded. Seeing that Su Yuyu wouldn't take the bait, the jade shop owner had no choice but to continue cutting the stone. After so long, the stone carving was still about a third of its original size. Having worked in the raw stone industry for so many years, the jade shop owner had a premonition from the moment the green appeared. Once this kind of unpromising stone revealed green, it would definitely be green all the way through, likely hiding a large piece of jade underneath. And the reality was exactly as he guessed. The stone cutting machine slowly polished the stone carving, until all the edges were cleaned. Everyone present gasped as they looked at the clean jade material. This jade looks quite large, is it over 100 pounds? Probably not, I'd estimate 50 or 60 pounds. This is really strange, there are no cracks from any angle, the color is pure and rich, it's truly a top quality piece. Who sells dozens of pounds of imperial green jade at once? Could this be a scam? That shouldn't be the case, this beautiful woman is here for the first time, and she's in a luxury car with 2 bodyguards, it doesn't seem like a honey trap. Because this piece of jade was so astonishing, the scene was noisy, with all sorts of opinions. At this moment, the jade shop owner carefully wiped the water stains off the jade and placed it on a scale to weigh it. 2,551 kilograms, 51 jin, the jade shop owner said. Su Yuyu quickly checked the price of imperial green jade online. 1 jin of raw jade was worth between 5 million and 20 million yuan. If it were made into jewelry, the price would double. The jade shop owner was also feeling down. He felt he had almost secured this top-grade jade while it was still in the middle of its production run. Unfortunately, Su Yuyu hadn't sold it, and she had indeed gambled correctly. Beautiful lady, are you selling this jade? Or are you keeping it for yourself? The bald man asked Su Yuyu anxiously. Su Yuyu knew she could earn more if she had it processed into jewelry, but the jewelry industry was full of twists and turns, and there were many scams. She didn't want to waste her energy. I'll sell it if the price is right, Su Yuyu said. The bald man was secretly delighted. Good, sell it. Your jade has excellent translucency. Although the quantity is large, the quality is not compromised at all. You definitely won't be willing to pay a low price, and I can't afford a high price either. Besides, with so much imperial green jade entering the market at once, I'm afraid the market price will drop. 10 million per kilogram, give me the whole piece for 510 million, okay? I can transfer the money today. Although the bald man was rich, it was obviously not easy for him to come up with 500 million at once. Su Yuyu hesitated on the surface and did not immediately agree. Suddenly, another person squeezed in from outside the crowd. 10 million per jean? That's not much. For such good material, I'm willing to bid 11 million. The bald man immediately became displeased upon seeing this person. Sun Laoer, why are you stirring things up again? Sun Laoer scoffed and said, Lu Guangtou, if you don't have the money, don't play around here. Good material is always awarded to the highest bidder. Su Yuyu watched the two go back and forth, almost to the point of fighting, and became even less anxious. One eye was fixed on her jade material, while the other watched to see if more jade merchants would enter the fray. She actually did get a bidder. However, this person had a rather domineering air, simultaneously pulling aside both Sun Laoer and the bald man, persuading, such heavy jade material, why insist on taking it all by yourself? The three of us can team up, each taking a portion, isn't that enough? The two were actually convinced by him. The man turned to Su Yuyu and said, Beautiful lady, we are genuinely interested in buying this jade. We're willing to offer a fair price, 125 million per jean, 500 G, totaling 6,375 million. Let's round it down to 640 million, how about that? Su Yuyu replied, I'm not in a hurry for the money, I'll wait a bit. Hearing this, a hint of anxiety flashed in the man's eyes, but despite his persistent persuasion, Su Yuyu showed no sign of changing her mind. Su Yuyu waited only 5 minutes longer before hearing her voice. I'll offer 1 billion, and I can transfer the money today. The crowd parted automatically, and a young woman in a white cheongsam entered. She looked only a few years older than Su Yuyu, with delicate features and an imperial green necklace, exuding elegance and nobility. At first glance, Su Yuyu couldn't help but feel a sense of goodwill. Miss Su, I'm Sin Mingzhu from Sin's Jewelry. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sin Mingzhu said with a smile. Su Yuyu asked, Do you know me? I saw you at the Sirius family's dinner party. You were with Mr. Lu then, so you probably didn't notice me, Sin Mingzhu said. Su Yuyu suppressed her doubts. The other party had raised the price by over 300 million in one go. They were a ruthless character. A billion? You're really willing to spend that much? Su Yuyu couldn't help but ask. Sin Mingzhu sincerely said, Miss Su, buying jade is always about the highest bidder winning. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, this piece of jade is indeed worth this price. Su Yuyu thought she definitely preferred dealing with girls. Sin Mingzhu was much more sincere than the three men. Miss Su, even with this price, I can still make a considerable profit on this jade. But I must be frank with you, 1 billion is my bottom line. I can't offer anything higher, Sin Mingzhu said. 1 billion even for a top company, this is no small sum, anyone would feel immense pressure if they had to offer it. Su Yuyu turned to look at the three men. The boss, who looked like the eldest brother, said directly, Miss Sin, your price increase is too drastic, it breaks the rules. Sin Mingzhu glanced at him and said, Wasn't your betrayal of your master back then also a violation of the rules? The man didn't expect Sin Mingzhu to expose his weakness so directly. Everyone relies on their own abilities and goes their own way, it's only human nature. Why keep bringing up old grievances? Su Yuyu watched the two men's back and forth exchange, listening intently, sensing there was some incredible gossip hidden within. Sin Mingzhu said, Back then, you competed on your own merits, and now I'm bidding on my own merits. The man snorted coldly and said, Bringing so much money at once, aren't you afraid of bankrupting the entire Tsin's jewelry family? The Tsin family will be ruined in your hands. Sin Mingzhu didn't take his threat seriously and said, You're no longer a member of the Tsin family, so you don't need to worry about your former master. The man angrily flung his sleeves and left on the spot. Lu Guangtou and Sun Laoer glanced at the situation, sighed, and said, Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Since Miss Tsin is still willing to offer so much money, we won't compete with you. Su Yuyu waited for a while longer. Although several more buyers came later, they left immediately upon hearing that someone had already offered 1 billion. Miss Tsin is very generous. I'll sell this jade to you. Although Sun Mingju had always seemed confident, she only breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Su Yuyu agree. Sun Mingju kept her word. She signed a sales contract with Su Yuyu at the Jade shop, and her company's finance department went to the bank to transfer the funds after receiving the contract. Only after the money arrived did Su Yuyu hand over the jade. After the transaction was completed, Su Yuyu was about to leave when Sun Mingju stopped her. "Miss Sun, I don't have a second piece of jade to sell you," Su Yuyu said. Sun Mingju shook her head, pointed to the handbag Su Yuyu was carrying, and asked, "Ms. Su, is this jade pendant a family heirloom?" Su Yuyu immediately perked up and asked, "Do you recognize this jade pendant?" Ever since the system prompted her to wear the jade pendant close to her body, she found a red string and hung the jade pendant directly on her handbag. Su Yuyu thought it would be a long time before she received any clues related to the jade pendant, but she didn't expect the news to come so quickly. Sun Mingju said, "Someone is looking for this jade pendant. They value it highly and will likely be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it." Su Yuyu said, "That's great. I'm just waiting for someone to come and buy it." Sun Mingju smiled and said, "Miss Su is a straightforward person. Although I don't know the name of the person who wants to buy the jade pendant, I'm sure it's a good thing." Su Yuyu didn't care whether Sun Mingju genuinely didn't know or was unwilling to reveal the other party's true identity. She understood Sun Mingju's implication and remembered this favor. "Miss Sun, you are upright and honest in your dealings. Next time there are good jade materials, I will sell them to you first." After Su Yuyu left, Sun Mingju personally watched the person she brought take away the jade material she had bought at an exorbitant price. "Miss, you were very polite to this Miss Su. She was extremely lucky this time to find this jade material. Do you really think there will be another opportunity to cooperate?" the assistant asked. A glint flashed in Sun Mingju's eyes as she said, "This Miss Su is extraordinary. She is very close to Mr. Lu and may become Mrs. Lu in the future. Even if she doesn't become Mrs. Lu, with such good luck, she might really be able to find another top-grade jade material. It's definitely not a bad thing to have a good relationship with her." Su Yuyu was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of receiving 1,000,000,000 yuan, while the other three people in the car were also in a state of extreme shock. Su Fong was a little better off, since she hadn't gone abroad with the client and had no idea how the stone carving had been bought. Seeing her employer make so much money, she felt envious, but mostly happy. After all, the richer the boss, the more secure her job. But the two bodyguards knew perfectly well that Su Yuyu had only spent $10,000 on the stone carving. At the time, Su Yuyu insisted on air freighting the incredibly heavy carving back to China, and they thought she was just wasting her money. Who would have thought that this piece of junk could be sold for $1 billion? They couldn't help but marvel. The boss was indeed the boss, his spending was astounding. They wondered if they, having followed the boss all this time, would ever have the same opportunity to snag a bargain. "Boss, did you know this stone carving was so valuable while you were in America?" Bodyguard Zhang Jun finally couldn't help but ask. Su Yuyu glanced at him. "You're very concerned about my affairs?" Zhang Jun noticed Su Yuyu's displeasure and quickly apologized. "Boss, I shouldn't have been curious. I won't do it again next time." Su Yuyu knew that she had been too flamboyant this time. On the surface, she was an orphan with no parents, and she was worried that the two bodyguards might have some ulterior motives after receiving so much money at once. Su Yuyu wasn't one to sit idly by. She quickly came up with a solution. Two bodyguards were too few. She felt it was necessary to expand her bodyguard team. Finding bodyguards through security companies was too slow and the methods were too limited. Su Yuyu instinctively trusted the People's Liberation Army, and she didn't have any other military connections. She immediately thought of Shinjuan, whom she had met once on the plane. "Could you introduce me to some elite soldiers?" Shinjuan had just finished his morning weight training and took out his phone from the cabinet when he saw the message from Su Yuyu. He was completely baffled and replied with a question mark. Su Yuyu said, "I need the kind of super strong, exceptionally good fighters, preferably with meritorious service records, now retired, eager to become bodyguards, the kind of elite soldiers." Shinjuan thought for a moment and said, "Don't you have 2 bodyguards?" Su Yuyu replied, "2 bodyguards aren't enough, I need at least 6. Shinjuan, I remember you're also exceptionally good at fighting. Do you really need that many people to protect you?" Su Yuyu replied confidently, "Just because I can fight doesn't mean I want to. I don't like fighting. There are just too many dangers in society these days. I get anxious if there aren't enough people around." Shinjuan, recalling Su Yuyu's agile skills, was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. "You really don't have any elite soldier friends? The pay is really good." Su Yuyu pressed. Shinjuan asked again, "How good exactly is the pay?" "A monthly salary of 100,000. Introduce me to two. Su Yuyu didn't intend for Shinjuan to find 4 bodyguards. She planned to find 2 more through other means later, so that her 6 bodyguards, from 3 different places, could form a 3-way balance of power, providing mutual checks and balances. Shinjuan was startled again. You're too generous. Su Yuyu immediately seized the opportunity to pull him along. I'm always very generous to professionals. Are you regretting it now? If you're willing to join my company as a star, listen to me, and you'll earn 100,000 yuan a second. Shinjuan. Shinjuan remained silent for a full half-minute. He hadn't expected Su Yuyu to still be so persistent. Afraid that she would pester him, he said directly, "You're offering such good treatment to your bodyguards, I'll help you contact some reliable old comrades." Su Yuyu, as expected, hit the nail on the head. Aren't you even a little bit tempted? Shinjuan, next time for sure. Su Yuyu looked at those familiar 4 words and gritted her teeth inwardly. She had actually already planned it all out. If Shinjuan was willing to sign with her company, she would have him and Song Jibai create a CP, couple pairing. She was even willing to buy a BL, Boys Love, script for the 2 of them. The marketing strategy would be easy to determine, a sunny and cheerful young man and a fragile and delicate young woman. Since they were both her artists, she wouldn't even need to cleanse her fanbase, she could keep them locked in for life. CP fans could enjoy the sweetness forever, and she could make money for life. Su Yuyu watched helplessly as her gold mine flew away. What a pity, Su Yuyu lamented. Since he wasn't willing, she could only tearfully try to make it back through Song Jibai. These past 2 days, Song Jibai suddenly felt something was off. He hadn't even started filming the TV series yet, but Su Yuyu often hovered around him, looking at him with a strange yet fervent gaze. If it weren't for the fact that there was absolutely no in Su Yuyu's eyes, Song Jibai would have almost suspected she was plotting against him. Song Jibai soon discovered that there was someone even more annoying than him, the acting coach Su Yuyu had hired for him. Teacher Lu, has our little Song made much progress these past few days? Su Yuyu seized the opportunity to ask the acting coach. Teacher Lu actually quite liked Song Jibai. After all, there were so many shady characters in the entertainment industry these past few years, and it was rare to find a good-looking young actor who was willing to settle down and learn. He cherished him. If Song Jibai could maintain this attitude of learning, Teacher Lu felt he would definitely become famous, and with this good reputation, Teacher Lu could continue to make a living as an acting coach. But one thing is one thing, Teacher Lu couldn't stand Su Yuyu asking him 800 times a day. Mr. Su, I know you value your artists, but don't be like Zihan's mother, tormenting the teachers all day long. Teacher Lu said helplessly. Su Yuyu chuckled dryly, she had nothing else to do but keep an eye on her own cash cow. Teacher Lu continued, Mr. Su, I've seen the script you prepared for Xiao Song. As long as the makeup and styling aren't bad, he can at least become a minor celebrity with this role. Su Yuyu wasn't satisfied, only a minor celebrity? The value that artists of different levels can create is worlds apart. Su Yuyu wanted Song Jibai to become a top star like in her previous life, it was related to her future earnings. Teacher Lu was a little annoyed and said, Mr. Su, there's a saying in the entertainment industry, minor success depends on promotion, major success depends on fate. The TV series hasn't even been filmed yet, and you're already expecting Xiao Song to become an overnight sensation? Isn't that making things difficult for him? He's only been in the entertainment industry for a few days now? He's only filmed 1 short drama, and he already has 1 million followers on Weibo, that's already a miracle. Su Yuyu was stunned by the professional's words. President Su, too much pressure can backfire. If you keep a close eye on things, and Song Jibai doesn't perform well on set, he'll miss out on an opportunity, and you'll regret it then. Listening to Teacher Lu's words, Su Yuyu glanced at Song Jibai, who was frowning and holding a script, and couldn't help but wonder if she had really pushed him too hard. In her past life, Song Jibai became famous effortlessly, and Su Yuyu was afraid that interfering would prevent him from achieving fame, which would be a net loss. Song Jibai was indeed under a lot of pressure lately. He finished reading the few pages of the script and wanted to reassure Su Yuyu that he would study hard, but when he looked up, she was gone. Su Yuyu didn't dare to personally supervise Sun Jibai's acting studies, so she devised a roundabout way. Song Jibai and Teacher Lu would receive nourishing soup sent by Su Yuyu every few days, and he would receive encouraging text messages from her almost daily. Xiao Song, you've improved a lot since yesterday. I believe in you, you'll definitely play this role well. Xiao Song, although you're not formally trained, your acting is becoming less and less artificial. You could be the next best actor. Song Jibai wasn't used to these compliments at first, but after seeing them so often, he started to feel uneasy if Su Yuyu didn't send him messages. Su Yuyu had been idle for over 10 days. Without any bargain hunting assignments, she felt like she was growing weeds. She even went to a jade shop to watch people gamble on stones. The jade shop owner naturally remembered Su Yuyu. "Miss Su, I've treated you to the best tea and water every day, but you haven't bought a single stone," the owner complained, seemingly genuinely. Su Yuyu had looked at many stones these past few days, but she couldn't tell the difference between them at all. Having witnessed many gamblers lose everything here, she naturally didn't dare to join in, fearing she might become a real gambler herself. "I'll learn first, and then I'll buy some," Su Yuyu said. The shopkeeper chuckled. "Learning? It only counts as learning if you participate personally. Miss Su, to be honest, sometimes I even suspect you've been through drug rehabilitation." "Su Yuyu, huh? Don't talk nonsense. I'm a model citizen of the new society." The shopkeeper explained, "If you hadn't been through drug rehabilitation, how could you have resisted buying a single stone for so many days? You've practically bankrupted yourself just from drinking tea." Su Yuyu knew the shopkeeper was just being cheeky, and she was about to retort when suddenly her eyes narrowed. She saw someone who, in her opinion, shouldn't be there. "Shuiying, this is the Jade Museum, the largest jade gambling market in Shanghai. There's a saying in jade gambling, one cut can make you rich or poor. Many people come here to gamble on changing their fate. They win villas and luxury cars, they lose and commit suicide." Hearing Lu Xiaoyan say this, Gu Shuiying's face was full of innocence. "This place doesn't look so dark. Are you lying to me?" Lu Xiaoyan was amused by her clear and innocent appearance and said, "For the poor, a single stone here could bankrupt them. But for people like us, it's just for fun. Who needs a few hundred or tens of millions?" Gu Shuiying's lips curled up slightly, revealing a very faint smile. She could have maintained her ladylike demeanor until she saw Su Yuyu leisurely sipping tea at the mahogany table inside the jade shop. Lu Xiaoyan looked down on the jade gamblers outside, but upon seeing the shop owner, he still maintained a degree of politeness. "Mr. Lu brought a friend?" the owner asked with a smile. Lu Xiaoyan introduced Gu Shuiying to the owner. "This is my good friend, Miss Gu. Shuiying, this is Mr. Chen, the owner of this jade shop." Gu Shuiying nodded with a smile, her gaze fixed on Su Yuyu, her eyes shifting like a fan. "Mr. Chen, and who is this lady?" Lu Xiaoyan was also curious about Su Yuyu's identity. Mr. Chen said, "Miss Su, she's a distinguished guest of our jade shop." Lu Xiaoyan nodded to Su Yuyu, which was considered a greeting. Mr. Chen waved and called over a staff member from the jade shop. "You accompany Mr. Lu and Miss Gu to the warehouse. Let them choose from the newly delivered stones." Gu Shuiying was displeased upon hearing this. Mr. Chen didn't even stand up when he saw Lu Xiaoyan, but his attitude towards Su Yuyu was exceptionally polite. Gu Shuiying only thought for a moment before understanding the difference. Mr. Chen treated Lu Xiaoyan like a friend's child, while treating Su Yuyu like a peer. Being inexplicably inferior to Su Yuyu made not only Gu Shuiying feel uncomfortable, but even Lu Xiaoyan sensed this subtle difference. "Mr. Chen, every time I come, you personally accompany me to choose stones. Today you're busy accompanying Miss Su, this is too much favoritism." Lu Xiaoyan complained. Boss Chen chuckled dryly and said, "You brat, I told you Xiao Lu to keep you company, but you insisted on tormenting this old man." Although it was meant as a joke, Su Yuyu noticed Lu Xiaoyan's lips unconsciously twitching downwards, a sign of displeasure. Coincidentally, Su Yuyu also disliked Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan was originally the young master of a branch of the Lu family. After the young master of the main branch died in an accident, Lu Xiaoyan stumbled upon the family's heir and was even to be engaged to Gu Shuiying. In her past life, Lu Xiaoyan hadn't openly made things difficult for Su Yuyu. After all, in his eyes, she was just trash, easily crushed by a mere word. But Su Yuyu strongly suspected that Lu Xiaoyan was behind her constant setbacks in her past life, including having her job ruined within days of finding one. Su Yuyu even remembered unexpectedly witnessing her supervisor bowing and scrapping to Lu Xiaoyan's secretary when she went to confront the manager who had fired her. Whether it was Lu Xiaoyan's order or Gu Shuiying's sabotage, Su Yuyu didn't care anymore. She was determined to eliminate anyone close to Gu Shuiying. Su Yuyu put down her teacup and said to Boss Chen, "So you don't just sell the rough stones outside, you also have some in your warehouse. You never told me about this." Boss Chen remained unfazed. "Miss Su, I didn't tell you, and you didn't ask. If you had asked, would I have kept it from you? If you had told me earlier about the VIP warehouse, I might have bought some," Su Yuyu said. Boss Chen bowed, feigning remorse. "Miss Su, you have such a sharp tongue. I can't argue with you. Since you're interested in the warehouse, I'll personally take you to see it. But if you only look and don't buy, I'll be angry." Boss Chen stood up and then greeted Lu Xiaoyan and Gu Shuiying. Lu Xiaoyan is currently pursuing Gu Shuiying. He brought the girl here partly to show off his wealth and partly to let the girl see something new. However, Boss Chen didn't personally entertain him right away, which Lu Xiaoyan felt was a loss of face. Now that the other party was personally accompanying Su Yuyu, and he himself had become an afterthought, Lu Xiaoyan was even more displeased, but he wasn't sure what Su Yuyu's true identity was. Lu Xiaoyan felt that he would remember such a young and beautiful girl once he met her. Yet, he had never seen Su Yuyu in Shanghai's elite circles. Miss Su, you don't seem to be from Shanghai. Are you from the capital? Lu Xiaoyan asked. Su Yuyu didn't even turn to look at him, casually replying, I'm from Huangshan. Huangshan? The famous scenic spot Huangshan? Lu Xiaoyan asked. Su Yuyu nodded. Although Huangshan was famous, its fame stemmed from its scenic spots. Lu Xiaoyan instinctively thought it was a small place, and his gaze towards Su Yuyu became somewhat strange. Gu Shuiying, who had overheard their conversation, was nervous, fearing that Su Yuyu might reveal the Gu family's identity. The Gu family had kept the truth about the real and fake heiress a secret, and currently, Shanghai's elite circles had no idea that Gu Shuiying was the fake heiress. Lu Xiaoyan continued to probe, Miss Su, did you grow up abroad? Did you study abroad before returning? Su Yuyu couldn't help but laugh at this. Mr. Lu, do you think that everyone who can enter here and be entertained by Boss Chen like you must be either rich or powerful? Su Yuyu's words were straightforward, and Lu Xiaoyan didn't deny it, but instead asked, isn't that right? Su Yuyu said frankly, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Mr. Lu. I'm an orphan who lost both my parents, and I don't have any huge inheritance to carry on. Lu Xiaoyan's eyes changed instantly, unconsciously carrying a hint of disdain. Su Yuyu sighed inwardly. This circle is still so realistic. Those with poor backgrounds and no money are naturally ostracized by these young masters and ladies. It was the same in her previous life. Even though Su Yuyu's original identity was that of the true daughter of the Gu family, she was still tormented by Gu Shuiying's friends. It was Boss Chen who spoke up at this moment. Miss Su was truly a young hero. When I was your age, I didn't have your courage. I, old Chen, will have to rely on Miss Su for guidance in the future. Lu Xiaoyan asked directly, Boss Chen, what remarkable thing did Miss Su do? Boss Chen chuckled and said, a few days ago, you weren't here, and Miss Su brought me a seemingly ordinary stone carving to cut open. It was incredible. It turned out to be top-grade imperial green jade. In the end, Miss Sun bought it for 10 billion. Lu Xiaoyan had vaguely heard that Sun Mingzhu had bought a big piece of jade, but he didn't expect it to be so closely related to Su Yuyu. Miss Su is an expert in jade gambling? Lu Xiaoyan asked. Su Yuyu said in a tone that could infuriate someone, I don't understand, I just bought it for fun. Boss Chen said from the side, spending hundreds of thousands to buy something for fun, and then reselling it for 1 billion, if you're trying your luck, you're truly the king of koi. But what you did was not fair. You made so much money from me, but you didn't take care of my business at all. I've only made 200 yuan so far. Su Yuyu could tell that Boss Chen harbored deep resentment about this matter, but she simply said lightly, I'm not like those rich young masters and ladies who can throw away hundreds of millions without a care in the world. Every penny I spend has to be spent wisely. Lu Xiaoyan, who had already squandered tens of millions, felt as if he'd been kicked in the chest upon hearing. Gee this. He was the kind of rich young master who was both wealthy and incompetent, and loved to gamble. Since getting into the world of jade gambling, half of his allowance had been spent on it, with little to show for it. Miss Su is so skilled, could you help me pick out a stone later? Lu Xiaoyan shamelessly asked. Hearing this, Su Yuyu stopped and smiled, saying, young Master Lu wants my help. What about Miss Gu? Would you like to throw in a few million to try your luck? Upon hearing Su Yuyu speak, Gu Shuiying immediately became wary. Lu Xiaoyan quickly replied, I brought Shuiying here to play, so naturally I'll pay for the stone she chooses. Su Yuyu asked with a smile, then if the jade stone Miss Gu chooses turns out to be worth 1 billion, will it belong to her? If it were a few 100 million or tens of millions, Lu Xiaoyan would have agreed without hesitation. But upon hearing 1 billion, he paused for 2 seconds, then said frankly, of course, our Lu family isn't short of such small sums. Su Yuyu nodded and said with a smile, young Master Lu and Miss Gu have such a good relationship, they're truly an enviable couple. Lu Xiaoyan didn't refute, but instead turned to cautiously observe Gu Shuiying's expression. Now that Lu Xiaoyan was no longer the heir to the Lu family, in terms of wealth and status, the Lu family branch might not be able to compare to the Gu family, and Gu Shuiying currently looked down on him. As expected, Gu Shuiying didn't want to send the wrong signal, so she immediately explained, Miss Su, you misunderstood. Mr. Lu and I are just friends. Su Yuyu immediately said, so you're just friends? Mr. Lu seems to be a very generous person to his friends. Gu Shuiying's expression turned somewhat unpleasant upon hearing this. Although Su Yuyu didn't say it explicitly, her words made her seem like a gold digger. Lu Xiaoyan didn't notice the subtle tension, and his eyes were filled with disappointment when Gu Shuiying distanced herself from him. But he quickly perked up because they had arrived at the warehouse. Lu Xiaoyan brought up the old topic again. Miss Su, which rough stone do you think I should buy? Su Yuyu casually kicked a stone at her feet. This one is quite good. Lu Xiaoyan frowned slightly at Su Yuyu's actions. Su Yuyu was too casual, he felt she hadn't carefully selected the stone. Miss Su, can you really see it clearly while standing? I thought you all squatted down and used a magnifying glass to examine rough stones carefully, Lu Xiaoyan said. Lu Xiaoyan wasn't lying, many jade gamblers did it this way, and many professionals did too. However, while professionals could indeed find patterns in the stone's textures, those outside were simply imitating blindly. Su Yuyu said, I've always bought stones this way. If Mr. Lu doesn't trust me, you can choose for yourself. I won't be angry. For some reason, Lu Xiaoyan felt a tightness in his chest, as if he'd been kicked. He was the one who initially begged Su Yuyu for help, and now he was the one questioning her. If he bought it and didn't find anything good, he'd lose face, but if he didn't buy it, he'd seem petty. How much is this stone? Lu Xiaoyan asked Boss Chen. Stones kept separately in the warehouse naturally weren't cheap. 500,000, Boss Chen said. Lu Xiaoyan turned to Su Yuyu and said, Miss Su is a professional, I'll trust you this once. Su Yuyu couldn't help but laugh. I haven't dared to buy a single stone for so many days, and I didn't expect Mr. Lu to think I'm a professional. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan questioned, Are you playing me? Are you deliberately making me throw away 500,000? Su Yuyu replied, Weren't you the one who kept pestering me? I thought rich people like you wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. Lu Xiaoyan carefully recalled that since their first meeting, because Boss Chen had been fawning over Su Yuyu and mentioned her asking for 1 billion, his eyes had been blinded by greed, and he had inevitably been misled. Su Yuyu ignored him and began wandering around the warehouse. She picked out stones for Lu Xiaoyan casually, but when it was her turn, she became very serious. She squatted down, picked up a stone, waved it over, and asked Boss Chen, How much is this one? Boss Chen casually quoted, If you want it, it's 500,000. Su Yuyu didn't immediately buy it. Her expression showed some hesitation, as if she wasn't sure whether to buy it or not. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask, Are you really interested in this stone? Su Yuyu immediately put the stone down, her eyes full of wariness, and said, No, I was just looking at it casually. Of course, if she hadn't immediately gone to Mr. Chen to haggle after saying this, her words would have been even more credible. Make it cheaper. What kind of relationship do we have? 500,000 is practically killing me. Su Yuyu said to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen frowned at her and said, Look at what you're saying, you've only made 1 billion, and you're coming to me to complain about being poor? Su Yuyu smiled awkwardly and said again, That stone has a pretty pattern, I don't plan to cut it, I just want to keep it at home for fun, you shouldn't have sold it to me as a rough stone. Mr. Chen immediately covered his ears, I don't like what you're saying, stop talking. Su Yuyu wanted to keep arguing with him. Lu Xiaoyan suddenly intervened, pointing at the stone Su Yuyu had previously taken a liking to and saying, 500,000, I'll take it. Boss Chen immediately beamed with joy. Su Yuyu, however, said, Mr. Lu, that's not fair. I clearly saw this stone first. Gu Shuiying, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, highest bidder wins. If Miss Su really likes it, she should have bought it sooner, instead of trying to haggle over the price. Su Yuyu felt Gu Shuiying was getting arrogant, daring to mock her. Indeed, isn't your Gu family's specialty buying flashy but impractical things at high prices? Su Yuyu said lightly. Gu Shuiying's pretty face flushed slightly with anger. She recalled how, at the auction, she and Gu Fengchuan had been completely manipulated by Su Yuyu's bidding wars, ultimately buying those jewelry pieces for almost 2 or 3 times the price. This wouldn't have been a big deal originally, but Gu Fengchuan's failure to acquire the Dotcai Cup, coupled with some dubious rumors spread by busybodies, reached Gu's father's ears. He mistakenly believed that his children hadn't bought the cup because they had purchased expensive jewelry, and he severely berated Gu Fengchuan, causing Gu Shuiying to suffer as well. The Gu family was even ridiculed by high society for being foolish and rich, and Gu Shuiying didn't appear in social settings for several days, partly due to this incident. Su Yuyu ignored Gu Shuiying's rapidly changing expression. She wasn't worried about losing a rough stone and continued searching the warehouse. This time, however, Su Yuyu's gaze was fixed on the larger rough stones. This stone is really beautiful. I want to buy it and build a big fish tank to put in it for enjoyment. Mr. Chen, could you give me a discount? Su Yuyu said to a large stone. Mr. Chen said directly, just buy a stone, stop making up these excuses. Su Yuyu chuckled dryly and said, then don't try to scare me away with your exorbitant demands. Let's see how you make money then. Mr. Chen glanced at the stone and said, 5 million. Old Chen, that's not right of you. The previous stone was only 500,000, and as soon as you saw I wanted it, you immediately raised the price tenfold. Aren't you deliberately trying to discourage me? Su Yuyu said. Mr. Chen said, it's good that you're not buying. What kind of cheap stuff could you possibly have picked out? I'll keep it and open it myself. Maybe I'll make enough money and won't even need to keep this shop open anymore. Su Yuyu didn't believe him, saying, once you get into jade gambling, it's like falling into a deep sea. I don't believe you'd really be willing to close a perfectly good shop. Mr. Chen didn't refute this, but his eyes scanned the rough stone that Su Yuyu had her eye on. The color and texture, it looks like a good piece. I'm not asking for 5 million just to fool you. Buying the goods, logistics, rent, staff management, all of these cost money. I'm not making any profit at this price. Su Yuyu continued to haggle. How about half price, 2 million? Mr. Chen said, if you keep haggling like that, then I won't sell it. It's not like I can't sell it. Su Yuyu's eyes were glued to the stone. Helplessly, she said, fine, 5 million it is. I can't let this stone get snatched up again. I'm counting on this to make a big profit. Before the words had even finished, Lu Xiaoyan added, 5.5 million, I'll buy it. Su Yuyu glared at him. If she was only slightly angry when the 500,000 yuan stone was snatched away earlier, now the anger in her eyes was practically spitting out at Lu Xiaoyan's face. Su Yuyu deliberately said in a fit of exasperation, Mr. Lu, you really are acting like a woman throwing a tantrum for my sake. Just because of that little thing between me and Gu Shuiying, you're going to cut off my livelihood? Hearing this, the doubt in Lu Xiaoyan's eyes almost materialized. He turned to look at Gu Shuiying. You two know each other? Boss Chen, standing to the side, also looked on with a gossipy expression, glancing between Su Yuyu and Gu Shuiying. Gu Shuiying bit her lower lip. What she cared about most was her status as the eldest daughter of the Gu family, and she dared not let Su Yuyu continue. Since Miss Su wants it, let's not fight over this stone, so as not to hurt our relationship, Gu Shuiying advised Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan's curiosity didn't fade, and he didn't want to give it to Su Yuyu either. He said, in business, it's always the highest bidder wins. Why should I give it to someone else? I like this stone. Su Yuyu said, Gu Shuiying, I can't keep my mouth shut. If I say something, it might make everyone uncomfortable. Gu Shuiying immediately became anxious. She was afraid that outsiders would know her true identity and that Su Yuyu would blurt things out recklessly. I'll persuade Xiaoyan, Miss Su. Although it's true that the highest bidder wins, there's also a first-come, first-served principle. Don't worry, we know the rules, Gu Shuiying almost pleaded. Su Yuyu patiently waited for her to persuade her. Gu Shuiying tugged at Lu Xiaoyan's sleeve and whispered, Xiaoyan, just let her have her way this time, for my sake, okay? Lu Xiaoyan frowned and asked, why should we let her? She's been going against us ever since she came in. What are you so afraid of her for? Although Gu Shuiying was Lu Xiaoyan's goddess, he never considered himself a sycophant. He was more concerned than outsiders about what leverage Su Yuyu had over Gu Shuiying. How could Gu Shuiying tell him the truth? She simply put on a tearful act. It's not convenient for me to talk about family matters. My father and Miss Su. She has a deep misunderstanding. Gu Shuiying's words were ambiguous, even deliberately leading to some negative speculation. Lu Xiaoyan turned and glanced at Su Yuyu again. Young and beautiful, full of vitality, such a girl had a fatal attraction for older men. He couldn't help but think of his father's kept mistress, and his gaze towards Su Yuyu was immediately filled with contempt. Since you've already asked, I'll give in. You know I can never refuse your requests, Lu Xiaoyan said. He completely ignored the fact that Su Yuyu had originally set her sights on the stone. He was merely a latecomer. Su Yuyu readily paid Boss Chen. Mr. Chen was still somewhat reluctant, but seeing that Su Yuyu had actually paid, he kept asking, are you really interested in this stone? Otherwise, I'd rather not sell it. Su Yuyu glared at him, you're a dealer, how come you're getting so caught up in gambling? Mr. Chen smiled sheepishly, and finally obediently accepted the money, then asked, are you going to open this stone now? Su Yuyu said, I know it's not easy for you to do business, so I'll definitely open it on the spot to be considerate of you. It'll be good for you to have some fun with them. Mr. Chen seemed to have been persuaded by Su Yuyu. He turned to look at Lu Xiaoyan and Gu Shuiying and asked, have you two made your choices? What do you think of Miss Su's suggestion? Gu Shuiying frowned slightly. Because of her background, she instinctively considered Su Yuyu a competitor. She still vividly remembered what happened at the last auction, and now that Lu Xiaoyan was by her side, she didn't want to be humiliated. Before she could even speak, Lu Xiaoyan interjected, "Alright, I also want to see Miss Su's abilities." Lu Xiaoyan was still unwilling to give up. He wanted to see what Su Yuyu's $5 million stone would yield. "Shuiying, don't worry, when the jade I find is more expensive than Su Yuyu's, I'll have avenged you," Lu Xiaoyan said shamelessly. He completely forgot that just a dozen minutes ago, he had pestered Su Yuyu to help him choose a stone. "Xiaoyan, I believe in your abilities, you'll definitely be better than Miss Su, but what if you lose? I'm afraid people will laugh at you." Gu Shuiying feigned confidence in Lu Xiaoyan. She forgot that this kind of chauvinistic man disliked hearing doubts the most. Lu Xiaoyan directly pointed to a stone beside him and said, "Mr. Chen, I'll take this stone." Mr. Chen was overjoyed and said, "This stone is worth 10 million. It's the king of stones here. Young Master Lu, are you sure you want it?" Lu Xiaoyan didn't want his financial resources questioned in front of his goddess, so he said, "I'll transfer the money right now." Mr. Chen was ecstatic. This king of stones had actually been sitting in the warehouse for a while, but because of its high price, even though several people coveted it, no one had made up their minds to buy it. Since everyone has made their choices, let's go outside and cut these stones open. Who wants to go first? Mr. Chen asked. Lu Xiaoyan then put on an act, "Ladies first." Su Yuyu didn't stand on ceremony and said, "I didn't hear ladies first when we were grabbing the stones. Who are you telling me now?" Lu Xiaoyan's face flushed red and then paled. He always instinctively displayed gentlemanly manners when facing girls from wealthy families, but with someone like Su Yuyu, someone with no background who had just made a fortune, seemed frivolous, and had been subtly targeting him, he naturally wasn't inclined to be gentlemanly. Now, his undignified behavior was directly exposed by Su Yuyu, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Seeing the situation, Boss Chen stepped in to smooth things over. "Miss Su, who opens it first or last won't change the outcome. Why not open the king's stone first? I've been curious about it for a long time." No one else present objected. Immediately, staff loaded the stone onto a cart and transported it outside the Jade Gallery. A large number of Jade gamblers had already gathered there, and seeing the new stone arrive, they were all incredibly excited. "Good heavens, I remember this is the King of Stones. What great luck today, witnessing the live cutting of the King of Stones. I wonder if this cut will bring a profit or a loss." Listening to the gamblers' chatter, Boss Chen looked satisfied. He then said to Lu Xiaoyan, "Young Master Lu, I just had someone contact a few jade dealers, they should be on their way now. For stones with a high probability of yielding a large quantity, contacting buyers in advance is essential." Lu Xiaoyan said, "If there's a lot of material, I'll keep some to make a set of jewelry for Shuiying." His confident demeanor made it seem as if his king of stones was guaranteed to yield a large quantity. Su Yuyu remained silent, patiently watching his performance. Finally, the preparations were almost complete, and the large stone was placed under the stone-cutting machine. This time, Boss Chen once again personally took the plunge. But unlike last time, Lu Xiaoyan confidently drew a line. Boss Chen followed the line and made a single cut. Everyone present immediately gasped. "It's green! It's Imperial Green! When did Imperial Green become so worthless? How could Imperial Green be worthless? The Jade Museum is just having a run of good luck lately, easily unearthing top-grade Imperial Green." Boss Chen's face was also full of surprise. He had thought this stone would yield green, but he didn't expect it to be Imperial Green. Although only a palm-sized area had been cut out so far, revealing only a coin-sized patch of green, it was enough to prove the quality of the stone. He couldn't help but regret that if he had known it would yield Imperial Green, he would have kept it and cut it himself. "Will you sell it?" Boss Chen estimated the possible weight of the jade hidden inside the stone and offered a price, 60 million? Before Lu Xiaoyan could agree, Su Yuyu started making a fuss. "Boss Chen, when I came to cut the stone that day, you only offered me 50 million for that half-open stone. That's not fair." Boss Chen smiled awkwardly and said, "I always give normal valuations, I didn't favor one over the other." Su Yuyu looked completely unconvinced. Lu Xiaoyan shook his head and said, "Not for sale." He gave Su Yuyu a defiant look. He remembered clearly that Su Yuyu's stone sold for 1 billion, and he felt that it should also fetch a high price. 100 million, someone suddenly called out. The person who rushed over was none other than the bald man with the thick gold chain who had met Su Yuyu briefly before. The bald man smiled at Su Yuyu. He had just arrived and asked, "Miss Su, is this another one of your stones?" Su Yuyu shook her head and pointed to Lu Xiaoyan beside her. The bald man, clearly recognizing Lu Xiaoyan, said, "Young Master Lu, I, Old Lu, will bid 100 million. That way, you'll get back all the money you've lost on gambling on stones over the past few years. Lu Xiaoyan's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. He glanced at Gu Shuiying beside him, and seeing that she didn't react much, he breathed a sigh of relief. Another person squeezed into the crowd. Su Yuyu recognized him immediately. It was Sun Lao'er, who had participated in the bidding for her stone earlier. Lu Guangtou, you think you can get this kind of stone for 100 million? Are you kidding me? I'll bid 200 million. Sun Lao'er immediately doubled the price. Previously, when the price was 100 million, Lu Xiaoyan had no intention of selling, but now that it had become 200 million, he was tempted. Gu Shuiying whispered from the side, Xiaoyan, why don't you just sell it? Turning 10 million into 200 million is already pretty impressive. Gu Shuiying wasn't a jade gambler, so she naturally thought they should take their profits. But Lu Xiaoyan remembered a story about Su Yuyu where someone had initially offered a high price for a half-open stone, but Su Yuyu insisted on cutting it all open, which led to the astronomical price of 1 billion. Just as he was hesitating, Su Yuyu suddenly spoke up. Mr. Lu, you're not selling this? Do you think the price is too low? Maybe if Mr. Sun raises the price a bit more, he'll be willing to sell. Hearing this, Sun Lao'er chimed in, alright, then it'll be 250 million. For a half-finished stone, that's all I can offer. Su Yuyu chimed in, this price is already very reasonable, Mr. Lu. If I were you, I would definitely sell it. After all, you'd make a net profit of 240 million. You should be more realistic, not every stone can sell for 1 billion. Su Yuyu's words only fueled Lu Xiaoyan's imagination, filling his mind with 1 billion. The Lu family was indeed wealthy. Although it was a branch family, their assets were still 20 to 30 billion. Even a billionaire would value 1 billion in cash, let alone Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan had already sensed Su Yuyu's hostility. Given her past record of randomly selecting stones for him, he instinctively dared not trust her suggestion. Miss Su, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I won't sell, I want all of them cut open. Boss Chen felt Lu Xiaoyan was being impulsive and couldn't help but advise, young Master Lu, there's no turning back now. What if you cut it and it's ruined? Although Lu Xiaoyan came from a wealthy family, since he was already at the Jade Gambling Hall, he naturally carried a gambling spirit. Keep cutting. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade him, Boss Chen could only start the machine again. As the roaring sound ended, the newly cut surface showed no trace of jade. Lu Xiaoyan's heart sank. Old Sun sighed and said, it's a failure. If you sell it to me now, I can only offer 50 million. Boss Chen asked, young Master Lu, do you still want to continue cutting? Everyone around stared at Lu Xiaoyan. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, continue. This stone was huge. He refused to believe that the green area was only the size of a coin. He was certain the rest of the stone would contain top-grade imperial green. The machine continued polishing, but after nearly an hour of roaring, no more green appeared. Finally, something astonishing happened. This enormous stone did indeed yield imperial green, but only the size of a coin. The rest was waste. Sun Lao'er clutched his chest and exclaimed, thank goodness. If he had agreed to sell it to me for 250 million, I would have truly lost everything. Su Yuyu chimed in with sarcastic remarks, young Master Lu, why are you so stubborn? I told you to quit while you were ahead, why didn't you listen? Lu Xiaoyan's face darkened. Having been in the jade gambling market for so long, he knew perfectly well that this coin-sized piece of imperial green jade was worth at most a few 100,000 yuan. Compared to his tens of millions of yuan investment, it was a huge loss. Lu Guangtou, knowing full well that the other party was in a bad mood, still stepped forward and offered 200,000. If Gu Shuiying hadn't been there, Lu Xiaoyan probably would have told them to get lost. He took a deep breath and said, I won't sell. I'll keep it for myself. Su Yuyu added, young Master Lu really likes to keep things to himself. He wouldn't sell even when he was only halfway open, and now that he's fully opened, he still won't sell. Lu Xiaoyan was furious, but in front of so many people, he had to maintain his so-called gentry image, so he could only ignore Su Yuyu's taunts. He grabbed Gu Shuiying and tried to leave. Su Yuyu reminded him again, young Master Lu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The stones haven't been completely cut yet. Lu Xiaoyan paused upon hearing this. Indeed, there were still stones that hadn't been cut, and Gu Shuiying had also picked one. Seeing that things weren't going well, Gu Shuiying said gently, Xiaoyan, why don't we just forget about it and take the stone back to admire and play with? Gu Xiaoyan replied, no, let's cut it open here. Shuiying, you've always had good luck. Maybe even a small stone can yield a big find. The stone Gu Shuiying chose was relatively cheap, only 200,000 yuan. The stone was also relatively small, so it was cut very quickly. Boss Chen personally handled the cutting, and this time the stone was cut much faster than Lu Xiaoyan's previous one. Green has appeared. Gu Shuiying's luck was indeed good, a hint of bright green had appeared in the stone. However, because it was relatively light, the buyback price would be around 200,000 yuan, so it was neither a profit nor a loss. Gu Shuiying immediately agreed to Sun Laoer's buyback price, planning to buy Lu Xiaoyan a gift worth 200,000 yuan and then gradually cut off all contact. After today's incident, Gu Shuiying felt that Lu Xiaoyan was not respectable enough and not worth continuing to associate with. Lu Xiaoyan was completely unaware that he had been pushed out of the goddess's backup list, and he was in a hurry to leave. However, Boss Chen's words made him stop in his tracks again. Boss Chen loudly announced to the onlookers, "The next stone I'm going to cut is truly remarkable. Do you remember Miss Su who sold 1 billion yuan worth of jade?" The gamblers still vividly remembered Su Yuyu's feat. Su Yuyu coughed lightly and said, "Boss Chen, stop flattering me. Hurry up and cut it open. I'm afraid everyone will get impatient if we wait too long." Even though the gamblers had lost everything, their eyes still lit up when they saw someone else cutting stones, wishing they could take their place. Su Yuyu's words really struck a chord with them, and they all urged Boss Chen to cut the stone as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyan was naturally curious, and even Gu Shuiying wasn't in a hurry to leave. Gu Shuiying also wanted to see what Su Yuyu's stone would yield. The machine started up again, and everyone listened to the rumbling sound, feeling it was the most beautiful music in the world. Watching their engrossed expressions, Su Yuyu couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She vowed that if the system were to leave her one day, she would never set foot in this place again. Everyone here was a gambler, immersed in a shared fantasy. Even if they unearthed jade worth millions today, they wouldn't stop there, they would only fantasize about unearthing stones worth tens or hundreds of millions. That's how gamblers are, no matter how much money they win, they will eventually lose it all. If the system hadn't suddenly popped up a bargain hunting prompt, Su Yuyu would never have spent 5 million on a single stone. The machine stopped running, and after the cut stone was cleaned with water, its true form was revealed. This is Imperial Purple. A dreamlike color. Why wasn't I the one who bought this stone? It's top-grade Imperial Purple. The price is about the same as Imperial Green. Miss Su is so lucky. Whether it's really luck is hard to say. What if it turns out to be a dud like the previous Imperial Green? Seeing the envious looks from the surrounding stone gamblers, Su Yuyu snapped her fingers. 4 bodyguards in black suits stood beside her, shielding her from these unfriendly gazes. The 2 new bodyguards were retired comrades introduced by Shin Juan. It was said that each of them was a top-tier soldier. Su Yuyu had also witnessed the competition between the 2 newcomers and the 2 veterans. It was a complete one-sided affair. The 2 new bodyguards, with an almost overwhelming advantage, became the leaders of the bodyguard team. The surrounding stone gamblers were just gambling, not blind. They could naturally see that these 4 menacing bodyguards were not to be trifled with, and they took a step back in fear. Sun Laoer tentatively spoke up, "Miss Su, I trust your expertise, so I'm willing to offer 30 million for this partially open stone." Su Yuyu was displeased. "That's not how you offered Mr. Lu just now." Lu Xiaoyan, who was already on the verge of being sidelined, was once again the focus of attention because of Su Yuyu's words. Sun Laoer was also embarrassed. Even though he didn't want to offend Lu Xiaoyan, he could only say, "I'm afraid that if I open a partially open stone, it might turn out badly. If I encounter the same situation as Mr. Lu, I'll lose a fortune." The stone gamblers laughed loudly. Lu Xiaoyan clenched his fists in anger. He was the young master of the Lu family, he had never been humiliated like this before. Su Yuyu stopped dwelling on Sun Laoer's offer and instead turned to ask Gu Shuiying, "Miss Gu, do you think I should sell it now?" Gu Shuiying didn't expect Su Yuyu to suddenly turn her attention to her. "I don't know anything about jade gambling. If Miss Su wants to quit while she's ahead, she can easily make 25 million, Gu Shuiying said. Su Yuyu nodded and said decisively to Boss Chen, "Miss Gu's suggestion is excellent, so I decided to continue." Gu Shuiying's face stiffened. She knew that Su Yuyu was deliberately trying to embarrass her. However, she couldn't directly express this subtle embarrassment. She silently prayed that Su Yuyu's stone would fail like Lu Xiaoyan's. But reality rarely goes as planned. As time passed, Su Yuyu's stone was slowly cut open, finally revealing its true form to everyone. Another top-grade jade. This weight. Probably over 10 pounds. The color is rich and pure, a top-grade Imperial Purple. The price per unit is probably even higher than the Imperial Green from last time. Lu Xiaoyan was furious at seeing Su Yuyu reveal such a large piece. Sun Laoer seized the opportunity to make a bid, 300 million, I'll buy it. Su Yuyu wasn't truly unaware of the price of Imperial Purple Jade. She glanced at Sun Laoer with a half-smile and said, "The quality of my jade is no worse than the Jowie Star." The Jowie Star was a 9,499-carat giant violet cabochon pendant, currently the world's largest glass-type violet jadeite, which sold for 600 million yuan many years ago. The Jowie Star's purple jadeite weighed approximately 38 jin, 14 catties, while Su Yuyu's jade had just been weighed 13 jin, 65 catties. Sun Laoer gave an awkward smile and said, "The Jowie Star is a finished jewelry piece. Its raw jade weighs 12 jin, approximately 6 catties, but the original price was only 200 million. Even if I bought it, I would stay. You'll need to hire a master craftsman to make it into a finished product, and the processing fee wouldn't be cheap. The price I'm offering is already very reasonable." Su Yuyu shook her head. The original price was indeed 200 million, but that was more than 10 years ago. Look at how much prices have risen now. Using that price is just fooling people. Lu Guangtou, who was standing nearby, seized the opportunity and said, "I offer 350 million, Miss Su. If you like this price, we can close the deal now." Su Yuyu's jade piece had a regular shape and was very suitable for making jewelry. Lu Guangtou couldn't help but calculate how many sets of jewelry could be made and how much profit he could make. Su Yuyu still felt that the price was too cheap, but Sun Laoer did not continue to raise the price, seemingly giving up. 5 minutes later, another person jumped out, 400 million. Su Yuyu remembered this person. He had also appeared when she sold that piece of imperial green jade last time. He had a rather domineering air about him and seemed to have a strained relationship with Sun Mingzhu. "Miss Su, you can ask the professionals. I've already given you a very reasonable price. I can't offer you a higher price. I know you and Miss Sun are on good terms, but she only paid 1 billion, she can't afford this piece." Upon hearing this, Su Yuyu immediately made phone calls to several experts in related industries. She had also expanded her network after selling that piece of imperial green jade last time, precisely to deal with situations like today. After receiving advice from several experts, Su Yuyu turned to the person and said, "Deal." The expert's appraisal was also around 400 million. Actually, Su Yuyu didn't particularly like the person in front of her, but she couldn't find a better buyer for the time being. Although Su Yuyu wasn't short of money, she didn't like hoarding these things, even though this piece of imperial green jade looked extremely beautiful. Compared to jewelry, Su Yuyu preferred the money in her account. The exorbitant transaction was quickly completed in front of everyone. After confirming the payment had been received, Su Yuyu turned to Lu Xiaoyan and said, "Young Master Lu should have insisted a little longer in the warehouse. It's a pity you still prefer to listen to Miss Gu's advice." With that, Su Yuyu left with her bodyguards. Lu Xiaoyan recalled that he could have bought the stone at a high price, but Gu Shuiying persuaded him to let it go. The thought of losing 400 million yuan made Lu Xiaoyan feel as if a piece of his heart had been ripped out, a pain. Before he could react, the other jade gamblers suddenly scattered, seemingly trying to escape Gu Shuiying. They spoke without a trace of politeness. "Isn't Miss Gu a bit unlucky? It's a good thing Miss Su didn't listen to her advice, otherwise she would have lost a lot of money. Why isn't she leaving? I don't dare buy any more stones if she stays here any longer." Gu Shuiying naturally heard these whispers, and her eyes immediately reddened with anger. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. She couldn't help but look pleadingly at Lu Xiaoyan beside her. But Lu Xiaoyan was still immersed in his own emotions and didn't notice his goddess's signal. Gu Shuiying frowned slightly. She felt she never wanted to come to this filthy place again. She stomped her foot and stormed off. By the time Lu Xiaoyan reacted, Gu Shuiying was already in a private car. "Young master, are we going to chase after Miss Gu?" Lu Xiaoyan's driver asked. Lu Xiaoyan, still thinking about the 400 million, shook his head. "Take me home first." "No, take me to Nightfall Bar." Lu Xiaoyan felt a tightness in his chest. The huge disappointment of missing out on 400 million made him want to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Su Yuyu sat in the car on her way home when a notification suddenly popped up from the system. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the picking up bargains task and received the reward, basic account balance double card X1, maximum 1 billion, Su Yuyu. It would be great if my bank account balance just doubled. Why is there a limit?" Su Yuyu asked the system. "This is just a basic double card. Once you get the advanced double card, the limit will be different." Su Yuyu's account balance was now over 1 billion. Without hesitation, she immediately chose to use the double card. Soon, a text message popped up on her phone confirming the funds had been deposited. She counted several times to confirm that the amount was 1 billion before barely managing to suppress a scream. You've all worked hard these past few days, I'll give you a bonus, Su Yuyu said to Su Fong, who was still driving. Hearing this good news, Su Fong remembered her duty was to drive, forcibly suppressing her joy and continuing to drive smoothly. Yu Yuyu was very satisfied with her performance. Back at their apartment in Thompson Riviera, Su Yuyu had just opened the door when Guai Guai rushed up. Woof woof! Why didn't you take me with you? It's so stuffy at home. Guai Guai barked, complaining to Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu felt a rare pang of guilt, and after giving the little dog Guai Guai a good pat on the head, said, "Next time, I'll definitely." Her phone rang, it was Ouyang calling. "Boss, the video website has transferred last month's video revenue share," Ouyang said. Su Yuyu said, "Okay, I'll check." She herself casually spent hundreds of millions, while the video website's share of around 20 million seemed rather small in comparison. Ouyang talked about a lot of things related to the company. After he finished, he complained helplessly, "Boss, you need to find someone who can manage the company as soon as possible. I have to manage both the film crew and the company now, and I'm really too busy." Ouyang had been completely focused on the film crew, only occasionally managing the entertainment company. However, Su Yuyu, the actual boss, was always wandering around like a street urchin, practically invisible, forcing Ouyang to take on the role of manager. Su Yuyu touched her nose, unusually guilty. "Okay, I understand. If the crew encounters any difficulties, just tell me. You don't need to worry about the company." Ouyang couldn't help but cheer. Of course, he was even happier when he saw the short drama bonus deposited into his bank account 2 days later. As it was getting dark, Su Yuyu planned to headhunt another manager the next day, when suddenly the system popped up a notification that snatching up a bargained mission has begun. Su Yuyu immediately perked up. The moment she saw the task of finding a bargain, she was wide awake. She glanced at the clock on the wall, it was already 10 p.m. Su Yuyu called Su Fong, "I need a car." Su Fong, who had already lain down to sleep, sprang to her feet. "Okay, boss, I'll come pick you up right now and try to arrive within 10 minutes. Su Fong originally lived in the suburbs, but for convenience, Su Yuyu rented her a 2-bedroom apartment near Thompson Riviera. Su Fong had brought her mother and children from her hometown to live with her a few days ago. Seeing her leaving so late at night, Su's mother heard the noise and got out of bed, asking, "What time is it? Where are you going?" Su Fong put on her coat, picked up her car keys, and said, "The boss is going out. Mom, you stay home and watch the children, don't worry about me. It's so late at night, it's too tiring." Su's mother couldn't help but complain. Su Fong shook her head, "Mom, don't say things like that. 50,000 yuan a month, and I just received a 30,000 yuan bonus a couple of days ago. Plus this apartment we live in now, with such a good boss, it's only right that I drive for her 24/7, let alone work overtime." Su Fong knew she didn't have any other skills, her smooth driving was the only thing Su Yuyu valued. She dared not slack off, afraid of losing this good job. Su's mother, realizing her daughter's high salary, was no longer sleepy and immediately pushed her daughter out the door. "Hurry, hurry, don't keep the boss waiting." Shanghai wasn't particularly congested at night, and Su Fong arrived at the underground parking garage within 10 minutes, still without seeing Su Yuyu. After waiting another 2 minutes, she finally saw Su Yuyu appear at the elevator entrance. Su Fong quickly opened the car door, and after Su Yuyu got in, Su Fong jogged back to the driver's seat. After starting the car, Su Fong didn't ask any questions, because Su Yuyu had countless times given her last-minute directions. This time was no different. "Left ahead. Straight ahead. Turn left at the traffic light." The bodyguard car following behind also had no definite destination. The bodyguard driving could only keep a close eye on Su Fong's car, afraid of losing it. The car drove for nearly an hour on the night road before finally seeing a bridge. "Stop the car," Su Yuyu said. The streetlights on the bridge seemed broken, making it dark and eerie. After getting out of the car, Su Yuyu turned on her phone's flashlight and walked straight down the bridge. The 4 bodyguards and Su Fong all followed, all seemingly there to protect Su Yuyu. Everyone knew Su Yuyu's rules, knew she disliked being questioned or talked about, and silently followed her despite her strange behavior. In the pitch-black night, only the sound of their footsteps and a faint sob carried on the wind could be heard. Su Fong felt a chill in the night air, and coupled with the sobbing, she felt the goosebumps rise on the back of her neck. She couldn't help but wonder if there was something evil in this dark place. If it weren't for the 4 virile bodyguards beside her, Su Fong would have all read. Why dragged Su Yuyu away? Su Yuyu wasn't entirely sure of what to do either. If the system hadn't kept pointing towards the area under the bridge, she would never have thought to run into such a remote corner. When the system's instructions stopped, Su Yuyu's phone flashlight shone on a hunched figure. The person saw the light and tried to run away in a panic, but Su Yuyu's bodyguards were quick. Two elite soldiers rushed up and pinned the person to the ground. Gently. Don't hurt him, Su Yuyu said. The two soldiers softened their movements, but still held the person firmly under their control. Su Yuyu only managed to utter one word. The person immediately struggled. Why won't you let me go? Do you only feel happy when I'm dead? Su Yuyu didn't know what was going on, but she could smell the sour stench of a homeless person. She looked at the person's side. A pile of old clothes and bedding had formed a small home under the bridge. Take him to a place with light first, Su Yuyu said, feeling this wasn't the place to talk. The two bodyguards practically supported the man as they walked 200 meters before finding a bright street lamp. I will not yield. Even if I die, I will not let you people go, the man shouted. Su Yuyu was a little overwhelmed. She tried to make out the man's face, but his hair was long and greasy, and his face was dirty, making it difficult to discern his features. Are you hungry? Su Yuyu asked. The man didn't answer, but his dark eyes, hidden beneath his greasy hair, stared at Su Yuyu warily. Su Yuyu forced a smile and said, I mean no harm, I'm here to help you. The man sneered, you lackey. You are all heartless. Speak properly, the bodyguard snapped. The bodyguards couldn't just stand by and watch their employer be insulted, but such reprimands seemed to have no effect on the homeless man. As long as I have a breath left, I will fight you people to the end, the homeless man said. Su Yuyu was completely bewildered, having no idea what the man was talking about. Alright, take him home first, give him a bath, feed him something, and we'll talk about the situation tomorrow, Su Yuyu instructed the bodyguards. Taking care of a homeless man wasn't really part of the bodyguard's job description, but Su Yuyu paid them handsomely. After selling the imperial purple item, she'd given each of them a 30,000 yuan bonus. Being out so late at night, according to Su Yuyu's employment contract, counted as overtime, with extra pay. Even though the bodyguards thought the homeless man was filthy, they still reluctantly followed Su Yuyu's instructions. However, the homeless man shouted, this is kidnapping. You're threatening a citizen's personal rights. I'll call the police. The bodyguards couldn't do anything about him, and could only be thankful that they were in the suburbs with few people around, which allowed them to successfully get the homeless man into the car. Because she'd stayed up all night, Su Yuyu slept until 11 a.m. the next morning. After eating lunch delivered by the community manager, she called someone to bring the homeless man home. Su Yuyu had arranged for her 4 bodyguards to stay in the same neighborhood as Su Feng, so they arrived quickly. 4 burly men were holding down a thin, homeless man. Su Yuyu wasn't worried about him posing any threat, so she confidently let him into her house. In the daylight, Su Yuyu finally saw the homeless man's face clearly. She was shocked. She hadn't expected the system to send this man to her like this. What a huge mistake. The homeless man still glared fiercely at Su Yuyu. I won't change my mind. I'll fight you to the end. Hearing this, Su Yuyu didn't refute him. Instead, she nodded seriously and said, I understand and fully support Mr. Xie's determination to fight against the evil forces. Upon hearing this, the homeless man was speechless. He had been rejected far too many times, and every instance of recognition was precious. However, after a moment, wariness returned to his eyes. Don't try to play tricks on me. You're all in cahoots. You were sent by Star Diamond, weren't you? Having me locked up like this is illegal detention. I'm calling the police. Xia Ran tried to appear fierce, but his current state was so bad that he looked more like a child throwing a tantrum. Su Yuyu pointed to the sofa and said, please sit down. Xia Ran didn't move, and Su Yuyu's bodyguard reached out to force him into the chair. Su Yuyu shook her head and said to the bodyguard, Mr. Xie is an adult who will fight against evil forces to the end. It's impossible for him to be afraid to even sit down on a sofa. Xia Ran's expression shifted uncertainly. His years in prison had diminished his former confidence and arrogance, making his eyes more evasive. But ultimately, he took 2 steps forward and sat down on the sofa. Su Yuyu personally picked up the teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea, and offered it to Xia Ran. Xia Ran's Adam's apple bobbed. Although his mouth was very thirsty, he still didn't touch it. Su Yuyu continued with her provocation. What, afraid I'll poison you? She poured herself a cup and slowly drank it. Only then did Xia Ran pick up the cup of tea she had poured for him and gulp it down. Seeing him sit down and drink, Su Yuyu was about 80% confident about the upcoming conversation. As long as he was willing to communicate, things would be much easier. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Su. I currently own an entertainment company, and we're short of a CEO. If you'd like, you can come work for me. The first year's salary is 2 million. How about it? Su Yuyu asked. Xia Ran's eyes widened slightly. Is this some kind of new scam? Let me tell you, although I don't have money, I won't accept your dirty money. I will absolutely not give up my revenge. Su Yu casually said, I didn't ask you to give up. I'm not in cahoots with those people. I'd love for you to continue fighting against them. Xia Ran's eyes were still full of distrust. After all, in his opinion, those people were incredibly powerful. For a young and beautiful girl like Su Yu to suddenly offer him such a generous gift naturally aroused his suspicion. Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious, Xia Ran said. Su Yu's lips curled slightly upward as she said, I've heard your story a long time ago. I'm offering you this job not out of pity, but because I believe in your abilities. Xia Ran was 35 years old, while Su Yu was only in her early 20s. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, back when this happened, you were probably just a primary school student. Su Yu said, I have my own channels to understand the truth. Given your current situation, it seems your only option besides me is to go abroad. Are you sure you want to leave here like a stray dog? Xia Ran lowered his head, 1,000 thoughts flashing in his eyes. He didn't know if he should believe Su Yu, or even if he could. Su Yu opened her mobile banking app, switched to her account balance, and handed it to him. This much money might not be enough for your revenge, but with your abilities, I believe it can at least double. You demonstrate your value, and I'll give you the appropriate reward, such as doing my utmost to help you get revenge. How about it? Su Yu asked. Xia Ran was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Yu's account balance. Undoubtedly, this young girl was very wealthy, but still far from the amount he needed to defeat. However, Su Yu's words did move him. For someone with such high self-esteem, showing sympathy would only embarrass him, only recognition of his abilities would make him willing to risk his life for Su Yu. The evidence has been destroyed. Even if I wanted revenge, what could I do? Xia Ran tentatively said. Su Yu leaned back on the sofa, you're still wary of me. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Xia Ran's face. He did indeed keep the last piece of evidence, but he was afraid it would be snatched and destroyed by that group, just like the other evidence. A few years ago, that group had openly and secretly sent people to test whether he had any evidence, but they hadn't done so much in recent years, seemingly completely believing he had given up on his revenge plans. Su Yu said, I'll take you to see my company later. Of course, if you don't like being the CEO of an entertainment company and want to start your own business, I'll invest. Xia Ran was genuinely surprised this time, asking, you trust me that much? Su Yu looked intently into his eyes, of course. A few years later, Xia Ran's story became a sensation online, a modern-day version of enduring hardship to achieve one's goal. Xia Ran was originally a top-tier university graduate, a high-achieving student who had just begun to make a name for himself in the business world when he was framed and imprisoned. Because he refused to confess, his sentence was 10 years, not reduced by a single minute. After his release from prison, these people constantly prevented him from finding evidence to overturn his conviction, doing everything they could to obstruct him, until he ended up as a homeless man sleeping under a bridge. 10 years in prison had completely ruined his life. If it weren't for Su Yu's interference, he would have smuggled himself abroad at the end of this year, received help from his classmates overseas to rebuild his life, and returned to China a few years later to take revenge on those who had harmed him. Miss Su, with your wealth, you could easily find someone more suitable than me to manage your assets, Xia Ran said. Su Yu, however, brought up another matter. We actually have a deeper connection than you think. Xia Ran didn't understand. Su Yu said, we both grew up in an orphanage. Not long after you graduated, you donated a large sum to the orphanage that raised you. You're a grateful person, and I want to be grateful to you too. Xia Ran's eyes softened. He had persevered for so long despite such a huge blow. Everyone thought he was a criminal, but the orphanage director didn't think so. In the first few years while he was in prison, he would receive letters from the prison director every few days, who would encourage him to be self-reliant and to stick to his own opinions. It's fair to say that if it weren't for the numerous letters sent by the prison director, he wouldn't have been able to persevere until today. Unfortunately, he only learned after his release that the director had passed away years ago, before he could see his case overturned. Miss Su is willing to believe me, and I will do everything in my power to help her earn money, Xia Ran said. Su Yu handed him the laptop beside her. Promises made verbally may not be valid, but a written contract is unavoidable. Your first job after joining the company is to draft an employment contract. Besides outlining your job duties, also include my intention to help you get revenge. Xia Ran felt a warmth in his heart. He had been taken advantage of in contracts before and had originally planned to make this request, but he hadn't expected Su Yu to bring it up herself. Xia Ran's doubts about Su Yu completely dissipated. However, having spent many years wandering and rarely using electronic devices, he was momentarily stunned as his hands touched the laptop keyboard. After a while, he slowly began to type. Su Yuyu watched him go from being awkward at first to gradually becoming more familiar with the keyboard, eventually typing faster and faster. After finalizing the employment contract, Su Yuyu printed it out using the printer she had just bought at home. Both of them signed their names and pressed their red fingerprints, and the contract was complete. Now I'll take you to the company, Su Yuyu said. Su Yuyu didn't let Xia Ran ride in the bodyguard's car, but instead had him sit in her own. As they sat together in the back, Su Yuyu noticed Xia Ran was wearing someone's old, ill-fitting clothes, and a thought struck her. Sister Su, let's go to the nearest mall first, Su Yuyu instructed. Xia Ran didn't think much of it, assuming Su Yuyu had suddenly decided to shop. However, upon entering the mall, Su Yuyu led them straight to the men's clothing section. Pick out a few suitable clothes for him, formal wear, Su Yuyu said, pointing directly at Xia Ran to the sales assistant. The sales assistants, with their keen eyes, quickly assessed Xia Ran's figure and immediately produced a pile of well-matched men's formal suits. Go try them on, Su Yuyu said, handing the suits to Xia Ran. After changing out of his ill-fitting hoodie and into a fitted black suit, Xia Ran's entire demeanor changed instantly. Even if Xia Ran were sent back to the bridge underpass where he stayed yesterday, the people around him probably wouldn't recognize him as the disheveled homeless man he used to be. You look like an elite now, Su Yuyu remarked. The Xia Ran before her, due to years of setbacks, exuded a melancholic air. He was a top student from a prestigious university, persisting in reading even in prison, and his homelessness hadn't eroded his spirit. Now over 30, he had only become more refined, appearing as a distinguished gentleman. The sales assistant who had initially helped him choose clothes looked at Xia Ran with shining eyes and said, "This outfit seems tailor-made for this gentleman." Su Yuyu didn't let Xia Ran try on all the clothes, but after confirming the sizes were correct, she instructed the sales assistant, "Since it fits, wrap them all up and swipe your card." Xia Ran wanted to refuse. But Su Yuyu said, "You're going to be the CEO, not a nobody. You should understand the principle of respecting appearances before character better than I do." Xia Ran couldn't bring himself to object. If he went to the company looking disheveled, his subordinates would likely have a bad first impression of him, which wouldn't be good for subsequent management. "Deduct this money from my salary," Xia Ran said. Su Yuyu shook her head. "My company isn't going bankrupt, we still have enough for office expenses." Besides formal attire, Su Yuyu took him to buy some casual clothes. After buying the clothes, she pushed him directly into a high-end hair salon. After Xia Ran's messy long hair was cut into a buzz cut, Su Yuyu shoved the latest model mobile phone and laptop into his hands. After taking care of all this, she took him to her entertainment company. When Ouyang joined, her company was still an empty shell. During the filming of the short drama, Su Yuyu rented an office floor and gradually hired some staff. So when they entered the company, it wasn't completely empty. "Chairman, what brings you here, T. O'Day? I'll inform Mr. Ouyang right now and have him return to the company." Su Yuyu waved her hand and said to the HR manager who was fawning over her, "He's busy filming, so I won't bother him. Please call everyone in the company to the main conference room so Mr. Xia can get to know them." Xia Ran had rejected the suggestion to invest in a new company. He had been away from managing the company for too long and was afraid that acting rashly would only make things worse, so he planned to take over the entertainment company first to test the waters. At this moment, everyone in the company entered the main conference room, but it still seemed empty, since most of the company's employees were filming with Ouyang. "I'm here only to say one thing and introduce everyone. This is our company's newly appointed CEO, Mr. Xia Ran. From now on, he will be fully responsible for all matters in the company." After Su Yuyu finished speaking, the HR manager's face turned the most unpleasant. Ouyang was focused on filming. Although he had nominally managed the company, the HR manager was actually in charge of most things. Now that someone had been parachuted in as CEO, his ambitions for advancement were completely shattered. While Su Yuyu was speaking, Xia Ran was also carefully observing the people in front of him, naturally not missing the changes in the HR manager's expression. Su Yuyu kept her word, directly handing over the company management to Xia Ran and then stepping aside to wait and see his performance. But unfortunately, instead of seeing any major developments, Xia Ran simply introduced himself and then adjourned the meeting, leaving only the HR manager behind. "May I see the company's current personnel information?" Xia Ran asked the HR manager. The HR manager smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, you need the personnel information now? I'm afraid that's not possible. I'll send it to you after I've compiled it in a few days, is that all right?" Xia Ran frowned slightly upon hearing this and asked, Doesn't your HR department usually compile materials? The HR manager glanced furtively at Su Yuyu beside him, and seeing that she didn't react, said, although our HR department is in charge of personnel, the company has been leaderless these days, and there are too many things to do. Xia Ran wasn't really a fool. Upon hearing this, he naturally understood that the HR manager was subtly contradicting him. Xia Ran didn't mince words. The company currently only has 2 projects, one is a completed short drama, and the other is an ongoing TV series filming. Are you making the HR department so busy with such small matters? The HR manager's face stiffened. Xia Ran continued, Manager Zhao, what is the most important function of the HR department? If the HR department can't even do the most basic things well, and is putting the cart before the horse, I have reason to doubt your abilities. Su Yuyu had finally managed to keep Xia Ran around, not to watch internal strife. She said directly, since Manager Zhao is not competent for this job, then let's find someone else. Manager Zhao's eyes widened upon hearing this. He didn't want to cause trouble, but how could Su Yuyu have already launched a devastating attack after Xia Ran had only given him a few words of reprimand? This was simply unethical. Chairman, I've been with you for a long time. I've made contributions to the company. Manager Zhao stammered. But Su Yuyu's company had only been open for a short time, so his words weren't very convincing. Manager Zhao then looked pleadingly at Xia Ran beside him. President Xia, isn't it just that you want personnel information? I'll prepare it right now and give it to you today. Su Yuyu's desire to fire him was genuine. During her trip abroad, the company was ostensibly managed by Ouyang, but in reality, this HR manager was in charge. Although the shady dealings hadn't reached her directly, she had ways of knowing what was happening within the company. The company's most important artist right now was Song Jibai, but because of filming short dramas, they had also signed several young male and female actors, although their salaries weren't as high as Song Jibai's. The company had only been open for less than 2 months, and Manager Zhao was already subtly hinting at the young actor's harassment, trying to control Ouyang. These underhanded tactics were endless, and Su Yuyu's patience with him had reached its limit. If he hadn't been in power for so long and hadn't caused such serious consequences, Su Yuyu would have done more than just fire him. Manager Zhao, I advise you to leave obediently. It wouldn't be good if it escalated to the point where you can't even survive in this industry anymore, Su Yuyu said. She then showed Manager Zhao some chat screenshots. Since Manager Zhao had harassed the employees first, he didn't dare ask for severance pay and left dejectedly with his belongings. With no one else in the meeting room, Xia Ran asked directly, did you know beforehand that I would have a conflict with him? Su Yuyu shook her head and said, if you hadn't had a conflict today, I believe you would have noticed his strange behavior shortly after joining the company. Xia Ran chuckled and said, thank you. The HR manager being fired after talking to them was more powerful and effective than any words, serving as a warning to others. Su Yuyu continued, I know there's a lot of shady stuff in the entertainment industry, but in my company, I hope everyone can make money cleanly. The unspoken rules of the entertainment industry are like a shadow that follows you everywhere. Almost no company in the industry can avoid them. Xia Ran didn't immediately agree, but said, I don't know much about the entertainment industry yet, but before I went to jail, resource swapping and similar things happen frequently. After all, no one can guarantee that every investment will be profitable. Nowadays, TV drama production costs are extremely high, involving too many aspects. Few TV dramas are solely funded. Usually, several investors co-produce them. With more people involved, all sorts of messy things inevitably arise. Su Yuyu directly said, I'm not short of money. Our company will try to invest in projects that are solely funded. Hearing this, Xia Ran felt relieved and asked, then how much investment can you give this company at most? Su Yuyu trusted his earning power and said, how much money do you see in my bank account? That's how much I can invest. Xia Ran chuckled softly upon hearing this, then I'll help you make a fortune in the shortest amount of time. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuyu's system displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the picking up bargains task and received the task reward, a deceptively realistic illusion, already used. Su Yuyu? Su Yuyu looked at the system in disbelief and said, why is it in a already used state? Where was it used? The system explained, this reward is bound to Xia Ran and can only be used on him. It's also filling in any gaps in your knowledge. Su Yuyu quickly understood and asked, is it to protect Xia Ran? To prevent his enemies from immediately targeting him? The system gave an affirmative answer. Thinking of the dazzling Xia Ran from her past life, Su Yuyu suddenly felt that it was only right for the system to put in a little extra effort. Meanwhile, under a bridge on the outskirts of Shanghai, a short man wearing a black baseball cap and a mask covering his face was searching through Xia Ran's previous home under the bridge. Aside from some old blankets and wadding, he found nothing of value. In fact, the stench almost overwhelmed him. After a long while, he gave up searching and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a fisherman on the bridge bank yell, "Someone help me. I've got a big catch." The short man didn't want to help, but the fisherman's eyes were already on him. "Help me, what are you standing there for?" The fisherman's eyes were filled with an intense longing for the big fish beneath the surface. Not wanting to appear too strange, the short man reluctantly went over to help pull up the bent fishing rod. However, instead of a big fish, they pulled up a person. "My God, what is this?" the fisherman exclaimed excitedly. The short man, however, was already horrified. The body, pulled from the water, was dressed in tattered clothes, its hair disheveled, and its face swollen and unrecognizable. He instinctively connected the corpse with the homeless man's home nearby. To the short man's surprise, the fisherman, after yelling incoherently, instinctively rebaited his rod and cast the line with practiced ease. "Wait, buddy, aren't we going to report this to the police?" "Why are you still fishing?" the short man asked, bewildered. The fisherman returned his gaze with even greater incomprehension. "What else can we do but fish? I've already baited the spot. If you want to call the police, go ahead." Even though the short man knew his actions were suspicious, he was only on surveillance and didn't dare get involved in a murder case, so he immediately called the police. The police couldn't determine the body's true identity, and even if the short man knew, he couldn't reveal it and increase his suspicion. Besides, the autopsy results proved it was suicide. Ultimately, the police could only connect the body to the equally unidentified homeless man under the bridge. After leaving the police station, the short man took out his phone and dialed a series of numbers. "Young master, the person you had me watching committed suicide." "Are you sure?" "Young master, absolutely. We didn't find any evidence on him or at his hideout. Should we continue watching?" To be honest, even the short man felt a headache asking that question. The person was already dead, who else could he keep an eye on? "Don't worry about it. I'll take care of things with father." After saying that, the person on the other end of the phone quickly ended the call. Su Yuyu didn't know that Xia Ran had temporarily escaped his enemy's sight because the police had ruled him dead. She thought Xia Ran would make a big move soon, but unexpectedly, he remained quiet for almost half a month before finally wanting to do something. He asked Su Yuyu for 20 million yuan. 20 million was all it took. Su Yuyu didn't even ask a question. She transferred the money to the company account that very day. While Su Yuyu didn't inquire, Xia Ran remembered his duty as a subordinate and quickly delivered a complete plan to Su Yuyu's residence. Su Yuyu didn't even open it, casually saying, "You've been quiet for so long before making this decision. I trust your judgment." Xia Ran felt a warmth in his heart. He had been away from this kind of trusted life for far too long. For the past 2 weeks, he hadn't implemented any sweeping reforms to the company, only promoting a new HR manager and spending 2 days talking to everyone in each department. After stabilizing the company internally, he personally went to Gansu province. Ouyang was in Gansu filming with a group of people. Unlike other production crews who filmed entirely in Hengdian World Studios, he chose to film on location. There, according to the intelligence Su Yuyu had received, Xia Ran had a very in-depth conversation with Ouyang and observed the daily filming process up close. A few days after returning from Gansu province, Xia Ran came to Su Yuyu asking for money. Su Yuyu didn't ask or look, but Xia Ran wasn't going to let his boss be blind to his schemes. He said, "I think the short drama industry is on the rise right now. I've been selecting quite a few short drama scripts these past few days, and I'm planning to start filming 10 short dramas all at once." Su Yuyu's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this, but she recalled that the short drama industry had indeed been exceptionally prosperous for a period in her previous life. Xia Ran continued, "I've not only looked at the domestic industry, but also the international one. My next plan is to use the money I earn from making short dramas domestically to invest in making short dramas abroad." Su Yuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She kept thinking to herself, the system really picked the right person this time. In terms of short dramas, the international market is indeed lagging far behind China. Domestic feel-good novels can even make those unsophisticated foreigners kick their addiction when they go overseas. The same scripts, with foreigners acting in them, can rake in foreign money much faster than domestically. In her past life, Su Yuyu vaguely heard that some people did this kind of thing and made a lot of money. In this life, she had too many profitable businesses and hadn't thought of it. She hadn't expected Xia Ran to make such an accurate judgment in such a short time based on just a little information. Su Yuyu immediately said, "No need to wait until later, you can do it now." By the way, you said you wanted to make a dedicated short drama app. I agree to that too. Go for it. Xia Ran was slightly taken aback upon hearing this and cautiously said, the total investment might be 1 or 200 million. Su Yuyu waved her hand dismissively, I'll transfer 300 million directly. Hire people as needed, spend money as needed, don't be hesitant. Xia Ran sat up straight. The more Su Yuyu trusted him, the more he wanted to reveal everything he knew. Anything else that requires money? Tell me everything at once, Su Yuyu said. Xia Ran shook his head and got up to leave. But before he had even left, a new guest arrived. Su Yuyu's current home is over 1,000 square meters. Even with 6 robot vacuums, the housework is still endless. She's also tired of the meals delivered by the property manager, so a few days ago she hired 6 housekeepers through an agency. Miss Su, the gentleman outside claims to be surnamed Lu, and he's accompanied by an assistant. He says he's an old acquaintance of yours and has come to pay a special visit. Hearing this, Su Yuyu raised an eyebrow. Why is Lu Xiaoyan here? Is it about the Gu family? The housekeeper asked. Should we turn him away? Su Yuyu shook her head. No need, let him in, and call 2 bodyguards. Su Yuyu had tea prepared again in the small reception room. Xia Ran left through the front door and happened to see Lu Jingyao walking in with his assistant, Lu, and couldn't help but glance at him. Lu Jingyao hadn't expected to see a strange man in Su Yuyu's home, and his heart tightened. He glanced at his assistant. Assistant Lu immediately asked the housekeeper who was leading the way, is this gentleman Miss Su's boyfriend? The housekeeper, without much thought, replied, he's the head of one of Miss Su's companies. Assistant Lu immediately moved closer to Lu Jingyao and said, wearing a suit and carrying a file folder, he definitely looks like he's here on business. Lu Jingyao nodded, then, as if remembering something, said, I didn't ask you to inquire about these things. Don't be nosy. Assistant Lu glanced at his boss, not exposing his insincerity. In the small meeting room, Su Yuyu saw the two of them from afar, her face full of surprise. Lu Jingyao's heart skipped a beat, unable to understand why Su Yuyu was so surprised to see him. Was it because he had inquired about her specific address that she was unhappy? As soon as Lu Jingyao put down the prepared gift, he immediately explained, I didn't deliberately inquire about your address. Before going abroad, I planned to buy this house from you, but the seller wouldn't sell it to me. Later, I unexpectedly found out it was sold to you. Su Yuyu didn't have high hopes for information leaks in modern society and said directly, I'm not surprised that Mr. Lu has connections everywhere. But, are you healed? Su Yuyu remembered that Lu Jingyao was almost killed abroad, but she didn't expect him to be alive and kicking so quickly. Lu Jingyao's face flushed red and then turned pale. He was always cautious and never expected to be so ruthlessly plotted against when he thought he was safe. I'm almost fully recovered and have been recuperating in China for a long time. I'm very grateful to you for allowing me to escape safely this time. Lu Jingyao thought it would be difficult to say these words, but facing Su Yuyu's clear eyes, he unconsciously uttered his words of gratitude. Su Yuyu rarely saw this man so humble, and said dryly, then you should be more careful when you go abroad in the future. Lu, the assistant next to Lu Jingyao, put down a jewelry box and said softly, Miss Su, our CEO Lu is very grateful for your life-saving grace. This is just a small gift, nothing more. Su Yuyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't accept the gift. Instead, she returned it, saying, it was just a coincidence that I was able to save your CEO. Even if it had been another Chinese person who was injured, I would have saved them anyway, so there's no need to be so polite. Lu Jingyao's heart skipped a beat. According to his investigation of Su Yuyu, she was an extremely materialistic person. Su Yuyu wouldn't even accept his money. Did she dislike him? This thought only briefly crossed his mind before Lu Jingyao forcibly suppressed it. He intended to persuade Su Yuyu to accept the gift, but his words carried a different meaning. Miss Su, my life, Lu Jingyao's life, is barely worth anything. If you don't want this gift, do you want something else? A question mark slowly appeared above Su Yuyu's head. Mr. Lu, I understand your desire not to owe favors, but is this the attitude one should show to a savior? If you're not genuinely grateful, then please leave. Assistant Lu, feeling a headache coming on, quickly tried to explain, Miss Su, you've misunderstood our CEO Lu. He just wanted to ask what difficulties you were facing. He'll do everything he can to help. Su Yuyu snorted and said, don't rush to defend him. He's the one who has a mouth. Assistant Lu gave his boss a helpless look. Lu Jingyao's lips pressed into a straight line, his eyes filled with a hint of helplessness. He used to be a powerful figure in the business world, but he didn't know how to handle this situation. In his view, Su Yuyu liked money and beautiful jewelry, so he should just give her expensive pieces. Wasn't that catering to her tastes? Why was Su Yuyu still unhappy? So what do you want? Money? A house? A car? You can just tell me, Lu Jingyao said. Assistant Lu couldn't help but cover his forehead. Su Yuyu felt offended and said, Mr. Lu, since you're not genuinely here to thank me, please leave. The two bodyguards beside her took 2 steps forward. Lu Jingyao's handsome face was now completely blank. You saved my life, I want to thank you, what did I do wrong? Su Yuyu said, if you don't know how to respect others, I won't accept any amount of money from you. Su Yuyu picked up the gift box on the table, wanting to return it to him, but as soon as she held it, she felt it was extremely heavy. Lu Jingyao didn't take it, saying, I don't take back what I give away. After saying this, Lu Jingyao, without waiting for the bodyguards to urge him, quickly walked out of the Su family's gate. As they descended the elevator, Lu Jingyao's puzzled expression remained unchanged. He asked Assistant Lu, when we were in America, we asked her to pretend to be our girlfriend and gave her a set of jewelry. She seemed very happy then, so why is she so unhappy now? Is she prejudiced against me? Assistant Lu said helplessly, Mr. Lu, if you want to win a GI.R.L's heart, you need to lower your stance a bit. Lu Jingyao immediately frowned and retorted, who wants to win her heart? I just want to repay her for saving my life. Assistant Lu looked at his boss's now bright red ears and understood, but he still chimed in, yes, Mr. Lu, you just want to build a good relationship with your savior and let her feel your gratitude, not pursue a girl you like. Lu Jingyao wanted to reprimand his assistant immediately, but his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but recall the stunning sight he had when he saw Su Yuyu descending the stairs in a burgundy dress before attending a cocktail party abroad. He also remembered the joy of being found when he was being plotted against and his life was uncertain. At the time, Su Yuyu thought he was unconscious, but in reality, he could hear the sounds around him and had even secretly opened his eyes to see Su Yuyu's porcelain-like face. However, he was in such a sorry state that he chose to continue pretending to be unconscious, like an ostrich burying his head in the sand. Was all of this really because he liked Su Yuyu? Could he, Lu Jingyao, really like a woman who loved money and was vain? Lu Jingyao closed his eyes. He had always thought that he would marry a suitable person and have children at the right age. His wife didn't need to be exceptionally beautiful, but she should be gentle, quiet, and elegant, like his mother, like a serene and graceful magnolia tree. But Su Yuyu clearly didn't fit those descriptions. She was beautiful, vibrant, and vengeful, like a little leopard about to pounce. Lu Jingyao still remembered the cunning glint in Su Yuyu's eyes when she deliberately schemed against Gu Fengchuan at the auction. Mr. Lu, the elevator's here. The elevator had reached the first floor, but Lu Jingyao remained standing. If his boss didn't move, his assistant, Lu, couldn't very well get off before him. Watching the elevator doors open and close, Lu Jingyao seemed to have made a decision. He stepped out and said, Assistant Lu, if I want to win a girl's heart to repay my savior, what should I do? Lu Jingyao had figured it out. Even if Su Yuyu was vain, mercenary, and shallow, and came from an orphanage, he seemed to have truly fallen hopelessly in love with her. Assistant Lu had followed Lu Jingyao for 3 years, and this seemed to be the first time he'd seen him so emotionally swayed by a girl. He was like a hawk that had stumbled upon a huge secret. Mr. Lu, pursuing. Assistant Lu, under Lu's intense gaze, changed his words, to repay a savior, one should indeed cater to their tastes. You did the right thing, but these things require a gradual, consistent approach. Giving this today, that tomorrow, that way, there's always some interaction. Lu Jingyao looked thoughtful and said, she recently received 14 billion. I don't know what she lacks. She seems to really like money, but she didn't even open the gift I gave her today. Hearing 14 billion again, Assistant Lu felt a pang of sadness, almost to the point of tears. What hurt even more was that Su Yuyu had actually acquired another huge sum of money. The gift Lu Jingyao had given her had cost him 1 billion at a premium. Assistant Lu had countless times lamented to himself, so many people make big money, why can't I be one of them? Mr. Lu, Miss Su may indeed like money, but you should also be careful about your tone when you speak to her, Assistant Lu cautiously reminded him. Lu Jingyao frowned slightly and said matter-of-factly, I didn't say anything wrong today. Assistant Lu thought of Lu Jingyao's disastrous performance, and his temples throbbed again, but what could he do? He was the assistant, and his boss's affairs were paramount. He had to say what needed to be said. Boss, girls don't like hearing things like that. Lu Jingyao paused, then asked, then how should I talk to her? Assistant Lu said, some girls like the domineering CEO type, but Miss Su seems to be someone who responds better to gentleness than force. When you talk to her, be gentle, don't be too domineering. This normal advice, however, made Lu Jingyao frown, and he retorted, where am I not gentle? Isn't being this humble enough to her? Assistant Lu took a deep breath, and after a long while, he mustered his courage and said, "Mr. Lu, isn't it just that you want money?" After saying this, Assistant Lu's scalp tingled instantly, as if he were being stared at by something extremely terrifying. Lu Jingyao squinted at him and said, "Assistant Lu, watch your tone." Assistant Lu explained quickly, "Mr. Lu, the way you spoke to Miss Su just now made it sound like she wanted your money." Lu Jingyao's mind went blank for a moment, then filled with regret. Would my words really make her think that? Assistant Lu nodded vigorously, saying, "You can't find out a girl's thoughts by asking, you have to guess. Your intentions were good, but your tone was too forceful. The girl will be unhappy." Su Yuyu was unaware that Lu Jingyao was attending a love coaching class. Her gaze was fixed on the gift box in front of her. It was a gift from Lu Jingyao, which she didn't want to accept, but he refused to take it, stubbornly insisting on giving it to her. "Host, this is your reward from your last bargain hunting mission," the system reminded her. Su Yuyu sighed. Lu Jingyao's attitude was unpleasant. Compared to the system's rewards, Su Yuyu always felt resistant to his gifts. Urged repeatedly by the system, Su Yuyu reluctantly opened the gift box. After removing the complicated packaging, what lay before her was surprisingly familiar. The Star of Jiaoyi. It was currently the most expensive jadeite jewelry in the world, its main piece being a 9,949-carat imperial purple jadeite, initially priced at a staggering 600 million. When Su Yuyu had previously acquired the top-grade imperial purple jadeite, the price of the Star of Jiaoyi's rough stone was used as a reference when negotiating the selling price. It was then that Su Yuyu learned of the Star of Jiaoyi's existence. Years ago, the price was as high as 600 million. Su Yuyu knew without asking that Lu Jingyao's current purchase price was definitely higher than 600 million. Originally, she was full of resentment towards Lu Jingyao, but seeing the gift worth more than 600 million and the dazzling brilliance of the jewelry, Su Yuyu admitted that she was also a common person, and she suddenly wasn't so angry anymore. Ding, the bargain hunting mission has been activated. Please arrive at the designated location as soon as possible. Su Yuyu's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden system notification. She put aside her wild thoughts about Lu Jingyao, first asked someone to notify the driver, and then personally carried the jewelry box to the safe in her home. Although it was called a safe, it was actually about the size of the house. The safe had been set up before she moved in, which saved Su Yuyu a lot of trouble. Now the safe was very empty. Besides the Jiaoyi star that she had just put in, there was also a set of sapphire jewelry, which was also a gift from Lu Jingyao. Forget it, why should I get angry with rich people? Su Yuyu comforted herself. After Su Yuyu got into the car, Su Feng, unusually talkative, said, "Miss Su, you seem very happy today." Su Yuyu touched her face, glanced at the rearview mirror, and was surprised at how obvious her joy was. She couldn't help but think that compared to the intangible warmth of family, gold and silver jewelry were far more nourishing. She even felt she looked more beautiful. After the car left the underground parking garage, Su Feng, following Su Yuyu's familiar directions, drove very smoothly, without a single bump. "Miss Su, it looks like we're approaching Xinla Road." "Xinla Road is a street full of vintage shops," Su Feng said, speaking like a tour guide. Su Feng valued this high-paying job highly, but Su Yuyu's needs were so few, so she had to find her own direction and work hard. During this time, she had practically memorized the map of Shanghai. Now, with Su Yuyu's directions, she could quickly determine the destination. Su Yuyu didn't want to reveal the system's existence, so she vaguely replied to her aimless directions, "I'm just wandering around." Su Feng didn't ask any further questions, but with the system's continuous prompts, the car eventually stopped on Xinla Road. As soon as Su Yuyu got out of the car, bodyguards immediately followed in the other car. Su Feng was right, Xinla Road was indeed a street lined with second-hand shops, stretching from one end to the other. These second-hand shops, essentially second-hand stores, sold clothing, bags, and other recyclable items. In China, they primarily sold second-hand luxury goods. Through the glass windows, Su Yuyu could see the huge luxury brand logos on the merchandise in her Target shop. It was a busy morning on her day off, but Su Yuyu immediately attracted attention upon entering. She wanted to keep a low profile, but the black-clad bodyguards following her were too conspicuous. Even the shop owner, who had been introducing second-hand bags to other customers, noticed Su Yuyu. Those in the business had sharp eyes, and she quickly realized Su Yuyu's outfit wasn't cheap. Su Yuyu casually browsed the shop. The system's notification was still flashing. Having experienced this many times before, Su Yuyu knew this meant a great deal was yet to be found. After making a sale, the shop owner leaned close to Su Yuyu and asked, "Beautiful lady, are you looking for a limited edition bag that's not available on the market?" Su Yuyu's outfit cost nearly 1,000,000 yuan, The shop owner couldn't think of any other reason besides looking for limited edition items. Su Yuyu, still unsure what kind of bargain she was looking for, didn't dare reveal too much of her intentions. She could only feign arrogance and say, "I don't like having people following me when I shop." The shop owner smiled at this and then wisely stopped following her. Su Yuyu silently apologized and wandered aimlessly around the store. Even while aimlessly browsing, she didn't dare stray too far from the cashier, because that was where the system indicated. After 10 minutes of wandering, when she still didn't know how to continue, the system finally activated. The system turned and pointed to a young man wearing a brown baseball cap who had just entered, a few strands of dyed blonde hair peeking out from under the cap. Su Yuyu's nose twitched, she smelled cigarette smoke. "Boss, are you buying bags?" the man asked. The shopkeeper nodded. Su Yuyu quietly approached the cashier and quickly realized that the person selling the bag was an acquaintance. It was the blonde-haired guy who had sold her the Dotsai Rooster Cup before. Su Yuyu thought about how she had bought the 600 million yuan Dotsai Cup for only 40 yuan and couldn't help but feel guilty, touching her nose. But that's how this business is, winner takes all. If you don't have a good eye, you can only blame yourself for not being skilled enough. Su Yuyu recalled the transaction of the Dotsai Cup. She always felt that the blonde-haired guy's cup had a questionable provenance. "This bag seems to be called a baguette bag. Name your price," the blonde-haired guy said, handing over an LV baguette bag. The shopkeeper frowned as soon as she took it, saying, "This bag is so worn out. Where did it come from?" The blonde-haired guy's eyes darted around. "It belongs to my girlfriend. We're short of money, so we want to sell it to get cash." The shopkeeper asked, "Your girlfriend agreed to sell it?" The blonde-haired guy immediately replied, "We can barely afford food anymore. What's the point of keeping this bag?" The shopkeeper nodded, inspecting the bag as she asked, "Where's the box and invoice?" "Nothing at all, just a bare bag?" "Oh dear, the contents aren't even cleaned properly, you guys are really filthy." With each shake, Su Yuyu could hear the contents rattling inside. The blonde-haired guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, "I've lost the box and invoice, but I guarantee it's genuine. The list price is 18,000, just give me 10,000. The shopkeeper said unhappily, "It is indeed genuine, but without the box and invoice, and with such severe wear and tear, I'll only give you 2,000 at most." The blonde-haired guy looked conflicted. "It's up to you whether you sell it or not," the shopkeeper said, seemingly reluctant to do the sale. The blonde-haired guy was about to agree when Su Yuyu interjected, 10,000 yuan, I'll buy it." The blonde-haired boy's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, but when he turned and saw Su Yuyu, he froze. Su Yuyu was extremely beautiful, unforgettable at first sight. "I remember you, you bought my cup," the blonde-haired boy said. Su Yuyu smiled and nodded, saying frankly, "That cup is beautiful, it's still in my house." The blonde-haired man didn't connect the Dotsai cup he sold for 40 yuan with the one that recently sold for 600 million at auction, only asking, "Are you really willing to offer 10,000 yuan? The proprietress beside him frowned and said, "Miss, this bag is badly worn, it's not worth that much at all. I'll take it for 2,000 yuan, and I can only sell it for 3,000 at most." The blonde-haired man's eyes widened. "You make 1,000 yuan just by reselling it, and you're still driving down my price." The proprietress wasn't embarrassed at all, saying, "Don't you have to pay rent and utilities in business? Do you think I'll starve if I don't make money?" The blonde-haired man angrily snatched the bag and shoved it into Su Yuyu's hands, saying, "I won't sell it to her, I'll sell it to you." Su Yuyu readily agreed. QR code for payment. Seeing the deal was about to go, the proprietress immediately said, "Beautiful lady, if you like LV baguette bags, we have plenty in our store. They all have inspection certificates, are better maintained than this one, and are cheaper. I'll show them to you right now." The blonde-haired guy immediately felt threatened. Su Yuyu shook her head. She knew her behavior was questionable. Not knowing what the bag represented, Su Yuyu didn't want to reveal too much. She made up an excuse, saying, "This bag has a unique fragrance. I haven't smelled it on other LV bags. It suits my taste, so I bought it." The proprietress twitched her nose. She didn't smell anything special at all, but she wouldn't argue with a customer over such a small matter. She could only mutter, "That's quite a coincidence." Afraid of losing business, the blonde-haired guy quickly opened the payment code, completed the transaction, and ran away. Su Yuyu handed her Hermes bag to the bodyguard, pretended to be very fond of it, and immediately put on the badly worn baguette bag. Having used someone else's shop to complete the transaction, Su Yuyu wanted to give them a little something extra. She glanced at the black Chanel bag beside her and said, "How much is this one?" "I'll buy it." The shopkeeper was overjoyed and quickly wrapped up the Chanel. "Miss, this bag is 99% new, 55,000 yuan. Is that acceptable?" Su Yuyu nodded, pretending she genuinely liked second-hand bags. But once they left the second-hand shop and got into the car, Su Yuyu casually handed the black Chanel to Su Feng. "I think this bag suits your style quite well. If you don't like it, you can give it away," Su Yuyu said. Su Feng's eyes lit up. She recognized the iconic Chanel logo on the bag's buttonhole. Although it was second-hand, the brand was prestigious, and it could probably be resold for tens of thousands of yuan. "Thank you, boss. You're so kind to me." Su Feng felt Su Yuyu was much better than her deadbeat husband, rich, generous, easygoing, and never complaining. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the scavenging mission and received the reward, basic hacking skills." After accepting the reward, Su Yuyu felt as if her mind had instantly gained a wealth of professional knowledge. She felt that even if the bag itself wasn't valuable, the knowledge reward was well worth it. She was cautious and didn't wait until she got home, entered the master bedroom, and made sure no one was watching her before carefully examining the second-hand LV baguette bag. The bag contained a variety of odds and ends, 3 paper clips, 5 sheets of draft paper, a hotel room key, and 3 individually wrapped toothpicks. The room key indicated the Park Hyatt Shanghai. Each sheet of draft paper had a few sentences written in Japanese, which Su Yuyu tried to translate on her phone. "I'm sorry for being born. No matter which path I take, the future is bleak." Every sentence on the paper was depressing, practically a collection of emo quotes. Su Yuyu couldn't figure out where the valuable thing was hidden. Could it be the hotel room key? She instinctively disliked the hotel room key, but reluctantly picked up the second-hand baguette bag again and searched it thoroughly. Just as she was about to give up, she suddenly touched something the size of a coin. Su Yuyu fished out the small object hidden in the compartment. It was a black memory card. It showed a capacity of 64 gigabytes and was a product of a well-known Japanese brand. Su Yuyu's spirits lifted, and she quickly ordered a card reader online. Less than half an hour later, the card reader arrived. Turning on her computer, Su Yuyu froze when she saw the password prompt. The memory card was already well hidden in her bag, but she hadn't expected it to have extra encryption protection. Her newly learned hacking skills came into play at that moment, and she quickly wrote a password-cracking plugin. After 10 minutes of operation, with a beep, the memory card opened. The contents were empty, containing only one file. Opening the file, she found it densely packed with Japanese text, and Su Yuyu was once again completely lost. She didn't dare ask someone to translate it, so she had to fumble around using an online translator. Her eyes were blurry from translating, but she barely managed to understand that the file seemed to describe a rather advanced technology, possibly related to semiconductors. But the problem was, now that Su Yuyu had the technology, who would she sell it to? Her gaze returned to the hotel room key, and she opened a social media app, searching for the Park Hyatt Hotel. The first news item that popped up read, "Park Hyatt Shanghai becomes a senior partner of this World Semiconductor Exchange Conference." Su Yuyu hadn't really wanted to go to this hotel, but now it seemed she had no choice. She first called Xiaoran, in the company's name, "Hire me a personal assistant." Su Yuyu was quite envious of Lu Jingyao. Assistant Lu was clearly an all-rounder. She even suspected that Lu Jingyao's troubles in the US might be largely related to Assistant Lu's absence during that time. With a personal assistant, such a small matter as booking a hotel room could be completely handled by the assistant. She hadn't found a personal assistant yet, but the next morning, Su Yuyu still successfully checked into the presidential suite of the Park Hyatt Hotel. The Park Hyatt Hotel was located in the Shanghai World Financial Center. Su Yuyu, with a few pieces of luggage, took the elevator to the 88th floor accompanied by the room butler. The hotel's only 2 presidential suites were on the 88th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Su Yuyu saw a face that was all too familiar. Lu Jingyao was so surprised that he hadn't immediately decided how to greet her. Assistant Lu, ever the smooth talker, fearing an awkward situation, said, "Miss Su, it's quite a coincidence that you and our CEO Lu are staying at the same hotel." Lu Jingyao's ears turned slightly red. He clearly liked the idea of fate. Su Yuyu, however, only felt annoyed. Her mind was filled with how to explain to her acquaintance why she stayed in a hotel instead of her own apartment in Shanghai, and how their unpleasant parting yesterday, coupled with her receiving an exorbitantly priced piece of jewelry from him, made her so embarrassed she wanted to bury her toes in her pocket. Assistant Lu, being an all-around capable assistant, wouldn't embarrass either her boss or Su Yuyu, and proactively asked, "Miss Su, are you also here to attend this International Semiconductor Exchange Conference?" Su Yuyu immediately nodded. Lu Jingyao then asked, "Why didn't you bring your conference pass?" Su Yuyu then noticed that Assistant Lu was wearing a pass around her neck, but she didn't actually have one. Not wanting to appear weak, she looked at Lu Jingyao's bare neck and said, "You didn't bring one either." "I'll use my face," Lu Jingyao replied. Su Yuyu remembered that the Lu family seemed to be in the semiconductor business as well, and guessed that this meeting might be related to the Lu family in some way. She cursed the privileged class in her heart. Before she could speak, Assistant Lu took the initiative to suggest, "Miss Su, it doesn't matter if you forgot to bring it. You can enter with us. With President Lu here, no one will check your pass." Assistant Lu didn't care at all whether Su Yuyu had sneaked in or not. Compared to the security of this meeting, it was obviously more worthwhile to be a love bodyguard for his president. Su Yuyu looked at Lu Jingyao with questioning eyes. Under Assistant Lu's sharp wink, Lu Jingyao swallowed what he was about to say and instead said, "If you'd like, you can enter with me." Su Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then thank you so much, President Lu." Assistant Lu reminded her at the right time, "Miss Su, the meeting is about to start. Should we have the room butler take care of your luggage?" Su Yuyu didn't even have time to see what the presidential suite she had booked looked like before she was urged to enter the elevator with Lu Jingyao and his group. Lu Jingyao's 5 entourage members and Su Yuyu's 4 bodyguards all entered the elevator, instantly making the spacious elevator feel crowded. Everyone else remained silent and kept to themselves. Su Yuyu didn't know what to say to Lu Jingyao. After all, she couldn't very well ask, "Do you remember how I scolded you yesterday?" Lu Jingyao didn't hold grudges. He was currently racking his brains for something to say to start a conversation. "You're actually interested in semiconductors too?" Lu Jingyao said. Behind him, Assistant Lu couldn't help but raise his right hand and painfully cover his forehead. Su Yuyu turned her head, feeling that Lu Jingyao's words were sarcastic. "Why can't I be interested in semiconductors? Just because I'm a girl?" Hearing this aggressive reply, Lu Jingyao immediately realized he might have said something wrong, but still tried to explain. "I thought you were only interested in porcelain. I didn't mean to attack your gender." Seeing his sincere tone, Su Yuyu relaxed slightly and casually said, "Cutting-edge technology, I'd like to study it too." Lu Jingyao frowned slightly and said seriously, "Many people think semiconductors are one of the cutting-edge technologies, but I don't think that's accurate." Ahem. Assistant Lu's sudden cough interrupted Lu Jingyao's long speech. Lu Jingyao's eyes flickered, and he abruptly changed his tune, saying, "To put it simply, semiconductors are indeed one of the cutting-edge technologies." The other entourage members behind Lu Jingyao couldn't help but widen their eyes upon hearing this, secretly scrutinizing their boss with strange looks. They almost suspected that Lu Jingyao had been replaced. Their boss was always a man of his word. How could he change his tune? Wasn't this a slap in the face? The elevator stopped at the floor where the conference was being held. Lu Jingyao slightly turned to the side, gesturing for Su Yuyu to go first. At the conference entrance, Assistant Lu and the others entered with their passes, while Lu Jingyao swaggered in with Su Yuyu, without anyone stopping them. Even the 4 bodyguards behind Su Yuyu passed through security and entered the main venue at Lu Jingyao's signal. "Miss Su, the Lu family is both the sponsor and organizer of this conference," Assistant Lu explained quietly, revealing the source of Lu Jingyao's privileges. Su Yuyu thought about the huge venue and the accommodations for so many attendees. They might seem insignificant at first glance, but they would add up to an astronomical bill. She quietly marveled at the Lu family's wealth. "Mr. Lu, you finally arrived. Mr. Lu, do you remember me? Our company has collaborated with He Lu Group before." As soon as Lu Jingyao appeared, many people surrounded him. The experienced Assistant Lu skillfully deflected them. "Excuse me, let's have a proper chat after the meeting. Mr. Lu has other matters to attend to." Lu Jingyao led Su Yuyu towards the front of the conference room, but when he turned around, he noticed that Su Yuyu hadn't followed. "What's wrong?" Lu Jingyao asked. Su Yuyu had already successfully sneaked in and felt she didn't need Lu Jingyao anymore, saying, "I'll just find a seat, you don't need to worry about me." Lu Jingyao frowned slightly and said, "The front row offers a better view and makes it easier for you to communicate with the industry veterans. An academician from the Chinese Academy of Engineering is also here this time. I can arrange for you to sit close to him." Su Yuyu had no intention of discussing semiconductors with anyone. After all, she was there to find buyers for the files on her memory card. "I'm just a dabbler, I shouldn't waste the academician's time," Su Yuyu declined. Lu Jingyao, however, acted as if he was doing it for her own good. "It's alright, Academician Chen is approachable and won't mind such trivial matters." Su Yuyu couldn't find a reason to refuse and was led by Lu Jingyao to a seat on the side of the front row. "Mr. Lu." A greeting with a heavy colonel's accent rang in Su Yuyu's ears. Su Yuyu turned her head and saw 2 men in neat suits standing up from a seat not far from her to greet Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao nodded to them. The older of the 2 men seemed to want to say something, but then glanced at the younger man behind him with a look of disappointment, and ultimately didn't say anything more to Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao had many things to deal with. Staff members were already calling him to handle matters. Su Yuyu waved him away, then looked around. Many foreigners had attended this international semiconductor exchange conference, and Su Yuyu saw quite a few people with distinctly foreign faces. Suddenly, she heard a rapid, incoherent chatter in her ears. Turning her head, she saw that the speaker was the elderly man who had just greeted Lu Jingyao. The old man's voice wasn't loud, but he spoke extremely quickly, and his face was visibly angry. The young man he was scolding, though dressed in a suit and tie, had an extremely flashy tie. He was bowing 90 degrees to the old man, his face practically overflowing with apology. Unfortunately, Su Yuyu couldn't understand the chatter. She vaguely thought they were speaking Japanese, but she couldn't figure out what they were saying. Yasuda Kajisa, who was being watched by Su Yuyu, was now beyond furious, scolding his grandson, Yasuda Jiro. Why did you put such an important thing in a lady's handbag? And you lost it? You should commit seppuku. Yasuda Jiro maintained a 90-degree bow, not daring to straighten up. Su Yuyu was increasingly certain that the two were Japanese. After all, an ordinary person couldn't bend at a 90-degree angle so perfectly, as if measured with a right-angle ruler. Little Su, do you want to know what they're saying? A sudden voice startled Su Yuyu. She turned around and saw another familiar face. Shinjuan's aunt. They had once traveled back to China on the same plane. Aunt Shin, do you understand Japanese? Su Yuyu asked. Shin Wenqing, with a sly look, said, when I was young, I liked watching Japanese anime. I watched a lot, so I picked it up easily. Su Yuyu listened to her nonchalant words, thinking it was just a high-achieving student being modest. A language isn't so easy to learn. What are they saying? Su Yuyu asked curiously. Shin Wenqing said, the younger one lost an important item, saying it was in a lady's purse. The purse is lost and can't be found. They say the contents were originally worth 4 billion yen. I don't know if that's in Japanese yen or Chinese yuan. Anyway, they're exaggerating. Su Yuyu's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of the dense Japanese text in the memory card file, she was almost certain the lost item was on her. Should she return it? This thought only flashed through Su Yuyu's mind for a moment before she turned and saw Shin Wenqing's unusually grim face. Aunt Shin, what's wrong? What did they say again? Su Yuyu asked. Shin Wenqing gritted her teeth. They deserved to lose their things. They were calling our country the sick man of East Asia. Hearing this, Su Yuyu's fists hardened, completely suppressing her thought of returning the item. Aunt Shin, you'd better not listen, lest you get angry, Su Yuyu comforted her. Shin Wenqing, heeding her advice, withdrew her ear and said, you little rascal, I didn't expect to run into you here. I thought you were only thinking about how to make money filming TV dramas, and you're so interested in semiconductors too. Su Yuyu looked embarrassed. Since she came in, let alone foreign languages, even when calm, communicating in Chinese, she couldn't understand much of what was being said. She was just filling in the gaps. Aunt Shin, you and Shinjuan both work at a relative's company? Your relative is in the semiconductor business? Su Yuyu asked. Shin Wenqing said, yes, we both work for the same relative. My relative's business is diversified. They're not just in semiconductors, they're in other industries too. Isn't Mr. Shin here? Su Yuyu asked. Shin Wenqing smiled and pointed to the side. Isn't he here? Su Yuyu followed her gaze and saw a tall, slender figure, wearing a black suit, looking like a drawn sword. Shinjuan looked both embarrassed and delighted to see Su Yuyu, afraid she would say something about becoming a star. Sure enough, Su Yuyu said, Mr. Shin, I brought your two comrades with me. You can talk to them more, and maybe they'll change their minds. Shinjuan had already received feedback from his old comrades and knew that Su Yuyu was rich and generous, so he smiled and said, don't worry, Miss Su, I'll definitely let you know as soon as I change my mind. Shin Wenqing looked at the two with a maternal smile and teased, Juan, Miss Su is so sincere, why don't you just give in to her? Shinjuan's face immediately darkened. Auntie, don't joke around. Su Yuyu noticed Shinjuan's displeasure and didn't continue the topic, but instead asked, Mr. Shin, since your company is also in the semiconductor industry, do you know anything about EDAD technology? Upon hearing this, a look of confusion flashed across Shinjuan's eyes, and he looked to Shin Wenqing for help. Shin Wenqing seemed to know a lot about this technology and said, this is one of the important semiconductor technologies of the Yasuda Group. It is said that the Lu Group wants to introduce this technology, but I don't know much more. Su Yuyu didn't expect that her biggest problem would be so easily solved by Shin Wenqing. She was worried about not finding a buyer, and this was truly a godsend. Speaking of the devil, Lu Jingyao, concerned about Su Yuyu, immediately returned after finishing the meeting. Seeing the handsome Shen Juan so close to Su Yuyu, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. Miss Shen, who is this young gentleman? Lu Jingyao asked Shen Wenqing directly, eager to know Shen Juan's identity. Shen Wenqing smiled and said, "This is my distant cousin, Shen Juan. Juan, this is Mr. Lu Jingyao, the president of the Lu Group." Lu Jingyao extended his hand to Shen Juan, feeling the calluses on his hand as he shook it. He also thought of Shen Juan's sharp, sword-like demeanor, and vaguely guessed his identity. "I am Miss Su's friend. Mr. Shen seems to have known Miss Su before?" Lu Jingyao's radar was exceptionally sharp, and he pronounced the word friend with particular clarity. Shen Wenqing looked at the two young men in front of him with a half-smile. Both were tall and elegant, standing out in the chaotic venue, but the atmosphere between them was subtle, like two fierce beasts staring at each other, ready to fight at any moment. Shen Juan seemed to be stirred by some inexplicable emotion, saying, "Miss Su almost saved my life on the plane. She's been wanting me to do something for her, but unfortunately, I can't." The implication was that he and Su Yuyu were closer. A dark glint flashed in Lu Jingyao's eyes, and almost without thinking, he said, "Even if Miss Su didn't save my life, as long as she's my friend, I would never refuse to help her if she asked." Su Yuyu was completely bewildered. She didn't know if she had missed some important plot point. It seemed like the two who had just met were about to fight. Shen Juan asked with a smile, "Mr. Lu, with your good looks, would you be willing to become a star for Miss Su?" Lu Jingyao. Juan, Mr. Lu is young and accomplished, managing a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. He doesn't have time to be a star. Don't joke around. Shen Wenqing stepped in to end the farce. She pulled Shen Juan away and said to Lu Jingyao and Su Yuyu, "Excuse me, I'm going backstage to see my senior brother." With no one else around, Lu Jingyao lowered his voice and said, "If your entertainment company needs investment, I can provide funding. I can also find someone to help you find suitable artists. Their looks won't be any worse than Shen Juan's." Su Yuyu glanced at him in surprise and said, "I've only seen 3 people with Shen Juan's looks so far." 3? Who else? Lu Jingyao couldn't help but ask. Su Yuyu took out her phone and showed photos she had specially taken of Song Jibai. "Look, isn't he exceptionally handsome? Like a mermaid who can never return to the sea, one look is enough to make you fall in love." No matter how many times Su Yuyu looked at these photos, she couldn't help but marvel at Song Jibai's beauty. He truly deserved to be a future top star. She'd never seen a more captivating man. Lu Jingyao, looking at the succubus-like young man in the photos and seeing Su Yuyu's involuntary expression of admiration, clenched his fists. Little did he know that in Su Yuyu's eyes, Song Jibai's beauty was nothing but a source of immense wealth. "If another male artist with Song's looks were to appear, my company would take off," Su Yuyu exclaimed. Even if Lu Jingyao didn't follow the entertainment industry, he knew how attractive this level of appearance was. He coughed lightly and forcefully changed the subject. "I saw you chatting happily with Miss Shen just now. She must have been explaining a lot about the semiconductor industry to you." Su Yuyu sensed something was off and asked, "Is Aunt Shen a big shot in the semiconductor industry?" She had just noticed that Lu Jingyao seemed to have great respect for Shen Wenqing. "She's Academician Shen's junior sister, a prospective academician-level talent specially brought back from the US by the country." Lu Jingyao looked at Su Yuyu with suspicion. "You didn't know any of this?" Su Yuyu, huh? She was incredibly surprised. If Shen Wenqing was specially brought back from the US by the country, then why did Shen Juan say on the plane that they were returning from a trip abroad? Wait a minute. Su Yuyu suddenly thought of the crisis on the plane, which seemed very close to Shen Wenqing. "Does Miss Shen work for the country?" Su Yuyu asked. Lu Jingyao nodded. "She just joined the National Academy of Sciences." Su Yuyu remembered that Shen Wenqing had said that she and Shen Juan both worked for relatives. Suddenly, Shen Juan's air of a military king made sense. He was an active-duty soldier. Maybe he was sent by the country to Shen Wenqing back to China. No wonder he refused to debut several times. It turned out he was already committed to the country. Su Yuyu stopped dwelling on Shen Juan's matter. She looked around and lowered her voice, asking, "Mr. Lu, your company wants to buy the technology from those 2 Japanese people? EDAD Technology?" Lu Jingyao felt Su Yuyu approach and smelled the fresh scent of citrus, his heart racing. He was usually extremely focused, but this time he was a beat slow to understand what Su Yuyu was talking about. "How do you know about this? Did Miss Shen tell you?" Lu Jingyao asked. Su Yuyu nodded and asked, "Would it be convenient to tell me how much you plan to offer?" Lu Jingyao didn't hide anything from Su Yuyu. "They asked for 4 billion, and we plan to negotiate down to 15 billion. Su Yuyu was very concerned about whether the technology was worth billions of yen or billions of yuan. Lu Jingyao chose C between A and B, US dollars. Su Yuyu. Her eyes widened and her breathing became rapid. She couldn't help but think that the old Japanese man was too good-natured. If her grandson lost 15 billion US dollars, she would beat him to death on the spot. Lu Jingyao didn't understand why Su Yuyu reacted so strongly, and explained, the technology one want to buy is only available from the Yasuda Group. Our RD team can't find a breakthrough in the short term. If we weren't being held hostage by them, I wouldn't bother dealing with these Japanese. Su Yuyu asked, you don't want to buy technology from the Japanese? If you buy it from our own country, won't that cause trouble? Lu Jingyao shook his head and said, although we're being held hostage by their patents, as long as we master this technology, they won't dare to cause trouble in our country. Why? Can patents be used arbitrarily? Su Yuyu asked, puzzled. Lu Jingyao whispered, patents are for restricting the weak. The Yasuda Group doesn't have the confidence to challenge our country. Even if they find out, there's nothing they can do. Su Yuyu was completely relieved. At this moment, the entire conference hall suddenly fell silent, and someone on the stage began to preside over the meeting. The first person scheduled to speak was Academician Chen. Su Yuyu tried hard to learn more about the semiconductor industry, but as she listened, she felt like stars were popping up before her eyes. She yawned, practically pinching her palms to keep from dozing off, and turned to look at Lu Jingyao beside her. Despite the vast amount of obscure and difficult knowledge, Lu Jingyao listened intently, clearly absorbed, though not frantically taking notes like the others. Su Yuyu tried hard to learn from him, but she was jolted awake by a round of applause. Is it over? Su Yuyu suddenly snapped to attention. Lu Jingyao said, Academician Chen's speech is over. She then noticed she was still wearing a coat, Lu Jingyao's, and smelled a faint cedar scent. Here's your coat, thank you, Su Yuyu said. Suddenly, the host on stage announced loudly, next, please welcome Mr. Lu Jingyao of the Lu Group to speak. All eyes turned to Lu Jingyao, who calmly accepted the coat in front of everyone, put it on, and strode onto the stage. Su Yuyu awkwardly covered her face, feeling as if everyone had caught her sleeping in the meeting. Whispers rippled around her, as if everyone was curious about her relationship with Lu Jingyao. Su Yuyu couldn't understand Academician Chen's report, nor could she understand Lu Jingyao's, but she was too embarrassed to doze off. She managed to stay awake until he finished speaking, relying on staring at Lu Jingyao's handsome face and fantasizing about how much money he could make for her if he entered the entertainment industry. Lu Jingyao, who had seen Su Yuyu listening attentively on stage, sat down and said with a hint of smugness, I explained it rather simply, you should have understood. Su Yuyu didn't understand anything. She just thought Lu Jingyao was quite strange. He seemed a little unhappy before going on stage, but afterward, he acted like a schoolchild seeking praise. By the way, if there were other channels to buy technology, not from the Japanese, how much would you be willing to pay? Su Yuyu forcibly changed the subject, afraid that Lu Jingyao would ask about the content of the meeting reports. Lu Jingyao said, do you have any connections? Our company and the Yasuda Group were originally scheduled to meet tomorrow to discuss the price. If the technology is accurate, we're willing to offer 15 billion US dollars. Su Yuyu nodded and then asked, such a large sum of money, can you come up with the full amount at once? Lu Jingyao shook his head. Originally, we planned to pay a down payment of 300 million US dollars to the Yasuda Group, with the remaining amount to be paid in installments, and a portion to be offset by goods. Su Yuyu only spent 10,000 yuan on a bag, so she could accept even if Lu Jingyao only offered 300 million US dollars. Okay, if you're interested, we can proceed with the technology purchase negotiations today, Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao, curious, asked, this technology was developed independently by the Yasuda Group. Where did you get it? Su Yuyu replied with a stern face, don't ask. Asking too much isn't good for either of us. Before Lu Jingyao could say anything more, Su Yuyu pointed to Shen Wenqing, who was about to speak on the stage, and said, Aunt Shen is going to give a presentation. I want to improve, so I'll listen first. Su Yuyu had originally intended to use this as an excuse to get rid of Lu Jingyao, but Shen Wenqing's presentation surprised her. Compared to the others' convoluted and jargon-filled speeches, Shen Wenqing's presentation was more like a lively and engaging popular science article. Even someone like Su Yuyu, who knew nothing about the industry, could understand most of it. Aunt Shen is really amazing. I understood everything she said. Su Yuyu exclaimed. Lu Jingyao was a little jealous. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Su Yuyu changed the subject. Lu Jingyao was furious, but he still patiently explained, the Shen family has produced many female scientists, and Shen Wenqing is the brightest among them. She studied under a top scholar in the United States. The US was initially unwilling to let her return to China, and our country went to great lengths to bring her back. What era are we living in? Why are they still restricting personal freedom? Su Yuyu asked, puzzled. Lu Jingyao continued, for certain disciplines, it's entirely up to a few top talents to drive progress. In disputes between countries, strengthening the other is equivalent to weakening oneself, so foreign countries would rather keep her under wraps than let her return. Su Yuyu thought she had finally understood, but then she couldn't understand the subsequent presentations at the conference and couldn't help but admire Shen Wenqing's brilliance. The meeting schedule was tight. Everyone ate lunch at the hotel buffet, then returned to the meeting room to continue listening to reports. They endured the entire day like this, and it was already dark. Lu Jingyao tried his best to appear calm and said, Assistant Lu made a reservation at a very difficult-to-book French restaurant. The chef is all right, want to go together? Su Yuyu felt that the atmosphere of a French restaurant wasn't suitable for bargaining. She only cared about money. She said, I'm too lazy to move. We can talk more after you and Assistant Lu get back from lunch. Lu Jingyao's eyes darkened, and he changed his mind, saying, the restaurant is a bit far. Since you're in such a hurry to negotiate, I won't go. Su Yuyu felt that Lu Jingyao was a bit fickle, changing his mind every now and then. Didn't you want to eat French food? Lu Jingyao. I'm suddenly a little tired and want to rest early. Lu Jingyao made an excuse. Su Yuyu, then shall we discuss the price again tomorrow? Lu Jingyao said directly, no need to discuss it anymore. We're prepared to negotiate the price down to 15 billion. But our actual bottom line is 17 billion. The company has held many meetings regarding this technology purchase. This price can be lowered, but it can't be raised any further. Su Yuyu looked at him in shock. He even revealed his bottom line. Was this the president personally selling out his own company's interests? If you do this, the board of directors will definitely cause you trouble, Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao replied, the company buying the technology is Lu Yun Technology, a subsidiary of the Lu Group. This is a company I started when I was in university. It's just affiliated with the group. Purchasing this technology won't require any funds from the group. His implication was that he decided how the money would be paid. Su Yuyu had inquired and learned that Lu Yun Technology was a large company in the internet industry, primarily manufacturing electronic products. It was highly profitable and had been constantly urged by shareholders to go public, yet it had no plans to do so. Lu Yun Technology seemed to confirm the saying, good companies don't go public. Lu Jingyao continued, 17 billion US dollars. The initial payment is 300 million US dollars. For the remaining 14 billion US dollars, do you want money or materials? Su Yuyu answered decisively, money. Lu Jingyao said, if you want money, it will be paid in installments over 3 years. Is that acceptable? Su Yuyu had no objection to this. After all, such a large sum of money would be difficult for any company to come up with. Okay. Su Yuyu handed another third of the document to Lu Jingyao for review. After quickly skimming through it, Lu Jingyao nodded, it's probably true. Su Yuyu asked, you can read Japanese? Lu Jingyao casually replied, when learning languages, Japanese and Korean are the easiest to learn. Hearing this, Su Yuyu couldn't help but ask, how many languages do you know? Not many, only 6. Lu Jingyao wasn't being modest, he genuinely felt he knew far too few. Su Yuyu clicked her tongue inwardly. She remembered how, in her past life, the Gu family had boasted about Gu Shuiying's 4 languages. This technical document of yours is from the Yasuda Group. Its origins are probably questionable, Lu Jingyao suddenly added. Su Yuyu asked, how did you figure that out? The third of the document she gave Lu Jingyao didn't contain the name Yasuda. Lu Jingyao pointed to the densely packed hibiscus flower watermark on the document. This is the Yasuda family crest. Su Yuyu. Lu Jingyao said, I won't openly refuse the deal with the Yasuda family. Instead, I'll try my best to lower the price so they'll choose not to cooperate. Also, I'll transfer the payment to you through another company. If you don't trust me, I can choose to transfer the money directly, but that's easier for the Yasuda family to find out. Su Yuyu knew he was doing this for her own good. With the money passing through one hand, the Yasuda family wouldn't be able to trace it back to her for a while. Su Yuyu found Lu Jingyao incredibly pleasing to the eye, like he was a god of wealth. She was happy to say a few nice words to flatter him. Of course I trust you. Lu Jingyao's lips curled up slightly as he said, after the contract is signed, the money will be in your account within 3 days. Su Yuyu almost thought she was seeing things. She had just felt that Lu Jingyao was like a little puppy wagging its tail. Assistant Lu coughed lightly beside her, trying to get his boss to tone it down. Lu Jingyao then suggested, there are still many things to deal with afterward. You should hire a professional lawyer to audit the contract as soon as possible. Try to get things done in the hotel so that the Yasuda family won't suspect anything. Su Yuyu increasingly realized the gap between herself and truly wealthy people, lacking a supportive team. She actually quite admired the team Lu Jingyao had lent her in the US. With a single command, they could provide the most professional advice in the shortest time. But Xia Ran, as expected of a system-certified super talent, was a different story. Su Yuyu asked Xia Ran to find a lawyer that evening, and the next morning, the lawyer was already waiting for her at the hotel. Miss Su, I am lawyer Feng Jing, here to serve you on behalf of Mr. Xie. Feng Jing was about the same age as Xia Ran, and supposedly a fellow alumnus. She was an extremely elegant and capable middle-aged woman. When she received the secret transaction contract that Assistant Lu had hastily prepared overnight, her brow furrowed slightly upon seeing the amount, but she quickly concealed it. After carefully reviewing the contract for nearly half an hour, Attorney Feng said, "The contract is clear and straightforward, without any traps. In fact, Party A has gone to great lengths to protect Party B's interests." Su Yuyu nodded. Although she found Lu Jingyao strange, she never thought he would resort to underhanded tactics to scheme against her. "Attorney Feng, I have another question I'd like to ask you." Feng Jing said, "Miss Su, please speak frankly. I will answer to the best of my knowledge. My friend unknowingly bought stolen goods, for example, a necklace from a thief, but this necklace sold for tens of millions at auction. If the owner pursues the matter, is it illegal?" Su Yuyu asked. Feng Jing frowned and said, "If your friend was indeed unaware and bought the necklace at a reasonable price, it falls under the category of bona fide acquisition. They will not be held criminally liable, but they have an obligation to assist the police in recovering the stolen goods." "Then if the owner doesn't pursue the matter, will they still be convicted?" Su Yuyu asked. Feng Jing raised an eyebrow and said, "If there's no pursuit, how can it be considered a crime?" Su Yuyu wasn't worried about the Yasuda Group's exorbitantly priced documents, but rather the Dotsuai cup she initially bought from the young punk. Since the young punk could carry a baguette bag from the Yasuda family, who knew if he had stolen the Dotsuai cup? Feng Jing then said, "The owner isn't pursuing it either because he doesn't know the true value of the necklace, or because the item itself was stolen illegally, and the owner doesn't dare let anyone know he once owned such an expensive treasure." Su Yuyu understood Feng Jing's meaning in an instant. She leaned more towards the second possibility. The owner was someone who couldn't openly possess the Dotsuai cup, so he could only swallow his anger and pretend nothing had happened after the young punk stole it. His true identity was obvious. Su Yuyu couldn't help but admire Feng Jing's shrewdness and asked, "Attorney Feng, would you be interested in becoming our company's legal counsel?" The company wasn't large enough to need a legal department yet, but hiring a legal counsel was still feasible. Feng Jing smiled and said, "I'm honored by Miss Su's high regard, I couldn't be happier." Su Yuyu's company gained a legal talent, and she and Lu Jingyao successfully signed a contract. After receiving the complete technical documents, Lu Jingyao immediately had them verified. True to his word, after ensuring all documents were authentic and valid, he transferred 21 billion renminbi to Su Yuyu's account through various channels within the shortest possible time, based on the current exchange rate. After 3 days of meetings she couldn't understand, Su Yuyu was overjoyed to see the huge sum of money finally arrive. This was the largest sum of money she had received since acquiring the system, and it was just the down payment. She would receive a continuous stream of money over the next 3 years. Lu Jingyao may be annoying, but he really does give money when he's in it, Su Yuyu exclaimed. As for the Yasuda Group, which suffered huge losses, Su Yuyu could only say, "Those who steal pearls are thieves, those who steal kingdoms are kings." Aside from national and personal vendettas, she felt perfectly justified in taking the money. She then donated 10 million to every veteran's welfare project she could find, easily donating over 100 million. Su Yuyu was also very generous to her own people. "Everyone will receive a bonus this month." The bodyguards' eyes, hidden behind their sunglasses, were almost squinting. The housekeepers seemed more motivated to do their chores. Even Ouyang and her team, filming in Gansu province, weren't overlooked by Su Yuyu, who immediately made a call. "Does the filming still need investment? I'll have Xia Ran transfer the money." Before Ouyang could answer, Su Yuyu saw a line of text suddenly appear in front of her. "Host, the bargain hunting mission has been activated. Please arrive at the target location as soon as possible." Su Yuyu saw the system's golden pointer pointing straight at her face. "Ha? I have gold on my face?" Su Yuyu asked the system in her mind. The system didn't answer. While listening to Ouyang's report on the phone, Su Yuyu hurried towards the nearest bathroom, and then she finally saw clearly. There was no gold on her face. The system's pointer was indeed pointing at her, but more accurately, at her phone. "There's a very important prop that I've commissioned a master to make, which might exceed the budget." Ouyang explained her reason for needing money. Su Yuyu was straightforward. I'll have Xiaoran add another 10 million to your budget. Ouyang's breathing quickened immediately. Even though he had been working with his boss for a while, he still couldn't help but be captivated by her. After all, who wouldn't like a boss who was rich but didn't boss them around? Boss, thank you. Before he could finish his thanks, Su Yuyu said, I'll visit the set tomorrow. Ouyang was silent for a moment, then said, okay. Okay. AF. After hanging up the phone, Ouyang returned to the set with a long face. Boss, what's wrong? Did the boss scold you? Did she not agree to increase the budget? Assistant Director Xiao Huang asked, leaning over. The boss increased the budget by 10 million. Xiao Huang immediately shouted, long live the boss. After his initial excitement, he asked, Boss, why aren't you smiling? Ouyang shook his head, his gaze falling on Song Jibai, who was practicing swordplay with the action director not far away. Little Song is so tanned. The boss will probably be furious if he sees this. Hearing this, Xiao Huang shrank back in fear. Everyone in the company knew that Song Jibai was the boss's darling. He had spent half a month in the US on his mother's illness, spending tens of millions, and there were even rumors that the company was started just to promote Song Jibai. Little Song is so ambitious, Xiao Huang remarked. If it weren't for Song Jibai's ambition, he wouldn't have gotten so tan to match the role. Song Jibai's biggest worry had been resolved. His mother's health was gradually recovering, and he was finally able to relax. He was eating and sleeping well, and his complexion was much better than before. Although he still had that handsome face, and while he wasn't exactly sunny and cheerful, at least half of the weariness he had felt was gone. Ouyang felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of Su Yuyu visiting the set tomorrow and seeing Song Jibai, the broken mermaid heartthrob transformed into a dark-skinned athletic student. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself in it beforehand. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun, the photographer, seeing his two friends looking so gloomy, hesitated for a moment before finally saying, never mind, let's eat first. Under the incredulous gazes of Ouyang and Xiao Huang, Xiao Sun grabbed a lunchbox and started eating heartily. His carefree attitude made Ouyang feel a pang of heartache. Even though Ouyang was reluctant, he still personally drove to the airport to pick her up the next afternoon. Su Yuyu traveled on her private jet. Although the flight was 4.5 hours, she only slept on the plane. Even her bodyguards were all energetic, showing no signs of fatigue from the long journey. Upon seeing that the person picking her up in the van was Ouyang, Su Yuyu frowned. Isn't there anyone else from the crew who can pick you up? Su Yuyu asked. Ouyang thought she wanted to see her lover as soon as possible, so she explained, Boss, Teacher Song. No, Xiao Song stayed with the crew for training. He originally wanted to come with me to pick him up, but he has an important fight scene tomorrow morning and can't get away. Su Yuyu's face darkened, and she asked, I didn't ask him, I'm asking you. You're a director, how come you're so free? You don't have time to film, and you're here driving me around? Upon hearing this, Ouyang quickly explained, Boss, there's an assistant director watching over things on set. Su Yuyu said, if the assistant director is so capable, can he just replace you? Take the assistant off his head. A sudden sense of crisis rose in Ouyang's heart, but the assistant director was also his good brother, so he spoke the truth. Xiao Huang isn't mature enough yet. I think after 2 or 3 more dramas, he can try directing independently. Su Yuyu said, since you know he can't handle things on his own yet, you shouldn't neglect your duties. A look of grievance flashed across Ouyang's face. He had driven almost 2 hours to pick him up, only to receive a bucket of cold water. Su Yuyu knew he was trying to flatter her, but she didn't like this kind of behavior. She said, you're a director. I hope you can focus on making films. Artists should have artistic pursuits and let their work speak for itself. Don't learn that sycophantic stuff. As long as you make a good film, I'll support you. Ouyang's spirits lifted, and the aggrieved look on his face instantly vanished. He thought to himself that it was a strange twist of fate. He had come to pick up the boss at the airport to try and get closer to him so that the boss wouldn't be angry with him for Song Jibai's tan, but instead, it made the boss unhappy with him. Su Yuyu was also thinking about Ouyang's bad habit. She understood why he did this. After all, he came from humble beginnings, and he had finally gotten an opportunity. Naturally, he wanted to seize it desperately, which was why he had fawned over Song Jibai before and was now frantically flattering her. In her previous life, Ouyang rose to prominence a year later when his short videos went viral on various social media platforms. He had the time to mature and relied on his own abilities. Su Yuyu's premature intervention in this life was somewhat like forcing growth, but with the system's certification, Su Yuyu wasn't worried about Ouyang's mentality. She directed. Why said, I believe in you, but you don't believe in yourself. You need to be bolder. Can an artist with a confined mind achieve anything? Ouyang's nose tingled. Although he got the opportunity to film a TV series, he felt uneasy. After all, just over a month ago, he was still running a small restaurant. Not everyone can maintain a calm mind when faced with an opportunity to rise to the top overnight. Boss, I will definitely prioritize the film set next time. Don't worry, Ouyang said, his voice slightly choked. As the car entered the film set, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on everyone. Looking at the Gobi Desert and the people still working hard under the twilight, Su Yuyu's mood seemed to broaden. They were currently filming Song Jibai's scenes. The young swordsman, dressed in white, performed a series of fluid swordplay, instantly drawing viewers into the world of chivalry and revenge. Okay, cut. Assistant Director Huang shouted. Song Jibai finished filming and saw Su Yuyu standing with the director, walking over with a sword in her hand. Ouyang cautiously observed Su Yuyu's expression, but Su Yuyu only glanced at him and said, "Go check out the footage Assistant Director Huang shot. If it's not good, reshoot it as soon as possible." Ouyang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ran to the equipment to carefully review the afternoon's filming. Song Jibai was quite happy to see Su Yuyu. However, he soon noticed the strange look in her eyes. "Why are you so dark?" Su Yuyu almost didn't recognize this tan man as the top star she had painstakingly found. Song Jibai was much more cheerful than before and even smiled at people, saying, "The sun here is strong, so there's nothing I can do about getting tanned." Although his face was still handsome, Su Yuyu still felt uncomfortable. "Have you finished filming your scenes? The ones that require you to have fair skin?" Su Yuyu was very concerned about the final result of the drama. Song Jibai nodded. Su Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. She still had some whitening pills on hand, planning to help Song Jibai regain his fair skin after filming. "Are you having any difficulties in life? How is your mother's recovery going?" Su Yuyu positioned herself as a leader visiting the set to offer comfort and support. Faced with such bureaucratic jargon, Song Jibai paused for a moment before stammering, "Boss, my mom can cook for herself now, so there's no need to trouble you to hire a caregiver." After returning to China, Su Yuyu hired someone to take care of Song's mother, and Song Jibai was very grateful for her thoughtfulness. Su Yuyu said, "Your mom has been sick before, so her health isn't as good as others. Having someone take care of her means any problems can be detected in time. Don't worry about the money, once you're famous, debts and hiring caregivers will be nothing." After giving the most important people on set, the director and the lead actor, Su Yuyu felt she had completed half of her visit. She then waved her hand and instructed the producer beside her, "Make the arrangements. I'll treat the entire crew to dinner tomorrow night at the best hotel in town." With most of the crew matters settled, Su Yuyu didn't say goodbye to anyone on set and got into a luxury car she had rented locally. Su Fong was still driving. Used to her driving, Su Yuyu felt uncomfortable in other people's cars. "Turn left. Go straight. Turn left again." Following Su Yuyu's directions, Su Fong didn't ask any questions and drove for over an hour until the car entered a small alley and stopped in front of a dilapidated bungalow. The bungalow was locked, the door was covered with sheet metal, and many parts were now rusty. A ring of grass grew in front of the door, clearly indicating that the house hadn't been lived in for a long time. The system's instructions focused on this house. Su Yuyu thought that renting a house wasn't safe. Only by buying this house could she ensure that the treasure inside belonged entirely to her. Before Su Yuyu could even worry about how to contact the landlord, she saw a middle-aged man dressed like a local walk around the car Su Yuyu had rented. A BMW. "Young lady, how much did you pay for such a nice car?" Xingli asked familiarly. Su Yuyu casually replied, "Rented." "Rented? Renting this for a day must cost a lot. You young people are really willing to spend," Xingli exclaimed. Su Yuyu gave the bodyguard beside her a look, and he immediately moved closer to Xingli, offering him a cigarette. "Do you live in this alley, bro?" the bodyguard asked. Xingli nodded. "My grandfather's generation lived in this alley." "Judging from your accents, you're not locals, tourists?" Su Yuyu said, "Big brother, you have a good eye. I really like this city and I especially like the old alleys. I want to buy this bungalow, but I don't know who to buy it from." Xingli's eyes lit up and he said, "Then you've come to the right person. I know this person. I'll take you there directly." Xingli led the group towards the end of the alley. Passing a small shop, Su Yuyu stopped and whispered a few words to Su Fong. When Su Fong came out of the shop, she had a pack of cigarettes in her hand. Su Fong handed the pack directly to Xingli. Xingli immediately waved his hand, "Just showing you the way. Why are you being so polite? You even brought Fei Tian cigarettes." Su Fong smiled and said, "Brother, if it weren't for you, we'd probably still be wandering around in the alley." "It's nothing." Xingli hesitated for 2 seconds, then finally accepted the pack of Feitian cigarettes worth 500 yuan. "Brother, would you mind telling us if this family is easy to talk to?" Su Yuyu asked. After Xingli put away his cigarette, he seemed even more talkative. "Don't worry, I'm easy to talk to. Even if I wasn't before, I'm easy to talk to now." Su Yuyu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, sensing there was a story behind it, and asked, "What happened before?" "Little sister, you look very pretty, but let me tell you the truth, this family is utterly wicked, they've been punished. If you really want to buy a house, buy someone else's. Nobody wants to buy their house, they're all disgusted with it." Su Yuyu asked, "What do you mean? Did the owners of this house do something that deserves everyone's wrath?" Xingli clapped his hands. "Little sister, you're absolutely right. Everyone in the alley knows this family, young and old, they're all scoundrels." Su Yuyu looked puzzled. "Is that so?" Xingli lowered his voice and said, "This house didn't originally belong to them. The original owner was their son-in-law. Their daughter had a hard life, her husband's whole family died within a few years of her marriage, leaving only the little sister and her youngest daughter to depend on each other. Everyone says maternal uncles are close, but this uncle not only didn't take care of the widow and her children, but he also coveted their dowry money, forcing the widow to remarry. Her second husband was a scoundrel, he beat his wife when he was drunk, and he tortured her to death." Su Yuyu frowned and asked, "Isn't there a little girl?" Xingli said, "That little girl had a hard life too. Her stepfather didn't want any children and wouldn't let her mother take them, so she had to live with her uncle. Her uncle could force his sister to remarry for money, how could he possibly treat his niece well? She fell into a well and drowned within a year of arriving at her uncle's house." Xingli lowered his voice. "The neighbors all say in private that the little girl probably didn't fall in accidentally, her cousin pushed her. That kid is 2 years older than her, and he's a real troublemaker." Su Yuyu was full of gossip and asked, "Why do you say it was retribution? Their family has already harmed their younger sister and niece, and now they're really in trouble. The old hag in the family died from electrocution, the man of the house was diagnosed with uremia, his wife ran away with someone else, and that brat is also unlucky. He must have run into something while walking at night, and the perfectly healthy child suddenly went crazy. We all say in private that the child sought his cousin's vengeful spirit seeking revenge, otherwise how could a perfectly healthy person go crazy?" Su Fong listened to the story with far more empathy than Su Yuyu. Having 2 daughters herself, she understood the situation better than anyone. Serves them right. The uncle doesn't care about his niece, and the grandmother doesn't care about her own daughter and granddaughter. How can anyone be so heartless? Xingli nodded vigorously. "Yes, people here rarely favor sons over daughters. The neighbors all think his family is heartless and avoid them." After hearing this story of karma, Su Yuyu was almost at the door of the house. She didn't rush in but asked another question. "What did the original owners of the house do?" Xingli said, "That family was very good. The parents-in-law were both sent-down youth. It's said their ancestors were a scholarly family. It's just a pity, good people don't live long." Su Yuyu sighed with regret and followed Xingli into the courtyard. The courtyard looked passable from the outside, but as soon as she entered, Su Yuyu couldn't help but frown. The musty smell hit her, clutter was everywhere, and flies buzzed around the trash cans. Everything about the house screamed about its slovenliness. The rich people have all bought new houses and moved away, leaving only us poor folks. Ugh! This son of a, he doesn't even sweep the floor. What's all that stuff on the ground? Xingli complained, nearly slipping on something sticky. Su Yuyu couldn't stand the smell inside. She didn't go any further, but led the others out and waited in the yard. "Shen!" Glee shouted inside, "Chen Datu! Where are you? You know you're about to strike it rich?" Su Yuyu heard soft voices coming from inside. After about 5 minutes, the 2 of them came out one after the other. The homeowner, Chen Datu, had greasy hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in ages. His face was sallow, and he had an unpleasant odor. When he saw Su Yuyu, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Su Yuyu didn't like the smell on Chen Datu. She glanced at Su Fong. Su Fong, being very sensible, stepped forward and said, "Our boss wants to buy your house at the entrance of the alley. Name your price." Chen Datu's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "My house is about to be demolished. I won't sell it for less than 100. No, less than 3 million. But as soon as he said this, Xingli immediately saw through him. "Come on, Chen Datu, the higher-ups have said they want to protect the old street. They have no intention of demolishing it at all." Chen Datu glared at him. Su Fong said coldly, "Our boss isn't a. If you're going to do business like this, we'll buy someone else's house. It's not like you're the only one with a house. Shengli added fuel to the fire, saying, I know better than anyone in this alley who has extra houses. If he's not being honest, I'll take you to find someone else. Xiandata got anxious and said, let's talk this out. It's fate that a beautiful lady likes my house. I won't ask for an exorbitant price. How about 500,000? This dilapidated house isn't worth anything. The beautiful lady will have to spend a lot of effort renovating it. You have the nerve to ask for 500,000. Shengli scolded. Xiandata said, we're neighbors on this street. You know our situation. I'm counting on this money to save my life. Su Feng looked displeased. Just do it the way it should. It's not our boss's fault you're sick. If you don't want to sell, we'll buy from someone else. Xiandata, fearing the deal would fall through, hesitated and held up 3 fingers. How about 300,000? Su Yuyu nodded at Su Feng. But Su Feng, who utterly disliked Xiandatu, didn't immediately agree. Instead, she used her years of haggling skills at the market. 200,000. 200,000 is too little. 290,000. Su Feng, 210,000. Xiandatu, 280,000. Xingli, stop arguing. It's giving me a headache. Let's compromise. 250,000. Xiandata wanted to say something more, but Xingli had already said, don't say I didn't help you. 250,000 is a steal. Old Sun just sold his house last month, a bigger one than yours, for only 280,000. How much more do you want? 250,000 it is, Xiandata said, feeling wronged. After agreeing on the price, Su Yuyu took Xiandata to complete the transfer of ownership that same day. When signing the sales contract, she specifically noted that all belongings in the old house would belong to the buyer. The real estate bureau was efficient. For this type of full payment transfer, the property certificate could be obtained on the same day. Su Feng, having received a 10,000 yuan reward from Su Yuyu for her successful negotiation, was eager to prove herself and said, Boss, are you moving in now? I'll have someone clean it right away. Su Yuyu shook her head. She told the others to keep watch outside, and despite the darkness, she went inside with a flashlight, heading straight for the location indicated by the system, the kitchen. The house had been owing electricity bills for so long that the power lines had been cut, and the earliest someone would come to reconnect them was tomorrow. But Su Yuyu, fearing things might get worse, didn't dare wait any longer. The room was piled high with clutter, mostly junk that the Xie family had thrown away because they couldn't easily dispose of it. Holding her phone flashlight, Su Yuyu walked into the kitchen and, following the system's prompts, stopped behind the stove. The house was quite old, using an old-fashioned wood-fired stove. Even the Xie family no longer used wood. Because of this, behind the stove, besides a small stool with a missing leg, there was a jumble of firewood up to Su Yuyu's knees. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the firewood. Su Yuyu placed her phone, with the flashlight on the dirty stove, the light shining directly onto the messy firewood. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to do it herself, putting on a pair of work gloves she had bought on the way, and deftly moved the firewood aside. After working for nearly half an hour, Su Yuyu finally emptied the pile of firewood, leaving only the dirty ground. This old-style bungalow didn't even have a cement floor. The ground was compacted yellow soil. The system indicator pointed directly to the ground. Things dug out of the ground belong to the state, Su Yuyu said. The system slowly explained, items with clear provenance and family inheritance don't belong to the state. Su Yuyu was taken aback. Understand. Ding the system's implication, but the ground, compacted over time, was now incredibly hard, clearly not something she could dig open with her hands. The dilapidated bungalow's door opened, and Su Yuyu, covered in dust, walked out. Boss? Su Feng stepped forward in surprise, brushing the dust off Su Yuyu. Looking at Su Yuyu's current state, she couldn't help but wonder if the boss had rolled around on the ground several times. She added, you could have just asked us to help clean up. Why did you have to do it yourself? Su Yuyu shook her head and said to the bodyguard who was nearby, go buy some shovels, hose, and other farm tools, and a few buckets of mineral water while you're at it. The bodyguard didn't ask any further questions and drove away from the alley. It was late at night, but Su Yuyu showed no intention of leaving. The others could only stay and keep watch, since Su Yuyu would always pay them a high amount of overtime pay in this situation. Half an hour later, the bodyguard returned with a complete set of farm tools, including shovels and hose. Su Yuyu didn't let anyone else do anything. She personally carried the tools and several large buckets of water inside. The soil on the ground was too hard, so Su Yuyu poured 2 buckets of water down directly. The moistened ground softened considerably, and when Su Yuyu swung she encountered little resistance. When Su Yuyu was at the orphanage, she only picked up trash. She had never done farm work like this before. She quickly became exhausted, her back and waist aching. After digging for almost half an hour, her finally struck something. Su Yuyu's spirits lifted, and she immediately dug the object out of the ground, a box about the size of a takeout delivery box. The box was wrapped in 3 layers of burlap sacks, but with the passage of time, the outermost layer was completely rotten. Su Yuyu untied the burlap sacks and tossed them aside. She shook the wooden box, but heard no response. The contents inside shouldn't be heavy. Seeing the brass lock hanging on the dark wooden box, she hesitated for a moment before smashing it open. "Aren't you afraid the real valuable things are the box and the lock?" the system suddenly spoke. Su Yuyu's heart skipped a beat, but she hadn't been idle lately. She said, "This box is just a regular carpenter's work, painted on the outside, without even any carvings. How could it be valuable? The same goes for this brass lock." The system fell silent. After Su Yuyu opened the box, she found it similarly wrapped in layers of cloth. After removing the protective coverings, only 2 things were revealed. She changed into clean gloves before daring to touch them. The first was a family genealogy. The Zhang family genealogy. Upon opening it, Su Yuyu saw the first name on the list was Zhang Wending, followed by his biography in classical Chinese. Su Yuyu immediately recognized him. Zhang Gong, one of the 8 great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties. She carefully picked up another item, a single, light sheet of paper, yet meticulously preserved. "This seems to be a letter," Su Yuyu said. The handwriting was clear, and it took Su Yuyu a while to roughly understand that it was a letter Zhang Gong wrote to his younger brother, Zhang Bu. The letter was full of earnest words, advising his brother to be diligent in his official duties. It seemed more like he was instructing his son than his brother. Su Yuyu then looked up the 2 of them. Zhang Gong was 17 years older than his brother, and Zhang Gong lost his father at 18, when his brother was only 1 year old. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the elder brother was like a father to his younger brother. Su Yuyu was a worldly person, and she immediately searched online for the value of Zhang Gong's letters. So valuable? Su Yuyu rubbed her hands excitedly as the first result of her search was Zhu Shirtai, letter on current affairs. Zhu Shirtai is the only surviving calligraphy work by Zhang Gong, and it is also a letter. It has been auctioned several times, the last time being in 2016, when it fetched a price of 200 million yuan. It truly is a book worth a fortune. Su Yuyu carefully put the paper away, keeping it close to her body. She then turned and stuffed the box back into the ground, covered it with soil, and even put the firewood back in its place. It was 3 in the morning when she finished. The people waiting outside were already dozing off. The sound of Su Yuyu opening the door startled them. "Back to the hotel," Su Yuyu said. To them, Su Yuyu looked like she'd just come back from mining. Her face and head were filthy, her designer bag worth hundreds of thousands was filthy, and she was carrying a book, a family genealogy, yet her eyes were surprisingly bright. Su Yuyu had the old house door locked before returning to the hotel. She slept until noon. After lunch, she idly flipped through her family genealogy book. Although it was supposed to be Zhang Gong's genealogy, it was actually recorded by the descendants of Zhang Bu. What was the original owner's surname, as Shengli mentioned earlier? Su Yuyu asked Su Feng. Su Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, "The surname is Zhang, which is not a common surname." Su Feng thought to herself, "Next time, I'll make a notebook and write down everything I hear so I can answer any questions Su Yuyu might have." Su Yuyu immediately pieced together the legal way she obtained the item. Chen Datu inherited the Zhang family's house as a relative, then sold it to Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu unexpectedly found Zhang Gong's priceless letter inside. With the property sale contract in black and white, everything in the house belonged to Su Yuyu, and Chen Data couldn't cause any trouble. Besides, Su Yuyu was taking the item away in a couple of days. Such a valuable item would definitely be auctioned off by a major auction house. That evening, Su Yuyu treated the entire crew to dinner. Su Yuyu disliked the drinking culture. She didn't want to toast or bother anyone, so she had the producer book the entire restaurant and changed the banquet to a buffet. The crew members could help themselves to whatever they wanted. Of course, this cost 5 times the original amount. "I never knew restaurants in Gansu province had so much seafood. I have no idea what I was eating on set every day," a crew member murmured. "Our crew's food is pretty good, at least they're willing to hire a cook. The crews I used to work on were so stingy. A 20 yuan meal allowance would be skimmed off at every turn, and by the time it reached us, a boxed lunch was probably only worth 5 yuan, with hardly any meat. You guys still have the mood to chat? I see some king crab over there, aren't you going to grab it?" "Grab what?" The boss said there's plenty of king crab, but we're not allowed to waste it. The boss is here, that's like heaven on earth. I really hope he stays on set every day. Everyone else was talking about how good the food was today, each one wanting to stuff every expensive ingredient they'd ever seen or never seen before into their mouths. Only Anna remained leisurely, only taking small bites of each ingredient, never greedy. Anna, I'll take you to see the boss. You contributed a lot of personal clothing to the crew this time, we'll definitely reimburse you separately, you won't be at a loss. Ouyang took the initiative to lead Anna to see Su Yuyu. Anna was a stylist on the film crew. She loved dressing up and styling dolls since childhood, and her family even bought a villa specifically for them. After graduating from university, Anna didn't join her family's company but secretly entered the entertainment industry. She was plain-looking, had no plans for plastic surgery, and disliked the spotlight. Her reason for pursuing her dream in the entertainment industry was to become a stylist, making all the handsome men and beautiful women shine under her styling. This wasn't her first film crew, but it was definitely the happiest one she'd ever worked on. After entering the industry, many production crews, seeing her young age, either undercut her price or had senior stylists steal her designs, claiming it was to help her gain fame. She argued with a senior stylist, but because of the latter's seniority, the stylist threatened to blacklist her from the film and television industry. The Hongdian film industry is only so big, if her reputation was ruined, fewer production crews would want to hire her. Seeing herself without work, she desperately applied for jobs and landed this production. Su Yuyu had come to visit the set, and Anna had expected the same kind of banquets and endless pleasantries she'd had on other film crews. Instead, she was surprised to find herself treated to a private buffet. Seeing the genuine joy on her colleagues' faces, she relaxed. Lately, she'd been receiving daily calls from her family, urging her to go back to work at their company and stop doing these lowly jobs. Thinking about everything that had happened in the industry, Anna hesitated. Boss, this is our crew's stylist, Anna. Don't let her young age fool you, her styling is always innovative and beautiful. Given more time, she'll definitely become a top-tier crew stylist in the future. Ouyang praised Anna enthusiastically. Su Yuyu also watched a few behind-the-scenes clips sent by the director. Unlike the funeral-themed style popular in current period dramas, this young girl clearly had her own unique ideas, able to create styling for each character that was refreshing. In her previous life, Su Yuyu hadn't paid much attention to the entertainment industry. She only knew Ouyang and Song Jibai because they were so popular. As for stylists and such, she knew absolutely nothing about them. But trusting Ouyang's judgment, she said to Anna, "Are you interested in joining our company? We don't have a professional stylist team yet, so how about we set up a makeup and styling department with you at its core?" Anna, who had been hesitating about giving up her career to inherit the family business, suddenly blurted out, "I'm willing." Su Yuyu couldn't help but laugh. "It's good that you're willing, but young people need to eat too. Why didn't you even ask about the salary?" Anna smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss, you're so generous, you definitely won't treat me unfairly." Ouyang added from the side, "Boss, you don't know, many of the female leads' clothes this time are Anna's personal clothes. She lent them to the crew free of charge, but to my shame, several of them were scratched during filming. Boss, do you think you should compensate her?" Su Yuyu said seriously, "We definitely can't let a young girl suffer. You have to pay her what she owes." Ouyang added, "I've never seen several of these clothes on the market before, and the fabric is quite hard to find." Several of the male leads' outfits were even handmade by Anna after she drew the designs. Anna replied directly, "Boss, I only need to pay for the fabric." Su Yuyu shook her head, "The due labor and design fees are essential. This young woman is just starting out in her career, we can't let her suffer losses. You're our future chief costume designer, so you must pay her well." Anna comes from a wealthy family, and her hanfu work was purely a hobby. Yet, she provided costumes for the female lead for an entire drama. She didn't really care about the small amount of money, but Su Yuyu and Ouyang respected her efforts, which made her feel very comforted. Su Yuyu continued to praise, "Song Jibai is handsome, but the styling you designed for him makes him look like a male lead straight out of a script. If you hadn't put so much effort into the clothes and makeup, the effect wouldn't be so good." Anna blushed at Su Yuyu's praise. Her initial reason for entering the entertainment industry was simply to make her handsome older brothers and sisters look dazzling. Although the drama hadn't aired yet, the recognition she received from so many people strengthened her resolve to stay in the entertainment industry. Congratulations, host, for independently completing a lucky find without system assistance. Reward, training hours x5, Su Yuyu was startled. She hadn't expected the system to not always generate tasks for finding bargains, nor had she expected to receive rewards for finding bargains outside the system. Anna also found a bargain? The system gave an affirmative answer. Anna, a makeup and styling genius discouraged by the dark rules of the entertainment industry, should have returned to her family after a brief stint in the industry, ultimately inheriting billions. However, she remained deeply resentful, and in the dead of night, she would always recall her half-hearted journey to pursue her dreams. Su Yuyu felt a pang of sympathy. Couldn't they have made the failed pursuit of dreams and inheriting the family business story sound so pitiful? She didn't dwell on Anna's situation and instead asked, "What are the training sessions?" The system explained, all kinds of professional knowledge within the upper limit of this world's technological and cultural level can be taught to you through training. The host can enter the training space in their sleep to learn. Of course, whether you can learn it is up to you. Su Yuyu's eyes lit up. She had actually considered learning some professional knowledge recently, but the professional knowledge of many industries wasn't so easy to acquire. For example, in the antique industry, besides requiring a very solid foundation in history, some professional appraisal techniques were even passed down through families, making them difficult for outsiders to obtain. The appearance of training sessions filled this gap for Su Yuyu. She also noticed the system's limiting words. For example, if I wanted to create a system like you, could I learn it? The system's reply was simple, hee hee. Su Yuyu didn't insist. She now saw Anna as a hot commodity and couldn't wait to call Xia Ran and ask him to offer Anna a high salary. After recommending Anna, Ouyang grabbed Song Jibai, who was eating, and pulled him closer to Su Yuyu. Ouyang had assumed the two would share a bed that night, but Su Yuyu hadn't stayed at the Film Cruise Hotel. Having worked together for so long, Ouyang admired Song Jibai, a young actor who could rely on his looks but was dedicated to his craft, and was afraid he might go astray. He practically wanted to shove Song Jibai into Su Yuyu's bed and earnestly advise him, in the entertainment industry, having a sugar daddy is incredibly rare. Have you two had a falling out? You need to clear things up quickly. It's a rare opportunity for your boss to visit you on set, so don't be so aloof. There are NTY of temptresses out there. Song Jibai. We're not like that, don't make assumptions. Song Jibai protested. Ouyang's eyes were full of suspicion. He patted Song Jibai on the shoulder and said, if it's not that kind of relationship, why is the boss so good to you? Song Jibai had always felt that the crew's attitude towards him was strange, and now he finally found the reason. He explained helplessly, she said I could become a top star, and she's waiting for me to make her a lot of money. She's not the kind of person who forces others. The doubt in Ouyang's eyes hadn't completely disappeared, but he also agreed with this point, saying, brother, the boss's judgment is really good. But to be honest, if you really got together with the boss, you'd be a perfect match, and it's hard to say who would benefit more. Song Jibai couldn't help but glance at Su Yuyu, who was fighting with a crab leg not far away. The young girl's fair and delicate face was so clear under the light that even the fine downy hairs were visible. Song Jibai couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Su Yuyu had been very good to him and had kept her word, just like in the contract, never having any intention of taking advantage of him. She was clearly open and kind-hearted, but he had been too suspicious of her. The boss is a good person. She has her own career and probably won't be thinking about dating for the next few years, Song Jibai said, looking down. Ouyang sighed with regret, saying, brother, why are you so stubborn? You're still young and don't know the benefits of being a kept man. If I weren't less handsome than you, I would have already been hugging a rich woman. Song Jibai broke free from director Ouyang and said, don't keep bothering her. The boss hasn't eaten much all night. Ouyang gave him a strange look and said, you've been staring at her the whole time? How do you know she hasn't eaten much? Song Jibai was suddenly startled. He couldn't explain why he was paying attention to Su Yuyu. At this moment, he only felt his cheeks burning uncontrollably. There are mint cakes over there. I'll go get one. Song Jibai made up an excuse and ran off. Ouyang scratched the back of his head in surprise, completely forgetting Song Jibai's instructions. This kid runs really fast. Never mind, I'll drag Xiaolu over. Su Yuyu had just finished eating a crab leg when Ouyang pulled the female lead, Lu Yi, over. Boss, this is Lu Yi, the female lead of our TV series. She's still a university student, but she's hardworking, has great potential, and most importantly, she hasn't signed with an agency yet. Su Yuyu looked Lu Yi up and down. The girl was quite pretty, with an oval face, big eyes, and a decent height. However, her appearance wasn't the currently popular pale, thin, and delicate look in the entertainment industry. Instead, she had a very spirited look, more suited to a mature, elegant style. Su Yuyu smiled and asked, would you like to join our company? Lu Yi nodded vigorously. Although she didn't know about actor contracts, she saw that Su Yuyu was very generous to her. More importantly, Su Yuyu's company had few employees, so joining now would give her a chance to become the top star and have no worries about resources in the future. Su Yuyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll give you a contract similar to Song Jibai's." Lu Ye's eyes lit up instantly. With her boss's words, she felt reassured. Only Su Yuyu waited and waited, but the system notification didn't appear. "Where's the bonus? System, are you broken?" Su Yuyu asked. The system didn't respond. Su Yuyu considered a possibility. Signing Lu Yi isn't considered a lucky break? The system replied, "Please trust the system's professional judgment." Su Yuyu's heart sank. She really couldn't understand how Lu Yi, with her looks and a company willing to promote her, could possibly become famous. Ouyang brought a few more promising talents to see Su Yuyu, and she took the opportunity to propose signing contracts, but received no system reward. The meal lasted until 9 o'clock, and almost everyone in the crew left with their stomachs full. Song Jibai, who hadn't spoken to Su Yuyu all night, came over and handed her a large lunchbox. "I saw you didn't eat much all night, I was afraid you'd be hungry," Song Jibai said softly. Su Yuyu saw 2 crab legs in the lunchbox, took it, and said, "Thank you." Having spent the whole night signing people and watching for system rewards, she was only half full. Song Jibai watched Su Yuyu get into the car, and when he turned around, he saw Ouyang winking at him. "If I were you, I would definitely be climbing into someone's car right now," Ouyang said. Song Jibai took a deep breath and said, "Director, there were a few scenes today where I felt my emotions weren't quite right. Could we reshoot them?" Since it concerned her own scenes, Ouyang couldn't care less about gossip and immediately became anxious. "Which scene? What's wrong?" Song Jibai caught a glimpse of Su Yuyu's car disappearing into the night traffic out of the corner of his eye, then turned to Ouyang and said, "I need to think carefully about which scene it was. I'm so tired, I want to rest early. I'm really afraid it will affect my performance tomorrow." Song Jibai finished speaking and ran off, leaving Ouyang frantically trying to recall which scene was wrong in the night wind. She didn't even have time to tease Song Jibai anymore, and dragged the assistant director to run off to find the missing footage that very night. Su Yuyu returned to the hotel and opened the training course redemption page. The system had rewarded her with 5 training courses. She thought she could learn 5 different professional skills, but she didn't expect that for the system. 5 hours was just one class. The training course redemption page had many courses, and Su Yuyu was almost overwhelmed by the choices. She finally chose antique training. Lying on the hotel bed, after confirming she entered the learning mode, she drifted off into a deep sleep. She belatedly realized that these training courses, aside from anything else, were quite useful as a hypnotic tool. Before her appeared a middle-aged woman in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses. Behind the woman was a projector screen. Today's topic is identification and appreciation of bronzeware. Perhaps because it was a one-on-one small class, or perhaps because the teacher was so good, Su Yuyu listened intently. Even after the course ended, she was still eager for more, and her subsequent dreams were filled with bronzeware. The next morning, Su Yuyu woke up feeling surprisingly refreshed. Without even having breakfast, she hurriedly scribbled in her notebook, afraid she'd forget what she'd learned in the training course. Having finished her business in Gansu province, Su Yuyu wasn't in a rush to leave. She felt it would be a waste not to experience the local culture and customs, so she hired a guide who led her group on a tour of Gansu. The guide was quite diligent and didn't try to rip people off. Aside from being a bit talkative, he seemed to have no other faults. "Miss Su, you seem to run your own business. What kind of business do you run?" the guide asked curiously. An ordinary person seeing Su Yuyu would probably assume she was a wealthy heiress, but the way those around her addressed her, the driver and bodyguards, clearly dispelled that misunderstanding, as they called her boss rather than young lady. "I do some small business, dealing in antiques and jade," Su Yuyu replied. The tour guide shook his head. "With such a large entourage, your business must be quite substantial. The antique business is lucrative. Speaking of which, my brother also enjoys tinkering with these things, traveling around the countryside. Many antique dealers like to get their goods from him." Su Yuyu casually replied, "If fate allows, I can also visit him sometime." The tour guide immediately said, "What a coincidence. Our tour route happens to pass through his area. You can go and see his goods. I'll bring them over, and he can even give you a discount." Su Yuyu nodded indifferently. On the 3rd day of the small group tour, the bus stopped without warning as it passed through a small village along National Highway 227. The tour guide said enthusiastically, "Miss Su, my brother's home is in this village. I called him beforehand, and he's waiting for you at home now." The tour guide didn't notice that the 4 bodyguards beside Su Yuyu, who had previously been relaxed and at ease, were now on high alert, closely following behind her. The village wasn't crowded, it was mostly elderly people and children. It seemed the local young people had all gone out to work, so, when Su Yuyu saw the tour guide's so-called good brothers, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "You have quite a few brothers," Su Yuyu remarked. The house they were staying in was a single-story dwelling, covering an area of about 100 square meters. The floor was dirty and filthy, without any paving or cement. Suddenly, 5 or 6 strong young men rushed out of the house, and Su Yuyu's bodyguards almost attacked them. The tour guide quickly said, "Work is hard to find in the countryside, so a few of us have partnered up to do business. Miss Su, please come and take a look, there are many good things inside." The house faced north and was divided into east and west sides, but the door to the west side was tightly closed, and subtle noises could be heard coming from inside. Su Yuyu glanced in that direction, and the tour guide and his men's faces flashed with tension. Su Yuyu stepped onto the soft soil inside and obediently followed them into the east side room. There were many antiques displayed there, paintings, calligraphy, porcelain, and some bronzes. Su Yuyu didn't know much about paintings and calligraphy, but she could tell the porcelain was real, although the inscriptions said Qianlong and Yongzhang, they were actually modern products. "This is a Qianlong Famille Rose openwork auspicious vase," the tour guide's friend had just begun. Su Yuyu frowned and corrected him, "It's Famille Rose, not Famille Rose. This is a Qianlong Famille Rose openwork auspicious revolving vase." The tour guide wasn't embarrassed at all by his friend's mistake. Instead, he clapped his hands and said, "Miss Su, you can rattle off such a long name in one breath, which shows you're an expert. You'd better give this vase a proper valuation." "Do you really want me to value it?" Su Yuyu asked with a half-smile. The tour guide nodded vigorously and said, "A buyer offered 1 million, but my friend thought it was too little and didn't sell it to him." Su Yuyu slightly raised her chin and reached out to rotate the inner bottle of the vase. Even storytelling has logic. When the inner bottle of a revolving vase rotates, you can see different scenes through the openwork on the outside, like a carousel. "Why don't you forge something simpler?" As Su Yuyu moved, the inner bottle did indeed rotate, but there were no paintings on the inner bottle itself. The tour guide gave an awkward smile and said, "Looks like my brother misjudged." Su Yuyu knew the rules of their business. The first item presented was actually a test. Only after the buyer passed the test would they reveal the real treasure. However, she thought their test was too crude, like they were playing with idiots. Sure enough, seeing that Su Yuyu wasn't interested in the antiques on display, they mysteriously brought out something covered with a red cloth. "A bronze artifact, I wonder if the owner knows anything about it," the tour guide said. Su Yuyu's eyes lit up. She had only studied bronze artifacts for 5 hours and was worried about not having a chance to show off her skills. Now she felt incredibly capable, but she remained unusually humble. "I know a little." The other party lifted the red cloth, revealing a bronze square ding, a type of ancient Chinese cooking vessel, about 30 centimeters tall. Su Yuyu's casual attitude vanished, and her expression became serious. Seeing this, the tour guide was secretly pleased. "Do you have a toothbrush? And a glass of water?" Su Yuyu asked. Immediately, someone brought over a brand new toothbrush. Su Yuyu took it, wet it a little, and prepared to brush her teeth. The tour guide immediately stopped her. "Miss Su, please don't scrub it carelessly. What if you damage it?" Su Yuyu explained, "Professional archaeologists always scrub it like this. Don't worry about damaging it." The tour guide took out his phone and searched online. It seemed there really was such a rule, so he stopped stopping her. Su Yuyu then said, "If you don't trust me, then you can scrub it." The tour guide was still a bit worried about Su Yuyu. After taking the toothbrush, he started brushing the bronze artifact as instructed. "It's quite difficult to brush, the resistance is so great," the tour guide complained. Su Yuyu said, "This is an old thing, it must be quite old, that's why it's so difficult to brush." Hearing her confirm that it was an old thing, the tour guide was secretly pleased and stopped complaining. After the tour guide brushed for 5 minutes, Su Yuyu finally said, "That's enough." The tour guide, holding the wet toothbrush, turned around and looked at Su Yuyu curiously. "Miss Su, did you see anything special?" Su Yuyu, "Breath in it." The tour guide obediently leaned over and breathed on it. "The breath turned red," Su Yuyu said, "only that one sentence." The tour guide still looked bewildered, his eyes filled with urgency. "Does the reddish breath mean it's particularly valuable?" Su Yuyu didn't answer immediately, but instead said, "Let me see how many inscriptions there are." The tour guide turned the item around and said, "For inscriptions." Su Yuyu's expression brightened. "For inscriptions, just like the ones in the Forbidden City." She deliberately lowered her voice, and the tour guide didn't quite hear her, pressing for confirmation. "Same as whom? The Forbidden City? You mean the Forbidden City?" The tour guide could guess the value of antiques kept in the Forbidden City without Su Yuyu saying it, so he was particularly concerned about this. Su Yuyu nodded casually, looked at it for a while longer, and then said, "Taotai pattern, it should be an old artifact from the Western Zhou dynasty." The tour guide's face lit up even more. Western Zhou dynasty artifacts, so long ago, should be quite valuable? Su Yuyu didn't answer immediately, but instead said, "Judging from the number of inscriptions, it should be a burial item of a minor feudal lord. I've heard that in the antique business, the higher the original owner's status, the higher the price they can fetch," the tour guide said eagerly. Su Yuyu nodded. "That's true. So how much is it worth?" The tour guide was very concerned and had asked this question several times. Su Yuyu, 5. "No, 10 million, I'll take it." The tour guide was overjoyed, but he quickly realized something was wrong, because after quoting the price, Su Yuyu seemed even happier than him. "You just said that the Palace Museum has a similar one," the tour guide brought up again. Su Yuyu frowned slightly and said, "The one in the Palace Museum doesn't have a lid, and there's no clear valuation. Yours doesn't have a lid either, it's an incomplete bronze ding. The price I'm offering is already very reasonable." The tour guide immediately said, "Who said I don't have a lid? I have a lid. The Palace Museum doesn't have a lid, but I do." His brother, who had been waiting nearby, immediately pulled out a bronze lid from somewhere. Su Yuyu's eyes narrowed, and she continued, "Since you have a lid, then it's a complete set. I can offer more money, 20 million. The tour guide's brother wanted to agree immediately, but the tour guide held him back. "Boss, this price is too low. This is a family heirloom passed down in my brother's family. Give me a fair price." His good brother was stunned. After a moment of hesitation, he realized what he meant and nodded vigorously. Yes, this is a family heirloom passed down in my family." Su Yuyu glanced at them, but didn't expose them. Instead, she said, "Then I'll give you 30 million. With that money, you won't have to work so hard anymore." The tour guide's brother tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Brother, I think 30 million is quite a lot." The tour guide glared at his brother, his eyes darting around. He hardened his heart and said, "No, 30 million is too little. At least 15 million. No, I want 100 million. He thought he was asking for the moon. But to his surprise, Su Yuyu didn't even blink. 100 million is fine too. Consider it fate. The tour guide instantly felt cheated. Su Yuyu added, "However, I don't have that much money in my account right now. I'll have to wait half a month for the funds to come in before I can pay you." The tour guide looked wary and said, "Cash on delivery. I can't give you the goods until the money arrives." Su Yuyu looked regretful and said, "I know the rules. Don't worry, I will definitely give you what you're owed. However, you are not allowed to find other buyers." The tour guide's eyes flickered, but he readily agreed. Su Yuyu declined their invitation to stay for dinner, saying instead, "I paid you to take me on this tour, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Just call someone at the company about raising the money, don't worry." The tour guide quickly agreed, "Okay, don't worry, I'm a professional guide. I wouldn't abandon my guests halfway through the trip. But there's not much to do locally, you've already seen everything you wanted to see in the past 2 days. It's all sand." His mind was already wandering elsewhere. On the short stretch of road a few hundred meters from the village entrance, he would have crashed into trees countless times if Su Yuyu's bodyguard hadn't caught him in time. Finally reaching the village entrance, 2 luxury cars were waiting by the roadside. Su Yuyu got into one of them. The tour guide wanted to follow, as he had previously explained the local customs and culture to Su Yuyu from the passenger seat of this car. Su Yuyu said, "You sit in the car behind. My clothes have some dust on them, and I want to change." The tour guide noticed the black spots on Su Yuyu's white trousers but didn't suspect anything, only muttering to himself that rich people have a lot of fuss. After getting in the car, Su Fong was about to press up the partition between the front and back seats, but Su Yuyu shook her head, "No need. You drive your car, follow the designated route for 10 minutes, and then stop." Su Fong didn't understand, but didn't ask any further questions. In the car behind, the tour guide originally wanted to sit in the front passenger seat, but a bodyguard pulled her to the back seat, explaining that the tour guide was quite thin and 3 people wouldn't be cramped in the back. 10 minutes later, Su Yuyu's car stopped, and the car behind followed suit. The tour guide craned his neck to look ahead and asked, "Why did the car stop? Did it stall? It looks like this car isn't very good. I definitely won't buy it when I have the money." During the 10-minute drive, the tour guide had already imagined how he would squander the money he got, completely unaware that a crisis was quietly approaching. He even thought that if a buyer richer than Su Yuyu appeared, he would immediately replace her. 2 bodyguards grab Ed the tour guide from either side, pulling his phone away and placing it aside. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Are you going to rob me? The tour guide yelled. Su Yuyu got out of the car in front and looked at the furious tour guide through the window. You're not great as a tour guide, but you're very professional at other things. The tour guide feigned composure. I don't understand what you're saying. Su Yuyu smiled and said, I called the police 10 minutes ago. You'll have to wait and explain to the officer. The police arrived quickly. As soon as they arrived, they saw 2 luxury cars waiting by the roadside. The police asked, who called the police, saying they saw tomb raiders digging up bronze artifacts worth 200 million. Su Yuyu raised her hand. The police nodded and asked, what exactly happened? Where are the artifacts? Where are the criminals? Tell me. Because the artifacts involved were of extremely high value, 5 police cars arrived this time, and some officers even carried guns. Su Yuyu pointed to the tour guide being held down by the bodyguards. This man should be the main culprit. My bodyguards have him under control. Now we just need to raid their criminal hideout. The tour guide was still protesting his innocence. I couldn't understand a word she was saying. She's a tourist who wanted to visit our village, so I took her. There are no bronze artifacts at all. She's crazy. I'm going to sue her for deprivation of personal freedom. Su Yuyu didn't bother to explain. Officer, we'll find out when we get there. Don't listen to his excuses. Don't worry, we've got his phone, he can't tip anyone off. The police officer glanced at Su Yuyu and then at the 4 muscular bodyguards beside her, believing her. Su Yuyu's car led the way, quickly taking the police to the village. Su Yuyu, concerned for her own safety, didn't follow them into the village but instead sent one of her eager bodyguards to guide the police. The tomb raiders were completely unprepared, like clueless geese at the village entrance. When the police kicked the door open, they were still chattering away. Seeing the police easily escorting 8 young men out of the village, Su Fong couldn't help but ask, Boss, you're amazing. How did you figure out these people were tomb raiders? Su Yuyu said, do you remember? When we entered the house, we only opened the door to the east room. The door to the west room was tightly closed even in broad daylight, and there were noises coming from inside. That's clearly abnormal. Although Su Fong had also noticed this, she couldn't understand the situation and asked, can't they keep the doors closed in broad daylight? Su Yuyu said, their house is newly built, no more than a year old. Most houses in these villages are 2 stories high. Why is there a single-story house? Why? Su Fong felt her brain couldn't process it. The other bodyguards were also puzzled. Su Yuyu said, because this house wasn't built for living, but for tomb raiding. They built a house on top of the tomb to cover their tracks, so they could raid the tomb from inside. Everyone suddenly understood. Su Fong asked in a low voice, Boss, aren't you tempted by such a valuable treasure? We originally thought you wanted to buy it and resell it at a high price. Su Yuyu shook her head, this is obviously tomb raiding stuff. I won't touch it. If you can't tell the obvious origin of something like this, then it can only be sold overseas. Why should our country's treasures be sold to foreigners? The others nodded in agreement. Officer Chen, who had been listening for some time, suddenly asked, Miss Su seems quite knowledgeable about tomb raiding? Su Yuyu immediately explained, I've only vaguely heard about it. I don't know much about tomb raiding, but I have a rough understanding of bronze artifacts. When they handed me the items, although they claimed they were family heirlooms, I knew at a glance they were definitely dug up from the ground. Officer Chen then asked, is that bronze cauldron really worth 200 million? Su Yuyu shook her head, it's hard to estimate its value, but I think it's definitely worth at least 100 million. Upon hearing this, the faces of the police officers present lit up with joy. Combating tomb raiding and protecting valuable bronze artifacts would surely earn them a second-class merit award. As the person who reported the case, Su Yuyu also went back to the police station. By the time she finished giving her statement, it was already afternoon. Sister Su, call the travel agency and demand compensation, Su Yuyu said. Su Fong was taken aback. The travel agency assigned a lurking criminal to be our tour guide, disregarding our safety. They should compensate us, Su Yuyu said. The travel agency had just received a call from the police. The operator on the other end of the line was quite hot-tempered. You sent your tour guide to the station, how dare you ask us for compensation? Su Fong, who had spent a lot of time haggling at the market, felt more confident seeing Su Yuyu and a group of bodyguards behind her. What kind of business are you running? A tomb raider can become a tour guide in your travel agency. Who knows if the whole agency is full of such people? The police should arrest him. People tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Su Fong's tough stance made the operator on the other end of the line soften. Okay, we'll refund your tour fee. Su Fong was about to agree, but then she saw Su Yuyu frown and immediately changed her tune, saying, "A refund is enough to compensate for our losses? I said we'll compensate. Your travel agency sent a criminal to our guests, do you think you can just let this go?" There was a long silence on the other end before the operator said, "An additional 1,000 yuan in compensation." Su Fong, having argued for so long, finally lost her temper. 1,000 yuan to appease a beggar? At least 3 times the tour fee should be compensated. The travel agency staff immediately objected, and after a long tug-of-war, the final solution was a full refund of the tour package fee plus an additional 2 times the tour fee as compensation. Su Yuyu clapped her hands and said, "You handled it very well." Su Fong was more than 10 years older than Su Yuyu, but being praised by her younger boss made her heart pound. Su Yuyu didn't care about the small amount of money, she was demanding money from the travel agency both to vent her anger and as a test. "Are you interested in being my personal assistant?" "Double the salary," Su Yuyu asked. She had asked Xiaoran to find a personal assistant for some time, but after interviewing several, they hadn't found a suitable one. Hearing double, Su Fong's eyes immediately lit up. "I'm willing. Okay, from now on you'll be my personal assistant and driver. You might be busier, but the salary should satisfy you," Su Yuyu said with a smile. Su Fong now wished she could lay her heart bare for Su Yuyu. After all, in her eyes, Su Yuyu was the best boss in the world because she genuinely gave her subordinates raises. Working for her, she never had to worry about her efforts going unnoticed. The bargain hunting mission has been activated. Please arrive at the target location as soon as possible. Su Yuyu's eyes lit up. Compared to buying goods at high prices from tomb raiders, she preferred scavenging bargains with the system. However, her car only drove a few hundred meters from the police station before arriving at her destination. After getting out of the car, she looked at the sign above her head with a puzzled expression. A flower and bird market? This was Su Yuyu's first time entering a flower and bird market. It was more of a long street than a market, though several large stone spheres blocked the entrance, preventing cars from entering. The shops lining the street mostly sold flowers, potted plants, birds, animals, and insects. There weren't many customers. The birdsong was louder than human voices. "Wishing you prosperity. Wishing you prosperity." Su Yuyu hadn't walked far following the system's instructions when she heard a high-pitched voice. Looking up, she saw it wasn't a person, but a brightly colored green parrot. The shop where the green parrot was located seemed to specialize in various flowers and plants, except for a birdcage hanging near the entrance, housing the hopping green parrot. The green parrot's 2 beady eyes were now staring intently at Su Yuyu. The shop owner was dumbfounded by his pet's behavior and felt extremely embarrassed. He cursed, "You little beast, you get all excited every time you see a beautiful woman. I feed you well every day, and you never wish me fortune." Su Yuyu left her 4 bodyguards outside and entered the shop with Su Fong. "Beautiful lady, are you looking to buy any flowers or plants? We just received a new batch of orchids, each one is incredibly beautiful. You can take a look," the owner greeted her. Su Yuyu's gaze swept around the shop, finally settling on the blooming cymbidium orchid beneath the parrot. She glanced casually at the purplish-red pot beneath the orchid, then raised her gaze, pretending to admire it. "These flowers are so beautiful, and they smell wonderful too. They must be a very expensive variety," Su Yuyu said, deliberately feigning innocence, her clear and foolish appearance like that of a college student who hadn't yet graduated. The shopkeeper, looking at Su Yuyu's youthful face, rolled his eyes and casually said, "Beautiful lady, you guessed right. If you want it, I'll give you a discount. I'll sell it to you for 1,000 yuan. Su Yuyu immediately agreed, "Okay." Hearing this, the shopkeeper regretted his decision. He thought Su Yuyu was young and easily fooled, asking for an exorbitant price for a mere few dozen yuan's worth of cymbidium orchids. He hadn't expected Su Yuyu to be so naive, agreeing so readily. If he had known, he would have asked for 10,000. Su Yuyu added, "Then I'll just take the flower and pot with me." The shopkeeper was about to agree when his eyes darted around again. He said, "That won't do. This flower pot is a family heirloom. You'll have to pay extra if you want it." The shopkeeper felt he wasn't entirely lying, since the flower pot had been passed down from his father. His father had been a burglar in his younger days, stealing an expensive flower pot from a wealthy family during the chaos of war. Unfortunately, the so-called expensive flower died before his father could sell it, leaving the flower pot behind. Su Yuyu's brow twitched, and she immediately said, "Won't suddenly transplanting damage the orchid? This is the most vibrant plant in your shop, what if it dies?" Seeing the owner's anxiety, Su Fong immediately chimed in, "What flower shop doesn't give away pots?" The owner casually picked up a plastic flower pot from the side. "These are the pots we give away. Su Yuyu frowned slightly. I don't need this kind of broken flower pot. I'm afraid it will kill my precious orchid. Just name your price, and I'll buy it, okay? A greedy glint flashed in the shop owner's eyes. This flower pot has been passed down in my family for generations. I won't sell it for less than 30,000 yuan. There are plenty of these flower pots on the market. How dare you ask for so much money? Name your price honestly, or we won't even buy the orchid, Su Feng said. Su Yuyu cooperated. After all, she hadn't paid for the orchid yet. The shop owner got impatient. You guys have quite the temper. I'm not lying, this thing is indeed an old item. It's been in my house for at least 40 years. 40 years is nothing old. Look at the mud spots on it, it's filthy and disgusting, Su Feng said. The shop owner said helplessly, then take it for 10,000 yuan. Su Feng said decisively, 100 yuan, no more. Su Yuyu was quite shocked by Su Feng's extraordinary bargaining skills. This bargaining had hit the nail on the head. The shop owner was momentarily tempted. After all, it was a flower pot his father had casually picked up, and he never thought it was valuable. It was a dirty pot covered in mud, its original color obscured. He figured he'd make a profit no matter the price. But in business, the bold get rich, the timid starve. The owner gritted his teeth and said, too low, 5,000. 200, no more. Our money doesn't grow on trees. The owner's psychological price had long been shattered, but he still feigned pain. 1,000, at least 1,000. Su Feng tried to haggle, but Su Yuyu acted overjoyed. Okay. Su Feng looked at Su Yuyu in surprise. Su Yuyu feigned innocence. We're buying a flower pot worth 30,000 for only 1,000. My parents will definitely praise me when we get home. Su Feng didn't know what Su Yuyu was up to. She'd been with Su Yuyu for so long but had never met her parents, but she didn't call her out. The shop owner, however, couldn't help but chuckle, giving Su Feng a sympathetic look, thinking she'd encountered a terrible teammate. After paying, Su Yuyu deliberately said, give me a receipt, I can ask my family for money later. The shopkeeper thought Su Yuyu was an aloof young lady, so he immediately took out his receipt book and cheerfully wrote Jianlan in the item column. Su Yuyu then said, add the flower pot too. The shopkeeper didn't understand her strange behavior, but since he was paying, he obediently added both items. Want some nutrient solution? It's 59 yuan 90 cents a bottle, a great deal. Without batting an eye, the shopkeeper sold the 5 yuan bottle of nutrient solution to Su Yuyu for 10 times the price. Su Yuyu still feigned innocence, 2 bottles for 100 yuan. Never mind. Did I haggle too much? The shopkeeper, seeing her innocent and naive look, was secretly delighted and said, I like you, so I'll take a loss and sell you 2 bottles for 100. Su Yuyu's face immediately lit up with joy, and she sincerely said, thank you, but I need a receipt too. I need to prove to my parents that I'm not just a spendthrift. The shop owner was completely convinced of Su Yuyu's portrayal of a wealthy heiress, increasingly finding her gullible, and relentlessly exploited her. Want a small shovel? Want a watering can? Everything I have here is of very high quality, everyone who buys it raves about it. Su Yuyu was surprisingly cooperative. She not only bought a flower-growing gift set but even set her sights on the parrot. Want to sell the parrot? The parrot was quite well behaved. Before entering, it said wishing you prosperity to Su Yuyu. After Su Yuyu bought the orchid, it changed its greeting to May you, beautiful lady, prosper. Su Yuyu found the little creature quite amusing. Anyway, she already had a dog and so many housekeepers, so a parrot wouldn't be a problem. The shop owner, surprised by this unexpected offer, used his usual tactics to inflate the price. Beautiful lady, this parrot of mine is no ordinary bird. You could say it's the smartest parrot on this street. It can talk after just one lesson. Last time, a businessman offered 50,000 yuan, but I didn't sell it. Su Feng rolled her eyes and said, your parrot is just a common monk parrot, worth only 3 or 4,000 yuan on the market. The shop owner, exposed, showed no embarrassment, saying, I can tell you've never owned a pet before. I've had this parrot for half a year, it's like family to me. How could I just sell my family? It's priceless to me. Su Yuyu, I'll offer 1,000,000. The shop owner immediately changed his tune. Congratulations, beautiful lady, it's now part of your family. Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu knew this was a money-grubbing businessman, but hearing this still almost made her lose her composure. She still remembered the naive young lady persona she had cultivated. Yay! Today I bought both my favorite flowers and my favorite bird. The shopkeeper chimed in, what a wonderful day. He secretly hoped to encounter such a gullible customer every day. After Su Yuyu and Su Feng left the shop, carrying a potted plant and a bird, the shopkeeper waved to Su Yuyu from behind, saying, beautiful lady, come again next time. I'll save all my best flowers for you. Su Yuyu didn't leave the flower and bird market immediately. She had her bodyguard take her spoils back to the car and continued browsing. Congratulations, host, you have completed the bargain hunting mission and received the reward, Intermediate Porcelain Appraisal Skill. After receiving the reward, Su Yuyu browsed the flower and bird market even more enthusiastically. Su Feng was confused about Su Yuyu's stunt today. She whispered, "Boss, you overpaid for those flowers." Su Yuyu nodded, "I know." Seeing that Su Yuyu didn't intend to explain further, Su Feng didn't dare to ask any more questions and silently followed behind. She only volunteered to bargain when Su Yuyu needed to. "This orchid is nice, I'll buy it." "What's this? A money tree? It looks very vibrant, I'll take it." "A kalanchoe? It's a good omen, I'll take two." Su Yuyu bought everything she could find along the way. If she hadn't been accompanied by many people, she probably wouldn't have been able to carry all of these things. In less than half an hour, almost all the shop owners in the flower and bird market knew that it had come. As soon as they saw Su Yuyu, they doubled the price of the potted plants, and Su Yuyu actually bought them all. When she left the flower and bird market, the two cars were filled with more than a dozen potted plants of various sizes. Su Yuyu was also carrying a large bouquet of flowers in her arms, making her look more like an otherworldly rich young lady. However, as soon as the car returned to the hotel, all the innocence on Su Yuyu's face disappeared. This pot, and these 3 pots, take them to my room." Su Yuyu casually pointed to 5 pots of flowers in full bloom, including the Cymbidium encephalium she had initially bought. After closing the door and leaving the room alone, Su Yuyu carefully examined the Cymbidium encephalium. To be precise, she wasn't looking at the orchid itself, but rather the flower pot. She wiped the soil off the pot with a damp cloth, revealing its rose-purple sheen. The pot's rim was shaped like a begonia, wide at the top and tapering at the bottom, with 4 legs, making it look like a purple trumpet flower glistening with dew on a summer morning. Su Yuyu couldn't help but marvel at the skill of the ancients. It was truly beautiful. After admiring it for a long time, she finally held the pot high above her head to look at the bottom. As she had guessed, the bottom was completely black with old, aged mud, making it impossible to see what the original bottom of the pot had looked like. Su Yuyu carefully wiped the bottom of the pot clean with a damp cloth. When she saw the inscription Chonghua Palace and for Jin Jiayuchui use on the bottom, her eyes lit up instantly. Even though she liked the flower pot, she didn't intend to keep it. Instead, she picked up her phone. "A Junware flower pot, interested?" Su Yuyu asked. She didn't have many WeChat friends, mostly classmates. Among the few, one person's WeChat was pinned to the top of her contacts. The contact name was Lu Datu, Big Head Lu. Lu Datu, from the Song Dynasty? Looking at Lu Jingyao's quick reply, Su Yuyu almost suspected he had been glued to his phone the whole time. Then she remembered he was a busy CEO and dismissed the strange thought. In the Lu Group's main conference room, a room full of senior executives, who had been listening to Jack Tedley to Lu Jingyao's reprimand, suddenly stopped talking. They cautiously looked up at the man at the head of the conference table and immediately witnessed a scene they would never forget. Lu Jingyao, who always maintained a cold demeanor, now had a slight smile on his lips. "Is he smiling? The living devil is actually smiling?" The executives exchanged glances. Then they saw Lu Jingyao, who never replied to text messages during meetings, actually pick up his phone to send one. Such unprofessional behavior, something that only a workaholic like him would do. Su Yuyu hadn't expected Lu Jingyao to still be in a meeting so late. Faced with this question, she could only regretfully reply, "No, it's craftsmanship from the Qing Dynasty Imperial Workshops, from the Qianlong Palace. It's truly exceptionally beautiful." Su Yuyu casually took a few photos and sent them over. Lu Jingyao, as expected, was a person with great appreciation for art. He said, "Hold it for me first. The price is negotiable. Let's meet tomorrow, okay?" Su Yuyu didn't think much of it and casually replied, "I can hold it for you, but I'm not in Shanghai. I probably won't be back for a few more days. We can only meet next week." Lu Jingyao's eyes narrowed. After the meeting ended, all the attendees left, leaving only Assistant Lu. "Why didn't you tell me about Miss Su's trip to Gansu to visit the set?" Lu Jingyao asked. Assistant Lu was taken aback, then said helplessly, "Mr. Lu, we live in a society governed by law. It's not appropriate to investigate other people's private schedules without proper authorization." Assistant Lu could easily have hired a private investigator to follow Su Yuyu. He had done so many times when investigating the company's competitors. But he didn't this time. He understood that once the two became a couple, the private investigator's involvement would be a ticking time bomb, and he didn't want to become a stumbling block in their relationship. Although Lu Jingyao had instructed assistant Lu to investigate Su Yuyu before leaving the country, his investigation only uncovered some surface-level information and didn't delve into Su Yuyu's privacy. Lu Jingyao was rarely speechless, and could only helplessly say, "I'll let it go this time. If you slack off like this when investigating other cases, I'll doubt your work ability." Assistant Lu nodded and continued, "Mr. Lu, Miss Su's company only has one film crew in Gansu province, directed by Ouyang, starring Song Jibai." Before he could finish, he saw Lu Jingyao's face darken, as if he had heard something extremely offensive. "Take a look at my recent schedule. Cancel what you can, and deal with what you can't postpone in advance," Lu Jingyao said. Assistant Lu asked, "Mr. Lu, are you going on vacation?" Lu Jingyao glanced at him, almost gritting his teeth, and said, "I'm going to Gansu province to personally see the porcelain I ordered." Su Yuyu used the compensation from her previous travel agency to get a new tour guide and continued her trip according to the original plan. After 3 more days of sightseeing, the group returned to Mo City, where the film crew was shooting. The real estate agent Su Yuyu had contacted before the trip also responded. Because she had sold the house at a low price, listing it for 150,000 yuan, 100,000 yuan cheaper than the purchase price, it sold quickly. Su Yuyu's main purpose in returning was to sell the house. It wasn't that she cared about the small amount of money, but rather that there was no need to keep a vacant house that would never be lived in, and she didn't want to have any disputes with the previous owner, Chen Datu. Rather than leaving the house empty, it was better to sell it to someone who genuinely needed it. Su Yuyu listed the house at a low price, but she also restricted the conditions, only selling it to first-time homebuyers. She knew her behavior seemed strange, even the real estate agent couldn't understand what she was trying to do. So, from beginning to end, Su Yuyu acted like a capricious young lady, acting without any logic. "I thought the old house would have a unique charm, but I didn't expect it to be so dirty that it hurt my eyes just looking at it." Su Yuyu explained why she had bought the house in the first place. The real estate agent felt a pang of envy, thinking to himself that these wealthy people were incredibly bored. They bought a house and resold it within days, losing 100,000 yuan in one transaction without a second thought. "What was the boss doing staying in the house until the wee hours that night?" one of the bodyguards muttered privately. Another bodyguard immediately said, "Don't ask too many questions about the affairs of wealthy people. Miss Su is generous with her money. Don't say anything like that in private anymore. If she finds out, she'll be unhappy." His companion immediately became alert. "You're right. We can't be so talkative and lose our jobs. A job that pays 100,000 yuan a month isn't easy to find." For the money, they were willing to remain silent. Ouyang didn't know that Su Yuyu had returned to sign the house sale contract. He thought someone from the film crew had attracted Su Yuyu's attention, and he happily treated the film crew to a farewell dinner with Su Yuyu. "Boss, why didn't you stay here a little longer? With you overseeing things, I dared to film with full force." Ouyang had drunk quite a bit, and even at the hotel entrance, he was still tugging at Su Yuyu's sleeve. Su Yuyu tried to pull him away, but couldn't. Despite his drunkenness, he still didn't forget to play matchmaker, pulling Song Jibai's hand and pushing it towards Su Yuyu. "Boss, Xiaosong is a good kid, I'm entrusting him to you. Please take care of him." Ouyang was the director, the #1 figure in the crew, and no one had forced him to drink. He had drunk it all by himself. His drunken antics now made Song Jibai look extremely embarrassed. Seeing that Song Jibai seemed to want to disappear into the ground, Su Yuyu said helplessly, "I entrusted Xiaosong to you, so you must do a good job on this drama and help him become a top star." The short drama that had previously become a hit had already brought Song Jibai a lot of attention, but the popularity from a short drama was unstable, coming and going quickly. Ultimately, he needed a mainstream film or television drama to achieve a stable rise to stardom. But Ouyang wasn't thinking clearly, and perhaps he misheard. He became even more enthusiastic. "From now on, he's yours. Wah, you two must be happy." Su Yuyu was utterly annoyed. Song Jibai suddenly grabbed Su Yuyu's hand. "Brother Oh, you can rest assured now. I'm with the boss. You should let go of the boss now." Su Yuyu felt a warm touch on her hand, like an electric shock. She hurriedly tried to pull her hand back. Handsome men were nice, but she loved money more. Her mind was filled with the exorbitant compensation contract with Song Jibai. She looked up to speak to Song Jibai, only to see him blink. Su Yuyu could only mouth, "You took the initiative." Ouyang, seeing his favorite couple holding hands, felt a lump in his throat. The tall, burly man burst into tears, even pulling out a small floral handkerchief from somewhere to wipe them away. A perfect match, a match made in heaven. "I'm totally shipping them. As long as you two are doing well, I'd be willing to be a dog." Su Yuyu watched this scene of a tough guy crying. Suddenly, Ouyang shrank back, so cold. Is winter here? I feel like someone's going to kill me. Ouyang suddenly seemed to see something terrifying, and sat down on the ground in fright. Su Yuyu followed his gaze, her strange expression deepening. It was just someone in black clothes, right? This person is quite handsome, and looks strangely familiar? Su Yuyu happily greeted him. President Lu, what are you doing here? Lu Jingyao's gaze was fixed on Su Yuyu's other hand, which was being held by Song Jibai. Su Yuyu was about to walk over when she noticed that her left hand was still being held by Song Jibai. Sorry, I almost forgot, Song Jibai said casually. He released her hand and looked at Lu Jingyao, who was 5 meters away, his eyes filled with an unfathomable darkness. I'm here to inspect a project, Lu Jingyao casually made up an excuse. Su Yuyu said, that's quite a coincidence. This hotel was where the film crew was staying. Su Yuyu wasn't originally staying here, but the hotel she stayed at last time was full, so she had to move here. But she didn't know that this encounter was not a coincidence at all. Lu Jingyao had sent people to inquire at several hotels and learned that the film crew was staying here, which led to their successful encounter and the scene that almost made him furious. Lu Jingyao nodded reservedly, trying his best to suppress his surging emotions, and asked indifferently, aren't you going to introduce these two to me? Su Yuyu didn't realize anything was wrong and smiled as she introduced the two people. President Lu, you've seen Xiaosong's photo. He's our company's future top star, Director Ouyang. I think he'll become an internationally renowned director in the future, and he's a crucial pillar of our company. Xiaosong, Director Ouyang, this is President Lu Jingyao of the Lu Group. Lu Jingyao nodded to the two, feeling relieved, since Su Yuyu's introduction didn't include the word boyfriend. Ouyang, who had just been helped up from the ground by Song Jibai, was so frightened by the coldness in Lu Jingyao's eyes that he wanted to collapse to the ground again. He sobered up a bit and shrank back, wanting only to escape this hellish scene. Song Jibai, however, took the initiative to extend his hand, his expression neither humble nor arrogant. Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Jingyao returned the handshake, but his eyes were as cold and sharp as knives, and he forced out 2 words through gritted teeth, it's a pleasure to meet you. Su Yuyu sensed something was off, but having lived a second life, nothing mattered more than her own feelings. Since it felt strange, she decided to distance herself. I'm going to sleep now, you two continue your conversation, Su Yuyu said, stepping into the hotel elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Lu Jingyao, remaining in the hotel lobby, slowly withdrew his hand and said, Mr. Song, even in a casual encounter, there's a limit. Song Jibai's smile didn't reach his eyes as he said, a casual encounter can also become real. Lu Jingyao gave Song Jibai a deep look, noticing his still attractive face despite its tan, and after a long pause, said, she doesn't like dark-skinned guys. Song Jibai had thought of many things, expecting the other party to attack his status or his lack of money. He hadn't expected this after all that. Lu Jingyao left in a hurry, and Song Jibai didn't rush back to his room. Instead, he suddenly asked Ouyang, who was standing nearby, do top celebrities really make a lot of money? Ouyang felt that Song Jibai had changed, but upon closer inspection, he still seemed to be the same handsome man, only his eyes were exceptionally sharp, and he looked like a beast ready to pounce, somewhat like Lu Jingyao who had just left. Of course. Didn't you see the news reports? Some second-tier male celebrities earn 2 million a day. They earn more in a day than many small business owners earn in a year. The income of the top few celebrities is unimaginable for outsiders, Ouyang said. Song Jibai nodded and asked, I want to read more books, preferably ones that can improve my acting skills and cultural knowledge. Do you have any recommendations? Because of his mother's illness, Song Jibai couldn't afford tuition, dropped out of university to work, and now owes Su Yuyu a large sum of money. He has no plans to return to university, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want to continue learning. Ouyang's eyes lit up. For a director, it's not the actor's ambition that's scary, but rather actors who become blinded by false praise and lose sight of themselves. He felt that as long as Song Jibai could maintain this, his future in the industry would definitely be much brighter. Don't worry, Xiaosong, I'll give you a reading list tomorrow. Su Yuyu saw Lu Jingyao's message after showering in her hotel room. He seemed eager to see the flower pots, but still kept his distance, not coming over that evening, but arranging to meet the next morning. I want to sleep in a bit this morning, we can meet at 10 o'clock to discuss it in detail, Su Yuyu replied. Lu Jingyao replied with an okay, and then added, Assistant Lu knows a lot about local food. Can he buy breakfast tomorrow? We can have it at 10:15. Su Yuyu's eyes lit up, she didn't want to bother with that, so she replied with a sure. In the presidential suite, Lu Jingyao directly instructed Assistant Lu, go check if there are any local specialty breakfasts, the really delicious kind. Bring them back before 10:15 tomorrow morning. Assistant Lu's face went blank for a moment. He had worked for Lu Jingyao for several years, and Lu Jingyao had always been someone who didn't care much about food. This sudden instruction could only be because of Su Yuyu. Okay. Assistant Lu downloaded Xiaohongshu, Douyin, and Kuaishou overnight, diligently searching for truly delicious breakfast places from these social media apps he usually considered a waste of time. Anyway, if he got the job done, his bonus wouldn't be small. Not only did he need to find breakfast places, but he also needed to find good restaurants, in case his boss could arrange lunch with someone. He had to prepare in advance. The next morning, Lu Jingyao got up at 7 o'clock. He was about to order a hotel breakfast, but then he thought that if Su Yuyu ate alone at 10 o'clock, she might feel awkward. So he forced himself to suppress the hunger pangs in his stomach. Besides, having breakfast together was also a kind of date. He started trying on clothes at 7 o'clock, agonizing over whether to dress formally or casually for a long time, spending an hour and a half before finally choosing what to wear. He felt he hadn't even struggled this much with a difficult project. At 10 o'clock sharp, Assistant Lu returned with breakfast, even bringing a brand new insulated box. Mr. Lu, is breakfast placed directly in the small reception room? Assistant Lu asked. Lu Jingyao nodded. He looked around the presidential suite for a while, then suddenly frowned. Tell the hotel that these flowers are from yesterday and are a bit wilted. Have them send over a fresh vase as soon as possible, Lu Jingyao said. Assistant Lu glanced at the vase of flowers, staring intently for a long time, finally noticing a curled petal. He thought to himself that if Miss Su didn't have a magnifying glass, she really wouldn't have noticed the flower was wilted. After giving the instructions to the hotel butler, Assistant Lu turned around and suddenly found the presidential suite impeccably clean. Were the pillows on the sofa placed like this before? Assistant Lu couldn't help but ask. The hotel sofa pillows were arranged in a fixed pattern, and while the current arrangement was beautiful, it was noticeably different from yesterday's. Lu Jingyao coughed lightly and said, I don't think the hotel's arrangement looks good. Assistant Lu barely managed to suppress a strange look at his boss. This man always only cared about making money and didn't care about anything else. Who knew that someone who had never been in a relationship and had always been so abstinent would suddenly become so provocative? Assistant Lu even noticed that the floor seemed smoother than when he left, but he didn't know if Lu Jingyao had called the cleaning service early that morning. Su Yuyu knocked on Lu Jingyao's door a few minutes earlier than scheduled. Lu Jingyao saw only Su Yuyu outside, holding a pot of flowers, and looked slightly surprised. Where are your bodyguards? Su Yuyu said, there's no danger in the hotel, so I sent them out to buy local specialties. Lu Jingyao automatically translated this to, she feels safe with me. Take a look, it's Junware, but it's the craftsmanship of the Qing dynasty's imperial workshops. Su Yuyu placed the potted plant on the table. Lu Jingyao glanced at it and said, I trust your judgment. Su Yuyu shook her head, such a valuable item, you should still have an expert take a look before you feel at ease. Lu Jingyao said, when we were abroad, you were the expert I hired. Su Yuyu couldn't find a reason to refute him for a moment. Lu Jingyao was worried that she was hungry. Eat breakfast first, we can talk about the transaction later. Assistant Lu quickly laid out the various breakfast items he had bought on the table. Su Yuyu saw the two sets of tableware and looked at Lu Jingyao in surprise, asking, you overslept too? Lu Jingyao seemed like an extremely self-disciplined person, and Su Yuyu found it hard to imagine that he would actually sleep in. Lu Jingyao casually said, I didn't have any work to do today, so I slept in a bit. After breakfast, how about we go see some nearby attractions? Su Yuyu shook her head, I've already visited all the nearby attractions. My flight is at noon, so I can't go with you. Lu Jingyao asked in surprise, leaving so soon? I thought you weren't going back to Shanghai until next week? Su Yuyu said, I've finished my business here, and I'm heading back now. Lu Jingyao felt like he'd wasted his time. Su Yuyu tasted the breakfast he'd bought. Assistant Lu, you put a lot of thought into this. This is the best breakfast I've had in all these days. Assistant Lu smiled shyly, a little voice inside him cheering. You haven't been eating well these past few days? Lu Jingyao asked. Su Yuyu said, I've been busy with other things and haven't paid much attention to food and drink. Lu Jingyao immediately said, eating and drinking are the most important things in life. I know a chef who used to cook for state banquets. He's extremely good at Hunan cuisine. You'll definitely like it. Su Yuyu's eyes lit up. How did you know I like spicy food? Lu Jingyao glanced at the small bowl in front of Su Yuyu, who had added 2 large spoonfuls of chili sauce to her spicy soup. Su Yuyu couldn't help but laugh, saying, I've loved spicy food since I was little. While we're not as obsessed with spice as people from Hunan and Jiangxi provinces, our cuisine is still primarily spicy and flavorful. Lu Jingyao knew where Su Yuyu was from, but still deliberately asked, "Where are you from?" "Huanshan, the Huanshan that's said to make you forget all other mountains," Su Yuyu replied. Lu Jingyao immediately said, 36 peaks shrouded in emerald mist, thousands of feet locked in swirling smoke. Su Yuyu loved her hometown, and hearing this, she suddenly didn't find Lu Jingyao so annoying anymore. After all, it's hard to dislike a handsome guy who's so attentive and says things that perfectly suit your taste. Golden sunlight streamed through the rooftop windows, bathing Lu Jingyao in its glow. He seemed to blend seamlessly with the light and shadow, dazzling and captivating. Su Yuyu suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she couldn't be foolish. Lu Jingyao's avoidance of her back abroad was still fresh in her mind. Besides, who isn't eager to make money after being reborn? How could I possibly be busy with romance? Su Yuyu abruptly changed the subject. "I've almost finished eating. Look at the flower pots first. If the price is right, I'll sell them to you." 36 peaks shrouded in emerald mist, thousands of feet high locked in haze and smoke is from Lu Zongdao's poem Climbing Mount Huangshan, Song Dynasty. June, where porcelain goes into the kiln in one color, and comes out in a myriad of colors, renowned for its vibrant kiln transformation effect. The flower pot's color is a naturally diffused rose purple, and the rim is shaped like a begonia. The bottom of the pot is inscribed with the 3 characters Chonghua Palace. Chonghua Palace was originally the Qianqi Fifth Palace, the palace where Emperor Qianlong lived during his time as a prince. After ascending the throne, he renovated it and named it Chonghua Palace, where he enjoyed holding important banquets, such as the historically famous Sanqing Tea Banquet. Su Yuyu felt like a heartless tour guide. Lu Jingyao, however, was the best listener, watching her with appreciative and admiring eyes. Su Yuyu felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, until she ran out of things to say, and then helplessly asked, "Is there anything else you'd like to know?" Lu Jingyao asked, "Can you tell me how you bought this flower pot?" Su Yuyu, of course, wouldn't mention the system. She could only start with the story of the tomb raiders. The flower and bird market was very close to the police station, and she could only say that she went in to browse on a whim. But she hadn't expected that Lu Jingyao's main concern was the tomb raiders. "You did a good job. When you sensed something was wrong, you kept them calm until they were out of the village before calling the police. That's the safest way," Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu thought to herself, "Do you even need to tell me that? I'm not the kind of unlucky person who gets beaten half to death and thrown in the trash." Their last meeting ended badly, and they were both busy with meetings. This time, Su Yuyu finally had time to ask, "Why were you thrown in the trash while you were abroad?" Lu Jingyao suddenly blushed and coughed several times. He was so embarrassed by the question that he didn't know where to begin. He had reminded Su Yuyu to be careful several times while he was abroad, but it seemed he was the one who ended up getting caught. "Is it inconvenient to talk about it?" Su Yuyu asked. Lu Jingyao nodded slightly. "I don't want to talk about it." Su Yuyu didn't press the matter further, instead pointing to the flower pot and saying, "I won't take advantage of you. There was a similar flower pot at the Hong Kong spring auction this year, which sold for 10 million Hong Kong dollars. I'll take 9 million for this one." Unlike Zhang Gong's letter, this flower pot was priced lower, and Su Yuyu didn't intend to raise the price further. Lu Jingyao shook his head. "Going to Hong Kong takes a lot of time, and you might not be able to find one as beautiful as this. It wasn't easy for you to buy this flower pot, and it's even more beautiful than the one in Hong Kong. 20 million, that way you won't be at a disadvantage." Su Yuyu rarely saw such reverse bargaining, and shook her head. 9 million is fine, I'm not that short of money. She had taken the Jowie Star from someone else, and there were still hundreds of billions of dollars in transactions with them that hadn't been completed. She had also received 100 million in compensation from Lu Jingyao while abroad. Although she loved money, she didn't need to cheat and swindle like a fat sheep. Lu Jingyao shook his head. "Business is business. This flower pot is worth 20 million. Su Yuyu shook her head and made the final decision. 9 million. "If you're not willing, I'll sell it to someone else." Lu Jingyao wanted to continue persuading, but his assistant Lu suddenly frantically gave him meaningful glances. Although he didn't understand why, he listened to the advice and didn't insist on raising the price. After completing the business transaction, Su Yuyu immediately got up to leave. Before leaving, she kindly said, "If you've finished your business in Gansu province, you can stay for a few days. The scenery here is quite unique, you rarely see such landscapes and scenery elsewhere." Lu Jingyao had come to Gansu province purely for Su Yuyu. With his main concern gone, he felt there was nothing worth staying for. But before he could tell the truth, his assistant, Lu, proactively said, "Miss Su, I'm worried about how to arrange Mr. Lu's trip. I'd like to ask you for advice, but I don't know if you'd be willing to help." Su Yuyu naturally wouldn't refuse. After Su Yuyu left, Assistant Lu looked at his boss with exasperation. Mr. Lu, what a great opportunity. You can retrace the route Miss Su took. If you encounter anything you don't understand, just ask her. This way, you'll have more to talk about, and maybe you'll even have more in common when you return to Shanghai. Lu Jingyao wasn't particularly perceptive about matters of the he-rt, but he understood after Assistant Lu's explanation. However, he still had other doubts. She's losing out by buying this flower pot for 9 million. Why did you make me agree? Assistant Lu was speechless. Even including the parrot, the money Su Yuyu spent on this flower pot didn't even reach 120000. She made over 8 million in profit. Where was she losing out? But Assistant Lu suppressed his jealousy and said, Mr. Lu, since Miss Su is willing, don't go against her wishes. If you think she's losing out, then compensate her in other ways. You can use this as an excuse to give her a gift. Isn't that how relationships between men and women are built, through give and take? Lu Jingyao couldn't help but nod, but he quickly added, say what you said before. You think she's losing out? No. Don't go against her wishes. No. Miss Su is willing to lose out. Assistant Lu was glad he had a good memory, otherwise he really wouldn't have realized it. Lu Jingyao's face visibly lit up with joy. You think she's willing too, right? Assistant Lu didn't understand what his boss was so happy about. She was willing to accept a smaller discount, not to get married. She's a money grubber, yet she's willing to give me a discount. What does that mean? Lu Jingyao asked. Assistant Lu. Assistant Lu couldn't help but suspect that Lu Jingyao had been possessed, but as a sycophant by his boss's side, he could only say, it means Miss Su has feelings for you. Lu Jingyao's lips curled up slightly, and he said, she's so good to me, I can't let her suffer. Assistant Lu couldn't help but doubt his future. What if, in his 5th year at work, he discovered that his boss was a top-tier love-obsessed person? President Lu, Yunsheng Holdings wants us to give them a 2% discount. Should we agree? Assistant Lu probed with a work-related matter. Lu Jingyao gave him a casual glance. You have to ask me about this kind of thing? Assistant Lu was relieved. As long as the partner wasn't Su Yuyu, Lu Jingyao was still the same ruthless President Lu who fought for every penny. After a long and tiring day of travel, Su Yuyu arrived home in Shanghai at 8 p.m. But once she got home, she understood the significance of supporting so many people. The housekeeper, Sister Zhang, had already arranged for a masseuse before Su Yuyu arrived, and as soon as she got home, a group of people surrounded her to serve her. Before falling asleep, Su Yuyu's fatigue from the car ride had completely disappeared. As usual, she checked her savings, and just thinking about the long string of numbers in her account made her smile involuntarily. The next morning, Sister Zhang came to remind her, Boss, Mr. Xia has arrived. Su Yuyu finished washing up at a leisurely pace, left the master bedroom, and walked to the front hall, calling out to Xia Ran. It's Saturday, no rush, let's talk while we eat. The dining table was laden with Su Yuyu's favorite breakfast dishes, and Xia Ran sat opposite her. Unlike Su Yuyu's leisurely enjoyment of life, Xia Ran, like a workaholic, spoke before even picking up his chopsticks. I have a college classmate, a junior in the literature department, who's facing difficulties. I hope we can follow Song Jibai's model and give her an advance after she joins the company. Xia Ran's face showed a hint of nervousness as he spoke. If his boss were someone else, they might suspect him of planting his own people in the company. Su Yuyu didn't doubt him, but asked, do you think she's a rare talent? Xia Ran nodded. She won awards for her screenplays in college. Her talent was undeniable. It's a pity she didn't continue in this field after graduation, but instead got married and had children. Now her marriage is in trouble, and her child is seriously ill and may need to go abroad for treatment. Her ex-husband refuses to pay. She's really desperate. Is it a boy or a girl? Su Yuyu asked. She's a very cute little girl. Su Yuyu felt sorry for her in her heart and said, since you think she's worth it, then we'll pay for it. It's not easy for a single woman to raise a child, so we'll try to set the salary as high as possible. Xia Ran breathed a sigh of relief and said, Boss, I really don't know how to thank you enough. If I hadn't really had no other choice, I wouldn't have dared to make such a request. Su Yuyu agreed purely out of respect for Xia Ran. After all, one Xia Ran might be worth countless charitable expenditures like this. But the next second. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a task of finding a hidden gem without system assistance. Reward, 20 training hours. Su Yuyu's eyes widened suddenly, and she earnestly asked Xia Ran, what's your junior's name? Tell me more about her. Xia Ran, afraid Su Yuyu might change her mind, immediately replied, her name is Su Wani. She's 2 years younger than me. In her freshman year, she won a SI Silver award in the industry for her script, but it was just a hobby, and she didn't take it seriously. After graduation, her in-laws didn't want her to work, but she hasn't completely wasted her time. She came to me for help this time with a script. I read it, and although it's a modern idol drama, I think it's very suitable for Song Ji-bai. Xia Ran was well prepared. He even took an analysis report from his briefcase and handed it to Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu felt dizzy after just one glance, a whole bunch of industry jargon. The term she saw most often was fan economy. Xia Ran explained, "Boss, I know you want to cultivate Song Ji-bai into a top star. The more representative works a top star has, the better. One drama can propel him to stardom, 2 dramas can solidify his position, and if several dramas become hits, people will feel that Song Ji-bai's dramas are all high-quality works and that he has a good creative team. This will make his path to becoming a top star smoother." Su Yuyu naturally understood this principle, especially since Su Wani was a system-certified talent. She nodded and said, "Since you say the script is good, then this drama can start pre-production and be officially approved. Once Song Ji-bai finishes his current project, he can seamlessly join the cast." Xia Ran added, "If everything goes smoothly, this script might bring 3 or 4 top stars to our company. Since you have so much confidence in Su Wani's script, then go and arrange auditions now." As an idol drama, regardless of gender, the actors must have that striking beauty. What kind of idol drama is it if the actors aren't good-looking? Su Yuyu said. Xia Ran was prepared. "I've already sent people to various universities to find campus beauties and hunks. Although it's an idol drama, we'll still train the actors beforehand. If their acting is too awkward, I'm afraid the audience won't buy it." Su Yuyu added, "When filming an idol drama, we have to go for real. Luxury cars and mansions have to be real. Don't worry about spending money. If all else fails, I can provide some props." Xia Ran's eyes lit up. Luxury cars and mansions could be rented, but top-tier jewelry was hard to find. Su Yuyu's willingness to help was naturally better than anything else. After Xia Ran left, Su Yuyu rushed into her bedroom and opened the system panel. Su Wani, a top screenwriter whose talents were wasted on family life, sold her painstakingly written script while raising money for her daughter's medical treatment. The script was credited to someone else, and the drama became a huge success. She, who should have been enjoying flowers and honors, ultimately chose to leave for a foreign country because of her daughter's death and her husband's relentless pressure. Su Yuyu sighed deeply after reading the system's introduction. She thought to herself, if Su Wani hadn't married right after graduation, she would probably have achieved great success long ago. Men really do only slow down the process of drawing a sword. Since Su Yuyu wanted to keep Su Wani, she decided to go all the way and called Xia Ran again. "Su Wani plans to send her daughter abroad for treatment. Luckily, I know a treatment agency. Although the fees are a bit expensive, they can connect you with overseas medical teams. The child's illness can't be delayed. The sooner we send her abroad for treatment, the better." Xia Ran hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. He relayed this to Su Wani, and she immediately burst into tears. "The boss said he'll arrange for Xiaobao to go abroad for treatment like he did for Song Ji-bai's mother. Don't overthink things these days. Accompany Xiaobao abroad, you might even find some inspiration. It'll be a way of repaying the boss," Xia Ran said. Su Wani married her childhood sweetheart right after graduation, thinking her life would be smooth sailing. However, after her child was born, she discovered her husband's infidelity, and her in-laws disliked the fact that she had given birth to a girl. After years of wrangling, they finally divorced. After the divorce, her child was diagnosed with an illness, leaving her life a complete mess. Fortunately, things took a turn for the better. If Xia Ran hadn't stopped her, Su Wani, this former high-achieving woman, would have practically begged Su Yuyu to forgive her. Su Yuyu contacted the medical agency that very day. Su Wani already had a passport, and within 2 days, she and her daughter boarded Su Yuyu's private jet and went abroad. Su Yuyu didn't rest after returning to Shanghai. She hired a calligraphy teacher, and she still had a letter from Zhang Gong, which she wasn't in a hurry to sell, wanting to learn more about calligraphy. Since returning to Shanghai, she had almost always stayed home, essentially becoming a recluse. But even a tree can't stay still forever. Su Yuyu was focused on her work, and when studying, she would keep her phone far away. She had just finished her calligraphy lesson when she noticed several missed calls on her silent phone. Seeing the familiar name, Su Yuyu dialed back. "Aunt, this is Xiao Su. Is there something urgent?" The caller was Aunt, Su Yuyu's former landlady. Su Yuyu had come to Shanghai alone and destitute, and Aunt had taken pity on her and helped her a lot. Aunt's voice on the other end of the line was full of helplessness. She said, "Xiao Su, I don't want to bother you, but the Gu family comes looking for you every few days. If they can't find you, they block the door. They insist on seeing you. My house hasn't been rented out yet, and I really have no other choice. Su Yuyu frowned slightly and asked, who's causing trouble at the Gu family? Is it still Gu Fengchuan? Aunt quickly replied, it's not Gu Fengchuan, it's an older lady surnamed Zhao. As soon as she said this, Su Yuyu heard a sharp, familiar voice from the other end of the phone, who are you calling an older lady? I'm not older. I'm only in my early 30s. Aunt immediately retorted, you're clearly over 40, and who knows if you're already 50. What did I say wrong? Do you think you have a lot of people with you? If my family weren't at work, they would have already come and beat you up. I don't care, you have to apologize to me. And give me Su Yuyu's phone number. Aunt's voice was full of frustration. How can I give it to you without her consent? Su Yuyu didn't want to hurt Aunt, so she said directly, Aunt, give me her number, I'll contact her. Su Yuyu's phone was on a whitelist, numbers she didn't know couldn't call her. Aunt was indeed annoyed by Zhao Minglian's constant harassment, but she still explained to Su Yuyu repeatedly, Xiao Su, I wanted to stop her for you, but this shrew is just too annoying, I can't help it. Su Yuyu said, don't worry, Aunt, I understand. I should thank you for helping me stop her for so long. Soon, a number was sent to her. Su Yuyu asked Su Fong to contact the person and arrange to meet outside. After Su Fong finished the call, her face was full of unspeakable emotions. She said, Boss, the person on the other end of the phone isn't very easy to talk to. Do you really want to meet her? Su Yuyu nodded. The meeting was scheduled for the afternoon. After taking a nap, Su Yuyu slowly got up, while Su Fong's phone had already rang several times, with the other party urging her. Su Yuyu leisurely got into her car and went to a high-end tea house 3 kilometers from her home. Before even entering the tea room, a heavily made-up middle-aged woman, adorned with gold jewelry around her neck and ears, could be seen craning her neck to look outside. Su Yuyu walked over, surrounded by bodyguards. Zhao Minglian stared at Su Yuyu, her face filled with disbelief. She couldn't understand how Su Yuyu, an orphan, could be dressed in such expensive clothes and accompanied by 4 bodyguards and a female assistant, seemingly even more powerful than the Gu family. Didn't you insist on seeing me? Come in and sit down, Su Yuyu said. The upscale tea room wasn't crowded. Su Yuyu declined the waiter's offer to take them to a private room and chose to sit in the main hall. Soft, soothing instrumental music played in the tea room, and the aroma of tea filled the air, but Zhao Minglian remained unsettled. She glanced at the 2 nephews behind her, gritted her teeth, and said, the Gu family sent me to take you back to recognize your relatives. This is a golden opportunity that has fallen into your lap. You should cherish it. Zhao Minglian was not a member of the Gu family, she was a distant relative and one of the sycophants surrounding Madame Gu. Zhao Minglian's husband ran a small business, and the family's assets were only worth about 10 million, relying entirely on scraps left over from the Gu family to survive. When Madame Gu needed to handle less than respectable matters, she would delegate them to Zhao Minglian, such as arguing in the urban village and throwing a tantrum at the landlord. Or, like now, threatening Madame Gu's own daughter on her behalf. Su Yuyu had always known Madame Gu was biased, but at this moment, she still felt a mix of emotions. It turned out that from the very beginning, in Madame Gu's eyes, she was an unrespectable figure. Su Yuyu casually said, whoever wants this good fortune can have it. If you're willing, you can go back and call Madame Gu Mom. Zhao Minglian slammed her hand on the table in anger. I'm talking to you nicely, don't be stubborn. Su Yuyu turned and gave the bodyguard a look. The bodyguard, who was 19 meters tall and a former soldier, directly reprimanded, speak properly to our boss, don't slam the table all the time. The other 3 bodyguards also glared fiercely at her. Zhao Minglian had never seen such a scene before and shrank back in fear, but quickly remembered that she also had 2 nephews with her. But her 2 nephews, after just one glance at the bodyguards, immediately shrank back in fear, looking like they wanted to hide in a corner. Zhao Minglian cursed the 2 good-for-nothings inwardly. She couldn't understand how Su Yuyu had suddenly become so wealthy. The information from the Gu family's investigation clearly showed that this orphan had long been destitute. Zhao Minglian thought of the short videos she had been seeing recently, where some people who clearly had no money liked to show off, hiring a bunch of people to flatter them, pretending to be rich heiresses, and using this to become internet celebrities. She thought Su Yuyu must be faking it, and now her eyes showed a bit more disdain. Su Yuyu, if you go back to the Gu family and win over my cousin and cousin's wife, maybe you can really show off your rich heiress status, and you won't have to pretend to be poor like this. Su Yuyu? Su Yuyu didn't understand Zhao Minglian's thought process and frowned, saying, if that's all you have to say, then don't waste my time. The bodyguard behind her also gave her a fierce look. Zhao Minglian trembled with fright, repeatedly telling herself it was all a bluff. Mustering her courage, she conveyed Madame Gu's message. I accept you on behalf of the Gu family, but you don't understand high society etiquette, so you can only return as the Gu family's adopted daughter. Su Yuyu's gaze became even stranger. I feel like I've rejected you more than once. Whether you're my biological daughter or an adopted daughter, I don't care. The Gu family's assets are 50 billion, even a single hair from them is richer than you are now, and you're actually willing to give that up. Su Yuyu regretted it somewhat. She had chosen to meet at a high-class tea house because she didn't want to see Zhao Manglian throw a tantrum, but who could have imagined that she, Su Yuyu, would be the one more eager to throw a tantrum and hit someone? You're getting impatient. Why do you seem to care more about the Gu family's money than I do? Didn't I say I was willing to give you this opportunity to be their daughter? Su Yuyu said. Who doesn't want to go home? Your blood relatives are there. The Gu family is a top-tier wealthy family, Zhao Manglian rambled on. Su Yuyu felt a sense of nausea upon hearing this. Don't my blood relatives come to pick me up in person? Where is Madame Gu? Zhao Manglian didn't know where to begin explaining. Should she say that Madame Gu was a germaphobe and refused to step into the urban village? Seeing her expression, Su Yuyu almost immediately pictured Madame Gu's face. The Gu family hadn't bothered them for a while. Their sudden reappearance suggested something had happened. She pondered for a moment, recalling events from this time in her past life, a glint in her eyes. Your mother is busy, so she asked me to pick you up, Zhao Manglian said with difficulty. Su Yuyu deliberately asked, she sent someone like you to pick me up. Does that mean she's actually my stepmother? Of course she's not a stepmother, don't talk nonsense. Zhao Manglian retorted, but then suddenly became unhappy again. What's wrong with someone like me? Don't I deserve to pick you up? Su Yuyu looked her up and down. You're probably just a not-so-important dog by her side. She wouldn't let you get involved in anything truly important. Although Su Yuyu was telling the truth, Zhao Manglian was still extremely angry. You ill-mannered orphan. You deserve to be abandoned at the orphanage gate. Before she could finish her curse, Su Yuyu reminded her, I'm recording you. You called me an orphan with no parents, and I'll let the Gu family hear it too. Zhao Manglian was so frightened that she almost screamed. I only said orphan, I didn't say you had no parents, don't talk nonsense. Su Yuyu casually said, what a joke, have you ever seen someone with parents become an orphan? Zhao Manglian almost screamed again. Some people in the tea room were already giving her strange looks. Zhao Manglian knew that the Gu family didn't care much about Su Yuyu, but if the words of an outsider like her insulting the young lady of the main family really reached Madame Gu's ears, she wouldn't get away with it either. Su Yuyu had no patience for the screaming. Instead, she tapped her hand on the table, go back to where you came from. If you dare to bother the landlord again, this recording will be sent to Mrs. Gu immediately. Zhao Manglian nodded in fright, but she still couldn't help asking, You really don't plan to acknowledge your biological parents? Su Yuyu scoffed and said, Of course I will. Zhao Manglian immediately looked at her expectantly and said, I'm your father's cousin, and I have some influence with him. As long as you don't release the recording, I can help you. Su Yuyu's eyes were contemptuous, and her attitude was extremely arrogant. Don't the Gu family think I am after their money? Go back and tell them that they need at least 10 billion before I'll even consider acknowledging my family. Otherwise, forget it. Zhao Manglian stared dumbfounded at Su Yuyu's departing figure. She's insane. How dare she ask for so much? She really thinks she's something. She wanted to chase after her, but Su Yuyu's bodyguards were no pushovers and stopped her. She could only watch from afar as Su Yuyu, surrounded by bodyguards, got into her luxury car. Her nephew, who had been acting all cowardly, suddenly spoke up, Auntie, the tea house wants to settle your bill. Zhao Manglian. Watching Su Yuyu get into the car, the nephew added, that car is so expensive, at least tens of millions. Zhao Manglian's face immediately lit up with jealousy. Such an expensive car, where did that brat get the money? Even seeing the luxury car with her own eyes, she still refused to believe that Su Yuyu was rich, thinking it was either rented or a scam. When she met Madame Gu, she naturally wouldn't say anything good about Su Yuyu. Sister-in-law, that girl is exactly as Feng Chuan described, she's practically rude and unreasonable, there's no way to communicate with her. Zhao Manglian's bad words just kept pouring out. Mrs. Gu slowly and deliberately trimmed the excess leaves from the flower stems with scissors, then gracefully placed the flowers in a vase. What did you tell her? She has absolutely no intention of returning to the Gu family with you? Mrs. Gu asked. Although Madame Gu appeared calm and collected, Zhao Manglian, having spent a long time by her side, could sense that Madame Gu was not happy at the moment. She immediately said cautiously, that child didn't completely rule it out, she's just greedy. Madame Gu's gaze remained fixed on the vase in front of her, and she casually asked, so greedy? Zhao Menglian replied helplessly. She said she'd acknowledge us as relatives if given 10 billion. Asterisk snap. Asterisk Madame Gu's scissors snapped the rose stem in half, and she turned to stare sharply at Zhao Menglian. She really said that? Zhao Menglian, sister-in-law, how could I dare lie about something like this? That girl is very arrogant, that's exactly what she said. I really wouldn't dare lie. Madame Gu's face darkened. Zhao Menglian continued to complain, she's obsessed with money. She puts on a grand show, always with 4 bodyguards and riding in a luxury car, but she's incredibly stingy. I even paid for her tea. Madame Gu's face darkened further. Where did this young and beautiful girl get such a ostentatious display? It was obvious. She felt that Su Yuyu was ruining the Gu family's reputation. You scoundrel. After Madame Gu calmed down, Zhao Menglian asked, sister-in-law, should I continue to go see her? Madame Gu refused. Forget it, I have other plans. Zhao Menglian wasn't particularly happy about losing a task, but instead asked, sister-in-law, has the branch company's fireworks purchase for this year been finalized? Zhao Menglian's family owned a fireworks factory, and every year the Gu family's amusement park branch would regularly purchase a batch of fireworks from the factory for their fireworks displays. Madame Gu composed herself, glanced at her, and said, I never interfere in company matters. Zhao Menglian's heart skipped a beat, knowing that Madame Gu was disapproving and punishing her for not getting things done. She wanted to defend herself further, but Madame Gu said, I'm not feeling well and want to rest for a while. Please do as you see fit. Having been told to leave, Zhao Menglian dared not stay any longer and could only turn back every few steps, intending to depart. Just as she stepped out of the Gu family villa, a pink Ferrari slowly drove in. Gu Shuiying got out of the car and, seeing Zhao Menglian, seemed to remember something and immediately stopped. Yingying's back, Zhao Menglian said with a fawning smile. Even though she knew Gu Shuiying was just a fake heiress, she dared not show the slightest disrespect. After all, this lucky girl was the apple of everyone's eye in the Gu family. Gu Shuiying absent-mindedly called out Auntie, then asked, did Auntie go see my sister today? Zhao Menglian nodded. She knew how to cheer Gu Shuiying up, saying, Yingying, don't mention it. Your sister is so rude. She grew up in an orphanage and has no manners at all. Unlike you, with your refined air. Everyone praises you as a true heiress. While Gu Shuiying enjoyed the flattery, she was also worried that Su Yuyu would come back and take her place. My sister still won't acknowledge mom and dad? Zhao Menglian said, she's willing to consider it now, but she's just daydreaming, wanting your parents to give her 10 billion. Hearing this, Gu Shuiying immediately felt relieved. The more outrageous Su Yuyu was and the more disliked she became by the Gu family, the less likely she was to return, thus securing her own position. Over, she wore a worried expression and said, sister is too greedy. Is mother very angry now? Zhao Menglian nodded. Once Gu Shuiying entered the villa, she went directly to Madame Gu. Her previous smugness had vanished, replaced by a worried look. Mother, this is a peace charm I got for my elder brother at Jing'an Temple. Don't worry, he will definitely recover. Madame Gu accepted the amulet. Seeing her obedient and sensible youngest daughter, she seemed less distressed. She took Gu Shuiying's hand and said, it's a good thing you're so understanding, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. Gu Shuiying comforted her, Mom, I really wish I were the one who was sick, and I also hoped that I could be a match for my eldest brother, but alas. Madame Gu's nose tingled. All along, the people she relied on most, besides her husband, were her eldest son. Naturally, she was heartbroken when her eldest son was in trouble. She gently patted her daughter's hand, silly child, don't say such things. You and your eldest brother are equally important to me. If we really have to say who's sick, why isn't it that wretched child outside? Gu Shuiying lowered her head, concealing the slight upturn of her lips, and nestled into her mother's arms, saying sincerely, my sister is also mom's flesh and blood. Only I am an outsider. Mom has raised me for so many years, I'm willing to do anything for you. Madame Gu held her daughter, watching the child's elegant movements even as she cried, perfectly matching her ideal daughter. She couldn't help but sigh again, wondering why Gu Shuiying wasn't her biological daughter. Gu Shuangbai and Gu Yuji appeared beside the mother and daughter at some point. Gu Yuji coughed and said, Mom, there's no need to ask Su Yuyu. My eldest brother and I are a match, I will donate bone marrow to him. The Gu family children were named after the elements of wind, frost, rain, and snow. The eldest son, Gu Fengchuan, was the originally designated successor to the group. The second son, Gu Shuangbai, loved the spotlight and entered the entertainment industry, and the third son, Gu Yuji, was passionate about painting and already had a reputation as a talented artist. Both brothers valued their family highly. After learning of their eldest brother's illness, one cancelled all his engagements, and the other, who was abroad with his teacher, resolutely returned to China to be with his family. Madame Gu immediately stopped her youngest son. "You're already in poor health, how can you donate bone marrow to your older brother? You're both siblings, your sister will definitely be a match, don't worry about these things." Gu Yuji coughed lightly and then stopped talking. The second brother, Gu Shuangbai, stood by indignantly and said, "I'm healthy, but unfortunately, I'm not a match for my eldest brother. Otherwise, why would we need to beg that girl? She's a real scoundrel. Even if you didn't raise her, mother, carrying her for 10 months was so hard. You even had a difficult childbirth. Without you, she wouldn't be where she is today. Now that the Gu family is willing to accept this country bumpkin, she should be grateful." Madame Gu looked at her second son with a face full of emotion and said, "As long as you know how hard I've worked, I'm satisfied." Gu Shuangbai then launched into a tirade against Su Yuyu, his mouth moving so fast it was like a rap, leaving no room for anyone else to get a word in edgewise. In his words, Su Yuyu's disownment of her biological parents was on par with murder and arson. While berating her, he didn't forget to comfort Gu Shuiying. "Ying, I don't care about real or fake heiresses. You're my only sister." Gu Shuiying had just returned her second brother's grateful smile when she felt a burning sensation, as if something was about to burn a hole in her. She couldn't help but turn her head, and her eyes met Gu Yuji's. In that instant, she felt the burning affection in his eyes and was so frightened that she immediately looked away. Madame Gu didn't notice her youngest daughter's unusual expression. Instead, she said, "You are all good children. Our family will definitely get through this difficult time." Gu Shuangbai had someone bring over another bunch of fresh flowers and helped Madame Gu arrange them. Once the vase contained more flowers, Gu Shuangbai had a servant take it to the ward. "My eldest brother is ill, so the flowers in his ward must always be the freshest. He'll be especially happy to see them from his mother." Madame Gu's eyes welled up with tears again. She disliked the smell of disinfectant in the ward, so she didn't visit her son often, but she felt her eldest son would understand her feelings. With her children surrounding her, Madame Gu's mood quickly improved. She even ate a little more at dinner and finally shed her previous melancholy and gloomy demeanor. As a caring daughter, Gu Shuiying seemed to spend an unusually long time with her mother, eating until Madame Gu had fallen asleep before leaving the third floor and quietly returning to the second floor. The Gu family couple lived on the third floor, while the 4 children lived on the second. The second floor hallway was lit, but there was no other sound. Gu Shuiying breathed a slight sigh of relief and quickly opened her bedroom door. But as soon as she entered, the lights in the room suddenly turned on. Each of the Gu family children's bedrooms was a suite, complete with a small living room, study, and walk-in closet. The lit area was the small living room near the entrance. When Gu Shuiying saw the person sitting under the light, she froze, standing in the doorway for a long time, unable to move. "Are you avoiding me?" Gu Yuji asked softly. He was currently fiddling with a necklace that Gu Shuiying had casually tossed onto the table earlier. Gu Shuiying hurriedly explained, "Third brother, you've misunderstood. I wasn't avoiding you, I just wanted to take better care of Mom." Gu Yuji stood up and approached step by step. Gu Shuiying tried to back away, but the door was right behind her, leaving her nowhere to escape. Gu Shuiying felt an immense pressure, her mind frantically searching for a way to get away. Gu Yuji slowly placed his right hand on the doorframe, and the petite Gu Shuiying seemed to be drawn into his arms. He lowered his head and whispered in Gu Shuiying's ear, "My sister is hiding from me, and I'm really heartbroken." Gu Shuiying's heart trembled. "Third brother," Gu Yuji gently covered his sister's lips with his left hand. "Call me brother, don't call me third brother." Gu Shuiying's lips immediately pressed into a straight line, her face full of suppressed pain, as if she were suffering immense torment. "My little sister has grown up, she has her own little thoughts now." Gu Yuji sighed. "When you were little, you said you wanted to stay with your brother forever when you grew up." Gu Shuiying's heart pounded like a drum, her eyes filled with pleading, afraid that passers-by would hear the noise from her room. "Why aren't you wearing the necklace I gave you?" Gu Yuji asked as he personally put the necklace on. His fingers gently stroked Gu Shuiying's delicate, fair neck, and Gu Shuiying trembled slightly, her eyes already glistening with tears. Brother Gu Yuji's hand gently rubbed her neck. "You seem to really want to stay in the Gu family, I saw it all." Gu Shuiying's pupils contracted as she stared at Gu Yuji in disbelief, her mind a jumble of confusion, unsure of what Gu Yuji had actually seen. A faint scent of sandalwood emanated from Gu Yuji. She appeared calm on the surface, but a terrifying storm was brewing in her eyes. Suddenly, her right hand gripped Gu Shuiying's neck, the movement ruthless, yet her voice was as soft as a lover's whisper. "You knew long ago that you weren't a child of the Gu family, so you deliberately provoked me?" Gu Shuiying felt a surge of heat spreading from her ears throughout her body. She tried to struggle, but the other person only tightened their grip. Just as she felt she was about to suffocate, Gu Yuji suddenly released her. Gu Shuiying, her eyes red, retorted, "I don't know what you're talking about. I never intended to provoke you. Is that so?" Gu Shuiying wanted to continue her rebuttal, but Gu Yuji stared intently at her, making her swallow her words and lower her head to avoid his gaze. Just when Gu Shuiying thought he would bore a hole through her, Gu Yuji suddenly laughed, and then Gu Shuiying felt a warm touch on her forehead. "You naughty thing, you want her to never come back, so what price are you willing to pay?" Gu Shuiying was unsure whether Gu Yuji was truly willing to help her. Gu Yuji didn't seem to be in a hurry, saying, "Think about it slowly." Gu Shuiying was gently pulled aside by him. The door opened and closed, leaving her alone in the room again. Even though Gu Yuji had already left the room, Gu Shuiying still felt a lingering sandalwood scent around her nose. She stood there for a long time, as if finally regaining her strength, gazing at the walk-in closet not far away, filled with exquisite clothes and jewelry. A single garment there might be worth more than an ordinary person's lifetime's worth of wealth. Gu Shuiying reached out and touched the pendant on the necklace around her neck. This necklace was a birthday gift from Gu Yuji, supposedly handmade. The pendant depicted two long-haired figures, one with a bird on its head, the other with a ceramic jar. Gu Shuiying didn't know the meaning of the pendant's design, only attributing it to the artist's peculiar taste. She disliked the necklace and was afraid of Gu Yuji. But what she feared even more was, "I don't want to live a life of poverty." The room was empty of listeners, her soft murmur gradually faded into the air. Su Yuyu, unaware of the turmoil within the Gu family, had sent Zhao Minglian away, hoping for some peace and quiet. However, a guest unexpectedly arrived. "Mr. Lu? You're back from Gansu province so soon?" Su Yuyu asked. Lu Jingyao replied, "I followed your travel itinerary for 5 days, but I couldn't squeeze in any more time. Company matters wait for no one, so I had to return to Shanghai early." Su Yuyu knew he was a very busy man, unlike herself who made money by picking up bargains, and a hint of sympathy flashed in her eyes. Lu Jingyao rarely visited empty-handed, and this time he brought a gift, a set of calligraphy supplies. Su Yuyu frowned slightly, wondering how news of her calligraphy studies had reached Lu Jingyao's ears. She couldn't help but suspect there was a mole in the family. Lu Jingyao explained, "I also studied calligraphy with teacher Zhang, and coincidentally, I ran into him downstairs. He mentioned you, praising your talent despite starting late. I never imagined we'd become fellow students." Lu Jingyao wasn't lying, the coincidence seemed too absurd to him. Of course, if Lu Jingyao hadn't owned an apartment in this building, there would have been no chance of him bumping into teacher Zhang. Su Yuyu felt relieved and said, "I couldn't understand the beauty of calligraphy before, but I recently acquired a new piece and have come to deeply appreciate its wonders." Lu Jingyao's eyes lit up, and he asked, "May I take a look?" Su Yuyu didn't refuse. After all, if this letter from Zhang Gong were to go up for auction in the future, Lu Jingyao might be one of the bidders. "The wording is refined and delicate, the brushstrokes flow smoothly and gracefully, truly a masterpiece to be passed down through generations," Lu Jingyao praised repeatedly. Su Yuyu felt similarly, but limited by her cultural level, she couldn't express these words of praise as fluently as he did. But every time she looked at it, Su Yuyu couldn't help but admire it. She had privately tried to copy it, but the result only made her realize the unevenness of the world. Having handled jade jewelry and heirloom porcelain before, although she was awestruck by the beauty of those precious items, she had never felt as eager to possess it as she did with this calligraphy, unwilling to sell it. "If one day, Miss Su wants to auction this painting, you must inform me in advance," Lu Jingyao said, afraid of missing the auction. Su Yuyu nodded, "Don't worry." Although she particularly liked this calligraphy, she was still a commoner at heart. What she loved most was money. Even though she already had many zeros in her account, she still felt it wasn't enough. "The reason I've come here today is because I have a favor to ask. My assistant, who usually acts as my date, is on vacation, and I can't find a suitable date for the time being. I hope you can come to my rescue and accompany me to the play tomorrow night," Lu Jingyao suddenly said. Su Yuyu looked at him questioningly. Compared to the glamour of high society, she preferred staying at home. After all, the few high society banquets she had attended in the past hadn't brought her many pleasant memories. "It's not like we're abroad. You wouldn't lack a date, would you?" Lu Jingyao lowered his head slightly and, following Assistant Lu's instructions, said with a slightly pitiful tone, "Besides you, I have almost no other female friends. Perhaps my request is too presumptuous, and maybe you don't consider me a friend." Su Yuyu felt as if a fragrance of tea lingered around her nose. But for adults, using emotions to maintain interest seems quite normal. Su Yuyu thought of Lu Jingyao, a major client, and how he had handled the previous big deal with the Japanese. Since they had put on such a show, refusing again would seem exceptionally heartless. Since you've put it that way, how could I put you in a difficult position? Su Yuyu said politely. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Lu Jingyao. I don't know how to thank you enough, Lu Jingyao said, then left without pressing the issue of inviting Su Yuyu to dinner. The next morning, as soon as Su Yuyu got up, the housekeeper, Sister Zhang, said with a smile, Boss, Mr. Lu has hired a styling team for tonight's banquet. Although they arrived early, Mr. Lu instructed them in advance that they will only serve you all day, so you don't need to rush. Su Yuyu nodded casually and asked, Remember to treat them well. Sister Zhang said, Don't worry, I know my limits. But speaking of which, Mr. Lu really values you. Su Yuyu was young and beautiful, and standing next to Lu Jingyao, they looked like a perfect couple. Sister Zhang also hoped that the two would get together. Su Yuyu shook her head and said, He doesn't value me, he values this banquet. She couldn't help but think of the banquet she attended abroad, where the deal she supposedly secured was the most important transaction the Lu Group had made in the past 3 years. Su Yuyu still thought of Lu Jingyao as a businessman, albeit one who spent money very lavishly. Although she loved fine clothes and jewelry, and couldn't help but have her thoughts wander because of their dazzling brilliance, she always reminded herself that she could afford these things herself, and she mustn't let the allure of luxury cloud her judgment and cause her to develop any other feelings for Lu Jingyao. After finishing breakfast, Su Yuyu finally met the styling team, but after hearing their self-introductions, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Lanyu Studio? Shiyu, the chief stylist of Lanyu Studio, said with a smile, Miss Su has heard of us? That's truly our honor. Lanyu Studio was a top-tier styling team in China, reportedly extremely difficult to hire. Su Yuyu shouldn't have known about them, but in her previous life, when Gu Shuiying got married, she wanted Lanyu Studio to create a custom look for her, but they refused. Gu Shuiying had been wearing a sour face for days because of this incident, until her fiancé spent a fortune hiring a top-notch styling team from abroad, which finally brought a smile to her face. Su Yuyu never expected to see this top-notch team before a banquet. She became even more certain, this banquet must be extremely important. Lanyu Studio, a top-tier styling team in China, has always catered exclusively to the super-rich and top celebrities. Although Su Yuyu was a newcomer, they dared not neglect her in the slightest. Several of them surrounded her, showering her with compliments. Miss Su, your skin is amazing. It's so fair it practically glows. How do you maintain it? Miss Su, you're even prettier than the biggest stars. If you entered the entertainment industry, you'd be more popular than those top celebrities. Miss Su, you have such a great foundation, you look beautiful no matter what you wear, and every outfit suits you perfectly. Su Yuyu was almost swayed by the flattery of these handsome male and female stylists, but she knew she wasn't comfortable in the spotlight, and having started an entertainment company, she had no intention of launching her own career. Su Yuyu lost count of how many haute couture outfits she tried on that morning. Finally, when she put on a green haute couture gown, Shiyu's breathing slowed. This is it. Su Yuyu saw a stunning radiance on the chief stylist's face in the mirror. At this moment, she especially understood Shiyu. She looked beautiful in other dresses, but this one was different. Wearing it felt like encountering her life's gown, and the person in the mirror seemed to sparkle. Su Yuyu wasn't short of money and was willing to spend millions on a momentary impulse. She said directly, contact the brand for me, I want to buy this dress. The styling team usually borrowed their haute couture gowns from brands, and this time, using Lu Jingyao's name, they borrowed many dresses at once. Hearing Su Yuyu want to buy the dress, Shiyu was about to agree when she suddenly remembered something and said, Miss Su, Mr. Lu has already bought this dress. He gave advance notice that anything you like is a gift to you. Su Yuyu always knew Lu Jingyao was generous, so she wasn't surprised at all. But this dress gave her a different feeling, like that letter from Zhang Gong. She desperately wanted to possess it. The meaning of her hard work in earning money seemed to materialize at this moment. She didn't want anyone else to pay for this life-changing gown, not even Lu Jingyao, whom she didn't dislike. She wanted to display the dress separately, in a place where it was easily visible, as if to say, she wasn't the girl from her past life who had everything controlled by others anymore. Please tell Mr. Lu that I want to pay for this dress myself, Su Yuyu said, directly pulling Shiyu to transfer the money. Shiyu couldn't refuse, looking at the 10 million yuan deposited into the account, repeatedly saying, that's too much, too much. Su Yuyu didn't care about this small amount. Can I consider it a deposit for the next time I need your studio services? As a top team in the industry, Lanyu Studio didn't accept just anyone's bookings, but Shiyu said directly, Miss Su, if you need our services next time, just let us know. You are Mr. Lu's friend, so you are our honored guest. Su Yuyu asked in confusion, are you and Mr. Lu on good terms? Shiyu smiled awkwardly. Mr. Lu is the major shareholder of the studio. Without him, our studio wouldn't be where it is today. Su Yuyu hadn't expected such a connection, but then she thought about it. Lu Jingyao seemed to have a reputation as an investment genius in the business world, and he was also very knowledgeable about art. It wasn't surprising that he had already recruited several top stylists. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Jingyao arrived on time. Su Yuyu was already prepared. Her hair, seemingly casually, was actually the result of 2 stylists working for an hour. She W. Or an emerald necklace. Although the jewelry was already eye-catching enough, it still couldn't compare to Su Yuyu at this moment. Assistant Lu only glanced at her before immediately lowering his head. Lu Jingyao's amazement was undisguised as he watched Su Yuyu walk towards him. Her figure was slender and graceful. The dappled sunlight fell on Su Yuyu, and even the tiny dust particles dancing in the air seemed to be particularly fond of her. In a daze, it was as if she were a forest goddess emerging from lush greenery. Lu Jingyao felt his heart pounding wildly, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. Everything around him seemed unreal, like falling into the most exquisite dream of a summer night. He suddenly regretted inviting Su Yuyu to the banquet, wanting to hide this rare gem away, somewhere only he could see it. The heels are too high and too thin, I'm not used to wearing them. Su Yuyu's soft complaint interrupted Lu Jingyao's thoughts. Lu Jingyao glanced down. Su Yuyu was wearing a pair of emerald green satin stilettos, the heels appearing to be at least 8 centimeters high. He glanced back at the people at Lanyu Studio and asked, don't you have any other shoes? Shiyu replied helplessly, Mr. Lu, these shoes are the most suitable. Don't you think Miss Su looks perfect right now? Lu Jingyao was about to speak when Su Yuyu stopped him. These shoes are fine. I don't want to change them. I'll just walk slower. Shiyu immediately laughed and surrounded Su Yuyu, praising, Miss Su understands us best. If we can make a beautiful appearance, we can't tolerate any imperfections. We'd be happy even if we had to walk on knives. Lu Jingyao didn't understand girls' hearts at all and just felt confused. Although he didn't understand, he deliberately slowed down to accommodate Su Yuyu. On the short walk from the elevator to the car, Su Yuyu barely got used to the high heels. However, even though she was wearing 8-centimeter heels, she could only see Lu Jingyao's chin when she looked up, and she couldn't help but wonder just how tall he was. After getting in the car, Lu Jingyao immediately said, it's at least a half-hour drive, you should take off your shoes and rest your feet. He suddenly regretted forcing Su Yuyu to accompany him to this banquet, then she wouldn't have to suffer like this. Su Yuyu shook her head, I can't take my shoes off. If I take them off now, I won't have the courage to put them back on later. Lu Jingyao. Lu Jingyao could only interpret this as another example of the beauty's stubbornness. After driving for half an hour, the car smoothly entered a villa area. Su Yuyu looked at the familiar scenery around her. She had been to this villa area in her previous life, only a few years later. At that time, she attended a banquet with the Gu family. The banquet was hosted by Gu Shuiying's husband's family, namely Lu Xiaoyan, whom she had met before. It was during that banquet that Gu Shuiying fell down the stairs and miscarried. Su Yuyu was kicked out of the Gu family, and every job she found was sabotaged by Gu Shuiying's husband. Su Yuyu still can't understand why Gu Shuiying would use a child to frame her when she was no longer a threat to Gu Shuiying. Jingyao, you're here. Come in quickly, your parents are already here. Lu Ziyuan greeted them warmly. The other guests, initially surprised, were taken aback by this. Lu Ziyuan, the head of the Lu family, rarely greeted a young man personally. However, upon seeing that the person he was receiving was Lu Jingyao, they were no longer surprised. Lu Ziyuan was only from a branch of the Lu family, and his assets were probably less than a tenth of Lu Jingyao's. He relied on Lu Jingyao's family for many things, so they naturally dared not be negligent in the slightest. Third uncle, Lu Jingyao greeted, then turned and personally opened the back door of the car, helping Su Yuyu out. The surrounding guests couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Had Lu Jingyao fallen in love? After all, no one had ever seen him so considerate to any girl. A hand emerged from the car door, its knuckles distinct, fair and slender. A mere glance was enough to spark the imagination. When they saw Su Yuyu's face, everyone held their breath. Wearing a vibrant green silk dress with delicate ribbons that accentuated her slender figure, she was breathtakingly beautiful, like a dream come true. Such a beautiful girl, no wonder even the iceberg like Lu Jingyao was smitten, a guest whispered. Everyone could see that Lu Jingyao's eyes were completely on Su Yuyu. Lu Xiaoyan, who had been standing behind his father Lu Ziyuan, widened his eyes in surprise when he saw Su Yuyu. Their last meeting was at the Jade Pavilion, but while Su Yuyu had a grand entrance, she was dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, nothing like the stunning beauty she was now. Lu Xiaoyan had visited the Jade Pavilion several more times without seeing Su Yuyu. He never expected to run into her here. He had always suspected she was a kept woman of some powerful figure, but now that the mystery was solved, he felt no joy. What upset him even more was that Lu Jingyao had brought her here. Wasn't this tantamount to an official announcement? Could this woman really be his cousin-in-law? Would he have to rely on flattering her to survive? Lu Xiaoyan stared at Su Yuyu, his mind racing with chaotic thoughts, completely unaware that Lu Jingyao's gaze had turned extremely unfriendly. Lu Ziyuan, ever the shrewd old man, tugged at his son and asked with a smile, "You've been staring at Miss Su, do you two know each other?" Su Yuyu smiled and said, "I did meet young Master Lu once, and he even gave me a fine stone." The old story resurfaced, and Lu Xiaoyan, remembering his inexplicable loss of 400 million, forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Lu Jingyao, upon hearing this, immediately looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at a love rival. "Third uncle, I didn't know Lu Xiaoyan had a habit of buying stones. Although it's gambling on stones, it still involves gambling. It's best to avoid it." Lu Ziyuan turned and glared at his son, making Lu Xiaoyan shrink back like a quail. "Jingyao, thanks to your reminder, my good-for-nothing is far inferior to you. He can't even write 2 characters of the character Lu. You should take good care of your cousin in the future. If he can learn even 1% of what you have, I'll be relieved." Lu Ziyuan tried to get closer to him. Lu Jingyao, still concerned about Su Yuyu's foot, gave a few perfunctory words and led the group inside. "Are you relatives?" Su Yuyu asked. Lu Jingyao immediately explained, "Although we're relatives, the relationship is quite distant. Today is their grandfather's 70th birthday." Su Yuyu asked doubtfully, "Important people are here to offer their birthday wishes?" Lu Jingyao nodded, "From the capital. That person has some connection with the older generation of Lu Xiaoyan's family. He has a tight schedule, so he arranged to meet me here to discuss things in detail." At this moment, a middle-aged couple on the second floor cautiously peered down. "Is that the girl Jingyao likes?" Lu's father asked cautiously. Mrs. Lu, of her good looks, looked at Su Yuyu with sparkling eyes. "She's so beautiful, I wonder whose child she is." Mr. Lu said, "You know all the girls in the circle, you've hosted countless tea parties at home over the years, it's just a pity Jingyao hasn't taken a liking to any of them." Mrs. Lu got angry at the mention of this. "If I had known he'd be so slow to realize things, I wouldn't have bothered with all that effort." Mr. Lu worriedly said, "If you don't know her, she's definitely not from the circle. A marriage that isn't between equals probably won't help Jingyao and won't last." Mrs. Lu interrupted him, "Come on, her face is a perfect match for Jingyao. You're always so picky, wait until Jingyao brings home a suitable husband, then you'll know how good a match is." Mr. Lu was immediately speechless, only craning his neck to see how the two of them got along. "You should at least try to avoid her, she's showing her face," Mrs. Lu hurriedly reminded him. Downstairs, Su Yuyu sensed someone watching her. She looked up and saw only 2 heads frantically shrinking back. Lu Jingyao followed her gaze and immediately frowned. "Sit here for a while. I saw 2 acquaintances, go say hello." Before leaving, Lu Jingyao helped Su Yuyu to a sofa and even brought her fruit, snacks, and drinks. Lu Jingyao walked a few steps to a corner of the banquet hall and went up to the second floor via a hidden staircase. Lu's parents cautiously craned their necks to look downstairs again. "Why is that girl all alone? Where did that brat go? Leaving her alone there?" Lu's mother complained. Lu's father said, "Maybe she finds him annoying because he always has a sour face and doesn't want to talk to him anymore." Lu's father, who had been thinking about a good match in terms of social standing, suddenly became anxious. Lu Jingyao stood behind his parents with a dark face, listening to them talk badly about him. He coughed to remind them. "Old Lu, why are you coughing all of a sudden? Have you caught a cold?" Lu's mother asked casually. Mr. Lu was puzzled. "I didn't cough." The couple turned around together and saw their eldest son standing behind them. "You walk so quietly, you scared me." Mrs. Lu scolded her son first. Lu Jingyao said, "Didn't you say you weren't coming? You agreed beforehand that I would represent you at today's banquet?" Mr. and Mrs. Lu exchanged a guilty glance. It's just that we haven't seen relatives in a long time, so we came to reconnect," Mrs. Lu explained dryly. Lu Jingyao frowned and said, "I remember you dislike that family the most. The Lu family often flaunted their connection to Lu Jingyao, which displeased Lu's parents. Therefore, they rarely intervened in Lu Xiaoyan's family affairs. If they hadn't heard that Lu Jingyao would be bringing a female companion, they certainly wouldn't have come to join the fun." Lu's mother casually brushed aside her own spying, grabbing Lu Jingyao and bombarding him with questions. Son, tell us, who is this girl? What does she do? What's her education? How many people are in her family? Is she good-natured? Lu Jingyao replied, she's not anyone's daughter. She's in the antique business, has a great eye, and has successfully found some bargains several times. Now we do business together. Lu's father frowned slightly. Lu's mother, however, was extremely excited, a self-made millionaire. A strong woman. Not only beautiful but also capable. My son has such good taste. Maybe one day when our family goes bankrupt, she can even live off you. Lu Jingyao's face darkened. Mom, can't you wish me well for once? Lu's mother pretended not to hear her unfortunate son's words and instead asked her husband, is my hair messy? How's my makeup? She's a career woman, my first impression as a full-time housewife can't be bad. What if I look messy and she doesn't like Jingyao because of me? Lu's father expertly showered her with compliments. Very good. You look perfect right now. You're not just a full-time housewife, you also manage 2 charitable foundations. You're the pillar of our Lu family. Lu's mother immediately beamed, saying, you look great too, you don't look like a retired old man at all. The elderly couple exchanged a glance, both feeling secretly pleased. Only Lu Jingyao looked wary, saying, what are you trying to do? Don't suddenly go and scare her. Lu's mother looked displeased, saying, your father and I aren't monsters, how could we scare her? Don't worry, we're not those wicked mothers-in-law and fathers-in-law you see online, we know our limits. Lu Jingyao couldn't relax at all, he knew better than anyone how much these two longed for a grandchild. Lu's mother's eyes darted around, and she tugged at her husband. Old Lu, tell him how hard I've suffered all these years. Lu Jingyao was full of suspicion. His mother had been pampered all these years, getting whatever she wanted at home. Even he, her own son, couldn't explain what her mother had suffered about. Although Mr. Lu was still bothered by the fact that Su Yuyu wasn't a girl in the entertainment circle, his son's affection and his wife's agreement immediately dispelled any remaining objections. He eagerly rallied behind his wife, saying, your mother and I are guests at the banquet. Is it wrong for us to chat with another guest? Yes, your father is right. Mrs. Lu nodded vigorously. Lu Jingyao, exasperated, simply said, if you scare her away, I'll never get married and will remain a bachelor for life. This threat truly struck a nerve with the elderly couple. Lu's mother reluctantly conceded, fine, I won't bother her now, but you can't keep hiding from us like this. Lu's father chimed in, it's not good to always be sneaking around. When are you going to bring her home? We can all meet her properly. You're not young anymore, and you finally have a girlfriend. You can't keep her hidden away. Your mother prepared a gift 8 years ago, and it's practically worn out by now. Lu Jingyao said, no rush. We'll meet when the time is right. Lu's mother was practically jumping up and down with impatience. Why aren't you in a rush? You're 28 already. Men over 28 aren't worth anything. Lu Jingyao thought she was making that up. Lu's mother continued her tirade. The thought of you not having a girlfriend keeps your grandfather up at night. I can only watch you and Assistant Lu exchanging glances all day, afraid you two might fall for each other someday. Do you know how painful that is? Lu Jingyao's forehead veins bulged. Assistant Lu and I are completely innocent. Lu's mother snorted heavily. I don't believe you unless you bring your daughter home. Lu Jingyao. Lu's father looked at his son with suspicion. You brat, has it all been one-sided all this time? Lu Jingyao remained silent. Lu's mother hadn't expected the truth to be so cruel, and her head suddenly throbbed. Those girls used to be like demons seeing Tang Sanzang when they saw you, completely captivated by you. Even your looks don't work now? Lu Jingyao was a powerful figure in the business world, but facing his own mother, he always felt particularly powerless. He could only awkwardly explain, she's not that kind of superficial person. She's not superficial, but I haven't seen you win her over with your inner beauty. Lu Jingyao had never known his mother's words could be so vicious, and he stammered for a long time, unsure where to begin. Suddenly, Lu's father glanced downstairs and saw Su Yuyu surrounded by people. Wife, our future Dao. Guider-in-law seems to be in trouble. Su Yuyu was sitting peacefully on a sofa in a corner of the banquet hall eating fruit, when suddenly a shadow blocked her path. Mom, my sister's here too. Gu Shuiying's voice successfully drew Madame Gu over. Madame Gu had been quite downcast lately because of her eldest son's illness, and the Gu family had come to the banquet to cheer her up and stop her from looking so gloomy all the time. To be honest, Madame Gu had only seen Su Yuyu's photo before. This was the first time she had seen her biological daughter who had been switched at birth. Even though Su Yuyu was dressed impeccably and perfectly at the banquet, Madame Gu could find countless flaws in 3 seconds. Her hair was loose and disheveled, lacking formality. Her strappy dress, while pretty, was too flashy. Her expression was stubborn and unappealing. Sister, call Mom. You have no idea how much Mom missed you, Gu Shuiying urged Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu frowned at the mother and daughter and said, I'm an orphan. My parents are both dead. Madame Gu stared at Su Yuyu's beautiful almond-shaped eyes with disgust. Coming from an orphanage, you're definitely wild at heart. Gu Shuiying quickly said, Sister, how can you say such things? Doesn't this break Mother's heart? Listen to my advice, apologize to Mother quickly, and she won't hold it against you. Su Yuyu glanced at Gu Shuiying and said, Who do you think you are? Do you think I need to give you face? Gu Shuiying's face turned pale, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, saying timidly, I didn't mean any harm. I just didn't want things to get too tense. Madame Gu immediately protected her adopted daughter. Don't bully Shuiying. Let me tell you, although you are my biological daughter, I've raised Shuiying for so many years. She is also a daughter of the Gu family, no different from you. With tears in her eyes, Gu Shuiying looked at her adoptive mother with deep emotion and said, Mom, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little grievance. As long as my sister can calm down and is willing to undergo bone marrow matching with my eldest brother, I'm willing to do anything. Reminded by her adopted daughter, Madame Gu thought of her own family's dilemma. Currently, the only one who could match her eldest son's bone marrow was her youngest son. Her youngest son had always been frail, and Madame Gu was afraid that donating bone marrow would harm his health, so she was naturally reluctant. But she also didn't want to lower herself to beg Su Yuyu. Madame Gu had only entered 5 minutes earlier and hadn't seen Su Yuyu come in with Lu Jingyao. Considering Su Yuyu's orphanage background, she instinctively felt Su Yuyu had used underhanded methods. Su Yuyu, how exactly did you sneak in? Madame Gu said in a low voice. If you're willing to have a bone marrow match with Feng Chuan, I'm still willing to acknowledge you and smooth things over for you, so they won't kick you out now. Su Yuyu never expected that after so many years, seeing Madame Gu's incredibly familiar face again would still make her feel so disgusted. Madame Gu really hadn't changed at all, she was still as self-righteous as ever. The three Gu brothers had spent so many years with Gu Shuiying, it was understandable that they might show some favoritism towards their fake sister. But what she couldn't understand was why her biological mother, without ever having spent any time with her, had already begun to hate her own daughter. Sometimes, Su Yuyu couldn't help but suspect that she wasn't the Gu family's long-lost biological daughter, but rather an enemy who had destroyed the Gu family's peace and happiness. At this moment, Madame Gu even resorted to threats to achieve her goal. Su Yuyu asked with a smile, Gu Fengchuan isn't dead yet? Madame Gu, you little, how dare you curse your own brother? Su Yuyu, who are you calling a little? Madame Gu's eyes widened with anger. She naturally understood this wordplay, a wild girl who doesn't know manners. Su Yuyu wasn't angry at all. Oh right, a wild girl with dead parents. Madame Gu couldn't win the argument with Su Yuyu, and her vision blurred with rage. Gu Shuiying, however, was as perceptive as ever. Sister, when Mother carried you for 10 months, she almost died in childbirth due to complications. Mother has suffered greatly these past years. Why can't you understand? Su Yuyu listened to this familiar, sycophantic talk, completely unsurprised. It was always the same. Even small things, as long as Gu Shuiying intervened and stirred things up with a few words, would intensify Madame Gu's dislike for her own daughter. In her past life, Su Yuyu had wanted to give her heart, but the Gu family only wanted her heart. Having realized she no longer harbored any illusions about these people, dealing with them was incredibly easy. Speak louder, so everyone knows that I, the one who snuck in, am the Gu family's biologue. Eichel daughter, and you are the fake one. Hearing this, Gu Shuiying's eyes immediately darted away. Even Madame Gu's face showed fear. Su Yuyu naturally knew Madame Gu's thoughts. Although the Gu family had lost a biological daughter, their adopted daughter, Gu Shuiying, had an excellent reputation in high society and was highly likely to marry into a top-tier wealthy family, which would elevate the Gu family's status even further. Madame Gu had feelings for Gu Shuiying, but her motivation was primarily self-interest. If outsiders knew Gu Shuiying was adopted, it would affect her value in the marriage market. Wouldn't all the massive resources the Gu family had invested in her over the years be wasted? Madame Gu's foolish mind started working again. She looked at her biological daughter with disdain and said in a low voice, You infiltrated here with this in mind? You just want people in high society to know you're the Gu family's biological daughter? Su Yuyu was also shocked by her thought process. She really thought highly of herself. She casually said, You can continue to provoke me, maybe I'll start yelling. Madame Gu covered her mouth in fright, but her eyes were full of understanding. Gu Shuiying said softly, Sister, Mom and Dad have their own reasons. I know my place and I've never thought of competing with you. Please don't make things difficult for Mom. Looking at Gu Shuiying's burdened expression, Su Yuyu thought she had made a very difficult request. Why are you explaining so much to her? If she were truly reasonable, she wouldn't have just watched your brother die. Madame Gu said. Gu Shuiying said pitifully, Sister, my brother is waiting for you to save his life. You can't hurt your own flesh and blood just because you're angry with me. Su Yuyu snorted coldly and said, You're truly a loving family. Since the Gu family cares so much about each other and insists I save Gu Fengchuan, it's not that I'm completely unwilling to donate bone marrow. Madame Gu looked suspicious and asked, Are you plotting something? What else could a woman like me, so vain and greedy, want? Su Yuyu retorted. Madame Gu, her face full of suspicion, exclaimed, You actually intend to ask for 10 billion? You're dreaming. Su Yuyu laughed and said, Since you've been delaying in handing me 10 billion, I've raised my price. 50 billion. I want all of the Gu family's assets, otherwise, the bone marrow donation is out of the question. Madame Gu opened her mouth to curse, He's your own brother. How could you be so shameless? But before she could finish, Su Yuyu grabbed the juice from the table and splashed it on Madame Gu's face. At your age, drink some juice to wash your mouth. Su Yuyu's eyes were devoid of any warmth. Madame Gu was so angry she almost jumped up. How dare you treat me like this? I'm your own mother. You unfilial daughter. Su Yuyu, louder. I hope everyone knows about our relationship. In high society, face is paramount. Madame Gu couldn't let outsiders know about her family's scandalous affair of a real and fake heiress without her husband's consent. At this moment, she was like a chicken with its neck being choked, not daring to make a sound. Gu Shuiying was also shocked by Su Yuyu. She vaguely realized that Su Yuyu really wanted money, but it seemed she also didn't want to acknowledge the Gu family's marriage. At this moment, Madame Gu lost face, and Gu Shuiying felt ashamed as well. Seeing Su Yuyu's somewhat crazy actions, she didn't dare to provoke her any further. Mom, your dress is dirty. Let me help you to the lounge to clean it, Gu Shuiying said, pulling Madame Gu away. Madame Gu, however, was still furious. Are we just going to let her off so easily? How can such an uncivilized guest appear at the Lu family's banquet? Go tell Xiaoyan to kick this out. She snuck in, she must be kicked out. Gu Shuiying was at her wit's end. Because of the jade gambling incident, she had been trying to distance herself from Lu Xiaoyan. Her mother's orders made her feel awkward, afraid that Lu Xiaoyan might mistakenly believe there was still hope. Gu Shuiying, quick-witted, whispered, Mom, Mrs. Chen has been watching you. Let's go to the lounge to deal with your clothes first. Mrs. Gu and Mrs. Chen didn't get along, and upon hearing this, she disregarded everything else. Go to the lounge first, we'll deal with this brat later. Mrs. Gu hurriedly left the banquet hall, feeling she could almost hear Mrs. Chen's laughter. Not far away, Mrs. Lu stared in disbelief at the scene. Although she couldn't hear the conversation clearly due to the distance, Su Yuyu's decisive action of splashing juice on someone was unmistakable. I was thinking of standing up for the young lady, but she taught me a lesson first. She's really amazing. She didn't back down even when taking on 2 people at once, Mrs. Lu said, holding Mr. Lu's hand with admiration. Mr. Lu clicked his tongue in Amazem. And, the girl Jingyao has taken a liking to is truly both scholarly and martial. Hearing this, Lu Jingyao couldn't help but sigh. If Su Yuyu were truly the kind of little girl who relied on others to help her out of trouble, his pursuit of her wouldn't have been so difficult. After spilling the drink, Su Yuyu acted as if nothing had happened. Despite the strange looks from those around her, she calmly sat back down, casually picked up a piece of fruit and popped it into her mouth, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Calm and collected, she's got the qualities for great things. Lu's father admired Su Yuyu's current attitude. Lu's mother, however, completely changed her mind. You go ahead and pursue her. Once you've won her over, your parents will formally meet her, and will help you arrange the proposal. She was afraid that if she and her husband were too excited to see Su Yuyu, they might misbehave and ruin their first impression, thus hindering Lu Jingyao's progress. Lu Jingyao breathed a sigh of relief. Lu's father then whispered, Son, do you remember the martial arts instructor we hired for you when you were little? Lu Jingyao didn't understand, but he nodded anyway. Your master is still as sharp as ever, he even won a championship the year before last. If you want to continue your studies, you can learn from him again. That way, if your wife hits you in the future, you can at least defend yourself a bit, said Mr. Lu. Lu Jingyao. Dad, you should hope for me too. Mr. Lu said, there are techniques to pursuing girls. If she hits you, you definitely can't fight back, but running away is too unmanly. If you defend yourself, you won't get hurt too badly. Lu Jingyao took a deep breath. She's really not a violent person. It's okay, even if she is, it doesn't matter. A wife who can hit you knows how to care for you, Mr. Lu comforted him. Lu Jingyao didn't know where to begin. He really didn't want to hear his parents continue nagging, so he made an excuse and said, "She seems to need someone's help. I'll go over first." Mr. and Mrs. Lu immediately looked at him with maternal smiles, as if they could see their precious grandchildren if they looked at him a few more times. "Do you think our grandson can inherit their good genes?" Mrs. Lu asked softly. Mr. Lu glanced at the two strikingly attractive people standing together and said, "Definitely. Their child will be smart and beautiful." Su Yuyu, who had been eating fruit, seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around, startling Mr. and Mrs. Lu, who hurriedly hid again. They looked more like petty thieves stealing vegetables than a wealthy couple. Lu Jingyao, who had just approached, felt a pang of anxiety and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Yuyu shook her head. She was currently troubled, wondering why Lu Jingyao had to return at this moment. The system had just issued Su Yuyu a new scavenging mission, the location of which was at Lu Xiaoyan's villa. "You go ahead and do your thing, don't worry about me," Su Yuyu thought, trying to figure out how to get rid of Lu Jingyao and act alone in the villa. Lu Jingyao, however, said, "These shoes aren't convenient for you. Let me know if you need anything." He sat down directly next to Su Yuyu, showing no intention of leaving, which made Su Yuyu quite anxious. "I saw some small cakes," Su Yuyu said. Lu Jingyao immediately stood up. "I'll go get it for you." He returned in less than 2 minutes. Su Yuyu glanced at the small cakes he brought back and thought to herself, "Wow." Lu Jingyao had taken one of every flavor, filling the plate to the brim. Even if she wanted to complain about the taste, she couldn't. Su Yuyu had never known that Lu Jingyao had such a talent for being an assistant. She asked for water 1 minute and a towel the next, and Lu Jingyao handled everything quickly and efficiently, leaving her no chance to slip away. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Jingyao, who seemed to have the temperament of a young master, showed no impatience or anger at all, even though he was being bossed around by Su Yuyu. On the contrary, he seemed to be enjoying it. Su Yuyu hesitated for a long time before asking, "Am I causing you trouble?" Lu Jingyao looked at her suspiciously, "You've caused trouble?" The two seemed to be on different wavelengths, but Lu Jingyao's response relieved Su Yuyu. At least her actions of bothering him were not considered trouble by Lu Jingyao. Su Yuyu chuckled dryly and said, "This villa is beautifully decorated, it must have taken a lot of effort." As she spoke, her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at the European-style banquet hall. Lu Jingyao glanced at the lavish decor and said, "I'm quite familiar with this place, I'll show you around." Su Yuyu seized the opportunity to ask, "With so many people at today's banquet, isn't the 6LLA owner worried about guests wandering off and causing trouble?" Lu Jingyao explained, "If there are areas the owner doesn't want guests to enter, they'll block them off or lock the doors beforehand. The truly important treasures are kept in safes, so there's absolutely no need to worry about that." Su Yuyu nodded, "I've learned something new. Now I'll know how to handle banquets at home." Lu Jingyao casually said, "If you're hosting a banquet, I can lend you my banquet team." Su Yuyu inwardly cursed the rich man for keeping a dedicated banquet team. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the banquet entrance. Lu Ziyuan personally accompanied a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit into the room. Su Yuyu glanced at him from afar, feeling the man looked vaguely familiar, but couldn't quite place him. She suddenly noticed Lu Jingyao also looking in that direction, his expression seemingly fluctuating. A sudden inspiration struck her, and she asked, "Is this the important person you're meeting?" Lu Jingyao nodded. Su Yuyu immediately said, "Then go see him now. Business is important, don't worry about me." Lu Jingyao didn't move, but said, "No rush, he'll come to me." Sure enough, the man's gaze seemed to casually sweep across the banquet hall, and he nodded when he saw Lu Jingyao in the distance. The system notification kept flashing, and Su Yuyu grew impatient, saying, "How can you wait for someone to come to you in business? You definitely need to make a good impression on such an important partner." Lu Jingyao gave her a strange look. Su Yuyu guiltily touched her nose. Had he seen through her little scheme? Lu Jingyao, for some unknown reason, suddenly laughed and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Su Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. After watching Lu Jingyao leave, she secretly followed the system pointer and began to move around the Lu family villa. Fortunately, the system instructions didn't lead her to any of the restricted areas, but instead kept her in open public areas. The Lu family villa was extremely large, and Su Yuyu followed the system's instructions westward. The west side was a relaxation area, with all sorts of entertainment facilities. At this moment, a group of young people were gathered around the pool table, and Su Yuyu's beautiful appearance attracted their attention. "Xiaoyan, whose family is this girl? She's so beautiful, I want to pursue her." Listening to his friend's words, Lu Xiaoyan, who had just put away his golf club, turned around and saw Su Yuyu's familiar face. Knowing Lu Jingyao was involved, he didn't dare to cause trouble behind her back and said directly, "She was brought by my fifth cousin." Everyone present knew who Lu Xiaoyan's fifth cousin was, and they immediately gave up their plans. What a pity, but with such a beautiful girl, no wonder your fifth cousin was smitten. The person who had initially said he wanted to pursue Su Yuyu could only look at her retreating figure with lingering affection. Lu Xiaoyan thought to himself that Su Yuyu was not only beautiful, but also a rose with thorns. Anyone who touched her would get pricked. Another, however, had no ulterior motives towards Su Yuyu. He was simply curious about what she was up to. "Xiaoyan, what good stuff do you hide at the end of the corridor? Why is she running that way?" Lu Xiaoyan shook his head. "That's a storage room. It's just tools and trash cans. What good stuff could there be? Never mind her, let's do our own thing." Lu Xiaoyan thought Su Yuyu was lost. He was even hoping she would wander around for a while and then rush into the trash can, which would be a way of getting revenge for stealing the stone. Su Yuyu walked smoothly to the storage room at the back of the Lu family villa. She stood in the storage room filled with cleaning tools, her gaze falling on the large trash can in the center. There was only one large item in the trash can, a dirty carpet. "Guest, are you lost?" Su Yuyu turned around when she heard the question and saw a middle-aged woman wearing the Lu family's light blue maid uniform. Lu Tsuiyan had worked as a maid in the Lu family for several years. Someone had just dirted the floor in the billiard room, and she rushed off to clean it. Unexpectedly, when she returned, she saw Su Yuyu, dressed in elegant clothes, standing on tiptoe, peering into the trash can, her head almost buried in it. Lu Tsuiyan was responsible for cleaning the western recreation area, and the carpet in the trash can was supposed to be thrown away that morning, but she'd been busy all day and hadn't gotten around to it. Su Yuyu, unfazed by being seen, asked casually, "Don't you want this carpet anymore?" Lu Tsuiyun hesitated before nodding. Su Yuyu said, "I'll take it. 10,000 yuan. Want it?" Lu Tsuiyun was surprised by this unexpected windfall. The carpet had always been placed under the mahjong machine in the card room. The late Madame Lu was an avid mahjong player, and this carpet was said to bring her good luck and help her win money. For many years, she had forbidden the servants from touching or cleaning it, fearing it would ruin her luck at mahjong. Late last night, for some reason, this carpet caught old Master Lu's eye. He insisted on having it thrown away, as if the mere thought of its existence angered him. According to Lu family rules, they don't care how the servants dispose of things the master throws in the trash, as long as they're not left in the Lu residence. Therefore, at this moment, the carpet essentially belongs to Lu Tsuiyun. "Go out and find a car with license plate ZA888. Tell the driver I wanted it and put it in the trunk," Su Yuyu said. When Su Yuyu returned to the banquet hall, Lu Jingyao seemed to have already completed his meeting with that important person. "You seem very happy," Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu asked doubtfully, "Was my reaction very obvious?" Lu Jingyao shook his head. Su Yuyu's reaction wasn't particularly obvious, but Lu Jingyao had been carefully observing her and that's how he noticed her subtle change. Su Yuyu said, "I was just thinking about something happy." This bargain was a treasure she found in the Lu family's trash can. Its exact value was still unclear, but as long as she could see Lu Xiaoyan, one of her enemies from a past life, earn less money, Su Yuyu was exceptionally happy. Madame Gu changed into a spare dress and returned to the banquet hall accompanied by her daughter. Wearing the spare dress, she felt extremely uncomfortable. When she saw Su Yuyu and Lu Jingyao together from afar, Madame Gu felt even more uncomfortable. She almost thought she was seeing things and couldn't help but grab her adopted daughter's arm, questioning, how did Su Yuyu get involved with Lu Jingyao? Look at her, so close, she's practically throwing herself into his arms. She has no self-respect. Gu Shuiying also found this scene particularly offensive. She lowered her head, concealing the fact that she had previously encountered the two chatting intimately at the auction, and said, "Sister is beautiful, it's normal for Mr. Lu to like her." Madame Gu frowned deeply, "She's so frivolous," her bones turned a jerk at the sight of a man. Gu Shuiying added worriedly, "I don't know how sister got in. Could some rich young master have brought her in? If the person who brought her in sees them so intimate, will they cause a scene? What if sister asks mother for help? Should we help her?" Madame Gu's first thought was to distance herself, immediately saying, "Doesn't Su Yuyu always say she's an orphan? If a fight breaks out, I won't care." Gu Jianming, however, appeared beside his wife and daughter at some point. He also saw Su Yuyu, but his thoughts were different. Lu Jingyao seems to like her very much. "We must accept this marriage," Gu Jianming said decisively. Madame Gu immediately became anxious upon hearing this. "She doesn't want to acknowledge us. I'm not willing to offer my warm face to a cold backside. Gu Jianming's face still held a gentle smile, but his expression left no room for refusal. She is the Gu family's daughter, and Feng Chuan is waiting for her to save his life. Even if the bones are broken, they are still connected. You should persuade her well. If she is willing to return to the Gu family as an adopted daughter, I will not mistreat her. Gu Jianming originally thought that his daughter Su Yuyu, who had been living away from home, was dispensable, but after seeing Lu Jingyao, he felt that this daughter finally had some value. In Gu Jianming's view, the idea of an adopted daughter was a win-win situation. If Su Yuyu really got close to Lu Jingyao, even if not as a wife, but just as a mistress, this investment would be worthwhile. Of course, if Su Yuyu were abandoned by Lu Jingyao, her status as an adopted daughter would allow the Gu family to sever ties with her in the shortest possible time. Madame Gu, however, said, they're just playing around. If Lu Jingyao really wanted someone, he should prefer a well-educated and sensible heiress like Yingying. Gu Jianming glanced at his adopted daughter and said, Yingying has her good fortune, and Su Yuyu has her luck. Having another daughter isn't a bad thing. Gu Shuiying bit her lower lip, watching Su Yuyu and Lu Jingyao's cheerful conversation with almost jealousy. Lu Jingyao, young, handsome, and exceptionally wealthy, was a top-tier marriage prospect in high society. Gu Shuiying had even attended the Lu family's tea party, but no matter how much she tried to please Madame Lu, she never got a formal opportunity to meet Lu Jingyao. She whispered, Dad, my sister says she'll only agree to a bone marrow match with my eldest brother if she wants all of our family's assets. Hearing this, Gu Jianming frowned deeply and muttered, You wretched thing. Gu Shuiying deliberately said, Dad, my sister is so hostile towards the family. If we give her all the family assets, maybe she'll be willing to help us. Why don't you give her a portion first? Gu Jianming wasn't even completely at ease with his eldest son, Gu Fengchuan, whom he considered his heir. How could he possibly entrust such a vast fortune to a daughter he'd never even met? They're both named Gu. She's angry with us now. If we appease her, I don't believe she'll go against her own parents. Gu Jianming was actually quite dissatisfied with his wife. He felt that recognizing relatives was such a trivial matter, yet Gu Fengchuan and his wife had failed to handle it properly. Mrs. Gu said helplessly, If she were really so easy to talk to, I wouldn't be in this mess. Gu Shuiying remained silent. She hadn't yet seen Su Yuyu's limits and didn't know what she was up to. Gu Jianming, however, remained arrogant, ignoring his wife and daughter, and instead walked towards Lu Jingyao and Su Yuyu. Gu Shuiying sensed her father might run into trouble, but to avoid being blamed, she dared not say anything. Gu Jianming approached them openly and raised his glass, saying, Mr. Lu, I want to thank you for taking care of my daughter. Lu Jingyao, initially unimpressed by Gu Jianming's appearance, assuming he was just an acquaintance from the industry, was about to raise his glass in return when he was stunned by Gu Jianming's words. My daughter is fortunate to have your care, it's her blessing to have won your favor, Gu Jianming continued. Lu Jingyao had previously instructed his assistant, Lu, to investigate Su Yuyu, but the investigation hadn't been thorough enough to uncover the truth about her status as a heiress. Mr. Gu, you misunderstand. I don't know Miss Gu, how could I possibly have taken care of her? Lu Jingyao said. Gu Jianming glanced at Su Yuyu beside him. Su Yuyu was also looking at her father. Many of the things that had harmed her in her past life, while ostensibly the work of the three Gu brothers and Gu Shuiying, were actually backed by Gu Jianming. As the head of the family, Gu Jianming couldn't possibly be unaware of these family scandals. However, the Gu family needed to curry favor with Gu Shuiying's fiancé, so Gu Jianming tacitly approved of these people using Su Yuyu to please Gu Shuiying. Gu Shuiying fell down the stairs and miscarried. Su Yuyu tried desperately to deny pushing Gu Shuiying, but her brothers were convinced it was her and hurled insults at her. However, in the chaos of Gu Shuiying's fall, Su Yuyu saw Gu Jianming standing on the third floor, coldly observing. Su Yuyu placed all her hopes on Gu Jianming, hoping her father would reveal the truth and seek justice for her. You were so close to Yingying, it was an obvious situation. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? With Gu Jianming's words, Su Yuyu was completely expelled from the Gu family. Gu Jianming was unaware that Su Yuyu was still immersed in painful memories of her past life. He only vaguely sensed that his adopted daughter's gaze was strange. Seeing that Su Yuyu hadn't refuted him and wasn't as vulgar and unreasonable as his wife had described, he naturally assumed that every daughter longed for her father's love. He reached out to put his arm around Su Yuyu's shoulder. Mr. Lu, Su Yuyu is actually from our Gu family. Gu Jianming didn't know that Su Yuyu had been waiting for this moment. Gu Jianming appeared to be a doting husband, but he had a habit of putting his arm around the shoulders of his daughter and female subordinates. Because of his position, even if his female subordinates were unhappy, they could only silently endure it. After all, They couldn't argue with their boss over such a small matter, and they couldn't even prove it was harassment. Just as his hand was about to touch Su Yuyu's shoulder, she moved. She knew martial arts. She grabbed him with her backhand, tripped him, and stomped her high heel hard on Gu Jianming's shin. A piercing scream rang out. Just moments before, Gu Jianming had been acting all respectable, but caught completely off guard, he collapsed to the ground, his wineglass shattering and spilling pale gold champagne everywhere. The guests in the banquet hall, aware of their distinguished status, spoke in hushed tones. This commotion immediately drew everyone's attention. Su Yuyu, taking the initiative, loudly accused him. "What are you doing? Getting handsy? You old scoundrel!" The other guests immediately looked at Gu Jianming with strange eyes, their gazes seemingly saying he was a beast. Gu Jianming's head was buzzing. He had considered the possibility of being wronged, but he never imagined being wronged by his own daughter in this way. The pointing fingers and whispers around him made his face burn, as if he had returned to his most humiliating past. Although Madame Gu and Gu Shuiying felt ashamed, Gu Jianming was the head of the family, and they immediately rushed over to help him up. Gu Jianming's custom-made suit was now a mess. After standing up, he immediately protested, "Nonsense! I didn't lay a hand on you." Lu Jingyao stepped directly between Su Yuyu and Gu Jianming, his face dark. "Mr. Gu, please have some self-respect. I have eyes and I can see your actions clearly." Gu Shuiying finally had a chance to speak to Lu Jingyao and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Lu, you've misunderstood. My father and she don't have that kind of relationship." Who knew Lu Jingyao would get even angrier, saying, "Miss Su is innocent and has nothing to do with your father." Gu Shuiying's eyes immediately reddened at his words. Madame Gu, feeling sorry for her daughter and husband, said, "How could it be unrelated? She's our daughter. Our adopted daughter." If Gu Shuiying hadn't pulled Madame Gu back, she almost blurted out the truth. Those around them were also surprised by this turn of events. They thought it was a story of an old lecher harassing a young girl and getting killed in retaliation, but it turned out they were family. Su Yuyu felt incredibly foolish for being blinded by kinship in her past life, actually willing to return to the Gu family as an adopted daughter, ultimately becoming a discarded rag. She had experienced countless moments of compromise like this in her past life. When the label of considering the bigger picture fell upon her, Su Yuyu had to swallow all her grievances. Thankfully, she wouldn't have to endure it in this life. Su Yuyu shouted, "I grew up in an orphanage. I've never eaten a single grain of rice or drunk a drop of water from the Gu family. How did I become your Gu family's adopted daughter?" Madame Gu glared at her angrily and said in a low voice, "You ill-mannered wild girl, didn't the orphanage teach you to consider the bigger picture?" Su Yuyu smiled maliciously at her. "Teaching children is the parents' job. It's a pity that both my parents died young." Hearing her repeatedly mention dead parents, Madame Gu was so angry that her nose almost twisted. Su Yuyu continued, "Don't tell me I'm not your Gu family's adopted daughter. Even if I were, would an adoptive father be allowed to lay a hand on his daughter?" The surrounding guests nodded in agreement, whispering, "This girl is indeed beautiful. Is Gu Jianming really after her? And this is at a banquet, he's already so eager. Who knows what he's like in private?" Hearing these comments, Gu Jianming angrily explained, "I didn't try to lay a hand on her at all. I just raised my hand, but I didn't even touch her shoulder." Su Yuyu said lightly, "Why would you touch my shoulder for no reason? It's suspicious. What else could you be but a lecher?" Su Yuyu wore a thin strapped dress, revealing her fair and delicate shoulders, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Her words drew playful glances from those around her. Lu Jingyao immediately took off his suit jacket and draped it over Su Yuyu's shoulders, turning back to look at the strange glances. Su Yuyu gently tugged at Lu Jingyao's sleeve. She didn't really care about these looks. These people in high society all looked glamorous, but in reality, they only associated with whoever had money. Anyway, she didn't expect to make money from them, so she didn't care about their opinions. As long as she could use her reputation to ruin Gu Jianming's name, she thought it was worth it. But Lu Jingyao clearly didn't think so. He stepped in front of Su Yuyu and said to Gu Jianming, "I hope Mr. Gu will take responsibility for his inappropriate behavior and apologize to Miss Su." Although there were security cameras in the banquet hall, no one suggested checking them at this point. Lu Jingyao's words practically confirmed Gu Jianming's guilt, especially since he had already intended to put his arm around someone's shoulder. Gu Jianming was so anxious he almost jumped up. In his chaotic thoughts, he actually found a reason to retort, "What's wrong with putting your arm around someone's shoulder? Is that a cardinal sin?" His words actually struck a chord with the men present. Gu Jianming found his opening and directly attacked his own daughter. "Su Yuyu, don't you think too highly of yourself? Do you really think everyone has ulterior motives towards you?" Several older men around even chimed in to agree. Su Yuyu raised an eyebrow. Before she could speak, Lu Jingyao interjected, any action that a girl dislikes is offensive. A normal, well-mannered man shouldn't casually touch a strange girl. Gu Jianming argued, she's not a stranger, she's my daughter. Su Yuyu retorted, I came from an orphanage. Does that mean everyone can claim to be my father? Did the Gu family raise me or sponsor me? I don't even know them. Lu Jingyao glanced back at Su Yuyu. He recalled her unusually hostile attitude towards the Gu siblings at the auction where they first met, and vaguely guessed the relationship between Su Yuyu and the Gu family. He aimed ignorance and instead cooperated with Su Yuyu in raising questions. Mr. Gu says Miss Su is your daughter. Whether it's sponsorship or adoption, unless you produce adoption certificates or transfer records, it's just empty talk, which raises suspicions of baseless accusations. Someone jumped in to play the neutral party, laughing and saying, Mr. Lu is right. If the Gu family really had an adoption relationship with this young lady, a wealthy family like the Gu family wouldn't adopt a child without spending any money, would they? There must be transfer records. Old Gu, stop hiding it, show us the transfer records. Gu Jianming had no transfer records. He glanced at the speaker, who was his business rival Chen Xinlin, and immediately felt a surge of anger. Lu Jingyao continued, if someone can just casually claim to be someone's father, what's the difference between them and a human trafficker? Su Yuyu immediately chimed in, that's right. Mr. Gu says he's my father, and I'll say I'm his grandmother. If he's willing to call me grandmother, I certainly won't pursue this matter today. Gu Jianming was so angry he almost fainted, pointing at Su Yuyu and cursing, you wretched thing. Unfilial daughter. Although he couldn't produce adoption certificates or transfer records, seeing his genuine anger, everyone present couldn't help but wonder if Su Yuyu was really Gu Jianming's adopted daughter. Lu Jingyao's face darkened, and he said, Mr. Gu, Miss Su has nothing to do with you. Since you never raised her, you have no right to criticize her. On the contrary, you owe her an apology. Gu Jianming's mouth opened and closed, the hesitation on his face almost solidifying, as if he was struggling with whether or not to say something. Having come to this point, Gu Shuiying was the most flustered person present. She wished she could force Gu Jianming to admit his mistake so that people would stop talking about the word daughter. She was afraid that Gu Jianming would lose his temper and reveal the truth about the real and fake daughter. Gu Jianming had his own calculations. A fake heiress would affect his value in the marriage market, and having an ill-mannered biological daughter would damage the Gu family's reputation. But if he, the head of the family, became a beast who acted indiscriminately, it would not only affect his children's marriages but also the Gu family's business. He had previously tried to keep this matter a secret, but who would have thought that Gu Jianming himself would say it? Su Yuyu is my biological daughter. The entire room erupted in uproar. Su Yuyu is the Gu family's illegitimate daughter? This was the first reaction of the guests present, not the question of whether she was a real or fake heiress. Su Yuyu said coldly, Mr. Gu, I'll say it again, I'm an orphan who lost both my parents. I have no biological parents at all. Gu Jianming felt a sense of relief after saying this. Now that he had spoken, he quickly thought of how to protect Gu Shuiying and minimize the losses. My wife gave birth to twin daughters. The elder daughter was stolen by the nanny and ended up in an orphanage. Hearing this, the people present felt some sympathy for the Gu family and Su Yuyu. One lost her biological daughter, the other lost over 20 years of a life of wealth and privilege. Su Yuyu, enraged, laughed coldly, saying, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. We haven't had a paternity test, so why do you say I'm your daughter? Lu Jingyao sensed Su Yuyu's intense emotional turmoil, patted her hand reassuringly, and turned to question Gu Jianming, Mr. Gu, why haven't we seen the Gu family searching for her all these years? With the Gu family's wealth, are you stingy enough to offer a reward of millions to find your daughter? Or are you more concerned about the impact this scandal has on your reputation than your biological daughter? Lu Jingyao's words hit the nail on the head. The crowd, who had been led by the nose by Gu Jianming, suddenly realized something was amiss. Gu Jianming's old rival, Chen Xinlin, chimed in, Old Gu, we've known each other for so many years, and I never knew the Gu family had two daughters. Are you senile, having a fit of delusions? Claiming someone else as your daughter without a paternity test is something only human traffickers do. Gu Jianming clenched his fists in anger. Who did he think he was, being compared to human traffickers? How about you get a paternity test, someone who loved a good spectacle suggested. Su Yuyu smiled and said, I don't resemble this Miss Gu at all. Is a paternity test even necessary? Everyone looked at Su Yuyu and then at Gu Shuiying. Indeed, the two didn't share many similarities. They even noticed something particularly strange, neither Su Yuyu nor Gu Shuiying resembled the Gu family couple. Strange, Gu Shuiying doesn't look like a Gu family child. Either, someone said. Some guests scrutinized Gu Shuiying's appearance, saying, Gu Shuiying looks strangely familiar, like someone, but I can't quite place her. Gu Shuiying's heart pounded. She dared not listen any further, fearing someone would uncover her true identity. Su Yuyu, enjoying Gu Shuiying's flustered state, said, Miss Gu, what's the panic? Are you really not the Gu family's biological daughter? Gu Shuiying's face turned deathly pale. A certain lady nearby clapped her hands and said, could it be that they're not twins, but a real and a fake heiress, just like in the TV dramas, where the two children were switched? Gu Shuiying's nightmare suddenly materialized, nearly causing her to stumble and fall. Seeing her extreme reaction, the guests vaguely suspected it might be true, and the thought made them all scrutinize the Gu family with strange looks. If their biological daughter had truly been switched at birth, the nature of the matter changed completely. They looked at Gu Shuiying as if she were a thief. Gu Shuiying wanted nothing more than to shrink away and hide in a corner. Su Yuyu, having enjoyed her terrified state, said, whether you're the real heiress or the fake one, I'm just an orphan with no parents. No matter how rich the Gu family is, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Madame Gu was displeased and couldn't hold back, retorting, you're putting on airs in front of Mr. Lu now. Didn't you say you wanted all of the Gu family's assets to be given to you? Madame Gu wanted everyone present to see Su Yuyu's true colors. Su Yuyu's reply was a fatal blow. Madame Gu, do you really intend to give them up? Madame Gu dared not respond. Su Yuyu continued, if you don't have genuine feelings, don't bother me, otherwise I'll suspect you're after my wealth. Madame Gu snorted coldly, saying, you're an orphan, how much money could you possibly have? Sin Mingzhu suddenly appeared, saying, Madame Gu, Miss Su is one of my biggest clients. I'm counting on her to make my fortune. Madame Gu knew Sin Mingzhu. She had even considered having her as her eldest daughter-in-law. In her eyes, the Sin family was the best in-law family, only one daughter, yet possessing a vast fortune. Once Sin Mingzhu married Gu Fengchuan, the Sin family's jewelry company would belong to the Gu family. Su Yuyu continued, whether I have the ability to make money or not is none of Madame Gu's concern. I'm not like some people who get rich through honey traps. Madame Gu's face paled. She hadn't thought about her past for many years, and hearing this suddenly, she couldn't help but wonder if Su Yuyu knew about it. Su Yuyu stopped there. The three members of the Gu family had all been humiliated today, and Su Yuyu was already considering leaving. But Lu Jingyao remained true to his original intention, saying to Gu Jianming, whether it's a biological daughter or a fake daughter, if she offends a lady, she should apologize. A leader without responsibility is unlikely to be a good business partner. Lu Jingyao's words immediately drew agreement from the guests present. Gu Jianming's guilt was now firmly established, and all his excuses seemed so pale and powerless. Even if he admitted to having a real or fake daughter now, it would only add another crime to the Gu family's list. Gu Jianming's first half of life was filled with hardship and poverty, while his second half was filled with success and prosperity. He couldn't even remember the last time he was in such a sorry state. Many of the guests present were potential business partners, and his rivals were eyeing his business. Apologizing might not necessarily bring any benefits, but not apologizing would definitely cause harm. I'm sorry. Gu Jianming felt that these three words weighed heavily. Su Yuyu stared at him and said, I didn't hear you clearly. This ungentlemanly behavior was obvious to everyone present. They could all see that Su Yuyu was deliberately trying to torment Gu Jianming. Su Yuyu, don't go too far. Madame Gu, protective of her husband, scolded Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu waved her hand and said, since the Gu family isn't sincere, then let it go. Gu Jianming stopped his wife, raising his voice, I'm sorry. Su Yuyu nodded casually, ignoring the three members of the Gu family, and turned to Lu Jingyao with a smile, saying, I want to go home. Lu Jingyao felt that Su Yuyu's smile seemed particularly complex, mixed with a lot of vicissitudes he couldn't understand. Okay. Lu Jingyao got up and said goodbye to Lu Ziyuan. Lu Ziyuan looked exhausted. A birthday banquet was supposed to be a good one, but now no one cared about his old man's birthday. Everyone was focused on the Gu family's gossip. It seemed that the birthday celebration was over before it even started. As soon as Lu Jingyao got into the car, the driver told him about the trunk. Su Yuyu said with a face full of annoyance, I'm sorry, I took it upon myself to have my things moved into the trunk of your car, and I forgot to tell you. How could Lu Jingyao be angry over such a small matter? He said, you can use my car if you want, don't be shy. Su Yuyu forced a smile. Although she told herself she didn't care, the faces of the Gu family couple kept flashing through her mind after she got into the car. They were younger than she remembered. Still thinking about the Gu family? Lu Jingyao asked. Su Yuyu nodded without warning. Lu Jingyao thought for a moment and asked, "You and that Miss Gu, were you really switched? You noticed? Don't you think I'm unfilial, wronging my own father?" Su Yuyu gave a bitter smile. Lu Jingyao said, "I didn't experience what you went through, and I'm not qualified to judge your actions, but the person I know is loyal and principled. I believe you must have your reasons for doing this." Su Yuyu felt a warmth in her heart. Lu Jingyao continued, "The fact that parents deliberately concealed the truth and sacrificed their biological daughter for their adopted daughter shows that in their hearts, the adopted daughter is more important than their biological daughter. It's only natural that you don't want to acknowledge them." This was the part that hurt Su Yuyu the most. She harbored a lot of resentment. Why was her life switched? In the end, not only did she receive no compensation, but they also felt she didn't deserve any compensation and wanted to take everything away from her. Don't overthink it. Go back and get a good night's sleep, and you'll forget all about it, Lu Jingyao comforted her. Su Yuyu forced a smile. After the car entered Thomson Riviera, Assistant Lu and the driver unloaded something from the trunk, a dirty old blanket. Everyone present couldn't understand why Su Yuyu had brought this back. Lu Jingyao didn't understand but respected her decision, saying, "I'll have Assistant Lu find you a professional carpet cleaning company. They'll guarantee to clean this blanket thoroughly." Su Yuyu shook her head. "This blanket doesn't need washing." Lu Jingyao looked puzzled. Perhaps because Lu Jingyao had been helping her all evening, Su Yuyu unusually took the initiative to ask, "Would you like to stay for a cup of tea?" Lu Jingyao immediately agreed, then turned and sent his assistant Lu and driver away. He already had a house in Thomson Riviera and didn't need a car for the time being. The dirty blanket was placed in the entryway of Su Yuyu's house. The housekeeper, Sister Zhang, came over to deal with it, but Su Yuyu stopped her. "Sister Zhang, bring the toolbox," Su Yuyu instructed. Sister Zhang, though puzzled, still brought the tools. Su Yuyu went inside to change out of her dress and into a pair of comfortable sportswear. She then asked all the servants to leave, leaving only her and Lu Jingyao in the entryway. Although she had bought the blanket in a very short time, she hadn't yet examined it closely. The blanket wasn't particularly large, it was rectangular, about the size of a mahjong table, one side made of some kind of animal skin, and the other side of animal fur. The fuzzy side was pitch black, hiding countless grime, making it impossible to discern its original color. This isn't a carpet, it was originally a tapestry. Tapestries were popular in the Qing dynasty court for a while. About 20 years ago, many wealthy people in Shanghai sought to buy court tapestries. "I remember Lu Xiaoyan's grandmother bought one too," Lu Jingyao said. Su Yuyu looked surprised. "You remember something from 20 years ago so clearly?" "I started remembering things when I was 2 years old," Lu Jingyao explained. Su Yuyu was even more impressed. She hadn't expected this man to be such a genius. She asked, "Is this tapestry in the Lu family really from the palace?" Lu Jingyao shook his head. "I don't know. I only heard people say that old Madame Lu seemed to have been deceived." Su Yuyu pondered. "No wonder the tapestry became so dirty. I heard from the Lu family servants that this tapestry was originally used as a footrest under the mahjong machine. Apparently, old Madame Lu was furious." As Su Yuyu spoke, she took out a large pair of scissors from her toolbox. The system's instructions wouldn't lie, this tapestry was definitely valuable. However, even if a dirty tapestry was passed down from an old dynasty, it wouldn't be worth much. The truly valuable thing must be hidden inside the tapestry. Lu Jingyao wanted to help, but Su Yuyu glanced at his custom-made suit and said, "Never mind, don't get your clothes dirty." She took scissors and cut along the side. At first, it was difficult, but it quickly became easier, and she didn't even need the scissors. Su Yuyu simply reached out and tore the blanket open. The contents inside were revealed at that moment. This tapestry, upon closer inspection, has 5 layers, making it appear exceptionally heavy. The one placed before the 2 of them is the very middle layer. Because of Su Yuyu's remarkably gentle movements, the painted design on this layer is perfectly rendered. This layer is divided into 2 areas. One area is a map of the territory. The other area is a portrait, depicting a Qing dynasty person wearing a court hat. The edges and gaps between the layers are filled with dragons. Camel hide, the person in the portrait is Lu Jingyao hesitated for a moment before saying, "It seems to be the Qianlong Emperor." He took out his phone, searched for existing portraits of the Qianlong Emperor, and compared the phone screen next to the portrait. It was indeed very similar. He looks to be in his 40s or 50s in the portrait. Su Yuyu compared it carefully and asked, "Then is this map a map of the Qing dynasty's territory?" Lu Jingyao glanced at it and said, "The Dzungars were included in the map after General Zhao Wei's campaign to recapture them. which should be after the 22nd year of Qianlong's reign. Su Yuyu wasn't too concerned about the date of the painting, she was more concerned about another question and asked, "Is this valuable?" Lu Jingyao nodded, "Many people would probably be willing to buy it, the estimated price is 9 figures. Su Yuyu was secretly delighted. Lu Jingyao added, "However, if you really want to sell it, I suggest you send it to the capital." Su Yuyu nodded, she understood Lu Jingyao's meaning. Many loyalists from the previous dynasty remained in the capital, and they would certainly be willing to pay a high price for something from the Qianlong emperor. The thought of this tapestry, which should have hung on the wall but had been trampled on by the Lu family for so long and almost thrown into the trash, made her furious. If Emperor Qianlong knew this, he'd probably be alive in the afterlife. Lu Jingyao had already seen the tapestry in its entirety, and he had no reason to stay any longer. He got up to leave, adding, "I'll be going to the capital soon. I have some connections with an auction house there. If you'd like, I can accompany you to the auction house." Su Yuyu's eyes lit up. She had never been to the capital in either of her lives, and was completely clueless about the place. Having an acquaintance to guide her was invaluable. After Lu Jingyao left, Su Yuyu carefully rolled up the tapestry and stored it in her family's large safe. She then asked Zhang Jie to clean the entryway. She slept soundly through the night. The system seemed to be lagging behind. Su Yuyu only received the system's reward after waking up that morning. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the treasure hunting mission and received the reward, Advanced Porcelain Appraisal Skill." Su Yuyu was immediately overjoyed. Having acquired a new skill, she felt incredibly powerful and couldn't wait to test her abilities. She went straight to a museum. Without even looking at the descriptions, Su Yuyu's explanations were almost indistinguishable from those of a professional museum guide. But the more impressive this was, the more itchy she became, since museum porcelain could only be viewed through glass and never handled. "Sister Su, let's go to the antique street," Su Yuyu said. Su Fong, who had been doing her homework, offered, "Boss, besides the antique street, there's also an antique morning market in Shanghai." Su Yuyu's eyes lit up, and she asked, "Where is it?" Su Fong explained, "The antique market isn't open all day. It's open once a week, every Friday, starting at 4 in the morning and ending at noon." Su Yuyu, hearing her explanation so convincingly, immediately became interested. Unfortunately, Friday was still 2 days away, so she could only plunge into the antique street. The antique street was filled with familiar faces. Su Yuyu even saw the stall owner who had sold her the fake Dotsai cup last time. The triangularite stall owner remembered Su Yuyu and greeted her warmly, "Beautiful lady, you're here again. I just received a new batch of good stuff, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Su Yuyu actually gave him face and began to examine the items closely. Her gaze was mainly focused on the porcelain on the stall. "This large vase is from the Qianlong period. Look at the aesthetics, the bright reds and greens, it's clearly his style. And look at the stamp on the bottom. Beautiful lady, I'll sell it to you cheaply, a fixed price of 500,000, the triangularite man promoted." Su Yuyu laughed and said, "Why don't you sprinkle some dust on the vase? It looks so new, not like it's from the Qianlong era, more like it's from last week." The man with the triangular eyes gave an awkward smile. "What do you mean last week? If you don't like it, look at something else." Su Yuyu casually picked up a celadone bowl from the side. "Beautiful lady, this is a Ruware celadone bowl," the man with the triangular eyes was about to explain. Su Yuyu said, "Directly, only 2 Ruware celadone bowls exist in the world, one in the Palace Museum and the other in the David Foundation in London, England. Is yours the one in England?" The man with the triangular eyes chuckled dryly and said, "Beautiful lady, you know everything. Coming here is a bit like bullying me." Su Yuyu smiled without saying a word, continuing to look at each vase one by one. Whether it was real or fake, she could tell at a glance. "You've looked for so long, just buy something, I'll give it to you at cost price," the man with the triangular eyes said. Su Yuyu didn't believe a word of the merchant's so-called cost price, but she didn't care about the small amount of money. She said, "Okay, I'll buy whatever I like." As she spoke, Su Yuyu's hand suddenly paused, but she quickly covered it up, saying casually, "How much for this plate?" The plate Su Yuyu had her eye on was a blue and white porcelain plate. Turning it over, she could see the 6 blue characters made in the Guangxu reign of the Great Qing dynasty on the bottom. "This is a Guangxu official kiln product, a fixed price of 20,000, the shopkeeper said. Hearing this, Su Yuyu almost doubted his expertise, but still tentatively said, "It's so new, what do you think?" The plate had no crackle lines or repair marks, it looked as new as the brand new Qianlong vase in front of her. The shopkeeper said, "Miss, I spent a lot of money to get this big plate, so I can't go easy on you." Su Yuyu, 300 yuan. The shopkeeper immediately, Deal. Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu thought to herself that street vendors are all liars. She had still set the price too high. The stall owner chuckled as he wrapped up the item. Su Yuyu got up to leave, waiting a while, but the system didn't react. I got a bargain. Su Yuyu reminded him. The system replied helplessly, value too low. Su Yuyu insisted, but this is indeed a Guangzhou imperial kiln piece. If I don't buy it, it'll be considered a modern imitation, won't it? The quality of official kiln porcelain was closely related to the national strength of the time. During the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong reigns, official kiln wares could easily fetch high prices. However, by the Guangxu reign, in the late Qing dynasty, the prices of official kiln porcelain were more transparent. The blue and white plate Su Yuyu bought had a list price of approximately 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. The system remained silent for a long time before reluctantly displaying a notification. Congratulations, host, for independently completing a bargain hunt without system assistance. Reward, 300 yuan.